Just listen in, the perfect match. Kate and Jim, getting at it. Kate and Jim are gonna smash it. Reviews, previews, opinions and laughter. Mixing transfer news is what you're after. The perfect match. Kate and Jim, getting at it. Kate and Jim are gonna smash it. Reviews, previews, opinions and laughter. Mixing transfer news is what you're after. The perfect match. The perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. The perfect match. The perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. Keeps a positive spin while Kate's doing the Mickey hazard name dropping. Gets you out of the blue like let me stop rubbing, or she's flip-flopping. Hell, this place is popping. The perfect match, Kate and Jim, getting at it. Kate and Jim are gonna smash it. Reviews, previews, opinions and laughter. Mixing transfer news is what you're after. The perfect match. The perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. The perfect match. The perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. Jim always keeps a positive spin while Kate's doing the Mickey hazard name dropping. Gets you out of the blue like let me stop rubbing, or she's flip-flopping. Hell, this place is popping. Perfect match, Kate and Jim, getting at it. Kate and Jim are gonna smash it. Reviews, previews, opinions and laughter. Mixing transfer news is what you're after. The perfect match, the perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. The perfect match, the perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. Jim always keeps a positive spin while Kate's doing the Mickey hazard name dropping. Gets you out of the blue and let you stop rapping, or she's flip-flopping. Hell, this place is popping. Always keeps a positive spin while Kate's doing the Mickey hazard name dropping. Gets you out of the blue like let me stop rubbing, or she's flip-flopping. Hell, this place is popping.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the Perfect Match, Kate and Jimbo, on this special Good Friday. It's Good Friday because it's Easter. It's also Good Friday because Spurs are in the semi-finals of the Europa League. Woohoo! And it's also Good Friday because it's our 12-hour charity stream today. So, yeah, it's hopefully be a good Friday for everyone trying to raise some money for Legend on the Bench, which is a charity very close to our hearts, which was and is run by Mickey Hazard and his sister Michelle, who unfortunately lost her son in 2019 to suicide. So yeah, we're hoping to spread some good news and good work today, Jimbo, aren't we? On this.
Sure. Is anyone actually watching yet?
There's 12 people watching.
Oh, hello, 12 people.
It's a funny thing because we don't normally stream at this time. Everybody streams at 10 o'clock. Everyone's talking about the semi-final, so I don't expect it to sort of get particularly busy until later on. But Jim, how are you feeling today? You all ready for this 12-hour marathon?
Yeah. I have to have a few breaks in between because of the dogs, feeding the dogs and letting them out, and I'll get William.
And feeding your wife.
And feeding my wife. I did say the dogs.
Oh, ouch.
Sorry, I'm only joking.
It's Easter and you're coming in with that. That's not nice, Jimbo.
I love you, darling. I'm only joking.
But yeah, we have got someone backstage already. We've got Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang, good morning, or is it good evening now? I don't know what the time is where you are.
Good evening to you, Miss Kate, Mr. Boxall. Am I audible?
You are, mate.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Sorry, I was just taking a sip of my tea.
So I am somewhat early today. I was only expecting to show up past 11 a.m. As you can see, I still am at work, and because I have not changed into my outfit, that means I'm still pretty much on the clock. So I will be excusing myself in about 5 or 10 minutes, at about 10:15. I will just get some work done, get a fresh change of clothes, a shower maybe, maybe even some dinner before we get before I reconvene on today's charity stream. But yes, after all is said and done, thank you for having me on this charity stream. I think it's my first ever charity stream here on the Perfect Match, and I I might be a bit under the weather because the weather here hasn't been exactly that good, so I might sound kind of hoarse. So I'm going to just freshen myself up in about 10 minutes time. But thank you as always for having me. And yeah, really interested to see what this charity stream is all about and how I myself can be of assistance.
You do definitely sound like you've got a bit of a sore throat, Mr. Chang.
You sound a bit husky.
Yeah, I thought you was putting on your sexy voice. Like,
Yeah,
oh, hello.
sexy Chang.
Yeah, Mr. Barry White, Chang. We've got Paddy in the house. He says, morning, you wonderful people. In fact, wonderful, wonderful people. Jimbo, the single is on, buddy. Hopefully I can pop on later at some stage. I will try to get something to raffle off as well. Thank you, Paddy. You always are.
The single is not on. The single is out. It's got our name written across it.
And we've got Luton Dan saying, I'm here. Much love to you guys. Big up, Luton Dan. Also, Jose's here. Good morning, Kate, Jim, and Chang. Good Friday to you all. Yeah, and to you. And also Shemtan. So nobody's expecting us to be on at this time. Says, morning, Princess Kate, Sir Jimbo, the youngest second old man, Mr. Timmy Changa Chang. Hope you're well. We are good, thank you. Chang, before you go off to get showered and sort yourself out, just give us a quick rundown of what you thought of the match last night.
Okay, so I can only tell from what I saw in the second half after I woke sometime past 4 a.m. I think it was 9 p.m. British time. So from that second half that I witnessed, I thought we were good for the win. We did create chances of our own, and I think it was very unlucky for Cuti Romero not to have nodded home from the corner on the hour mark after their goalkeeper came out and flapped at the corner. But I thought we rode our luck a little bit towards the latter stages. They didn't have too many clear-cut chances, not that I can remember. But it was kind of nervy towards the end, especially when you see Romero going to ground, whether he was feigning injury or wasting time, or whether there was some serious injury or rather some serious collision. I hope he came off the better. But all in all, a win's a win. I'll take the win because the fixtures for this entire midweek has been rambunctious, to say the least. If you have witnessed the dramatic scenes at Old Trafford and the game over in Italy between Lazio and our semi-final opponents, Bodo Glimt, it's quite the evening, I would say, for a European night. But nonetheless, I am very, very elated and delighted that we have not only booked our place in the semi-finals, we've did it by not conceding. I know I'm supposed to only talk on the semi-final second leg, but given the way we performed away at the Molineux last Sunday, you had expected us to concede one or two. So for us to keep a clean sheet is beyond expectations. So I really do hope we keep it up come Monday night. I think we are playing again on Monday night against Forest at home. So I do hope we can keep consecutive clean sheets. But all is said and done. Congratulations to Big Hench and the lads for booking their passage to the semi-finals. We now have Bodo Glimt, who I know very little about this Norwegian outfit, but a win is still a win. I'll take that. Onwards and upwards. Come on, you Spurs.
Exactly. Jimbo, who would have thought if you don't invert and you play actually normal organised football, you win matches? I mean, who would have thought it could happen? What did you make of the game?
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to do player ratings.
We can do player ratings if you want. We could do player ratings because I know what they'll be.
It was fantastic. I loved every second of it. I had my top off. I had to take my top off. I felt like I was going to have a heart attack on some of it. I had palpitations, and I'm such a calm person watching it, but yesterday I just was like, I couldn't stay. Well, you was there with me. I couldn't stay calm. It was just, it was phenomenal. I think it's maybe the frustration of all this season that's built up in me, that I've held in, all come out last night. And I was nearly in tears at the end. I just was so happy. It felt like we'd won a trophy.
Yeah.
It was very emotional. I just think the fans deserved it, and we done our little short. And I said on the short that the people that go away all the time to watch this team, and the ones in Europe that go over and watch them and spend their hard-earned money, and they must have cost them a lot of money to go and watch us yesterday. That was for them, and I'm really pleased for them. I really am pleased for them. And it's all right, people saying, "Well, if you support the team, you shouldn't worry about the money you spend." It's expensive to go and watch a game of football, and it's expensive to travel, right?
To be fair, it costs us a fortune when we go, and we live in the same country.
Yeah. So good. I'm glad for them. I'm really pleased for them.
I mean, you've got to look at Bodo Glimt's actually got a plastic pitch, so it's going to be interesting to see how Tottenham handle that. But without looking too far forward, I thought we were excellent last night. I thought there was some excellent performances. I thought Bergvall again was brilliant. I thought Madders, until he got sent off, until he got taken off, I thought he did well. He was really targeted last night by those players. Romero, I thought was impressive. I believe he got player of the match. I don't think he'd been my player of my match. Yeah, I think I'd give it to Solanke. I'm with you, Jim. I thought he was sensational last night. Yeah. He gets a lot of criticism, and rightly so, because he doesn't score enough. No?
No.
Go on then, defend him.
I don't think it's warranted. I mean, we do want him to score more goals, but as long as people are scoring goals, I mean, what he puts into the game is just phenomenal. I mean, he's just, for me, he's just an outstanding player, Kate, for the team. He's a proper team player. And the goals will come, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But I do think he's a goal scorer, so he should score more goals. But he showed last night why he is so much better than Richarlison, even though I actually thought Richarlison would start. He does so much. Oh, he's back defending, he's forwards. He's everywhere. He's here. He's there. He's every bloody where.
After the game, Richarlison celebrated like he'd been on the pitch for the 90 minutes.
I know. But yeah, it was a wonderful night. Shemtan with a super chat. Thank you very, very much, Shem. It was an unbelievable result to keep a clean sheet when we haven't won in Germany. I think we've had, what did I say yesterday? 1 win in 7 trips to Germany for Spurs. They're unbeaten at home in the Europa League. You know, everything pointed to us losing, and we showed real resilience. We didn't park the bus, but we were solid and we shut up shop. Dropped the high line. The fullbacks didn't invert. I thought Porro again was very good. I know he gets a lot of criticism as well for his defensive capabilities, but look, I thought it was probably one of the best performances all round of the season because it showed a different side to Spurs. They showed a grit that I didn't know they had under Ange Postecoglou.
They've only lost 3 games at home in all competitions this season. You know, I was confident we could go there and beat them because I think we're a better team than them, Kate. If we play our football and play like we did yesterday, you know, professionally, they played like a professional football team yesterday, something they haven't been doing. And they were smart the way they played. The subs, I think Ange's subs were spot on. I think he got them off to a team. So it was just a great night all round.
Yeah,
it shows you he can manage. It shows you he can manage, and it shows you them players can put a shift in.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, who would have been your player of the match, or do you want to do player ratings?
Oh, I think we should do player ratings. I like player ratings.
Well, yeah, because I've just had another thought of someone that could have quite easily got man of the match. Oh no, and now I'm torn. But yeah, let's do player ratings because obviously this stream is going to be a mixture of a lot of things, but we're not going to focus it purely around football. So let's get the player ratings done now. And say, Jimbo, Vicario, what rating do you give him?
I'll give Vicario a 10. I thought he was outstanding. He done a really, really important save at the end. I'll give him a 10. And just to let everybody know, every super chat that comes in today goes to the charity. Everything that comes in goes to the charity.
Yeah, it's like we take out, well, we don't. YouTube take out their little splodge, and then everything else that's left goes to the charity. So thank you to everyone, Shem, and also for Spurs GCTV, who says, all right, my lovelies. What a result performance last night, Coys. Good luck with the stream. Hope this helps. Every single penny helps. It's such a brilliant charity. I've got a wonderful video that I'm going to play probably a few times this stream about from Michelle, Mickey Hazard's sister, and about the charity, which I will play after we've done these player ratings. But look, it shows you how good the team performance was, because we're getting multiple man of the match suggestions, and I've suggested one, and I've got another one in my head. So I give Vicario an 8. I thought he did well, but he still makes me nervous at times. But I give him a solid 8. He kept a clean sheet. A lot of that was down to the defence as well, but I am going to give him a strong 8.
And just before we carry on with the player ratings, a big shout out to Phil P.
And Steve D.
Yeah,
they've already donated to the charity through the Just Giving page. So yeah, massive thank you to those. And
to you, Kate, because you put something in there as well.
I did. And I even wore a special shirt. I'm going to show everyone my special shirt.
Oh, I thought you were going to say special bra then.
I have got a bra on.
You haven't got one on?
No, I have.
Oh.
I don't know how much of this you can see, but it says that the world's a better place with you in it. You are enough. It's okay to not be okay. Mental health matters. Don't be so hard on yourself. Keep going. End the stigma. And on the back, it says, be kind to your mind. So I thought I'd wear my special shirt today. I did buy it particularly because mental health charities and
I've
awareness is so important to us. And I thought, what better time to wear it? Shem
as well.
And man of the match. Oh crap! I mean, Ange out. Next up for our player ratings, Jimbo, we got Pedro Porro.
I thought Pedro Porro was absolutely outstanding last night, and I thought his defensive work was brilliant. He gets a 10.
I give him a 9 because I thought he gets so much criticism, but I thought he was brilliant down the right. And he was strong, and he was everything that he gets criticised for not being. So he gets a strong 9 for me. Really impressed with him, and I do love his passion, old Porro. I really do. Then we've got the man that some people are saying man of the match, Christian Romero.
Yeah, Christian Romero. I mean, he would have got an 11 from me, but he done that silly tackle. But we're forgiving for that because he just got a head injury, so he was probably a bit dizzy. So I give Romero a 10.
Are they all going to be 10s?
Hey, we have to wait and see.
I give him Romero a 9.5. In fact, I'm going to give him a 9. I would have given him a 9.5, but that bozo moment at the end that gave him that free kick takes it down to a 9. I thought he had a really good game, and I was on We Are Tottenham TV the other day saying I think he's checked out, and he didn't look that way last night. But then again, he's a player that's used to winning things with his country, so maybe he needed, he knows how important the game was and really stepped his game up. But yeah, it's probably his best display of the season, would you say? I think it probably is.
Yeah.
So he gets a 9 from me. Then we've got our man, Mickey van der Ven. What to give him, Jim, or should I just say 10?
Easy 10. Easy. Absolutely outstanding. That tackle he done in the box. I mean, that's a tackle of winning the game and drawing the game.
I mean, it was a sublime. The speed to get back and then to take the ball away from him without fouling him was sensational. I'm giving him an 8.5. Van der Ven.
So
Then we've got
harsh.
Destiny, someone who a lot of people didn't want to play. They wanted Spence to be brought in. What do you think Destiny done, Jim?
I thought he was magnificent the first game, and I thought he was magnificent the second game. He gets 10.
Yeah, I'm giving him a 9.5. I thought it was one of his best performances. No, actually, I'm going to scrap that. It was his best performance of the season, I think. I thought he was fantastic. He was so strong. He was so quick. It's no wonder Pep Guardiola likes this guy. He gets a 9.5 from me. And then we've got one of my faves, Mr. Bergvall.
Another easy 10. Easy. Outstanding.
I think people forget this kid's only 19 and the way he bosses that midfield is quite spectacular.
Do you know what I like about him, Kate? He's got the ball right in real tight spaces, and he always seems to find a way out of it. Very rarely, he does lose it now and again. He did that. He did it in the Wolves game, didn't he? But in tight spaces, he's so good at wriggling out of them with the ball. Easy 10 for me. I thought he was outstanding again last night.
He battles for everything as well, and at 19 he wins most of the battles that he fights. So I'm going to go for a 9 for Bergvall. I think could have been a contender for man of the match, but I just think Udogie's performance was that little bit better. Not matters. We've got Benton Kerr next, Jimbo.
Another easy 10. Battled and battled and battled. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Last night he was. That's the
not a lot got past
him.
him. Yeah, not a lot got past him in the middle. Again, I think that could be his best performance of the season, and if not, one of his best performances of the season. I give Benny a 9. I thought he was excellent. The Benton Kerr, like you say, that we all know. Massive thank you to Luton Dan, who's just donated on the Just Giving page as well. You absolute legend. Thank you so much. As I say, even if everyone donated £1 in the world that could afford £1, it'd make, well, you know what I mean? In the country, everybody that's able to donate £1, if everyone did, what difference it
Everyone
make?
in the country's watching us, Kate. I wish they were, but I don't think they are.
I'm just saying it as an analogy, darling. I'm saying every little helps. Do you know what? Piss off.
That's monetization gone as well.
No, I can say that one. Then we've got Madders.
Just let Dan know. All mine so far have been 10s, Dan.
Yeah, and mine have been mixtures of 8s and 9s and 9.5. Love that t-shirt. Everything I struggle with and try to remind myself every day. Oh crap, that's too serious and real for this early in the morning. I meant and ciao. Listen, I struggle every single day, and these are affirmations I tell myself as well. That I think the most important one is the world is a better place with you in it, because if people knew that, then perhaps the suicide rate wouldn't be as high as it is. But
World's a better place with you in it, darling.
Shut up. I also think I'm banned on YouTube using my card, which I don't know why. Mine does that, Dan. I don't know why, but anyway, thank you very much for the donation. It's massively appreciated. James Maddison, Jim.
I'm going to give James Maddison, I think I'm going to give him an 11, Kate. Because I thought he was doing really well, and he was really, I thought he did well yesterday, but then he took one for the team massively. He knew he was going to get clattered, right? And he just knew it was coming. He looked at the keeper, and he still flicked that ball on and got us the penalty that won us the game. I thought he was outstanding before that as well. So
I'm going for an 8 because he was tidy. I know he could have broke his neck, to be fair, but he wasn't on for the full 90 minutes. And I don't think he was worthy of a 10 or even an 11. So I'm going for an 8 for Madders. If you give this guy a 10, there's something seriously wrong.
Oh.
Brennan.
No, I'm going to give Brennan. I'm going to give Brennan. I think I'm not going to give him a 10. I thought he was good. I don't think he was brilliant. He got in some good positions as well. There was a couple where it got taken off his foot, crosses in. I'll give him a 9. I can't go too low on him because I thought that he put a shift in as well. I'll give Johnson a 9.
I give him a 7.5.
You're so harsh. Honestly, you'd think you would think it was going to cost you something by giving points away.
He passed that ball to Tell that Tell I think put wide, and I think he set up a chance in the second half of Kulusevski. But apart from that, I didn't think he did that much.
He worked okay.
Yeah, but working hard should be a prerequisite. Everyone should work hard.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Don't try and justify your stupid scores. Yeah, I looked 7 for Johnson. I said 7.5. I'm being generous. I didn't even know he was playing for some of it. I'm going to be honest. Then we've got Solanke. Jim? I don't know where that come from.
Massive 10, worked his butt off, scored the penalty. Nice and easy the penalty was. Weren't even in doubt, was it?
Yeah, I mean... Massive, have you finished? Sorry. I'm giving him a 9.5. Because I thought he worked his nuts off. He gave up everything in the second half. He was everywhere. He was at the front, he was in the middle, he was at the back, he was winning balls back, trying everything. And he's such a strong player. I think he just caused them absolute... He's a nightmare when he's playing like that for defence because he just doesn't let off. He's like a chihuahua. So, yeah, he gets a 9.5 from me. AJ gives him a 9. Kate and Jimbo, 12 out of 10. Much love, guys. Dig deep, everyone, for great calls. In car, listening. Great work. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for the donation as well, my love. I take it you're going to play golf? I'm guessing. Solanke gets an A for effort. Good morning, lovebirds. Good morning, Mr. Knightsbridge. Good to see you yesterday, sir. Looking very well indeed. And I'm not flirting. Just thought you looked very well, which is always nice to see. And then we've got my guy. I like this guy. Matthias Tell. Be giving him out of 10, Jim.
I think I'm going to give Tell a 10 as well. I thought that it was his best game for us yesterday. And I said to you during the game, Kate, when the game was being played, what I like about him is he's not scared to go at people or take players on. So he gets a 10 as well from me.
It was a shame because that chance he had, he just scuffed it with his laces and it went wide. That was such a good opportunity. But I thought he had a good game. I'm giving him 8.5. I like this kid. I think he's going to come good. And I know a lot of people give him a lot of stick, but I actually really like the look of him. He's working on Good Friday. That's rubbish. Pardon me. So, Jim, who is your man of the match?
Is that everybody? Yeah,
I'm not doing the subs.
Oh, all right.
Well, you can say Kulu if you want. How do you think Kulu did when he come on?
I'll give I thought Kulu did well. I'll give Kulu a 9. I'll give Saar
7
an 8. No, yeah, 7, 8. A 7, 8, and I'll give Danso the same.
Yeah, I'll give Kulu an 8, but because he was a bit slow, which you expect. He's coming back from injury, made a couple of errors early on, but then I thought he really kicked into action. But so who is your actual man of the match?
If I have to pick a man of the match, if you're pinning me down to one, right?
1 or 2?
I'm going to say, if I could, I'll pick 2. I'll go Romero and Solanke.
God, I don't got a horrible chin. It's like it's like a funny shape.
No, it's not.
It is. I'm going. My 2 men of the match. I was from South Africa. My 2 men of the match are Solanke and Udogie. Just because I'd lost a bit of faith in Udogie, I think he's been poor for the most part of the season when he's played, and I thought he was exceptional last night. But it says how good we were, like I say, when there's people saying I'd give it to so-and-so, Romero. There's so many people throwing different names. So I think that's a sign of how brilliant we were. Makes me laugh on TalkSport. There was all gassing about how brilliant Man United are to come back, even though they were 2-0 up. So technically they went down and then came back. And technically they were playing against 10 men. And I think it was quite shameful, the situation they found them in, but they're gushing about them. And then when Tottenham scraped through, I don't think we scraped anywhere. I think over the 2 legs, we totally deserved it. And although they did put pressure on us, we also put pressure on them. We could have made it 2 goals quite easily and been 2-0 up. So
if
naughty
you
talk
told me to
ball.
pick, if you told me to pick a man of the match over the 2 legs, I would pick you, Doggy.
Yeah, I agree. Before we carry on, I'm going to play this video, and you probably will see it more than once during the stream, but it gives a bit of an insight into the charity and what it's all about. So, Jim, I'm going to take us out while we play this and then bring us back in. All right. This is Michelle Hazard. This is Mickey Hazard's sister explaining how the charity came about.
Good morning, Kate. Good morning, Jim. Thank you so much for inviting me on the show today. It's an honour actually to be invited, considering how much you have raised for Legends of the Bench in the past and continue to do so. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I just wanted to come on today just to tell you a little bit about the charity, how it was formed and how we are and where we are basically. So in 2019, I lost my son to suicide, Jay. Jay was an amazing boy. He was my first love, my first child. He was loud, he was excitable. He was just everything you would want someone to be. He walked into a room and he just brought so much light into the room. And I didn't see it. I didn't see what happened. Sorry, it does get a little bit tough talking about it, but I know it has to be spoken about because we have to make people aware. It was tough. It's been a tough journey. But today, 6 years on, I smile, and I smile for real today. Before it was all an act. And no one should ever feel like they're that alone, that is the outcome that they feel is what needs to happen, because it's not. The devastation that suicide leaves behind is just horrendous, and you never recover. You just learn to live a different life. So I encourage anyone anywhere, wherever you're feeling, to reach out. And this was how the benches were formed. So just a little bit of background. I won't give you too much detail because I know I don't have too much time. But on the day Jay took his life, my house was horrendous. The police were there, the ambulance service were there, coroners were there, neighbours were there, friends were there, family were there. And I just couldn't breathe. I just could not breathe. I couldn't get my head around everything that was going on. So I decided to leave, and the only place I could think of to go was to the local park where I knew there was a bench. And I headed to that bench, and I knew exactly where to go because I'd been to that bench many times with my children as they were young. And I sat there, probably 5 or 6 hours went by, and I sat there. But the only thing that evening I kept thinking in my head was, this bench should be there should be a light here so I could see, because I'm scared of the dark. I'm a wimp, and I couldn't see in the dark, and I couldn't see the bench in the dark. It was only from memory that I knew the bench was there. But then I went home and obviously started the grieving process, and then throughout the process I kept going back to that night where I left and went to the bench. So then I decided I want to have a bench for Jay, just as a memory for him. And I approached the councils, and it wasn't successful because they don't do memory benches. I didn't give up. I got help from the mayor of Sawbridgeworth, and she helped me. And then I sort of thought, well, to present this to them, let's present it as helping the community bench rather than a memory bench. And I set about looking for 24-hour support lines so we could put helpline numbers on there. And I set about arranging how we could achieve the lighting. We went to many different places to try and work out what lighting we could use. Finally, we found a company in Germany who have obviously got the lighting worked out now for the benches to light up. And we engrave on the benches, someone is always listening, because that is the most important piece of information anyone that is feeling low could ever have. Someone will always listen to you. Don't ever feel like there's not from the numbers on the plaques, on the benches, from a family member, from a friend, but don't feel like you don't have anywhere to go. Life is too important. And I know that, and I know that if someone was listening to you, they help with that burden that you're carrying. So the benches are a way of making a phone call to reach out. They're also a way of just opening up to someone you already know. And I don't know whether the benches are going to save any lives. I don't. But I generally believe in my heart that if people make a phone call or they just have the nerve to open up to someone, then the burden that they're carrying won't be as heavy. And I promise you that the light does come back into your life. You might be in a dark place, but it does come back into your life. And you don't then put your family through what we go through on a daily basis. And I just hope that these benches will save lives, because that's what it's all about. And I just would like to add, we are a non-profit charity, so no one takes any money. So any donations that anyone makes goes purely for the benches and the benches only. And that's the way it continues to stay for us, for every time, as much as I can place a bench in a park. We've laid 23 benches already, and by the end of June we're hoping we've gone into the numbers of 60 and many more planned. We are just trying to get permission to go along with this, which is phenomenal in just over a year. So thank you guys. Sorry, this is probably stuttery and blurry. I'm very sorry, this is not something I do. But I generally want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you have done so far. And yeah, Jay would thank you if he was here, and I'm sure Jay's looking down and thinking, wow, at least what's happened to me, hopefully we can save happening to another family. So thank you so much, guys, with all my heart. Bye.
Powerful stuff there from Michelle. I think what she did there, she was going to come on, but she said she was a little bit nervous. She doesn't like speaking. And I said, would you rather do a video? And she said, yeah. And I think she did it perfectly. She did it in one take, and she was a bit, oh, is it all right? And I said, look, it's perfect. And I think it just shows how important this charity is and what it means to their family and so many others. I mean, Jim and I have been lucky. We've been invited to be local champions, which means we handle bench laying in the whole of Lincolnshire now. But Caroline Flack, they laid a bench for her, and her mum is now a local champion as well. And they've had, so far in the last few weeks, they've had approaches from Australia, America, France, Norway, Sweden, to have benches all over the world, because it's such a simple idea, but so effective. And as Michelle said, even the fact that there's a light on 24/7, it shows that you're never on your own. There is light at the end of the darkness. But I mean, Jim, what do you want to say about that video?
Yeah, it's very powerful. I mean, I watched it yesterday, had me in tears yesterday. It is powerful. And suicide, it's just like, it's such a hard thing, because people get into a moment, right, where they think that there's no light at the end of the tunnel, but there's always light at the end of the tunnel. And if you could just, if someone speaks to someone, it could save their life, because what you feel today, you might not feel next week after speaking to people. And if some people have rallied round you and tried to get you in a better light, So it is, because once they've committed suicide, there's no turning back. So these benches are so important, to help people that get in that space.
What resonates with me is the fact that she sort of said, I never saw it coming. I never saw. And I think that's what a lot of people deal with. I mean, our friend, the last charity stream that we did actually funded a bench that we're just waiting for permission from the council to have for a friend of ours who killed himself at 29. He had everything to live for. He had a beautiful girlfriend, a friend of ours. He had a little baby, and he hung himself. And I mean, it's torturous for those left behind, because we only spoke to him, I think, a day or two before it happened, and there was no indication of anything. But I always say you never know what's going on in someone's life. They might be smiling, but you never know,
Well,
how
at the
they're feeling
time,
inside.
at the time, I had the snooker all, and this is when me and Kate was first together, and Kate worked up there, and I saw him nearly every day, and had a laugh with him, and I never had a clue, and I think that I'm quite good at spotting when someone's in a bad place, and I never had the foggiest, and then the next thing, bang,
Yeah.
and but that's the way it is, Kate, with people that get into that situation where they feel there's no way out. Very rarely they show it to other people. It's they've made their mind up what they're going to do. But that's why these benches are so important. The more we can get, the more lives that are be saved.
Exactly. During that video, and then someone whose name they haven't put their name there just donated again to the Just Giving page. So thank you very much, whoever you are. Just says anonymous, so thank you. But it's one of these. It's quite a taboo subject, suicide, and a lot of people have got mixed feelings. Some people say it's cowardly, some people say it's brave. Whatever it is, it's shattering. For I look at her and I look at my son and I think I don't know how anyone gets over that. How she goes and moves on, let alone to create this legacy that they've created for Jay. It's unbelievable.
But I think probably Kate with Michelle, she probably wouldn't have got through it without Legend on the Bench. This is what's drove her.
Yeah.
It's kept her going, and obviously she's got Mickey. She's got a strong brother, but you got to think of his feelings as well. It's probably well, we know what it's done to Mickey because we spoke to him about it. But yeah, but so this charity is probably what's pulled her through. To give her.
She's put her focus into that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the reason it's so. What's the word? What am I trying to say? It's so important to Jim and I, this charity. She is such a lovely, lovely lady, and like I said, Caroline Flack, another lady that no one saw it coming. I mean, I saw people saying that they'd watched. I think it was one of her friends spoke to her, or she did a video on TikTok or Instagram the day before, and she was laughing and joking, and her mum. The devastation. I mean, I watched the ceremony for when they unveiled the Legend on the bench for Caroline Flack, and it literally rips families to shreds, and it's so sad. So, these benches, as she says, no one knows if they're going to save a life or not. But if one person sits there and rings those helplines and it stops them from doing something that they might regret, then it's done its job.
Yeah, I mean, I've had three friends who've committed suicide, and one of them was 15 years old when he done it, and it's like, what's in his head?
Yeah,
15 years old to do it, and I was really, really close to him, and I even back then, one day I was playing football with him. We was in boarding school together and having a good laugh, and then that night he hung himself, and it's so hard to see it in people sometimes.
It is, and I think that's what I said. People then talk to themselves and go, "How didn't I see it?" But people, it's easy to disguise it because you look at people like Robin Williams. No one would have known he was suffering from such clinical depression because he was always making everybody laugh, and and the same thing happened to him. I mean, people on here before have seen me being happy and jovial and laughing and joking, and I've come off and been crying my eyes out and depressed because anyone can put on an act and put on a smile. No one really knows. That's why I always say, if you can be kind to people, be kind. And why all this crap on YouTube and this toxicity and calling people names and calling people out is so ridiculously pathetic in the grand scheme of things. There's so much more important things in life. But Luton Dan says, I struggle with my life and how I feel like a failure, and I wish I could get lucky, but I got my kids, so I'm lucky in areas where others are not. I said this to Jim. I said sometimes we spend so much of our time thinking of what we want and what we could have, we forget to look at what's in front of us. I mean, I remember when we lost our house and our business in the recession, I was just in such a state. I literally was devastated because my house was like my dream house. but then Jim went to me, but look at what we've got. And, you know, we both had good health, or we
Possession,
have.
Kate.
Yeah, possessions
It's
can
a
be
possession.
replaced.
It's a possession. That's all it is. It's nothing
Yeah.
important. You know, it's not like we would never have nowhere to live. I would always make sure we had somewhere to live. You know, it's like if you smash a car up, it's a piece of metal. It doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, what matters is friends and family. Anything else can be replaced in one way or another. Maybe not as big or as nice, but what does it matter? As long as you've got friends and family, and you've got food in the cupboard, that's the important thing.
Yeah, I mean, we had a 4-year-old son at the time when all that happened, and he was and still is perfect to me. And I just thought, yeah, we're so lucky. We've got all this, and yeah, we might not have the big house now, but we've got so much more. Morning to Amelia, lovely to see you, my darling. Morning, Leo, who is actually in London. Leo, big love to you. Hope you're doing well, and hope the travel.
You enjoyed it last night in the pub watching the mighty Spurs. Amelia's in as well.
Yeah. I hope the journey wasn't too bad for you, Leo. I did find your video very emotional, saying goodbye to your family to come over here. Was quite sad and touching, but I hope you have the best time while you're here. But yeah, thank you very much to Michelle for doing that video. Like I say, she's not someone who does the speaking. Mickey tends to do the speaking, the promoting, the explaining about the charity, but she wanted to do it, so I really appreciate it. And what a lovely, lovely lady she is. And they're a beautiful family. They really are a beautiful family. Yeah, Leo, what do you think of the English weather? It's horrible here. It looks like it's going to absolutely. Oh, why do you know? There was a bit of sun. It looked like it was going to pour with rain, but the sun's come out a little bit. Amelia's literally just opened her eyes. Well, good morning. I had to get up at 8:15. Jim was up about 5:30 with Bonnie. So by 10 o'clock tonight, we might be lagging a little bit. But at least Tottenham won. Otherwise, we could be sitting here waiting for the news that Andrew's been sacked. Because let's be fair, that probably would have been what's coming. But we'll have to wait and see. But we've got media will be coming on later. We've got Toon Tactics. Do you know what? I'm terrible. I always just call him Toon Tactics. Can't remember what his name is. He's coming on around midday. Massive Newcastle fan and just a genuinely bloody nice bloke. Kunle, the Arsenal fan, such a nice man, hilarious. It's coming on at some point. Ricky Sachs is due to come on about 6 o'clock. Bobby Kay is going to be coming on sometime during the show. I'm trying to think of everyone else who said they were going to come on. Ben and Brian Day were both going to try and pop on, I believe. Sim is travelling back from Germany, so he can't. I can't remember, but a few people have said they're going to pop on. So hopefully we'll have a laugh. It's not going to be purely football. We're going to have tier lists that Amelia's done for me. We're going to have some giggles. I'm also streaming this to our new channel called No Balls, Just Bollocks. If anyone wants to subscribe to it, there's going to be shows on there that are nothing at all to do with football. It's going to be like a pub atmosphere. This one it's also streaming over there. So yeah, it should be good. 12 hours seems like a long time, but we've nearly done the first hour, Jimbo, so we've only got 11 to go. All these people like Sava that do the 24 hours, my neck wouldn't allow me to do it. Dan's been up since 5, middle of the night. Morning, Nita. She says, morning, Kate and Jim. Keep up the good work. Nice to see you both. My eldest daughter lost her best friend when they were 21. They went to secondary school. Oh, that's so sad. It is so sad. Like I say, I think most people know someone who's taken their own life, which is really tragic. Graham, I'm loving it. Weather's been amazing. Yeah, well, hopefully you'll get the sun. It's up and down here like Tower Bridge in Lincolnshire. But Martin says, Kate dancing channel with tea towels on her head. Yes. Oh, that was my niece. She goes, oh, Kate, should we do some TikTok trends? And I was like, yeah, let's do it. She picks out all these crazy things where I've got to dance and stuff. I mean, I'm nearly 47. I'm fat. And she's got me jumping around her kitchen like an absolute lunatic. But, you know, it's got to be done. I've got to keep the young uns happy. She makes me feel like I'm 12 again. It's hilarious. It was very good. And say a little prayer. That was good. My eldest is going to be 50 this year. We still talk about Yamina. So 29 years ago. That's so sad. But it's nice that she still remembers her and can talk about her. But as I say, that's what it's about. Go on, Jim.
You don't forget. You don't forget, Kate. I remember. I remember my friend when we was young, and remember everything about him. You know what he liked, what he didn't like. See his face, and I think about him often.
Yeah, and the violence came out. Yeah, it did happen. I did the tortilla challenge for the first time, and I folded it in half, which I didn't know you're not allowed to do. And I whacked my sister around the face and actually gave her a big mark on her neck. She went to the sink to spit the water out, and she fell. She went like this. She's walking along the floor like this. She went, whoop, and she just flat on her back. And me just looked at each other, checked she was all right, then burst out laughing. Next month I'll be 13 years off 60. Me too. I'm 47 next month, Dan. What date's your birthday? And Jim in July will be 7 years off 70. Mind blown. Exactly, Amelia. It's never not funny. It's still one of the funniest things that's ever happened. And every time I think about it, it makes me laugh. You have a good day too, Nita. Much love to you and your family. Old fart Jimbo, yeah. That's him.
Yeah, but I'm your favourite uncle, so I'll take you calling me an old fart.
Good morning to you, Ian. Hope you're feeling okay. Oh, so you're exactly 7 days younger than me, because mine's the 13th of May. So, do you know what the fault? That is it.
The 20th would be 7 days.
Oh, yeah. 8 days.
Oh my God! I might be getting to all 70, but I've still got a bit of a brain in my head. And you're 47, and you.
I was ready to have a row with you about that. The fault. I can't believe you just put that in my head, Luton Dan. That 13 years would be 60. That is horrible. What a horrible fault. Although I'll be happy to get there. Let's say that. Martin says, when are you doing the push your husband downstairs challenge? Oh, you already done it. Kate and maths, no comment. Yeah, not my strongest subject. Although I have got GCSE in it. I don't know how, but I have. I'm 51 this year, getting old school. Jim's 63 this year. Just saying, aren't you, Jimbo?
Yeah, but I don't mind. The older I get, the longer I stay alive.
The longer what?
I stay alive.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the longer something got. I was going to say, nah.
When I was a kid, I thought I'd never make. When I was young, I thought I'd never make 50.
Yeah, but when you're young, you think of 30 and you think, oh my God, they're so old. And now we're like 47 and 62. It's like, wow. Look, Milo, I think maths teachers probably like maths. I think mathematicians probably like maths, but normal people don't like maths. I don't like it.
Like maths. I don't mind it.
No, I don't like anything about it. I'm lying. I don't like maths.
Yeah, William doesn't like it either, does he?
No, and I don't really see the point of it, because why should we have to add things up in our heads when we've got calculators and phones? I mean, Jim, in your day, they didn't have calculators. They had abacuses. Did they have calculators?
We did have abacuses at school. You think I'm joking? We did.
No, I don't. I don't think you're joking. Not at all. Did you have calculators though?
No. Well, they were. I think I'm not sure when calculators come out, but no, not when I was at school. I don't remember calculators.
Oh, Graham, Amelia, there's something.
Have a look when they come out. I can't.
There's something odd about that. It doesn't add up. Calculators came out in electronic calculators, early 70s.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So they were just coming out when you was at school.
Oh, I remember having abacuses on the desks at school. I remember having them on there. Why are you laughing?
That's so funny. What's that? Without your iPhone 13 Plus, 8 is 20. Oh, exactly. Exactly. But if I'd have used my phone, I'd have known it was, what was it? 7? No, 8. It was 8. Well, I'll be 60 in June, so I'll let you know what happens. Good morning, Lady Amelia. Lucky we only scored 1 last night. You didn't have to count. It's all right because I've got fingers. I could 1, 2, 3. Sorry, Kate, it's early and I'm spent after last night. Me too. What's an amicus?
Whatever you're saying. An abacus. It's what we learned to count on at school when I was a kid.
Oh my God, I'll get one. I'll get a picture one. You'll know what it is when you see it, Amelia.
What
Let
she
me
call
share.
it? An abacus.
Amicus. She's honestly, this girl, she's going to kill me off because she's too funny. This is an abacus. Here, you push the balls along to count.
You haven't,
So that's an abacus. The only thing I could do on a calculator was write boobs. Oh my God, yeah. And there was another one. You had boobs and you had, what was the other word? Hello. 07734. Oh my God, they're in the doctors. We had no internet, just encyclopedias. Yep. Dictionaries, thesaurus, or whatever they're called. Abacus, is that an ABBA tribute band? Oh my God, so funny. I can honestly say I don't think we had abacuses. We had electronic calculators and scientific calculators as well, which I never really understood what they did. But they had all these features on that we had to do, and I didn't really understand what I was doing. But I never liked maths; it's so boring. My granddad's ship, HMS Loyalty, got torpedoed in the Second World War. He survived, but his friend next to him died. Unfortunately, he survived in the ocean for 90 minutes till he got rescued. Wow. It's amazing when grandparents tell stories. I mean, my gramps was in the most horrendous train crash. I can't remember the year, and I can't remember whether there's a name for it. But he said that he always remembers the train came off the track and was like that. And he could hear, he bought my mum, because she was a baby, a little ball with like bells in it. And he heard it run all the way down the cart. And also, he was in Dunkirk on the beach, and he was supposed to be getting on a boat, and they wouldn't let him on. There was no room. And he begged, and they wouldn't let him on. And the boat got torpedoed and sunk. So had he have got on it?
Yeah.
He had more lives than a cat, my gramps, didn't he, Jimbo?
Yeah, it was funny though.
Great
war stories.
Yeah, he had more lives than a cat. I swear to God, bless him. Don't make him like that anymore.
And he was as crafty as a cat and all.
Yeah, especially when playing cards, the little slippery
Gambling with him, bloody hell. He was just,
even his family.
Just give him a wallet.
During the war, I sound like Uncle Albert here. During the war, he used to say to all the soldiers, if you give me, I don't know what the money was back then, a shilling or something, I know a song with any name out in the world. I can sing you any song. He used to do it with me as well. And I said Katie, and he went Katie, beautiful Katie. So anyway, so I said, all right. Like as I got older, he'd say, give me £1. And he used to do it in the war, and they'd say like, I don't know, Herbert, and he'd sing Happy Birthday. And he used to make a fortune with all these people paying him money. Honestly, he's slippery as a snake. He really was. But what a man. Yeah. What a man, dear Gramps, my hero. Yes, pencil cases, 80%, 85% of it never used. I know, we used to have to take all that junk and never used half of it. Football question, what was unique about the 1966 World Cup coverage? Was it in black and white?
Black and white.
It's the most watched event in TV history. 32 million people watched it.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, 32 million people. Didn't you?
No, I never knew that.
The only thing I think that's right. The only thing I know for sure is that it was in black and white. And it was on ITV and BBC One, but I think they do that anyway. And yeah, England won. That is unique. That doesn't happen very often.
They used to do all the big. They used to do all the big games. The FA Cup final. It used to all be on BBC and ITV.
I know, that's how it should be. That's how it should be. I'm sorry, but it is.
When I was young, Kate, right, FA Cup final, the country shut down.
I know, it was a whole day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would start in the morning and they'd be talking about it. There'd be things done on the pitch, you know. It was just a spectacle. But now, it was something that everybody looked forward to. The FA Cup final.
It was in colour for the first time. Really? I'm going to Google that.
I didn't think colour TV come out then. I didn't think colour TV come out till much later than that.
No, it was never in colour. It was only afterwards they restored it and put colour on it.
Yeah,
I was
because
going to
colour
say, I
TV
don't
didn't
think
come
it
out till much later than that.
Yeah, it says it was called Project Colour and they added colour to it, but it was actually in black and white. That's what it says on Google, and that's what I always thought as well. But Jimbo, you probably remember. Well, I say black and white tellies. I remember we had a black and white telly in the spare room.
I remember when the tellies really first come over here. And
we used to have to move the aerial around to get a good picture.
The first ones had dials, right? And then we had I remember we had a telly with 1, 2, 3, and 4 on it, and obviously there was no channel 4 then, and then they added it, but you had push button numbers. Where you gone?
Well, this made me laugh because my gramps had a remote control. And because he had quite long nails and he used to get stressed, he used to press the buttons and all the buttons of the remote control would be stuck in where he's pressed them so hard. But I think, Harry Scarf is going to pop on later as well. Jimbo, I used to love the FA Cup finals and the songs beforehand. Teams used to do a song. I know. Why did that stop?
Yeah.
Chaz and Dave and the Liverpool, even like the Liverpool squads, the Man United squads, always had songs. Why was that stop?
It was a massive thing. I remember one year I was only young and I was I was in boarding school and we was going on a camping trip, right? And they found this place. It was like a scout's hut with a TV. And they spoke to them and they let us have it for the day, the Saturday. And we all sat in there and they'd cooked hot dogs and stuff like that. I was only a kid, but I remember it really, really strong. And we was on a camping trip. That was because it was the FA Cup. It was just massive. It was just so big. No one wanted to miss it, you know.
Did they cook frankfurters? Hoddle and Waddle.
Yeah, Diamond Lights.
But Chaz and Dave and when Ozzy went to win the cup for Tottenham, Spurs are on their way to Wembley. I mean, why did that stop? Why did that stop, Jim? Why?
Don't know. Things change, Kate, unfortunately. What was that?
Jim said back in the black and white days, I was the family remote, and one day the big bloody thing fell on me. Those tellies weighed a ton back then as well.
Yeah, had big backs, didn't they?
Yeah, you couldn't have them on a media wall back then because the back was like that.
Yeah.
When you look back and you realise how much times have changed, it's unreal. Yeah. I remember when Betamax come out.
Yeah, and what about the music ones? They had the first ones I remember.
Laser discs. Or you talking about records?
The first music one I remember. We had records and record players, but it was like I think it was an 8. Was it called an 8? 8 something. It was a big. It was, you know, like you got tapes. The one before that was like a big thing, and you pushed it in, and had music on it. I can't remember what it was called. Something 8, was it 8 track or
8-track
is that,
cartridge.
yeah.
I've never seen them in my life.
Yeah, that was the first one of the first ones.
I've never ever seen them. I
I
thought,
remember
what are
them.
you going on about? Oh my god!
Have you seen a picture of it?
Yeah, looks like a computer game.
Yeah.
Oh my god! How have I never seen that?
Yeah, then they bought the other tapes out, and then they bought the small tape, which never really took off. Small disc or whatever it was.
Yeah, the mini disc, and they bought
that's
laser
it.
discs, didn't they? They're massive
Yeah.
laser discs that were like records. But now records are really coming back into fashion. It's like Take That's album. It's 30 years old this year, and they're bringing out original vinyls of it.
Yeah, William likes records, doesn't he? Which is nice.
Only had eight songs on. Is that why it was called an 8 cartridge?
Yeah, more than likely. Yeah, I remember.
Are you being funny? Martin, are you being funny?
He's probably right. He's probably right, because they were called 8
Well, I guess that's why they were called that anyway. I guess that. It's like saying it was called a 10 cartridge, but it only had 5 songs on. That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
You used to have the record players, and you could put like 4 or 5 records on it. Then one finished, one would drop.
Yeah, I remember them. Didn't we beat them last night? 8-track Frankfurt. Close. That was very quick, Graham. Very quick indeed. But yeah, it's mad. I love my record player, to be fair. Google it. Oh no, I saw it, but I thought that was obvious. I've just got breaking news. Spurs will face Bodo Glimt. I think we knew that. I remember being little and into music with my record player with different colour songs on a thick plastic record. I think it was Fisher Price, yeah, and they had all spiky bits. The little kids. Yeah. You can buy them on eBay and stuff. And Speak and Spell. I used to love Speak and Spell. The toys.
Bright.
What's that? Oh, is that what you draw?
Bright. No, Light Bright was like a TV, right? It was like a TV, and you put colours in it, and you could make like a clown's face or a ship, or they were different colour pins that you put in.
Oh my god, look at this, look. Hang on. Yeah.
78 vinyls, yeah.
Hang on. You can still buy it brand new for £35.
Mental.
Look, it looks the same. Oh god, I really want to buy one. I might get Grayson one just so I can play with it. That is so cool. Oh my god. See, things were just better back then. Big up Danny Kiriakou. Mwah, we love you. Let me know if you want to come on at any time, Danny. Good to see you last night, mixing with the celebs over on We Are Tottenham TV. Did you manage to meet Martin Yole? Let me know. But good to see you, my love. Sadly, I remember the 78 vinyls. I know, I do too. I think the Fisher Price record player plays things like Twinkle Twinkle. I'm just going to look it up. Oh my god, they've got a vintage one for sale for $21.52. Oh my god, I can't cope. Are you laughing, Jim?
Yeah.
Why? I really want one.
What are you going to do with it, darling?
Play with it. What do you think I'm going to do with it? I'm going to play with it. I'm just looking to see what it plays. Remember buying it. Oh, I'm so pleased. And they've got the telephone. No. Oh, my good God.
Put it on the screen. Let's have a look.
Hang on. Let me just see what this songs they play. Oh, my God. This was introduced in 1971. I think it's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Yeah, it doesn't say, but I'm sure it is. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star and something else and something else.
Some of the toys back then, if you had them now, would be worth a lot of money.
Well, you can buy them now as a retro toy. Share screen. Look. I'm going to buy Grayson this as well. You pull it along. It's a little telephone. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't cope. Danny, I will send you the link in a moment. Look at him doing his washing. What a good man. The telephone with wheels and eyes. Yes, the telephone with wheels and eyes.
You pull it and the eyes move.
Yeah. A bit like me. If you pull me, my eyes move. I'm totally buying that.
And I pulled you more than your eyes moved, darling.
Kate, you still want Ryan in charge? Well, let's see how Rand gets on. Yeah, Gramp said that at his house. Big up,
Yeah.
Paul G. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're well. Great, Jim. I sent some photos and a video. I did meet Martin Yole, sat on the same table as him and his wife and the host. Oh, my God. Let me have a look at your photos. Look at you mixing with the stars. Is he as nice as he seems to be? And who are you with, Danny? Is Danny, Martin Yole, and some other fella? Can you see it?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, nice pictures. Why was it like a private do or something? I don't even know what the do was, but oh, that's your dad. Oh. Jim, you might need to start selling stuff because Kate's on a mission. I do. Do you know what though? Now I've got a great nephew. I can buy him this stuff and say it's for you.
And your niece is a bad influence on you.
But I could buy him things. Go, Grayson, look what I got you. But let Auntie Kate play with it for a little while, and then give it back and go. Now let Auntie Kate have a go. You know. Oh my God, the tree house. Oh, let's see if they still do that. I always wanted that, and I never got that. Do you know that? Oh my God, they still do it. This is phenomenal.
Put it up.
This is a revelation. It's only £18.74. Hang on, let me show you it.
You're a bad influence on Kate, Auntie Kate buying stuff.
Who is?
Amelia.
Why is she?
Introducing you to all these different shops.
Oh, shut up. Treehouse. This one is the vintage one, but you could buy it brand new. You could actually buy it brand new from John Lewis. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I always wanted that. My neighbour had it and I never got it. Look at it now, £66.24 if you buy the vintage one. The real one is 19 quid. But that's the year my sister was born, 1975. I'm sure she'll love it that I've just told everyone that. Took his dad out. That's nice. Big up Nick from Nick's Football Club. Good to see you, sir.
Nick.
Hope you're doing well. No, it was a free night. It was pretty good. A win, 3 bits of food, meeting a gentleman who's funny as well. What a top night. Sounds like my cup of tea. There's food and gentlemen. Sounds like it's a bit of me. You will get to meet a gentleman very... Oh, no, we've met you, Danny. What am I talking about? I was going to say when you meet Jimbo, but we've already met you.
Oh, my God. What planet are you on?
You know what it is? I feel a little bit bedraggled because I got up early. That's what it is.
Kate, that getting what time you get up is normal to most people.
Not to me. 8:15 is too early.
It's normal for most people, Kate. Most people are up and dressed and they've had breakfast by then.
But I'm not normal. All these toys and poor old Jim just had an empty cotton reel to play with. They didn't have these toys when Jim was a kid. I went to sleep.
Do you know what they've just shown, right? Madders getting clattered. I'm going to change my 11 to a 15. He really took it there.
He could have broke his neck.
Yeah, so he gets a 15 off me.
Amelia went to sleep when you woke up, 5:30.
Oh my God, Amelia.
I'm guessing you got lost in the world of TikTok or YouTube or something. Heard about the United fans who weren't allowed back into the ground when they were 4-2 down and had to watch it on the screens around the ground. Good. Shouldn't leave early. What was you going to say, Jim?
Well, the dog actually woke me up before 5, but she managed to let me have another half hour.
My tea's run out.
You want me to do you one in a minute? I'll do it in a minute. I'm hungry as well.
You just had fruit toast.
Yeah, but look, my stomach's rumbling. I'm a big boy. I need feeding.
What are you going to have? Some toast?
I don't know. I might do a prawn sandwich.
That's fine. I'll have my prawns tomorrow. When you have your steak. 5:10.
Amelia.
See, she's a bad influence on late nights. When I stay there, I'm always going to bed late.
Hello, darling. I know what time you go to sleep when you stay there.
I purposely didn't go on the terrace last night because I thought I need to go to sleep at a reasonable time because we've got a long day tomorrow. So I didn't go on the terrace. And I think I went to sleep reasonably quick because you was watching some weird program with weird people on. I don't know what it was.
I can't remember what it was called. Foundation? Was it Foundation? Something like that. I don't know.
No, it isn't, Amelia. It's not late, but it would be because I could quite easily just carry on watching Love Island till like 3 or 4. But I made sure.
When you're here, you're normally asleep by 11.
Yeah.
But when you're with Amelia, it's like 2 o'clock, isn't it?
Any time between 12 and 2. Well, 3 really. We went 3 o'clock, nearly 3 the other day. That's because we have to squeeze in as many Love Islands as we can because I'm not there long.
She says your niece is a bad influence.
No, she makes me feel like a teenager again. She's a good influence.
Well, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing.
We was even planning our next tattoos. Yeah, chat. If anyone thinks of any matching tattoos me and Amelia could have, let us know. So we're trying to find one. I'm just so much fun. She doesn't want to sleep and get. Exactly. That's what it is. That's what it is. She sits there watching videos on embalming and things, and I get FOMO and how to put bodies and get them prepared, and morbid fascination with preparing bodies. Each to their own. What can I say? Amelia's going to get ready and then she's going to come on. Good stuff. Got some fun tier lists to do with Amelia. Do you know what? And that's terrible. There were 6,069 suicides in England and Wales in 2023, the highest rate since 1999. That's terrible.
Yeah.
And it's more women than men are currently struggling. But I'm wondering if that's true or whether it's just that women are more open about it.
I would think that more women struggle with it than men. I would say, because I think a woman's life is more stressful than a man's.
I don't know. Men have normally got the responsibility of putting food on the table. You go by traditionally.
Yeah, but in this day and age, there's a lot of women work. I mean, I think compared to when I was young, I would say it's probably the women working's gone up 50%.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I think
Well, I think to myself, with a woman, with a woman's hormones are different, and they're having children, having to look after kids, the house. Some of them have to do it all on their own. Kids look after the house and work.
Yeah,
because their pick of a husband's walked out on them or something, gone with another woman or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I need to try and get some prices for T-shirts or something for Legend on the Bench. There's a guy who's done these badges, these Legend on the Bench badges, which are brilliant. Actually, they're very nicely done. He's getting a price at the minute for some mugs. They're nice, but he said at the minute they're just too expensive. So he's trying to find somewhere cheaper.
What are you doing with them badges? The ones you got there?
I don't know. I don't know whether to sell them or whether to give them to people who donate a certain amount. I've only got 20 of them, although I could get more if needed.
No, I mean, for people who donated, you don't want to sell them badges, do you? The people who donate should get a badge.
Look,
Who's that?
that's Luton Dan's cat, Alan.
Oh, I tell you what, it's like Bobby K's cat.
Yeah, Teddy does look like Teddy, except he's got his tongue
Yeah.
out. Looks like a
Someone's watching
dog.
from Hawaii.
Ah, Sena or Senna. What do they say in Hawaii? They go, not,
Aloha.
what is it? Aloha. La
Yeah.
la la, la 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 la. How lovely. Lucky you, Sena. I bet it's boiling there. Somewhere I've never been but wanted to go. Jimbo's been, haven't you, Jim?
Yeah, been a few times. Well, I'm going to do your tea.
Thank you.
I'll leave you in charge.
I am always in charge. How lovely, watching from Hawaii. Have you ever been here before on this channel and come to see us before, or is this your first time? Because I don't remember ever someone telling me they're watching from Hawaii, and I think I would have remembered. I've had people watching from New York, Trinidad and Tobago, but I don't remember anyone ever watching from Hawaii. And let me know if you've been on here before. Now, look, here's Jimbo's come upstairs to get me a cup of tea. Thank you, darling. He has his tongue out all the time ever since he had a fight with a car. Oh, poor Alan. I can hear myself echoing, Jimbo.
Oh, shut the door.
Thank you. That's so sad, but quite funny as well. I'm not being mean when I say that, but he just looks so cute with his tongue out. Bless him. I do love a black cat. But yeah, if anyone else is watching from anywhere exotic, please do let us know where you're watching from. Obviously, we're in the UK. We're in Lincolnshire. Amelia's watching from down south. Luton, Dan's probably watching from Luton. We've got Hawaii. What do they call me from Hawaii? Hawaiian. A Hawaiian? Yeah. My dream is to live in London because of Spurs. Wow. Amazing. Well, do you know what? Dreams do come true. So keep working at it, keep thinking about it, and keep putting it into existence, and it will happen. Look at Leo. It's over here for the third time, I think it is, to watch the mighty Spurs. Mind you, poor old Leo, he's come over again. He's never seen Spurs win yet. But I will say to you, Senna, as Paul G just said, London isn't as nice as it looks on the telly with all these bright lights and fancy restaurants. It's actually quite a scary place. It wouldn't be somewhere I'd choose to live. But even if you come over for a visit and see the mighty Spurs, that'd be cool. My dog does that. It's like he's been told off. He just sits and stares at the wall for no apparent reason. Telford, isn't that near Birmingham? Or have I made that up? He can swap with me where I live. I can hear the crowd at Spurs. Wow, Brad, that's unreal. I'm guessing you can't see in though, which was a bit of a shame. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Yeah, London. When you watch London on the telly, it looks glamorous and full of beautiful shops and pretty lights. And it is like that. At Christmas, it's lovely, but it's a very dangerous place as well. So many pickpockets, so much trouble, gun crime, knife crime. I used to live in Kent, which was about 35 minutes from London, and we're now 4 hours from London. London is, yeah, not the best. I've lived in London all my life. No, thank you. Central London for a few days as a tourist. That's me as well. I used to work in London for years. Used to have to get trains and tubes up to London. Never really felt that threatened. But since I've been down, now we've lived in Lincolnshire for 21 years, I notice how much different it is in London than it used to be, and it's quite scary. 30 miles from Birmingham and 12 miles from Shrewsbury. Is Telford not where Drayton Manor is? Have I made that up? I'm sure I've been to Telford for something, but I can't remember what. Oh, have to excuse me. I've got a bit of hay fever today. But yeah, Senna, I'm not sure I'd swap Hawaii for London, so don't be in any rush to try and make it happen. Come over and visit first before you make your mind up to move here, because it, like I say, it's not as pretty and wonderful as it looks on the television. like most places, I would say. But yeah, Hawaii is definitely on my bucket list. No, thank you. Hawaii is definitely somewhere I'd like to visit. I've never been to anywhere like that. I've never been to America. I haven't actually been on holiday abroad since 2001. And I've never been on holiday abroad with Jimbo in all the years we've been together. So please feel pity for me. But I am going to be going to Cyprus in October. So finally, we're going to go on holiday together. A belated honeymoon. It's only been 17 years. But yeah, we are. We're going to go to Cyprus this year for a few weeks, which will be rather nice. Because like I say, the last time I went was 2 days after 9/11. And I had to go on a plane. I was terrified. But yeah, better late than never. Exactly. Our honeymoon was 2 days in a hotel in Lincoln where we got married. So there we go. But it is what it is. Did anyone, I know this is probably, obviously I don't expect anyone actually watched that game. Are you going to Pathos? Yes, we are going. No, we're not. We're looking at buying a property in Protara near Famagusta. That's where we're looking. But I mean, we will explore the island while we're there for sure. Yeah, definitely. Just come over for a visit first time. Don't think about moving here till you visit here. Telford has the International Centre and Iron Bridge. That's about it. Pretty boring, to be honest. But compared to Luton, it's paradise. So where's Drayton Manor then? It is like Tamworth. Oh, Tamworth. I'm getting confused with Tamworth and Telford. I am actually so blonde. It's quite frightening. But yeah, no, Tamworth I'm thinking of. But I do love Drayton Manor. Nice place. William used to love it when he was a little and going to Thomasland. But yeah, Luton, last time we went there was November. We went to the Premier Inn or the Travel Lodge, one of them by the airport because William's girlfriend came over. So I haven't actually explored Luton that much. But I just find from living now, we live in Lincolnshire and it's quite rural where we live. We live in a very small village. I find that cities give me anxiety because there's just so many people and we can go like on our road, we can not see people for days. Literally, it's so quiet up here. So when I go to a city and there's just hundreds of people rushing about, I'm not very good at dealing with it, to be fair. I have a house in Dunstable, but only been to Luton once, not for me. The Iron Bridge is awesome. Is that Luton? Is it? I'm not good. Sorry, I was just reading something about Man United. I was going to say, if anyone after they finished watching Spurs, did they turn over and watch Man United? Because we didn't watch it. We literally had the commentary up and it was like 4-3, then 4-4, then 5-4. It was just all a bit bedlam. But everyone's celebrating like they're the best team in the world, but they kind of put themselves in that position in the first place. It's completely bonkers. It's completely bonkers. I used to get hotel in Luton if my lady friend visited. Ooh, oh, I know where that is. It looks nice there. We said we should have booked there instead. It did look nice there. Oh no, it wasn't. That's not the one. There was a Hilton, I think. Oh, I don't know. Telford's really old. I think it's the first iron bridge in the world. It's beautiful. Yeah, I've never been there. Never ever been there. My mate lives in Dunstable off the Tottenham Road, and my sister lives there. I don't even think I've been Dunstable. I've led a very sheltered life. I haven't been hardly anywhere. The only places I've been abroad are Crete, Guernsey, if you can count that, Minorca and Italy. So all I've been, and Jim's been around the world at least twice. I've kind of been left behind. But as far as the UK, never been Telford, been to Scotland, been to Wales, never been Ireland, been Birmingham, never been Manchester or Liverpool. I went on a weekend away in Luton years ago with some friends. But yeah, Not somewhere I've ever ventured that far. Oh, and Yorkshire. That's one of my favourite places I've been. In England, Yorkshire, beautiful. But anyone who's made a move away from London to a village or to a rural life in somewhere like Lincolnshire, I bet there's very few that would go back to that life, because I think you just get used to a slower pace of life, and it's so safe and it's so quiet. I hated Guernsey. I hated it. Didn't like it one bit. It was just not my cup of tea at all. So yeah, I'm not one to ask really about Guernsey because I hated it. It was kind of felt like I'd gone back in time, but not in a good way. So yeah, not somewhere I'd ever go back. But we are looking at possibly buying somewhere in Cyprus because we've got a lot of Cypriot families that we know, and some who already live there. So I agree, Kate. You know, I blooming want to move. Got a viewing on my house tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Yes. Paul, you're the one. Sorry, I'm getting very confused. Are you going? You're the one coming up to live near me, I believe. Is that right? Was it very old English? Yes, it was. Yes. Johnny, good morning, Johnny. Says, morning, Kate. I'd go back to home in a heartbeat. Great stream. Where are you from originally, Johnny? I know where you are now, but I can't remember when you said you were from originally. I moved to Telford in 2002. Has lived in Luton. I moved because my mum was in Telford, and when I got cancer, she moved back to Luton. Bless her. Bless her heart. Yes. Paul G is going to be my neighbour soon. Oh, AJ. Hello, Daddy. Daddy AJ. I'm saying Daddy AJ, but not in a pervy way. Like,
don't lie, Kate. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie to people.
How's life with baby and your missus? How's everything?
Hectic, hence being out in the van for like 5 minutes so I can go and get some things done and get some peace and quiet.
Yeah. How's little man?
Yeah, he's good. He's absolutely amazing. Yeah, he's an absolute dream. So I'm joking about the whole getting some rest. He's doing really well.
Does he sleep through the night yet, or has he got a good sleep pattern?
Hasn't really got a pattern. But when we put him down to sleep, he sleeps. So right. If he does wake up, you don't know he's woken up because he doesn't. He just lays there looking around and amusing himself. Then you kind of have to pick him up, go change him, go feed him, and do all the other things you've got to do. But yeah, he's an absolute dream.
Oh, bless him! I love babies. Well, lot of people say nice to see AJ. Long time no see. Yeah, exactly. It has been a long time. What did you think of the match last night, AJ?
On the whole, I think it was a really good performance. I think it was a good, solid performance. I was very fearful that it was going to be more of the same, more of the relentless. No, we'll play this way. We'll try to get to the byline and cut the ball back. And I was worried the fullbacks were going to be coming inside like they always do, playing inverted, congesting the midfield, and it was just going to all that does when you do it consistently is it shows the opposition that you've got all that space in behind to play into, and you get caught out more often than not. But they didn't. I mean, Porro actually played like a right back, very defensive. He was overlapping instead of underlapping, as was Destiny. Destiny was overlapping as well, and I think they both played better. But they both had much better performances playing that way than when they're coming inside and trying to pick up the number 8 roles or the number 10 roles, however Ange wants them playing. So I think defensively it was a much better performance, but I think Solanke worked his ass off. Solanke properly put in a shift. Madders to go in for that ball, knowing full well you are going to get clouted, and he did. He got on the end of it, and had that keeper not cleared him out, it was a goal. So the penalty was the right decision. I don't even know why the ref had to look at it.
I was just going to say that.
It should have been obvious. The player got on the ball, made contact with the ball, and the keeper has absolutely leveled him. So, I mean, it's I think it was a good performance. I'm happy. We needed a performance like that, but at the weekend, what's going to happen? We're going to go back to playing exactly the same way and undo all that work. We need to build. We need to build on that now, especially because we've got your first team players back. You've got your more senior players back. You need to build on that. You need to solidify. You can't start going, okay, we had a good result, so let's go back to playing exactly the same way that we've been playing. That's got us absolutely canned game after game after game. It doesn't work. His way of playing and your system and his way of playing isn't terrible as long as you use it in conjunction with other tactics, as long as you can implement it at the right time. Doing the same thing over and over and over again and getting the same negative results and failure and refusing to change it, that's insanity. That's crazy. And that's all he's doing. He's like, no, this is the way we're playing. Everything's got a time and place, and that way of playing football will work, but it won't work against everybody, and it won't work all the time. You have to be able to adapt. And unfortunately, I was all for giving Ange time. I was all for giving him this second season and seeing what he can achieve. I have come to the decision. I'm of the opinion, regardless of what anyone else is, that he's not the right man for the job. He can't be. He's shown he only has one way of playing. And yeah, he might tweak it for certain games, and like last night wasn't really Ange ball. But for the most part, 95, 98% of the time, it's his way or the highway. And you can't be that rigid as a manager. You can't be that rigid in football. I mean, even players have to learn to adapt over time. If their pace starts failing them, they have to learn to play a different way. You can't, as we're finding with Son's pace is depleting. He can't do what he was doing 2 seasons ago, so he's having to try to adapt his game. And he's in the midst of there's a balance. Sometimes he thinks he's Son of 2 years ago and he can take everyone on with his pace. And other times he's playing a bit more smart. He's using his head and he's affecting games positively. You've got to be able to adapt. And Ange has proven he cannot do that, especially over the course of a season. On the odd game he might, but you need a manager that has got more strings to their bow. And unfortunately, as nice as Ange might be, he's just not the right man for the job.
Yeah, I hear you, AJ. Do you are you really that bothered though? Let me be honest. Are you really that bothered if he changes it at the weekend, or are you just like me and I don't give a monkeys about the weekend? I just want us to win the Europa League, and I don't care about the league, to be perfectly honest.
We're not going to get relegated. That much is for certain. We're not. Like there are too many terrible teams. But regardless of how poor we've been this season, there are too many terrible teams below us that just aren't going to go past us. The Europa League is all that matters. It is, and it's funny because Ange statistically is our worst manager in God knows how long, but also, on the back of this terrible season, if he wins the Europa League, he will be one of our most successful managers. Yeah. You know, and this is how absolutely incredibly crazy football is. You've got a manager that people are calling for his heads, and I totally get it. I totally get why people are pissed off by it, and saying he's terrible, he's out of his depth, he doesn't know what he's doing, he can't adapt, this, that, and the other. And granted, but he could win a trophy. We could end up winning silverware, something we haven't won for a very, very long time, regardless of the win now managers we've brought in, the world-class, don't take any shit managers that we've had in that have failed. And this terrible manager could be on the cusp of achieving something very great. If that happens, everyone's going to be ecstatic. But I don't want everyone or anybody getting caught up in let's give him another season, because I mean, this is his swan song. This is how he bows out. This is I'm Ange Postecoglou. I always win in my second season. There you go. I've done it. I've achieved it. Thank you very much. Off you go. Job done. You know, yeah. And then we go on to pastures new, and we've then got to find the right person, and we've got to get them in early. None of this getting them in a day before the season kicks off. So, but yeah, the Europa League for me is absolutely all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Jimbo, I know you said hello, AJ. I think he missed you.
No, I saw you, Jim. Hi, Jim.
You all right, mate? How are
Yeah,
you?
man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Baby's well?
Yeah, he's all good. Absolutely smashing.
Does
And
he
your wife's
like his...
doing all right?
What'd you say, mate?
Your wife, she's doing all right?
Yeah, she's good. I mean, sorry, Kate interrupted us. How rude. But yes. Yes. Anyone would think this is her channel the way she's carrying on. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely, mate. She's doing brilliantly.
I was
Excellent.
actually going to say to you, does little man like his projector?
Yeah, he loves it. Absolutely loves it. He just lays there looking up, and just
Yeah.
all the patterns, all the stars. He absolutely loves it.
Grayson, like Al Grayson, loves his as well. He literally is mesmerised by anything with bright lights. He's like,
Yeah.
Cheers, but oh, bless him. What do you think the chances are of us getting through to the final and it possibly being an All England final, AJ?
We're in it, aren't we? We're still in it. So if you're in it, you got a chance. I think our players are good enough. I think we've got decent enough players. We're a team that has always had a good enough squad to have picked up a trophy here or there. When you look at the other teams that have done it, you know, except Arsenal and Chelsea and City and Liverpool, all the smaller teams that have got an FA Cup here or a League Cup there, or, you know, or won a European trophy, we've got a squad capable. We've always had squads capable of winning, but for one reason or another, it's just never happened. Whether it's the wrong manager at the wrong time, whether it's mentality. I think a lot of it is the culture and the mentality at Spurs. For some reason, none of them seem to be able to buy into the fact that they're winners. None of them seem to be able to buy into the fact that, and this isn't just this squad, this is squads previously, like, you've got to believe you can do it before you can do it. And they just don't. The ability is there, the footballing ability is there, but they don't have that genuine belief that on their day they can take anybody to the cleaners. The last 5-10% is the mentality, and that's what gets you over the line. So yeah, I think we can win it. We're definitely in with a shout, and an All England final. Yeah, I'm assuming United got through then, did they?
Yeah, they was 4-2 down and they scored 3 goals in something like 5 minutes.
Well, fair play. But I mean, what's their record playing us this season?
Exactly.
Not very good.
And they've got to get through it by the holder, not the holders, but the home nation, because they're playing Athletic Bilbao, which ain't going to be easy.
No, that's not going to be an easy game. So if they do manage to get through, I mean, you could say that we've got their number, right? But then records like that, streaks like that, are made to be broken, aren't they? You get situations where, oh, it's all right, Tottenham are going to win because City haven't scored at our ground for X amount of years, and they've never beaten us. They've never beaten us at our own ground. They've never scored against us. Then they do it. Things like that happen. You can't assume that something's going to go a particular way because it always has. I mean, the information is there to show that's more than likely, but there's always that odd situation, that odd occurrence, in which case that, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. It's Easter. Let's use an Easter term. You can't put all your eggs in one basket.
I like to put all my Easter eggs in my basket and no one's allowed to touch it. I'm just saying. But look, they was bigging up Man United massively, but I saw, who was it who said, Paul G said United will go out to Bilbao. They're a poor team. I thought they'd go out to Real Sociedad. Then they looked like they was going out to Lyon. But somehow or another they've got through. And you start to think, are the stars aligning for these? Because they're scraping through and getting through. But then it could be the other way and it could be the stars are aligning for Spurs. Who knows?
That's the thing. We won't know till the final whistle of the final, will we? And I mean, when it's all said and done, you'll see who's lifting the trophy. But anybody that is in it can win it, So we've all got a chance. I believe with the squad we have, we are more than capable. Absolutely more than capable.
Only one
But
team lifting that trophy, and that's us.
I love the optimism. Absolutely love the optimism. But we will see. We will see what happens.
Imagine that Tottenham win the Europa League and Arsenal win the Champions League. That would be a little bit bonkers. North London will be successful again. I mean, I'd rather that didn't happen. I'd rather Tottenham win the Europa League and Arsenal win nothing. But I'm just saying it's well possible it could happen.
I personally do not think Arsenal are winning that Champions League, but I will take nothing away from their achievement. The way they outplayed and took Real Madrid to the cleaners, exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. I think every single player on that pitch was incredible. But I think I was in briefly. Was it yesterday or was it yesterday? I think it was, wasn't it? When it was being discussed, and you had a couple of the Arsenal fans in, and they were really happy, and one of them in particular was exclaiming how Arteta did a great job. And Arteta is not on the pitch. Yes, you can motivate your players. Yes, you can tell them the tactics to use and the system to deploy. That's all fantastic. But at the end of the day, we've seen time and time again players take to a field and half-hearted. We've seen players take to a field and not put in the performance, and players that play well every other week, you know, and then they have a terrible game, and they just don't get themselves over the finishing line. Yeah. So a manager, coaching staff, they can only do so much. When you cross that line, when you walk onto the pitch, it is down to you as a player, as a professional, to give absolutely everything and do your job. And every single one of those Arsenal players did it. So I think Arteta's done well. I think he's done very well, you know, to manage the team to overcome Real Madrid in 2 games. You know, not just a one-off. Like he's done it twice against them. So that's very good. You have to take your hat off to him, and you have to say, well done, mate. But the players were incredible. From second one to the final whistle, both games, they were absolutely incredible. So that's where my praise lies.
Yeah, look, I completely agree. Go on, Jim.
Are you talking about Arsenal?
Yeah.
No, I think they're shit and tosspots.
Big up to you, Indian Gooners. Asked if they can join. I've said you can to join and talk about whatever you like, but you've got to have your camera on. I'm not having any strange people coming on with their bits hanging out. I'm just saying. AJ tried it once, never again. Look, I think it could well be Tottenham's name on the cup. I think Arsenal have got their work cut out from trying to beat PSG. And then you've still got the likes of Barcelona as well that are in there who are flying. So
exactly that.
It's like you said, Jim, whoever wins the Champions League deserves it. It's such a tough competition.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same with Europa League, Kate. With cups like that, because you're talking about the best teams from all over Europe. So whoever wins it deserves to win it. Look, let's be honest, right? They've got as good a chance as anyone in there. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat PSG, and it's going to be who's the other two in it? Barcelona and is it Inter?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Hang on. No, hang on. Did the Inter knock out Bayern Munich?
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah. Yeah. So it's going to be hard to win it, but they're in it. There's 4 teams left, so
it says here. Hang on, I can't find it.
Yeah, Barcelona went out, didn't they? I'm sure they did.
Oh yeah, they did. Bloody hell! So you've still got in it Barcelona, Arsenal, Inter Milan, PSG. Yeah, them 4. Yeah. I didn't realise Bayern went out, so Harry Kane still can't win the Champions League. Dear. Poor old Harry.
Yeah, but he's going to win the Bundesliga.
No, I'm sorry, I can't have anyone on that won't have their camera on. I'm sorry. That's just the rules. Because it could cause me too much grief. So I'm sorry, Indian Gooner, it's nothing personal. It's the same with everybody else. Right, Jimbo?
Yes.
The rules are the rules, because otherwise you'd have any Tom, Dick and Harry coming on with any Tom, Dick and Harry hanging out. Just saying. But yeah, look, Arsenal, if Arsenal go on to win the Champions League, they deserve it. If Tottenham go on to win the Europa League, they deserve it. It's such a tough competition, both of them. And like you said, I think the best thing they did is to not have the people that win out the Champions League come down into the Europa League.
I've been saying for years, that's ridiculous. Absolutely
ridiculous. And unfair.
Yeah, it's unfair. Of course, it's unfair because you know some years, some of the better teams, Barcelona have dropped down in it. You know, how's that fair?
Yeah,
it's the second tier of European football, so the first tier shouldn't be allowed in it. If they're in the first tier, once they go out of that, they're out.
Yeah, it's kind of. It's like saying, "Oh, well, you can't win this competition, but don't worry, we're going to give you another chance." It's not fair, is it? You're out. You're out.
Of course, it's not.
But yeah, of course, Kane and Dyer scored, which was amazing. How about a Karen with her bits out? No, not even a Karen. No Karens, no Darrens. Seville took advantage of that rule.
Yeah.
But I think the new formats of both competitions has actually been brilliant. Everyone was a bit confused about it's going to work, but I think they've both been brilliant the way they've been done. But I don't know if you guys.
Go on.
I don't know if you guys are atheists or otherwise, but Arsenal are going to win the Champions League. May God give you the strength, Kate and Jim. Thank you very much. And look, listen, if you win it, you have done amazing. You've done amazing already to knock out the holders, although they're not the team they used to be. I'm not taking anything away from Arsenal. But I think if you get through past a PSG that are playing like they are as well, it's a massive achievement. So, you know, if you win, you deserve to win. But go on, Jim, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it's going to be hard for all four of them to win it. You know, I mean, on their day, any of them could knock anyone out. I mean, if Arsenal played that like they did, I know you're saying around would you like the team they were, but that first game, Arsenal were magnificent.
They were.
You know, I don't like saying it, but they were. I don't think they were so much the second game, but the first game they were.
Well, we say they're magnificent. If you take away the 2 free kicks, right, which were absolute different class, were they that good?
Okay, they were good, and you can't take away the free kicks because they scored them. So
no, but I'm saying aside from those free kicks, were they that good?
Yeah, I thought they played really, really well. They looked the best team on the pitch for the whole 90 minutes.
Okay. I'm not disputing it. I'm just putting a devil's advocate argument across.
Yeah, but you can't take away the free kicks because they scored them. So I say take away our penalty last night was the best team.
Yeah, true. What did you have on your toast?
Seriously strong cheese.
Oh, that stuff is disgusting.
Oh, I love it.
We have got this. Look, we've got these to do later.
Oh, lovely.
Jim and I are going to do Chubby Bunny later to see who can get the most marshmallows in their mouth. And the chat.
Now who's going to win?
Don't give any clues away because the chat have got to guess who they think's going to get the most in their gob.
I mean, it's nowhere near as big as yours.
I think you'll find it is the amount of waffle that comes out of it, darling. What I was going to say was that the best way you can contribute towards mental health issues by being kind towards others, especially to our words, and resist from ridiculing others. Spot on. And as we said earlier on in the show, you never know what's going on behind somebody's smile. They could be smiling and be broken inside. So that's why I said you've got to try and be kind. And sometimes YouTube is a vile place to be. I mean, we've not even had this channel open 2 years yet. It's 2 years in June, but we've had to take a couple of breaks because it's just been too much. And really, in the grand scheme of things, YouTube football is not the be all and end all. Good luck to them. It's a really tough competition. You You have to be a very, very good team to get to the finals. Yes, you do. Exactly that. Big upside dancer. Just had a Frankfurter sandwich. Oh, I do love a Frankfurter with sausage, with a bun, onions, ketchup, and mayo. I could eat one of them now, Jimbo. We haven't got any though.
Well, William will go down the shop and buy some.
Yeah, I know, but then I've got to cook them. By the time he comes back, I won't want them. I just know it. I just fancy one now. Yeah, Gabriel's a massive miss for Arsenal, although you didn't seem to miss him the other day, to be fair. But I think I'm going to put my neck on the line and say I think Gabriel's a better player than Saliba. This season, I mean. Oh, Wimpy Frankfurter. They're bendies in a bun. Oh, I love Wimpy.
They haven't got Partey for the first leg either, have they?
No, Partey, what an absolute idiot. I would be absolutely fuming. He had no reason to make that challenge, and now he's missing the first leg. What an absolute idiot, because he's been playing brilliant lately. Oh, my God, Amelia is going to have to take me to Wimpy when I go down, because I need to get a Wimpy special grill. Oh, I could eat that as well. Why is there not enough? Why is there not any Wimpys about? Enough of the Arsenal chat, Indian Gooner. You're making me sick. Paul G is the one that's moving up near us, Jimbo.
So he was over by the golf course the other day, and I was like 200 yards away from him.
Yeah, literally. Let us know if you get any viewings or offers on your house, Paul, just so we can put our fingers crossed and everything crossed for you. But Gabriel's definitely better than Saliba. Gabriel's played to the same top level for the last 3 years. Saliba levels have dropped. Yeah, I thought I was going to get ridiculed for saying that, but I agree. I think Gabriel's been immense. But Arsenal fans think Saliba's the second coming of Tony Adams, I think. Okay, Kate and Jimbo, bye. We'll see you guys later when you will bring down this tyrannical roar of camera should be on. Bye, Guna. Have a nice day. Sorry it's such a tyrannical rule, but it's just to protect the channel. But big up to Jose from El Tel Cocorel. How you doing, Jose?
Happy Good Friday to you both.
Yeah, happy Easter.
Yeah,
happy Easter, yeah. Good Friday, and all that malarkey.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, thank you. Yourselves?
Good.
Yeah, I'm excellent.
It's definitely a good Friday when Spurs have got through to the semi-final of the European Cup.
Isn't it just?
It is.
Isn't it? Waking up on a Friday morning, whether it's Easter or not, waking up on a Friday morning after a European night or a game during midweek or whatever. Today makes a difference. Today makes a difference.
Yeah.
Don't sound it yet, but I haven't started. But yes, I'm a very happy person this morning. Very,
excellent. Very. What did you make of the game, Jose?
What they did everything absolutely right. I thought that okay, it's different opposition. So I thought Arsenal, when they played Madrid, I thought in the second leg, I thought that Arsenal nullified Madrid. I think Tottenham nullified Eintracht in the same way yesterday. Bentancur for me was man of the match. It's his best game he's had in a Tottenham shirt for such a long time. It's amazing when you do the simple things correctly, you look absolutely $1 million, don't you? It's interesting because I watched a show last night. Didn't watch many, but I just clicked on someone's show last night, and they were giving points out for the players. You know, when you score the players.
Yeah, we did that earlier.
Okay, there was 3 players. There was 3 people who were scoring players, and for each player that they scored, it was like I thought to myself, they haven't watched the same game or people watching through different eyes, should I say better. They were giving all these random scores for these different players, and I was like, they didn't watch the same game I watched, and I just put a comment in and I just said, look, the starting point for every single player should be 7.5 because it was a team performance, is what I put in there. For me, it was a team performance. I thought to myself that there were a lot of players that played really, really well yesterday. Did we deserve to win over the 2 legs? Yes, we did. We did deserve to win over the 2 legs. For me, I mean, I don't know what your opinion is, but for me, when Maddison got clattered by the keeper, I immediately said, that's a penalty. And I'm surprised the referee and nobody else on the pitch was saying anything. And it's only after Maddison had been down for a while that people have gone running round Maddison and started talking to the referee. But even when they were talking to the referee, I wasn't too sure whether they were telling me it's a penalty, whether it's a red card. Anyway, when it was viewed, you only needed one view when they did the repeat because it was a clear penalty. And I felt that the goalkeeper was out of control. He didn't go to do Maddison. He never did that. But he was out of control the way he came out and smashed Maddison. And and Dom put the penalty away. But there were some magnificent performances yesterday. I felt that Johnson and Tell helped Porro and Udogie because I felt they defended quite a lot and helped a lot. Dom got his goal, so no one can. Even though it's a penalty, Dom got his goal, but Dom was everywhere yesterday. He was up and down and around and harrying, and he was everywhere yesterday. I thought Bergvall grew into the game. I thought Bergvall's second half was really impressive, more impressive than his first half. Madison played. I thought Madison played well. He's finding the pockets and stuff, and I thought Madison as well. Madison yesterday, I don't think I saw him lose a ball because normally he does that trick. And people know the trick he's going to do it, and they rob him off the ball. I don't remember him being robbed of the ball yesterday. Mickey van der Ven at the start of the game when he went running through Ekitike and made that interception when Ekitike was through on goal, absolutely magnificent. I thought Romero played the best game he's played in the Tottenham shirt probably for this season. I thought Romero was on point. It makes a difference when you've got Romero in the team, and people malign him and say he doesn't want to be at the club and stuff like that. But Romero on the ball, composure as a centre half, he's a World Cup winner, and he shows it. I mean, it was his pass to Maddison that led to our penalty. So it was a crossfield pass. It was the old Toby Alderweireld pass over the top, cross ball over the top, and. I thought, in a nutshell, I thought the team did really well. I thought the goalkeeper, I thought Vicario yesterday, his handling was good when he came out for crosses and that. I thought he commanded his box yesterday. He didn't give any suicidal balls away. He went long quite often as well, which relieved the pressure for us. All in all, it was a brilliant team performance. And Ange, whatever you may say about Ange, yesterday, the players and Ange got it right. They played football and they got it completely right. Ange's substitutions were on point, were right. You're defending a 1-goal lead to take you through to the final of the cup. He takes off a winger, brings Pap Sarr on, so to shore up the midfield. Even though Kulusevski was then, he took Tell off for Sarr, didn't he? And then Kulusevski went towards the left. But even Kulusevski didn't play wing. He dropped back on the left, and then he took off Johnson and brought Danso on to play the back five. His substitutions were spot on. That is in-game management. And however much we criticise Ange yesterday, we got to credit him for it because he made the right substitutions and he did the right things yesterday. But then the players all did the right things as well. So all in all, we're all very, very happy today. We're through to the semi-final. Looking at the semi-final, if I'm going to look that far ahead, it's interesting because as fans and as people that follow football for years and years, we've grown up with we need to be at home for the second leg.
Yeah.
We've all said that we need to be at home for the second leg. Yet we've not been at home for any of the second legs. We've been home for the first leg. And against Bodo, it's going to be the other way around because Bodo have always been home for the first legs, but they're going to be away. Now, Tottenham need to go in and do their business at home. So against Frankfurt last week, it was a 1-1 draw. I thought we deserved to win the game 3 or 4-1, to be honest, but it was only a 1-1 draw. If you do your bits and pieces at home, then you know that you only have to go. You know what you've got to do when you go away at Bodo. It's a brilliant opportunity for us to get through to a final of a cup. However, I'm going to tell you all now, we are going to win the cup. It's not a brilliant opportunity. We are going to win the Europa League. And I'm not looking past Bodo, but I'm just being very honest and very frank. Tottenham, for the fates and everything that's gone on this season, we've got all our players back at the right time if that makes any pure sense at all. We haven't got injuries now. We've got a fully fit squad going through to these last 6 games of the league and a semi-final. We won't have 11 and 12 players out come the Bodo game, and therefore there is no reason whatsoever why we cannot finish this season on a high. We will win that trophy.
Right, sound like Jimbo.
He's rubbed off on me.
Yeah, he's rubbed off on it. Jim, side answer. I know you didn't want to talk about Ange, and I agree it's not the time to really talk about him. But do you see, if we win the Europa League, I mean, I think if we win the Europa League, they stick with him unless he walks. But I mean, what do you think?
Do you know what, Kate? I said to you this morning that I didn't really want to talk about it because I don't think it's a time to talk about sacking the manager, getting rid of the manager when he's just took us through to the semi-final of the European Cup. I think that's really disrespectful. I mean, I think it's a conversation for the end of the season. I mean, we might go on, right, and win how many games we've got left? 6, 8, whatever. We might go on and win them all. You know, look, I said the other day my feelings on Ange. But maybe he'll prove us wrong. I just think that I don't think he's a bad manager, not at all. You don't win what he's won in this game, right? Be it at any level, even if it's a grassroots level. You know, he's won everywhere he's been. He's won the Asian Cup, like Jose, I tell you. Well, for Australia to win the Asia Cup, Jose, is massive, right? Absolutely massive. And he took him to that. So I don't think he's a bad manager. I just think that the Premier League is just that one step too far for him. But look, I'm here to be proved wrong. It's only my humble opinion. And last night, I thought that Ange being our manager is one of the reasons we went through, because I don't think he got anything wrong last night. Nothing at all. And what did I say to you on the subs, Kate? When he done the subs?
Yeah.
The sub absolutely spot on. You know, and that's what I mean. Me sitting here as just a normal guy who's watched football for a lot of years, they're the subs I would have done. You know, but he got the sub spot on last night. I mean, he hasn't always done that. We know that. And I thought the timing of the subs was good as well, Jose. I thought the timing was excellent of the subs. So, but look, at the minute, all I care about is he's our manager and he's got us to the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, Jose, I saw. Go on, Jim.
Go on.
Finish up.
I don't want to say if he should be here or he shouldn't be here. I'll give my opinion again at the end of the season.
I saw you shake your head straight away, Jose, when I said what I said. What do you think?
For me, after the Wolves game, I think the time's up, and I still think the time's up. I think the time's up because the chemistry at Tottenham is not right, and my case study in point for this is last season, Manchester United kept hold of Erik Ten Hag after they'd won the trophy, right? They were and ahhing of getting rid of Ten Hag, right? And I'm not a Man United fan, but Man United people will tell you that they were after a certain manager, right? And that certain manager turned them down at the last minute. And because they turned them down at the last minute, Man United stuck with Ten Hag, knowing the chemistry was wrong, and they stuck with him, and only to get rid of him 3 months later. And if anything, Man United this season have regressed. They're in the semi-final as well, but league-wise and football-wise, they have also regressed. So therefore, the chemistry wasn't right with Ten Hag. They kept him on, and the chemistry wasn't right, and now they got rid of him this season. I don't think the chemistry is right at Tottenham and it's not just Ange Postecoglou, it's the players, it's Ange. I keep going on about this. It's the players, Ange, Scott Munn, Langer, the medical team, our talent ID spotting, the board, the chemistry just isn't right there. And for me, although we will go on to win the Europa League, for me, if we kept Ange on, knowing that the chemistry is wrong, then we will regress next season in my eyes. The Man United will happen to us. And what people need to remember is Man United last season, although they won the trophy, they wanted to get rid of Ten Hag because the chemistry weren't right, and they finished 8th in the league. We're nowhere near the top 10. If the chemistry isn't right, then regardless. Now, I turned around yesterday on a show, and I was asked my opinion. What do you think? What's your prediction for tonight? And I turned around and said, we'll win 1-0. So, and they said to me straight away, but Tottenham never keep a clean sheet. I said, yeah, but all you got to do is win 1-0, right? And that means you've got one more goal than the other team and you get through and you go and win ugly. And I was also saying, I was hoping that the boys had been out the night before for a meal together and bonded and said, look, we owe it to ourselves as professional footballers. We owe it to the fans to put in a performance by hook or by crook to get us through to this semi-final. And by God, they did it. They did it yesterday. But for me, there's too much going on and there's too much wrong at Tottenham, and I don't think it's the right fit going forward. Even when we win the trophy, I don't think it's the right fit going forward now. And it's not Angie's fault. Well, sorry, some of it is his fault, but there's a lot more for me that goes on at the club than just Ange Postecoglou and just the chemistry. Like I said, the things just ain't right there. The Munn, the Langer, the Ange. I don't think it's all right. So for me, yeah, once we win the trophy, I believe that we'll make a change.
Wow. Do you agree, Chang?
There are pros and cons to what both Mr. Boxall and Senor Garcia said with regards to Ange Postecoglou. For me, I still feel that regardless of how us fans or the board or even the players themselves feel with regards to Ange and how this season has progressed, for me, if Ange lifts the Europa League and is looking more and more like a possibility with every week that passes by, I think he is owed at least another season, or at the very least until the end of this calendar year, by Christmas, by end of December. After which, if let's say we still start off the calendar year 2026 the same way we are starting, the calendar year this year, then I feel that the time is right for a change. But this, I just have to remind everybody what sudden changes to our management will do to us. You only need to look at Nuno. How soon after we got rid of Jose. How soon after we got rid of Jose and then we brought in Nuno before he had to walk as well. And if you cast your mind back to the last time we won silverware under Juan de Ramos, I mean, with Berbatov, with Robbie Keane, Defoe, I think even Crouch too at the time, things were looking rosy. But when you start off a season bad, I think it was only 2 points in 8 games, then things get ugly very fast. What Jose said makes lots of sense in terms of how the chemistry is going, how the scouting, the talent recruitment, even the medical staff are handling things behind the scenes. It doesn't bode well. Things just don't look right at the moment. But this is football, and what matters most in any form of a sporting event is success. If we win the trophy, then all of a sudden things can turn very quickly. We might even attract world-class talent, the likes of which we would never even have thought of had we not won the Europa League. That is, if we do win it. So, having said that, I would just leave it as, if Ange wins the Europa League, he deserves at the very least to the end of this calendar year. Maybe not beyond this year. If let's say, like I mentioned, if things don't go well come December, we could have a brand new manager, much the same way United got rid of Ten Hag and brought in Amorim. But let's wait and see. I mean, I've mentioned it multiple times, either on Jose's El Tel Cocorel or here on the Perfect Match. Whoever the manager is, whoever is still in the hot seat, I will fully back him until the day that he is no longer with the club. And until such time, I'm still fully Ange in. And now that he is in the semi-finals, and make no mistake, this is his second semi-final in one season. Off the top of your head, can you think of another recent Spurs manager that's brought us to 2 semi-finals in the very same season? I dare you. I dare you to come up with a manager who's brought us to 2 semi-finals in the same season in different competitions. So it looks bad in the league, and you can't agree more that he should have been given a sack just based on his historical record, the statistics. But 2 semi-finals, we are still alive in one of them. I'm not going to take Bodo Glimt for granted. Granted, they are a Norwegian team, but there still is a very good likelihood that we might book our place for this final. But again, he is on the cusp of another European final, much like Pochettino. Let's just wait and see where this Europa campaign brings us to. And you never know. You just never know. The recruitment that we bring in, even the new players that we bring in, hopefully then that will lift the club, lift the squad, maybe even give Ange a helping hand for next season. So until such time, Ange is given a sack. In Ange I trust. Engine for now, till his position is untenable. And come on, you Spurs. Back to you, Miss Kate.
Yeah.
Okay. To be fair, at the beginning of the season, right, I did see in many people's chats, people saying
I said, my exact words were, I'll take 17th if we win the trophy. That was my exact words.
And there was a lot of people said that. Look, I think it's going to be very, very hard, right, for this owner to sack him if he wins the European Cup, because you got to remember, despite the Premier League, right, it's probably the third most prestige cup to win in the whole of Europe, right? I would say Premier League, Champions League, and Europa are the top 3. So it's going to be very hard to sack him. Maybe a walk, but I think it would be a bit harsh. It'd be a bit harsh to sack him if he wins us a cup. I do. But look, we still got. How many games are left? 8, is it, or 6?
Six in the Premier.
Yeah. Let's see how we do the next 6 as well. You know, he might have learned something from last night. My fucking light bulb moment might have gone off in his head. You know, and we'll see. But I mean, if he does well towards the end of the season and wins the cup, if they sack him, I think it's a bit wrong.
But Jim, do you not think the conversations have already taken place? Because you hear him in his press conferences, and what he's now saying in his press conferences. He knows the writing's on the wall, man, because he's already started speaking like this. He's speaking like a dead man walking. His interview yesterday, right? And instead of being all happy glory because we've got through to semi-final and all that, his response was, "Oh, I guess you'll have to stick up with me for another few matches." You know, it's not coming out and saying the things that or soundbiting the things that you'd like to hear from a manager that's just reached the semi-final of the Europa League. Now, the other thing that concerns me as well, Jim, is that, or 2 things that have come to light. Well, no, there's a lot that concerns me. And like I said, the chemistry at the club is not right. You've got players being treated by medical staff or medical teams away from the club because they don't trust the club, you know. But then recently, right, and I don't know how you feel, Jim or Chang or Kate, about this, or even the chat, but 2 things have happened this week, right? You got the press conference that Ange did. Straight after the press conference, you have a player. When you do the Europa, you have a player speaks after, and it was Mickey van der Ven. I don't know whether you guys have seen his interview, his press conference, but Mickey van der Ven was asked a question very early on in his press conference. It only lasted 9 minutes. He was asked a question earlier on about his injury and has he overcome his injury, and he said, yeah, he had. He's fighting fit and he's looking forward to playing. Now, each journalist gets a question or a couple of questions each. So a few journalists down the line, he was then asked by this journalist, so what you're saying then, you are fit to play? And he turned around and he said, yeah, I'm fit to play. I've been fit for a while, you know, and I'm fit to play every game. So you're fit to play every game? He says, yeah. So why isn't the manager picking you then? And he turned around and said, you're going to have to ask the manager that. So to me, there's a concern there. Mickey van der Ven's fit to play. Redley says it, and he kind of goes within himself and says, you're going to have to ask the gaffer that question. And then my other one that's happened this week as well is Jim. Jim, you supported the club for many, many years, and so you guys as well, Kate, Chang, people in the chat, right? So we're in the semi-final yesterday against Frankfurt. We hear the news that our captain is injured. He's got a foot injury, right? He doesn't travel with the team to go and support the team from the sidelines. Neuer, the Bayern Munich captain, has had an injury near enough all season. He went to Milan Stadium to support the team. He's with the team to support his team against. Why is Sonny, just with the foot injury, why is Sonny not going to Frankfurt to support the team? To me, when I say the chemistry's not right, it's not right. And I'm not blaming one area of the football club here. There's a whole multitude of areas for me that are wrong. And that's why I think that, you know, at the end of the day, instead of doing what we did or what Man United did, where they missed out on their manager they were going to go for, and they kept Ten Hag, and then they went down a rabbit hole, which they've done now. I don't want to see Tottenham do that. I think that the writing's been on the wall, and you know, I think that we will win the trophy. And once we win the trophy, I think conversations have already taken place, and my feeling is that he's going to be gone now. Whether I don't know about being sad, but Ange comes across like the kind of person who would walk anyway. And just to prove a point, he'll walk. I've won you the trophy, and he'll walk. But the conversations are taking place. Stuff is not right at Tottenham Hotspur. But
I agree with Paddy here, because I thought this yesterday when I saw when we was doing the pump up, people writing it in the chat. We don't know the extent of the injury. Maybe he was advised not to travel because of the state of the injury. So to me, Jose, as much as I understand what you're saying, I can't really look at that and think to myself, it's something wrong because of that, because he might have been advised not to come. As Paddy says, we don't know the extent of the injury, you know.
Protective boots and all that. I mean, yeah, the technology's gone way, way, way beyond now. So, you know,
I think sometimes as fans, though, we can look into things too much. My dog's a little bitch. She's got a chew stick and she keeps putting it on the settee.
I thought he was talking about me for a minute.
She keeps bringing it on the settee. No, she's looking at me now, like with the ump, because I just threw it in her bed. Yeah, so sometimes I think as fans we can look into things a little bit too much, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so but if it's coming out of their mouths, right? Okay, so what am I looking into much when Van der Ven says, "No, I'm fit," but the manager doesn't select me? You have to ask him.
So I agree with that one. That one I agree with, because I said to Kate that was strange when we watched the interview that he's saying you have to ask the manager, because I was expecting him to say, "I'm still getting my fitness back," or you know, we're just taking it easy to make sure it don't go again. And he went, "No, you have to ask the manager," and he actually said it about 3 times.
Yeah. Things are
So
not
that
all right.
one was definitely you're spot on there.
Things are not all right for me at the club, and I can't turn around on one victory and say to everyone, "Do you know what? Things are perfect at the club," because they're not. So.
No, of course they're not. Everybody knows that, Jose. It's been wrong for a while from top to bottom, you know. And you're right, over one win. But what I said to Kate this morning is I didn't want to come on the stream and start putting Ange down. It's just got us to a semi-final. Let's see what happens at the end of the season before we all make our decisions. That's what I think we should do.
And I think you're right. I think you're right. We're all right because we've all praised yesterday's performance. I think nobody's denying yesterday's performance. Everyone's praised it, and the players and Ange have got to take the plaudits for yesterday. Rightly so. They've got to take the plaudits for yesterday because we said the performance, the tactics, the starting lineup, the substitutions, everything yesterday was on point. Everything yesterday led us to that 1-0 victory that's made us go through the semi-final.
But I do think that you're absolutely spot on when you said the writing's on the wall, because the way he said you've got to put up with me a bit longer made me say that the conversation's been had already.
Yeah. Big up, Shem, with the super chat saying getting old is their tones. I blacked out for 20 minutes this morning and realised I'd put my hoodie on backwards. I would say I was one of these people who said I'll take 17th as long as we win a trophy. I said that at the beginning of the season, and I still would. However, I didn't expect the season to be that bad. You say things and you don't really think that it would ever happen.
If you say that, Kate, and it's happening, What was you thinking at the beginning of the season when you said it, that if that comes true, I want Ange sacked?
I was thinking if we get 17th and win a trophy, I'll be happy, and I will be happy. But because I see such discontent in the fan base and in the club itself, I kind of feel like Ange's time's up. But at the same time, if he does win us a trophy for the first time in all these years, I kind of think it's so harsh to get rid of him. I'm so on the fence. This is what I said. I was on the terrace and I was like, no, don't care if we win the Europa League, get out of my club. And then we get through this and I'm thinking, oh, is it fair on Ange, really? You know, it's so difficult. But what I will say, Jim, is we all say things we don't mean. I mean, you said I do twice. You said I do twice.
What?
You didn't really mean it. You said I do twice before me, and you didn't really mean it.
Well, all I was going to say was, right, you can't expect to, at the beginning of the season, to say if we finish 17th and win a trophy, I'll be happy, right? And expect there not to be discontent in the club. Because if you finish 17th, right, that means things ain't going right. So there's going to be discontent. So, and I know we all say things we don't mean, Kate. I
What
actually
colour?
said I do 3 times.
What colour you wearing today, Kate?
What colour? What?
Flip flops.
I've got. They're grey actually. Flip flop alert. Yeah, look, Chang's got his flip flops on as well.
Can I just say that what I want us Tottenham to do for the last 6 games of the season, and when we win and the 2 semi-final games, and when we win the cup, I want Tottenham to wear the green kit.
Yes.
Because for some reason we seem to come out when we get that green kit. Because as soon as you saw the victory yesterday, you did hark back and remember the Ajax game.
Yeah.
You hark back and remember the Man City game when we beat them before the Ajax game. And you remember the Dortmund game. You know, you remember all these games, and we were wearing the green. So I want to wear green for the rest of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, look, whatever will be at the end of the day. But like you say, the fact that he's coming out with things like "you'll have to put up with me for a bit longer" says to me he knows the writing's on the wall. But I just hope that doesn't distract him from his goal. But I think the players last night, you could see they were really playing for something. Like Romero, we've all sort of seen how lackluster his performances have been, but he knows there's got silverware on the line, and I thought we saw the best performance we've seen from Romero in ages. But I agree about Bentancur, Jose, but I thought Udogie yesterday was phenomenal. It was like the Udogie we thought when he first came, and we all went, wow, this kid looks amazing. And that's what I think we saw last night.
He was very strong in the tackle yesterday, weren't he?
He was.
He was very strong in the tackle and his ball carrying. I suppose he's getting back from his injury, isn't he? And you've got to play minutes and you've got to play games in order to get your fitness back. And I think that's what we're seeing. That's the evidence that we're seeing. We're seeing that with him. We're seeing it with Van der Ven. We're seeing it with Romero because they're 4, 5, 6 games back from injury. And it takes that amount of time to get up and running, doesn't it, in the Premier League? The next one that probably will get up and running by the end of the season will be Kulusevski because he's just come back from injury. So we've got 6 league games left, and then you've got the Europa games. So by the time you're playing the Europa games and that, Kulusevski was going to be on point as well, fitness-wise as well, isn't he? So, you know.
Let's just hope between now and the 1st of May we don't get any injuries because the likes of Van der Ven, Romero, although how nice was it to be able to bring Danso on and have a beast like Danso on the bench. I mean, Chang, I love this guy. I think he's got the potential to be such a good player.
And you can see why I was distraught and disheartened when I found out that he was going to be sidelined. And this was even before we got both Van der Ven and Romero back. Because if you cast your mind back to those few games when we had to make do with Archie Gray and Ben Davies in centre back, and you look at the bench and you don't see a single recognizable centre back on the bench, then you know that we're in trouble. But yeah, it's good. It's good to have Danso back, and there were some people who were even clamoring for him to succeed. If Real Madrid does come calling and he does part ways with us this summer, although judging from the way he was really getting the team up, you could see that he still is very much part of the leadership. And from that defensive display, you would say that is well deserved. And For me, actually, it's not just Danso, to be honest with you, Miss Kate. I think it's a lot of other players as well. You look at the Oda Beers was on the bench as well. The Pape Matasaras that came on. Even Richarlison looked proper pumped up. And I mean, it's good that he got his goal. Richarlison got his goal on Sunday against Wolves. And I thought towards the latter stages, he might just come on and, relieve Solanke in the dying few minutes, much like Sunday. But maybe Ange had other plans for him. So it's good to have these sort of options, Miss Kate. And let's just really hope that we do not pick up any more injuries or even suspensions for that matter before the Europa League final. We need to keep all of them fit and firing. And this is actually something to do with the upcoming Monday night game against Forest, but I'm not going to spoil the party. I'm not going to spoil that preview just yet. Let's just say that I am very glad that we haven't picked up any injuries, not that I know of. I mean, even Madison himself, I saw him with the players celebrating with the away end. So that's good to see. It's not like he's concussed or anything, so that's good. But let's just wait and see. The team news for Monday night tomorrow on Saturday. And until such time that, any of these players do pack their bags and move on to greener pastures, I will still support every single last one of them that put on Lily White, even Timo Werner, believe it or not. Back to you, Miss Kate.
Well, hopefully Timo Werner won't ever put on Lily White again. I'm just saying. But I do agree with what Paul said, that Amorim's come out and said that he's only going to play the kids from now on so he don't get injuries. And I'm quite happy for Ange to put out 11 kids and us lose to Forest if it means protecting the players, because, this is the most important game in years for Tottenham, these two legs. We need all their players fit. I think the first legs, it's the 1st of May, then the 8th of May. So it's right before my birthday as well. So I can't have us not getting through or it'll be doom and gloom. So I'm quite happy for Ange to put some kids in there. Plus, it'd be nice to see some kids in there like Kanji and Mikey Moore, and the ones that were called in when we had injuries. Even Archie Gray feels like he's been sort of dumped out of the limelight a little bit because first team players have come back. Jim, do you reckon there's any chance he plays the kids and gives the so he doesn't risk getting injuries to sort of the first teamers?
Well, you got to look, Kate, as well, that if he plays the kids, some good might come out of it to help us in the semi and the final.
Yeah,
some of them might really shine. This dog's so funny. I'll give her a massive chew stick about that big right, and she's at half of it, and she's left half in the cage now, but she keeps coming up to lay on the settee, but then she realises it's still in there and she doesn't want to leave it, so she keeps going back to it.
I'm going to come down in a minute and I'm going to hide it.
Oh, bless her.
That'll keep her occupied.
Some good might come out of it, some of them might shine. Look, I don't really. I'm with Paddy as well. If we lose on Monday, I don't really. We lose.
Yeah.
This cup is the be all and end all now for us Spurs fans. If we finish 15th, 16th, and we lift that trophy, so be it. I'll be happy camper.
Yeah.
17 years we ain't had a trophy. This is Tottenham Hotspur. Back in the day, there wasn't a year went by we weren't competing for trophies. Always did well in the cups.
I think there are some rule, but obviously you can't rest all 11. But I mean, the likes of Mikey Moore, who we've already seen, and then he's kind of not played. I'd just like to see him change it up a bit. But I mean, my biggest fear is that we get some key injuries before this, because our squad, we all know it's not really good enough. I don't like to tempt fate, but I am a bit worried about it. But Jose, after the Tottenham game finished, did you go over and watch any of them Man United?
Yeah, I was watching TNT, and obviously I watched the Tottenham game. Went and made myself a cuppa, and obviously with all the WhatsApp groups, you could see people posting different scores and different things going on. So I knew that Man United were down or were losing. I thought they were losing 3-2. Made my cuppa. I knew I knew that Lazio were up 3-0, and therefore it was Lazio that we were meeting. Sat down, changed, because normally at 10:30 TNT normally do the highlights.
Yeah.
But when you went to TNT 1, it wasn't the highlights, it was the Man United game. And when I switched it on, Man United were actually 4-2 down when I switched it on. And I thought, oh my God. And I didn't realise that there were 10 men, Leon, because I saw the red next to Leon, and I thought, oh, they're down to 10 men, they've lost a player. And as soon as I put that on, it then went 3-1 to Lazio, which meant extra time for them as well. Or they were going into extra time as well. And then I started watching Man United game, and as I watched the Man United game, they got their third goal back, the penalty for Fernandes, which I thought, well, in the letter of the law, it's going to be a penalty. Quite soft, though, because it was a kick, and he's kicked the bottom of the guy's foot after the guy's kicked it. So, but it's a penalty, no doubt. And then to watch them then score 2 goals in the last, 2 goals within the space of 90 seconds or whatever, I just thought that's typical Man United. Great victory for them because they looked down and out. A great victory for them. Equally, people are saying Lazio for fearing Lazio. I don't think Lazio are the strongest team. They're nowhere near the strongest Italian team. But Lazio going out was a bit like, oh my God, that now they've gone out as well. But if you look, I was saying this, I was on another channel earlier, and I was saying that if you look, I looked at the BBC, the tables on the BBC, and in the Europa League, the teams that have qualified for the semi-final finished the group stages 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 9th. Bodo Glimt didn't finish in the top 8; they finished 9th, right? But Atletico Bilbao finished 2nd, Man United finished 3rd, we finished 4th, Bodo Glimt finished 9th. I then looked at the Champions League. The Champions League is exactly the same. You got Arsenal. Sorry, who's in the semi-finals? You got Arsenal, Barca, Inter. So it was Inter, then Arsenal, then Barca. So 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And the anomaly there is PSG, because PSG finished a lot lower than the top 8. So this year was the first time that they've actually done this format. So for people that are betting people, or people that want to see what you need to do next year's competition and moving forward, is the top 8 is so important, because if you get to the top 8, you get the favourable, well, some people will say the favourable draws, or if you finish in the top 8, you know that the winner is likely to come from there, because three of the 4 have come out of the top 8.
Yeah. I've just got to go back to something Amelia just put in chat. I've just found a dead bug in my club. Now, when I was down in London last week, I had one of the clubs out of that packet. I had a mint club, and it didn't have a bug in it.
I was wondering what club meant.
You know, the club biscuits.
It's just the chocolate. I thought it was you're going to a club, or
yeah, no, it was an orange club by all accounts, and he said there's a dead bug in it, and I said, what bug was it? He said, I don't know, I've thrown it away. Honestly, only Amelia. Yes, we are going till 10 p.m. It's 12 hours straight. Daniel says, I've got to pull you up on this, Jose, because I remember the day the draw happened, I put on my Facebook, Tottenham are going to the final with the easier sides, and I remember you saying about it.
Yeah, I said that I didn't think Tottenham had the easier side, is what I said. I didn't feel that Tottenham had the easier side. I mean, you've got to play who you got to play against. But then I feel that and I still do now, if I looked at the 8 that were on Tottenham's side and I looked at the other 8, I felt it was kind of even. I didn't think that we got the easier side. So, people saying it's easy. I didn't think it was the easier side.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I think there's too much that's read into it, because I remember England being in the World Cups and everyone saying, yeah, but if we lose this game, then we'll go on to the easier side of the draw. Surely football's about winning every game, so to me, you've got to beat whoever you play in the last 16, then you've got to beat whoever you play in the quarters, then you now need to beat whoever you play in the semis in order just to get to the final. And then the final, you've got to beat whoever you meet in the final. So for me, at the end of the day, look, credit where credit's due. That's what I'm going to say. Last night, I've got to give credit to the team, and I've got to give credit to the manager. We won, Everything was on point. Selection, tactics, substitutions, and now we're in the semi-final. Today we woke up. It's Good Friday. We've woken up differently to what we have done after games in recent times. So, you know, well done the lads.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean the manager as well. The lads includes the manager. Well done the lads.
I did say I predicted us to win the Carabao Cup, and then I said when I thought about it, I remember saying it on stream. If there was a cup I had to pick, I think we've got the most chance in this. But because of the form we've been in, I didn't really believe it. But you know what? We've got as good a chance as anyone else that's left in it. And what an absolute party we will have if we win that trophy, because what a trophy to win. Belgrade Wanderer, is that Rafa Nadal on your picture? Yeah, I think
yes, it's Rafa.
Yeah, Bodo will have 3 players suspended for the first game, including their captain. Wow.
He's right. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
They picked up a load of suspensions last night. Yeah, they did.
Wow. Like I say, I did not know that. Big up, Drew La La. Hope you are well. Well, that can only be a positive. I don't think. Have we got anybody suspended? I don't think we have we?
No, we haven't. No.
Thank goodness. Obviously, we mentioned earlier that Thomas Partey is suspended for Arsenal, which I don't particularly rate him, but he has been playing exceptionally well. So that's going to be a massive loss for them. Vamos Rafa. Do you know what that means?
Yeah. Come on, Rafa, always. Vamos Rafa siempre. Yeah.
I love Rafa Nadal. I hate tennis. I don't watch it, but I do love Rafa. What a player, and what a nice looking young man. Oh, young man. I have to say, but I'm still waiting for Nick to send me his predictions, Chang. I saw you'd sent them. I will update it, but Nick has actually taken the lead this week. He's gone in front by 1 point. He's gone in front, so I'm sure he's running all around Cornwall celebrating with his top off.
Who's second, me?
No, it's Nick, Chang, me, you. We're in the 200s, Jim. You're still in the 100s.
In mine, when I put yours into mine, Jim is just at that point of breaking the 3-figure barrier. Just at that point. So good work for Jim this week. He goes past the 100 barrier. You three have already gone past it. The other 3, but Jim will go past it. He only needs 2 points to go past it this week for me and my one, which is
well.
Good.
We know that he's going to predict 3-0 or 3-1 for Spurs. That's for sure. But once we've done them, I'll send them over to you, Jose. Obviously,
no worries.
I won't forget. Yeah. So look, at the end of the day, we've got as much chance as anyone else is in it. I mean, Jose, obviously, with you being of a Spanish persuasion, you probably know more about Atletico Bilbao than I do. Can Man United go past them? Are they a brilliant team? I mean, how good are these guys?
Atletico Bilbao, for me, are a working team. They work for each other. They're a working team. The only electric light they've got in their team, if you're going to say, player of note, is Nico Williams. Nico Williams is absolutely fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
You got his brother who didn't play last night, who plays on the other wing for them. But they're a workman-like team. They all work for each other. They're not Real Madrid. They're not Barcelona. They're not Atletico Madrid. But they're a decent outfit. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I keep repeating, it doesn't matter who you play. It doesn't matter what coefficient points you got. It doesn't matter about your rankings and that. It's a 2-legged affair, and it's who does the best in them 180 minutes. We sit 16th in the Premiership. Frankfurt sit 3rd in their league. It's what happens over 2 legs. So At the end of the day, it's the same as Bodo. I'm not going to turn around and dismiss Bodo. Bodo were champions of Norway last season. I'm not going to dismiss Bodo. Bodo playing on an artificial plastic pitch. It will be either, people are saying that the weather in May, when we played them out in Norway, will be either a -2, -3, -4, or it can be +9. It was all dependent. So, at the end of the day, Bilbao are a decent team. Like I said, they're very workmanlike. But you look at the teams from the Premiership, and slightly the Premiership teams should have the unfair advantage where all the money is in the Premiership, right? And so therefore the squads and the values of teams in the Premiership would be higher than these other teams that you're going to be playing against. And you know, Man United have got as equal chance of getting through that tie as what Bilbao have got. It's a toss of a coin. It's a 50-50. It's who plays the best over 180 minutes. It's the same as going to be with us and Bodo Glimt. It's who does the business over 180 minutes. And then whoever does the business, you will see in the final.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just want to shout out Bob. Who's Bob? Bob the Builder. I just want to shout out Rob Belcher, who, while we were talking, made a donation to the charity. So thank you so much, Rob. Left a lovely message as well. Said, great calls and please keep your content coming. Enough said. So thank you very much, Rob. As I said, every little helps, no matter what it is. So thank you so very much. We're into 3 figures now. That's always nice when we get into 3 figures. So thank you very much. Look, I think I'm getting a little bit tired of talking about football. I'm not going to lie, Jimbo. Are you getting tired of talking about football, Jim? You just made a funny face.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to have a bit of a laugh, wouldn't it?
A bit of a laugh?
Talk some rubbish.
Well, it'd be nice. It's a shame we can't talk about Arsenal and laugh, but unfortunately they're winning. So unfortunately that can't be done. I mean, Chelsea did lose to Warsaw last night. That's kind of funny.
Well, yeah, that is kind of funny. But I think it would be good to get Amelia on with some of her lists of stuff.
Yeah, with her lists. I'm going to send her the link. I haven't sent it to her yet. Amelia does know how to bring the comedy, that's for sure, without even meaning to. Jim, talk for a minute while I find the links and send to Amelia.
Right, Jim, sorry, can I just say what I'm going to jump because I've got stuff to do with the family and I've got prepared because I've got a show after. But I've messaged you, Kate, in the private chat. You know what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Chang,
have a good day, Jose. Thanks for coming.
I may pop on later. I may pop back on later.
Yeah, cool. You're always welcome.
Guys, take care. Keep supporting. You've got a super chat that's just coming as well. So keep supporting Kate and Jim and their worthy cause. And I will catch up with all of you soon. So take care,
Thanks
everyone.
for your time, Jose. Bye. Big up Vindaloo with a £10 super chat. So big up Jimbo, Kate, Jose and Chang. Congrats on yesterday's win. Thank you very, very much indeed.
My favourite Arsenal fan ever.
Congratulations to you two on your win as well against Real Madrid. Hang on,
I'm actually very happy for Vindaloo. If they win it, I'll be over the moon for Vindaloo. I'll tell you that now.
Not just Vindaloo, Kunle as well, who I do the terrace with. One of my favourite Arsenal fans, absolute legend. There are some good ones out there. But yeah, Vinda's always a massive supporter of the channel and obviously a supporter of the charity as well because just donated. So thank you very much indeed. Very much appreciated. I thought you said Chelsea lost to Warsaw, though. They're not Warsaw. No, it's just the way I speak, Daniel. Everything sounds the same. But Chang, do you celebrate Easter over there?
The Catholics and some of the Christians, they do over here. I mean, it's a very general Christian sort of celebration, much like Good Friday or Hanukkah or any other celebration. So yes, we do have Easter over here in Southeast Asia, and you'd be surprised how many Asians also celebrate things like Thanksgiving. We also do have Thanksgiving over here. So this is, this is very modern and
it's check
for something like Easter to be celebrated. Wherever.
How you doing, sir?
Hello,
is Bill.
Hi.
This is Bill. This is obviously you know me, but this is Jimbo, my hubby. This is Chang. Phil is a huge Newcastle fan and genuinely good guy who goes on the terrace now. How you doing, Phil?
Living life to the full. Hope you guys are well.
We're good.
Good to see you guys.
What did you make of the Europa League wins last night?
I was very, very impressed and happy as well. Like in terms of like, I won't go. Let's not. When I say happy, let's not go too far. But definitely, no. But I'm happy in the sense of like, I can relate to a lot when teams are struggling. You know, relegation. So I can only imagine what it is like for you. I watched the Tottenham game. So I was watching the Tottenham game mainly. I see the Man United game because I was looking for the striker Hugo Ekitike for Frankfurt as well. So I was looking at him. But I saw your game and like you, I don't know if you said it earlier, but I feel like this might be your best performance of the season. I don't know if there's been a better one, and you had to like it was like a real kind of mature performance. And also, you needed it to kind of, I don't know how that's going to sound, but maybe Ange needed it to kind of, he showed a little bit of a different style. Yes, Frankfurt had kind of opportunities, but you defended well, you dug in, and yeah, you saw it out. 1-0 clean sheet. You needed that away from home in that stadium. Them boys in Germany know how to support their teams, so I think that's a big like mental win and experience for you guys. So well done to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. To get a clean sheet was completely, well, I never thought it would happen in a million years. So that's always good to see. Yeah.
Sorry, can you see my chat? It's saying that my chat's disabled.
No, I can see you, darling. It's because your chat's disabled on the other channel. That's all it is. You put right. Thanks, Beedaloo, help.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Big up Destiny 5 with a super chat or super sticker. Thank you very much. Obviously, Newcastle smashed. Was it Fulham you beat?
Palace.
Palace. That's it. Palace midweek. 5-0. Did it finish 5-0?
Yeah, finished 5-0.
They're absolutely flying. Champions League in your own hands. Are you going to do it?
Yeah, I think we will. And this is all while Mr. Eddie Howe is doing it from his hospital bed.
Bless him.
Pneumonia is a big thing. Like, it's not just, him getting a cold. People, you can go the other way if you're not careful. So it's even looking like he might be like away from the game until maybe till the end of the season. But we've picked up form. And what's really impressed me, obviously, we won our first trophy in 70 years. And people were saying, we're going to just live off that for the rest of the season. We're just going to get drunk and just, it doesn't matter what happens for the rest of the season. They're not in for the Champions League. And there is a challenge in that. It's a different kind of pressure to win, to continue winning after you experience such a high and kind of maintain those levels. But we've just put the pedal to the metal, and we just become even more intense, winning personal duels, being direct in our play. I mean, with Palace, and Palace are a good team. I know they lost to Man City a couple of days before that, 5-2, after going 2-0 up. But before that, they hadn't lost an away game in like a good 3, 4, 5 months. We just made it look like it's easy, but it's not. Like it was. They're a really, really good team. They have this box midfield where they got Lerma and Hughes, and then they'll have Eze and who's the other lad up front? They've got Eze and the other number 10.
Not
Ishmael Sarr. So they create that box midfield, and it allows them to kind of outnumber opposition teams in the midfield. So our centre backs are nearly 40 years old, are pushing up and it just allowed us to dominate, and we hit them on the flanks as well. So I don't know if you saw some of the goals. Jacob Murphy,
that goal was incredible,
crazy, and he meant that. Like you can tell that he meant that. I think that puts him. He's got like 10 assists this season and like 8 goals. Somebody can correct me in the chat. Like crazy goal contributions, and so no, it's been incredible ride. It'll be great to get that. It'll be the best season of my life as a Newcastle fan to win a trophy and be in the Champions League at the same time. So looking forward to it.
Can we borrow Isak for the semi-final and final, please?
You got Solanke. You don't need Isak.
Oh, I think I know who I'd rather have. Jess, thank you for the super chat. Do you think, obviously, you've had some real shit times being a Newcastle fan because you had Mike Ashley. Do you think things have turned now? And obviously, you've got the new owners who have got a lot of money. Do you think now's the time Newcastle step up and start being sort of a top 6, a regular top 6 team?
That's a great question, Kate. And then maybe it goes back to what I'll try to relate it to Tottenham as much as possible. So I'll say, like, yes, obviously, I think it's not just like it's one thing owners having super money, but it's also owners actually wanting to win. So our owners actually want to win, which means that, you know,
I think that's a dig at Spurs, isn't it?
No,
not a dig.
No, not at all. But like, I know what, I guess I know more about what you guys mean, because forever I used to think when we had Mike Ashley and you guys had Levy, I used to think, what are these guys complaining about? They've been in Champions League, they're regular Champions League goers, like 8-9 Champions Leagues in a row, something like that. They've got Harry Kane. Before that, your most frightening teams when you had obviously Toby, and you had Dele Ali, you had Dembele, all those guys, that incredible. And that was, I don't know if you guys remember, that was the days of people figuring out whether it's either between you and Liverpool as to who's going to take the throne from Man City. Like, those are great times for you guys. And so I think, what are these guys complaining about? Like, how about having Sports Direct over your stadium? Like, how about trying that kind of stuff? Like, but I can, now that I've got super rich owners and they're building, there's a lot more to it. Like, you can tell that literally all that they're building is so they can have more money, for instance, for the transfers and to build our squad. We nearly breached our PSR because we were sailing close to the wind. I almost don't mind that bit, because it shows we're going to push the envelope as far as we can to get to where we want to get to. So, like, even this season, we know this transfer window, we know, I think most Newcastle fans will tell you, we will do everything we can to get all the players that we need. I feel very confident in that. Whether they'll be the right players, we'll find out. But I know that these guys are going to push it to the end. Mike Ashley, I remember when the couple of times we didn't get relegated, we got into fifth spot. I remember that season we got into fifth spot, and we had this great momentum. We had a decent squad. So we had what's her name, Demba Ba. We had Cisse, and we were just rolling. And you're thinking, okay, now you need a couple more players to keep it going. He bought one guy called Vernon Anita. Did anybody remember Vernon Anita? It's okay if you don't.
I do.
The right back from Holland, you know, £4 million, and then literally that season we struggled, we lost players, and the following season we got relegated. And so the difference is always in attitude. So yeah, absolutely, Newcastle is stepping up in terms of top six. For me, Kate, like, I guess I want Newcastle to forge their own destiny. I want them to kind of create their own table. And I kind of feel it for you guys a little bit in terms of Tottenham, especially because I feel like you guys got dragged into this top six conversations. And then you get, obviously, all the other clubs kind of battering and saying, when's your next Champions League? When's this? When's that? And I feel, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel sometimes that kind of strayed you away from the pathway you were on. Like when you had Pochettino, I felt like if you only kept him for another season, or at least the very minimum, get someone with the same philosophy, but that can take the club. But you looked over at Chelsea, said, we want Conte. You looked at Chelsea, we want Jose. Because if they can bring Chelsea cups, they can give us cups. That's what it felt like, because it made no sense to your playing style, which you had the most exciting playing style at the time, in my opinion. So it felt like your owner was always looking at somebody else and thinking, and not kind of valuing the good things that you guys created in your team, in my opinion, just from the outside looking in. And had you continued on that trajectory, you'd have definitely lifted. You'd have been definitely in that position of lifting cups regularly. So I'm just hoping that we continue to forge our own destiny. And if times do get a bit difficult and we're looking around, we don't forget like the team that we've built, essentially. So it's just lessons I think that we can take as well for ourselves. Ironically, now, and I end on this, maybe you guys talked about Andrew's. For me, if I'm going to be trying to look at it through Levy's point of view, I think he appointed Ange to kind of return you back to those attacking ways and kind of that philosophy. Except for Ange, he's a bit too much in that direction, So
he's a bit Bielsa.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So I feel like Levy's overcompensated with Ange. So then, where do you go? I'll be so interested to see who, if Ange doesn't stay, who would be your next your next manager. But I don't know if you guys talked about it. I don't know if you guys are Ange in or Ange out. I don't know if last night's game has changed your minds. I mean, like, where are you guys with Ange and where you guys going forward?
Chang, I know you've got to go in a minute, so I'm going to let you go first.
Yeah. Okay. So as I said an hour earlier, around 1 p.m. Sorry, it was at noon. When I came back onto the show at noon, I mentioned very earlier that so long as Ange is still at the helm, I'm fully behind him. And if he does win the Europa League come summer, I think he's more than afforded himself to the end of the calendar year to see if we can turn things around. Because with trophies, with track talent, and that's what I'm hoping will come to pass before the start of the summer transfer window. And much like Newcastle winning the League Cup, congratulations to them. And I think they going to be, a force to be reckoned with. But you don't get rid of your manager that's just won you an European trophy. And for me, Big Ange has to be
Unless you're Man
given,
United.
ample time to see
Yeah, unless you're Man United.
to see if we can. So yeah, to answer your question, Mr. Phil, I feel that Ange has bought himself just that few more months, maybe to the end of the year, if he does win the Europa League. But because this is a very cutthroat business, and I mean the past decade or so has shown to us all that dog eat dog sort of sports industry. So it wouldn't surprise me one bit if he becomes yet another Juan de Ramos, who's just won a silverware, but has to face the sack in a matter of months. I really do hope for his sake he does turn things around, because honestly, Mr. Phil, I cannot afford to have us start another project while the likes of Newcastle and Eddie Howe pull away further and further away. So there is that upside to hanging on to him if we do win the Europa League and he does turn things around. Jose Garcia said earlier before he left the stream, things don't look at all right at Tottenham from top to bottom. I still have these reservations myself with regards to Big Ange's here at Spurs, but let's just wait and see where this Europa campaign of ours leads to. As for me myself, I apologize everybody in the chat. I have to be taking my leave now. It's already 8 p.m. It's already 8 p.m. on a Friday night. I have to be going to bed right now, but in around 6 or 7 hours, by about 7 p.m. UK time, if the charity stream is still going on by then, I will be back again. So I look forward to seeing you in the morning on Saturday morning when I do rejoin.
Big up to you, Chan.
Fantastic Friday ahead, and also a great weekend to everyone watching. See you all very soon, and come on, you Spurs.
Take care.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Jimbo, do you want to answer Phil's question about Ange Postecoglou?
Well, I thought he needed to put 50p in the electric.
I know, it kept cutting out, didn't it? I thought it was me, and I was like, is it me or is it?
I said earlier, Kate, I think it's really disrespectful for fans after he's just got us to a semi-final talk about him getting sacked. Let's see how the rest of the season pans out. I mean, I don't want to sit here and say that I want him gone out of our club when he's just got us to a semi-final. I mean, not as bad as Newcastle. I mean, we've been 17 years without a trophy. I mean, this is like when Newcastle won the cup the other day. I heard people saying that you shouldn't have an open top bus. Things about people saying, "Oh, they're going to celebrate this for the next so many seasons." Fucking right, you should be celebrating it. 75 years without a trophy, bloody hell! It should be every day.
100%.
I know it's ridiculous. It's a massive achievement. 75 years is 75 years, isn't it?
70. So, I mean, it's 70, like it's 70, 75, same thing nowadays, isn't it?
I mean, it's a huge thing, and it doesn't matter what cup it is, you've won a cup in England. So you should be celebrating it.
Yeah.
But going back to Ange, if he wins just the cup, Kate, for me, if they sack him, I think it'd be a terrible thing. I do. as much as I'm not saying if it's going to be right or wrong, right? I just think after 17 years, he wins us the trophy. He'd be up there with our most successful managers, you know. And then just to sack him, should they give him a chance next season? I don't know. I don't know, because this season's kind of, I mean, I've been watching Spurs. I've been watching Spurs for about 55 years, right? I remember watching football in black and white.
Right.
So,
He is that old.
I do. I remember watching football. I remember the guy Match of the Day telling us what team was what.
Yeah.
He used to say, they used to tell you what team was wearing. So, but I just think it would be a bit harsh to sack him. But if they did sack him, I wouldn't be like crying my eyes out, right? Because I don't think the way this season's gone, that it's been what we deserve. It's a really hard one. This season's just absolutely baffled me. What's your first name?
Phil.
Philip.
Oh, Philip. Sorry,
Philip.
should I call
That's
you
all right.
Philip?
You can well, so it's cool. Whatever. Philip.
No, I don't want to call you Toon Tactics.
Yeah. Or TT. It's Kate calls me
Yeah, I
TT.
call it TT.
This season's absolutely baffled me. I don't know what to make of it. I don't, because we've had games where we've looked so good, you know, beating City 4-0, beating Aston Villa 4-1. You know, these last two games in the Europa Cup, I thought we were fantastic. You know, in both games, I thought we were. This is how I want to see Tottenham played. And you go and play Leicester, right? Who've got a list of like 10 games where they've lost, and there's one win in the middle of it, and that was against Tottenham. And in them 10 games, they never scored a goal. But there's one where they scored 2 goals, and that's against Tottenham. And you're thinking to yourself, what's happening to this team? It's just so weird the way the season's gone. I mean, can you imagine it? We finished 16th, 17th, and we win one of the biggest cups in Europe.
Crazy. That would be so crazy.
I know.
I was saying that at the start of the season, I said I'll take 17th in a trophy, but
you didn't actually think it would happen like that.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You say things thinking that never happened, so I can say anything. But I still think his race is run at Spurs, and it's hard to say it, but I just think he's lost that connection with the fans, and I don't think that even if he wins the Europa League, that's going to come back. All this cupping of the year and getting angry with fans and having a row with people because they're putting their phones in his face, and I just think something's gone sour, and I think he knows it, because like we said earlier, he said last night, you're going to have to put up with me for a bit longer. So yeah. I think the writing's on the wall, which is harsh, but I hope in a way that he turns around and walks with his head held high and sort of says, I've done what I said I was going to do, you know, F you all, really. And he's perfectly within his right to do that. But I've got to ask you, Phil, how come you're a Newcastle fan? Because don't sound like a Geordie.
No, I don't. No. South Londoner. I'm a...
That's what I thought.
No, I was wondering that, but I didn't want to be rude and ask.
That's not rude. It's great.
I left it to Kate.
Literally, I've got a whole YouTube trailer on my channel. So as soon as you go on my channel, it talks about, you know, I know I'm not a Geordie, but I support Newcastle United. So it's not rude at all. And it's good to actually find out from people how they came to supporting their clubs in the first place. Because I wasn't born in the UK, and so essentially when I came over, it's kind of like as soon as I switched on the TV, really, they were the first team I saw play. And I remember we were playing Monaco. We were in I can't remember if it's Champions League or UEFA Cup. And it's the days when Henry was still playing for Monaco.
Wow.
And we lost, and we lost that game. And I remember crying my eyes out. I thought, I was just crying my eyes out. And I thought, I can't be crying for every other team. This is clearly my team. So essentially, it's just stuck with me being a Newcastle fan. The funny thing is, these are the days when Newcastle started becoming really, really good. The entertainers and stuff like that. People were looking at us like, you know, kind of at least challenging Man United. I remember obviously we were 12 points up at one reason, the greatest bottle job in Premier League history. It was funny the other day, speaking of that, because I remember some of the young guys that came on the Football Terrace, they were like, one of them said to me, "Oh, I don't know what title league chase is like." And I'm like, "No, I knew it before you did."
Yeah, exactly.
I do. But look, almost that happened, and those are the days where I was being called a glory hunter.
Wow.
I was being called a glory hunter. That shows you just how different Newcastle were in those days. And then obviously since that time when then we had obviously Bobby Robson still just about, him and I've got him and Eddie Howe on the same penny. That's a big thing for me because Bobby Robson's like, he's like granddad almost. Like he's
what
like
a legend.
Proper. So for me to say Eddie Howe is almost like there with me is a very big thing. So I had those days, and obviously had David Ginola. Obviously, you guys know all about him as well. Those are the days where we were just rampant. And then obviously I think what solidifies you as a fan is not just the highs, it's the desperate lows. And then that's what Mike actually brought in, like this. He brought in a cloud of him. It was insane. And through that time, especially experiencing not just the relegation seasons, but there's other seasons where we were fighting relegation as well. And you don't run, you stay, you stick with your club essentially. You're ready to go to League 5 if you have to. It is what it is. And obviously now it feels like we're coming on the end of that with the takeover. A takeover that's taken about 2 years to actually happen because they didn't want it to happen in the first place. So yeah, man, like to be able to experience, I thought I'd never see I don't know if I'll ever see my team lift a trophy. You hope, but you never know.
Yeah.
To see that has been absolutely incredible. To be doing Champions League stuff, and I guess some of the greatest joys are now is to be able to banter some of the top 6 clubs because they're all scared
like
now.
us.
With you guys,
I think that Newcastle deserved the trophy. I think over the last couple of seasons they've been so good, and I think they will cement themselves as top 4, top 6 team.
Mm.
I mean, when you look at it, they haven't spent a fortune, and look at this team he's built.
Well, Jim, we haven't bought a first team player for the last 18 months.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. We haven't bought one first team player for the last 18 months, 3 transfer windows, all of this PSR stuff. So I can't wait till this.
Well, as time goes on, you'll build a team there.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember listening to Talk Sport when you signed Isak, and they were like, why has no one else gone in for this guy? This guy is fantastic. And me and Jim were like, don't know much about him. They were like, honestly, he's phenomenal. He's going to take the Premier League by storm. And wow, were they right? This guy is absolutely incredible. You're so lucky. I mean, Arsenal fans are convinced they're going to take him, but I don't see him going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I try to be as balanced as I can. I understand it if you're Arsenal fan, Chelsea fan, you kind of your club is like this, and I think they've got, because he looks like he plays like Henry, he got the number 14, his destiny type of thing. Why would he stay at little old Newcastle? Essentially, that's where it comes from. Why would he stay at little old Newcastle and not go to Arsenal, not go to Liverpool? But and I think I think we are building something. I think he will stay because if he looks around him, he's got great players around him. Gordon, Bruno, Tonali, who's been absolutely phenomenal. He's a gladiator. And sometimes, I don't know, I like to think of it, if you're a player and you're thinking to yourself, I could go to these other clubs, but at the end of the day, I'm growing here, I'm developing here, we're winning stuff, we're going Champions League, and I'm loved here. Like, I'm cemented here. So long as we keep going a forward momentum, there isn't that big need to go. I think, but I'm also kind of realistic. Like, for instance, we have Bruno Guimaraes, who was like linked to Man City last transfer window. We renegotiated his contract and we put it 100 million release clause, which Man City didn't touch. They thought they were okay. I bet they wish they changed their minds now.
Yeah.
So we're being realistic at the same. I feel like we're still acting like a big club in terms of like, when we're not deluded into thinking that, if Barcelona's, Bayern Munich's and stuff like that come along, we need to be prepared for that. And I think it'd be the same thing for Isak. I think Isak, I kind of think if Isak is looking at going away, the best still from our club's perspective is to create a release, give him a new contract and give him release clauses. Mm-hmm. One release clause of 150 million for any clubs in the Premier League, and one release clause of 100 million for any clubs outside the Premier League.
Yeah.
so
It makes sense.
so we don't have to see you causing damage here. But yeah, man, I'm fairly confident we're building a good infrastructure. We've been really good in kind of recruiting new players and stuff like that. That's not me saying we're going to get another Isak just like that, but we've been very, very blessed with the players that we've been brought. I don't think we have had a dud just yet. So, and we just got good recruitment, really. So, yeah, I hope he stays. I think he will stay, and we can build on it, really.
I don't see why he would go. Why would he go? You're going to be one of the biggest clubs in the Premier League over the next 5-6 years, without any shadow of a doubt. You're going to be a massive club. You're not going to go backwards. You're going to start going forwards.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of it, you know. And look, if you look over the last 2 seasons, how good you've been. Excuse me, you've been phenomenal, and you've won your first trophy, and it's just going to get better and better.
Yeah, and we've won.
You're going to overtake teams like us, for sure.
They already have.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Probably Villa as well.
Yeah.
Well, West Ham. Yeah, we won't even talk about it. You're going to cement yourself up there over the next 5 years for sure.
Yeah, no, that's the aim. That's the hope, really. Like, you never know. Like, obviously, I know you guys are in a low period at the moment, but you've been going Champions League for a long time now. You're still a big club. I think all that's missing is that trophy. If you win that trophy, I think the way fans look at the team, even the owner and the players look at the team, everything changes, everything shifts. Now, like, oh, raw, like, so, and I think maybe that you might see that in the transfer window as well. So, yeah, I wouldn't.
Daniel Levy, you're having a laugh.
The one thing he hasn't, or he obviously won the League Cup, was it 17 years ago, but maybe he's forgotten what it's like. I can't remember. You guys will know. After he won the League Cup, is that when he started building for the team that you had with Pochettino, or is that too far back?
That's too far back. And I think he was lucky, really, with the team we got with Poch. I think they just he didn't spend big and buy any sort of superstars. It just so happens they all gelled and worked at the same time. And I think that's how Tottenham are going to be. They're not ever going to be a team that buys a massive superstar. They rather just buy sort of middle of the road sort of players and hope that we get some sort of miracle and it works like it did with Poch. I mean, I say it every time I mention him, but I can't believe we didn't win anything with that team. We were so bloody good.
Yeah.
It's a sin, really.
100%. 100%.
Why couldn't he?
Yeah,
we never got the luck when we needed it. You need a bit of luck in football.
Yeah, of course you do.
And like in the Champions League final, you know, they got that handball in the first 10 minutes, whenever it was.
Yeah,
which wasn't a handball. It was a ridiculous decision, and just little bits like that make a difference in your history.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, that's why you have to keep on going, like keep on going into those tournaments as well, so your luck gets better because you get more experience on it. That's why I can't understand how the squad. It feels like your squad's like disintegrated, like, because if he's been doing it for 9-10 years straight, at the very least, in terms of you guys going to the Champions League, in my mind, he understands what squad building is because you've done it for 10 years. So therefore, why has this happened? Like, I'm very, very surprised that it's like.
It's because Daniel Levy. I mean, look, if you look, there was us and Liverpool in the final. The year before that, right? Liverpool lost in the final, right? But what Liverpool done is they went on to build a better team. Where we lost in the final, and he didn't buy any players for Poch. You see what I'm saying?
3 windows. He built a stadium instead of investing in the team.
He didn't invest in the team. And where Liverpool lost the final, and then they invested, right? They went on the next year to win it. We lost the final, and it's just like we went to 2 or 3 windows without buying a player.
So what was that? Is that what he was saying? Like, I can't invest in a team because I'm building the stadium.
He actually didn't say that. He actually said he'd put money aside for
building
the stadium. He said he had money aside to buy players, and all the shit come out that it was the managers that didn't want the players, and so he was throwing them under the bus.
But Poch actually came out and said fans have got to be prepared. It's going to be really painful because we're not going to have the money to invest and upgrade the squad. And then he came out and said, we're going to have sort of like a mansion, but with IKEA furniture in it. So he gave the signs without saying it that he wasn't being back. That's what he said, something along those lines, which is absolutely spot on to this day. But
that's very, very close to Mr. Steve Bruce was doing every press conference every time he played someone. We can't play out the back. We'll get destroyed. We have to defend. Because we'll give it a good go, you know. We'll see what happens. But the other team, they're so great. Literally every press conference, he's just talking us down. It was I can't tell you, Kate Jim, like that stuff blows my mind. Like to this day, like I'm even talking about it, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm like, sheesh, bro. That was traumatic.
At least you've got the light at the end of the tunnel now for Newcastle, because as Jim said, I mean, this Villa fan as well saying about the PSR's there to keep the top 6 where they are, but you've got the likes of Villa, Forest, Newcastle showing who have got the ambition. I do agree with that to an extent, although we'd never have to worry about PSR because our owner don't spend any money. Like, he buys players that are of the lower end and he won't pay the wages, but I think the top 6, I don't think there is a top 6 anymore. I think there's a top 8. And I think that maybe Tottenham are edging their way out of it. But I mean, we're no more next season, I think.
Next season is so pivotal for you guys. Well, in fact, there's 2 things. Where you go in this cup competition and then next season. I think it's like this is a really critical point for you. It's almost like it could be like a sliding doors moment for you in terms of where you're at, because if you do win it, then you're kind of maybe not in, when we say restored, like I know you still need to build your squad, you still got things to work on, but that winning that cup, like it kind of restores at least some kind of faith in what's happening. But who are you guys playing again? Is it Bodo Glimt? No,
yes.
Lazio. So Bodo went through.
No,
Bodo
went through on penalties, yeah.
Oh my word.
But you know what, Philip? You know what? The thing that I always say to Kate, and I've told her over the years, and I've proved it right every single time, that football's a funny game, you know. Crazy. And you can be, for 6 months, you can be right down in the doldrums, and then something changes and you start moving back up and doing well. Look at Arsenal. They was nowhere for 10 years, right? And then they've come back to it and fighting for titles and Champions Leagues. And that's the thing about football. You know, if you look at Forest, up and down, right? Bournemouth up and down. Now they've settled themselves. And football changes all the time, you know. And at the minute we're going through a bad patch, but it'll change and we'll get back in there and start climbing the table again. You know, and there'll be clubs that start dropping. Look at City. They looked unbeatable for how many seasons?
Yeah.
Teams are going there and beating them. You know, so
they've still got that court case. I think they're still waiting for the thing to come out. Didn't they finish the court case and they're going to get the results? Like,
yeah, I think they're waiting for the results, aren't they? I mean, we went there 4-0, so that tells you that they've definitely dropped.
We all know what's going to happen with that court case, don't we? I mean, let's be fair. I can't see anything going on, but I keep saying to Terry, you're going to not be having us Spurs lot on the top 6 anymore because we're not in it anymore. But then it's neither Man United, let's be fair. But he can get round that because he's the host. But no, I think to be fair, it's not a top 6. I think it's a lot more open now, the Premier League, than it used to be, which is good. It's a lot more competitive than it used to be. But I just worry we'll get left behind.
It's the Wild West. I mean, you mentioned obviously Villa, ourselves, Forest, and the common denominator is their owners. Like, I know that they got money, but if you've seen even Forest owner, that guy looks like he wants to win. Like he's willing to sell 12 players to bring in 12 players. He's got no smuts or maybes about that kind of stuff. So, and Villa owners are very super ambitious as well. So I think
it's about, a lot of it's about buying wisely as well. Look, Daniel 90s, look what he said. Let me bring it up. Right. Why ain't it coming up, Kate?
Yeah.
Right. Look, he's saying about that they spent 12 million quid, but what they did what they did, Daniel, is they bought Wise before that, so they had really good players, you know, that weren't old players, but they bought players in that were established players and were strong players. So they didn't need to spend loads of money to top it up. You know, we buy the players like Dembele, you know, 60, 70 million he was, or whatever he was.
Richarlison as well, and that.
Yeah. I mean, look, well, the money we spend on players that are just absolute donkeys.
You need that sporting, because funny enough, we've got the sporting director Paul Mitchell who helped build you that that squad. And so what I'm going to really find out this summer what he's made of. I mean, he's been kind of helping us be disciplined in terms of our spending. But you're right, he's going to be buying us a couple of gems as well. Him and Eddie Howe had kind of bumped heads at the beginning. But I think they're slowly growing. They're going to kind of grow together. I feel like Paul Mitchell needs Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe needs Paul Mitchell. I don't think Paul Mitchell, no matter how successful he is, we know his track record with players. Like there's tons of players who like Mateus Cunha, Konate, Son. Like it's just endless. But he's never won a trophy. Like he's never been that club that's won a trophy, which is interesting. Now he has.
Yeah.
So out of all those players that he's got, now he has. So I feel like maybe there's going to be something with that. And on that FSG comment, sorry, go on, Jimmy. You're going to say something.
I was going to say, if you look at Liverpool, right, Philip, when do you ever see Liverpool go out and buy 5 or 6 players? They don't. Yeah. They buy 1 or 2 top quality players, you know, and they find so many gems, right? We go out and we in a season buy 5 or 6 players, and you ain't got 1 gem in there. That's the difference, you know. It's the scouting system, and it seems like Liverpool and Newcastle and Villa, right, buy the right players, and they don't waste loads of money like we do.
But I heard that Levy's got this. I'm hearing that more and more, like even when Paul Mitchell was around and other scouts saying and agents are saying that Levy takes a little bit too much of a proactive approach in your. Like there's players you've turned down that you should have never turned down. So like our owners don't give them monkeys. Like they just, oh, you say he's good, okay, we'll pay for him. But they get the experts to do that. So Eddie Howe, Paul Mitchell, if they agree on a player, they just give the player. They're not sitting there saying, but I like this player more, I like that player more. Like, is it true? Are the stories around Levy kind of being a bit too proactive in the players that he wants a little bit too true, or is it?
Yeah, we could have had Grealish, but wouldn't pay the extra 3 million, 20 odd million. Bruno Fernandes, we could have had. He didn't want him. Tevez, another one. He didn't want him. I mean, you can't make it up. Mane,
there was like 3 million, 5 million difference in the price tag that they wanted, and he didn't want to pay. You know, we could have got Grealish for 22 million, and they were asking for 25, but he wouldn't pay the 25. The season later, he sold for 100 million. So sometimes I've said this before on stream. Sometimes, you know, you think he is a good businessman in what he does with things like the stadium and all that, but when it comes to the football side of it, he's a complete numpty. The players I've seen over the years, him let go over 2 or 3 million, and then a season later they sell for 2 or 3 times more than what he could have got them for. It's so frustrating. You know, when we could have got Grealish for 25 million, I thought it was an absolute steal. But for 3 million, he wouldn't pay it. So,
big shout out Sava there for sending everybody over from his stream. But yeah, Levy is he needs to learn that if he's going to be involved, to just back away from the football side. No one can sort of criticize him as a businessman. He's phenomenal. But he ain't got a clue about football, let's be fair. So,
but do you see that changing? Do you see he's been at the helm for 20 years? Like, and what's going on with because part of the guys that used to be the minority owners, Amanda Stavely and Mera Gadduzi, are spending a lot of time at Tottenham nowadays.
Yeah, they are.
She knows some really powerful people.
There's lots of rumours about a takeover and a large investment, but we've heard it so many times and it never comes to fruition. So, look, I think even if someone comes in and buys into the club, Levy I don't think he knows how to step back. He's a bit of a control freak, and I just don't think he can do it. Every time he says he's going to do it, I've brought in new football people and I'm going to be taking a back seat. And the next thing you know, he's getting involved. He can't help himself. He literally cannot help himself.
I almost kind of I can't see him doing. I almost feel like if there is new owners coming in, I don't see him selling Tottenham outright. I see him doing like a in your start type of thing. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I can't. It'll be interesting to see how that would work. But Amanda Staley, Amanda, like they know some really, really rich and powerful people. So I'll be very keen to see how that goes.
Yeah, look, I'd love it if we got, I'd love it if we got a big investment, providing it's spent on the team. I mean, we make so much money from these concerts and the boxing. I mean, it's we get mocked for it left, right, and centre when, you know, NFL, and yet it doesn't find its way into the team. And I think that is the big thing that most Tottenham fans are frustrated about, because what's the point of having this stadium for Beyonce and everything else if the team don't benefit from it? It's like, I always feel that Tottenham Hotspur Football Club for Levy is just a by the way. It's kind of like, oh, well, I've got to do that, but I'm more interested in that. And that's exactly what none of us want to see, obviously, because Tottenham used to be a top club. I mean, before I was born, really. I haven't seen that much glory in my years. But it's just such a shame. I'm sick to death of defending my club when everyone says, you never win nothing. It's like, oh,
you know
we used to.
You know what? I had a season ticket for nearly 25 years at White Hart Lane, right? And I can never, ever, ever remember us not having one or two absolute superstars in our team. Since we bought this new stadium, right, the superstar we had, Kane, has gone, and then you got Sonny, who's on the last legs, isn't he? We've got no superstars. Tottenham's always had one or two or three superstars in their team, but since we've had this stadium, that's all gone apart.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
It is.
It's not in a good way. You know, yesterday was lovely, but now it's all coming back to me. It's worn off a bit of them last night talking football, and it's all coming back to me that our club's not in a great way.
Well, no. When's the semi-final? When is that semi-final? Is it one leg, by the way, or is it two?
It's 2 legs. First to the 8th of May. So
first and the 8th
2
of
weeks.
May.
Yeah, 2 weeks time. I'm just scared about keeping the players fit. I want to wrap them all in bubble wrap.
Don't worry. I don't think they're playing. I think he's going to bring out the academy for that one.
I hope so. I really, really hope so. Because if we start losing top players, I don't know what we'll do. But
see, the other thing, what you've got to look at, right? The way Levy's built Tottenham Hotspur over the last 20 years, or however long he's been here. I can't remember how long he's been in, 20 odd years. He's made it into a cash cow, right? And it's a money-making machine, right? It's a place for printing money. So the people that are going to buy it, are they going to be into the football, or are they going to be looking at this as a cash cow? You see what I'm saying? So you could just end up with owners the same as him that take it on just to make loads and loads of money and not pump it into the football. So that's one thing that really, really worries me. You know,
it's mad because the reason, like, people wondering why did our owners buy Newcastle, because I feel like because Mike Ashley and Levy kind of took over like the respective clubs at almost around the same time ish. Obviously, Levy a little bit earlier, whereas Levy took the time to invest into the club, and obviously he's created a cash cow, as you say. Mike Ashley took the opposite approach, and he stripped the car, like he took the wheels, he took everything. Yeah. But what that's ended up meaning is that if you're an owner of lots of money coming in, you're thinking, what I have to do is put a little bit of a wheel here, put a little, fix the exhaust a little bit, and this thing's going to be purring straight away. So what's really happened is that they're creating a team, or they're creating a club almost in their own image. So that's what became so attractive to them. Good people saying, why don't you buy Liverpool? Why don't you buy Man United? You can afford all that money, or Tottenham. But it's already created, it's already done, and you're gonna have to spend even more money. There's limited room for expansion, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas at Newcastle, they're buying airports at Newcastle. They're buying so they're probably like going in hard at it. So if you are Levy, that's why I kind of see like someone coming in and getting a part ownership. But you're right, Jimmy. It has to be someone that wants to win stuff, and has to focus on that.
It's got to be a football person, someone that comes in and like they've done at Newcastle, and say, look, we're coming in here, we're going to spend some money, right? And the money we make, we're going to put into the club. It's got to be a football person. But if it's just another businessman, right, or a consultant of business people, and it's going to be the same thing for them as it is for Levy.
Would you take back Alan Sugar?
No, if that happens, I'm just going to come and support Newcastle.
It would be nice. You know, it would be nice if we could get a syndicate of like ex-players and some fans to buy a portion of
like
it.
Bayern Munich, like Bayern Munich or something.
Exactly.
You probably need that actually. That would be superb. There's some high-profile celebrities that support Tottenham. There's some people some money that support Tottenham.
Adele, she could stick a few quid in.
Yeah.
She's not short of a few quid, so she could start the ball rolling.
What's
But
Ben
yeah,
said,
there are.
Craig?
There's who?
Ben, what's he saying here?
He says Spurs are slowly buying up the area. They're buying up land, which is much more expensive than Newcastle will ever be. They're doing the same thing.
I feel there's a moment of pride in what he said there. Like, oh, fine. I mean, we keep buying land.
I know. To be fair, Tottenham might be more expensive than Newcastle. I'm not sure I'd particularly want any land there, but that's just me. But yeah, I agree. Keep Levy out of the football. I think if he did that and brought in a football person, literally stayed away, he wouldn't get anywhere near the hate that he gets. It's just he can't help but make himself busy.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like any other chairman, Kate, that they don't really talk about them if they don't put their face in front of the camera. We think a lot of the Nottingham Forest chairman, right? Because he puts himself in front of the camera and he talks to
and
them.
he's a big guy. Let's be fair.
It's a dangerous guy.
He's very outspoken, which I don't think's wrong. It's good that they come out and talk. But I mean, you don't really see the Newcastle people, do you? You don't see
you just see them flying in they'll fly in at certain occasions.
Yeah.
When the transfer needs to happen, they'll fly in, they'll drop some money, then they go. And like, oh, God bless you guys. You guys are great.
I mean, Levy don't like being in the limelight, does he? But
no.
So if it all changed and he was just in the background and we started doing well, people wouldn't even think of him.
So who's your sporting director now? I can't understand where I thought Paratici went, then he's staying, or he is, but now he's going to some Italian club. I can't remember who it was. Like, what's the situation with all of that?
I think he's going to Inter. We got what's it, Lang?
We've got Aston Villa got rid of him because he could buy his crap players. Yeah, so we got him.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? You can't make it up.
What's his track record of players? Has anyone ever like? Who's he known for getting like?
He bought in Duran. He's bought in some good ones, but he's also bought in some duds as well. So it's a mixed bag. But then I think if you're looking realistically, Paratici's was a mixed bag. It wasn't like every player he bought in was a success.
No.
It was sort of 50-50.
No.
So, but apparently Archer says that his talks with AC Milan have broken down. I mean, I'd rather have Paratici there, but
is it because they did the DBS check and they're like, oh, sugar,
he can't come. But it's just we're rotten from the bottom upwards until something changes at the ownership, whether it be the structure or whatever, and then nothing's going to change. Don't matter which manager we get. Although I'm hoping and praying that Poch comes back.
I was going to say, so you want him back?
Oh my God, I never wanted him gone.
Yeah.
It literally broke my heart into a million pieces, and that's not even a lie. I still can't get over the fact he got sacked.
Even Doris the tea lady's leaking tactics.
I mean, when we went on the stadium tour, we was lucky we got shown around by Mickey Hazard, and he took us to meet loads of the people that work there, and every single person we spoke to said Poch is the nicest man, and he bled Tottenham. He would go in and he'd speak to every member of staff every day, and anyone, people cleaning or whatever. He made an effort, and he loved his job, and everyone loved him. And I just think, I think he's Mr. Spurs, but obviously he's tied into a couple of years' time because of the World Cup.
World Cup, isn't it? Yeah, the World Cup. He's not doing well with the US, though, is he?
Yeah,
he's not doing the greatest.
But we'd have to wait and see. I know it makes me sad as well. Destiny's the same as me. Just wants Poch back at all costs. People laugh and go, but he's a mediocre manager. I don't think he is, and I think he his passion lies with Tottenham, and I do think he will win something with Tottenham when he comes back.
And you know what? Sometimes certain managers at certain times work really well for the clubs that they're at. Like,
Exactly.
and he just was the right man for the right club, and they just work best. Like, I remember when we got Eddie Howe. I don't know if you guys saw the viral clip of Talk Sport where there was a Newcastle fan who just got taken over, and I think it was Jason Cundy. God bless Jason Cundy. And he said, "Guy, you're the richest club in the world now. Who do you want? You know, who's going to be the big manager?" And the Newcastle fan. And this is before they even knew about it. Like, he just like, "I like that Eddie Howe, you know." And they started bursting out laughing.
I remember that.
Do you remember that?
Because we listen to TalkSport all the time, and especially the sports bar. But yeah, they mocked him. He said you could have any name, you can have anyone, and you pick Eddie Howe. But I mean, what a manager Eddie Howe is.
Exactly. And he just ended up being the right man. I mean, we initially wanted Unai Emery, and he kind of said yes, but he was working at Villarreal, and the owner there is a dangerous guy. And he said, "You're not going." So he didn't go. And then we ended up getting Eddie Howe. And forever people keep on attributing him to Mark Hughes all the time when I think they look alike, but they play nothing alike in terms of whatever he are. And they keep on saying, first they were saying you're never going to win anything with him. Now that he has, now they're saying, but you're never going to win the league. You're never going to, God help us if we win the league, what they're going to be saying next. And I'm so surprised because if you look at Eddie Howe's history, I don't know how anybody can say they know if he's a mediocre, what his ceiling is. He took over Bournemouth at 32, 33. They got relegated. They breached PSR and they got relegated like 17 points. They had to go to League One. There were bailiffs at their door the whole 9. They had no scouting system. It was him and Jason Tyndall going up the M1, scouting players, non-league players and whatever. And he got them promoted. We know the rest of the story. And even with those same players that he had in League One, he had them playing in the Premier League. Good football, not Stoke City football. He's football on the ground football. Yes, he got relegated towards the end, but how much money did Bournemouth really have? And so I'm saying that he's got all this incredible background and history. He's not like, and I'm not saying this is bad or good. He's not like an Arteta where it's almost like a private school kid. You have the best teacher ever, Mr. Guardiola, in the best facilities in the, where all the kids get to go to the Swiss Alps and Man City and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Whereas Eddie Howe went to the local secondary school everybody goes to, but he made it. So that was just like, and obviously now he's at Newcastle and he's literally, and I know people say steady Eddie, he really is. We need that. He's so calm, and at a club where the fans, all of us, are so up and down, you need someone like, because I think what you were saying, Kate, earlier about Ange, and I feel like people would have been a little bit more tolerant or a bit more forgiving of Ange through this time if he kind of kept his cool in press conferences, didn't cup his ears, didn't go to war with the worst thing you can do is go to war with the fans. Whether you think they're right or they're wrong, like, just keep your cool. And I think he's just made it worse for himself. Like, I don't know what your thoughts. I feel like that's where he lost. Like you said, the disconnect has happened.
That's what I mean. That's why I don't think he gets that back. I mean, if he cupped his ear, we all know he cupped his ear, right? Just own it and say, well, yeah, they were giving me a lot of shit. I thought we scored, so I'd give a little bit back. But it backfired, and we all then go, oh, well, at least he's owned it. But the fact he's tried to make some crap story up, and all this, like, oh, people are putting phones in my face, it's disrespectful. No, this is what happens when you're in the public eye. This is why you get paid millions a year. Just get over it. So I don't think he's ever going to get that back. I think the fan relationship, once that's fractured, you know what fans are like, they're tribal. I don't think it would matter whether he wins or not. I think it's done. But Jim, are you going to say you think I'm wrong?
Oh, I think that if he wins the Europa League and we do have a good end to the season, I think he can get people back on side. Of course he can. He's made some mistakes, but everyone in life makes mistakes. God, if you can't, mistakes are made. Fucking hell, it's a million. We all. He can get that back, Kate. If we do well and start winning and win a trophy, people are start getting on side with him again.
Yeah, you could be right. Want to say a massive shout out to Danny Kiriaka as well, who's just donated on the Just Giving page. He put, what a wonderful effort for a truly amazing cause that means so much to me. Couldn't have two better humans advocating mental health and suicide awareness. Let's smash that target. So thank you very much, Danny.
He must be talking about you, film, Kate.
Yeah, you can't possibly be talking about you. I think it's very unfair that Destiny 5 just said that she's at the drive-through, for McDonald's drive-through, because I'm starving, and I think that's outrageous that anyone would even say that when we've still got hours to go. 8 hours and 15 minutes, you know, that's just rude.
Wow. I hope you've got some food and refreshments near you. Or
we've got takeaways. We've got
Oh, you got
takeaways that will deliver. Yeah, that's the plan. And we've got an 18-year-old son who knows how to cook.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's good.
He's a good cook as well.
Yeah, no, it's not. Do you know what? He just loves it. He loves cooking. He's been cooking his own dinners since he was about 16. But when I go down and see my niece in London. She lives in Kent, which is probably not that far from you, because she's on the borders of Abbey Wood, which is
Yeah.
William cooks for Jim the whole time I'm gone. He makes
chef.
fajitas and just he's a good little cook.
I put my order in and he cooks it.
He does.
That's proper good, you know. Like, because it takes patience, it takes work. Like,
it does.
He's good as well. He's not just he's a good cook. His food's lovely.
He don't just do like chicken nuggets and chips. He like proper will make a meal. Like I said, he made fajitas. He chops it all up, puts it all in, all his spices that he likes. He's
Does he know why? Does he know why he enjoys it, or is it just?
No, he's very creative. He's a pianist. He's a self-taught piano player, and he produces his own music. He's got like 4 albums out.
What?
Yeah, he's done it. He got his first album out when he was about 15 and a half from his bedroom. Homeschool. Yeah, and he does drum and bass. And when he went to college for an interview, they said he sounds just like Goldie, and he does. His music's unreal. So. He's just a very creative young man. Not a clue where he gets it from, because Jim and I introduced this. But
I like his music, but I like his cooking better.
Yeah, he just like anything creative, graphic design, music, cooking, anything where he can make something. That's what he likes. So he's going to make a lovely husband, that's for sure. When his girlfriend,
he's got some good qualities. He's a good guy.
When his girlfriend come over from Romania and he was cooking her dinners, and she
likes cooking as well.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
So match made in heaven.
Match made in heaven. That's incredible.
I've got Jim. Jim can't even boil an egg.
So he might just. Can you put the beans on it yet? Or
they're pushing it.
He might as well just start his own like channel and stuff like that. Like if he's doing
he's got a Spotify channel, but he won't allow me to tell anyone what it is because he wants to remain anonymous. So I said, well, look, let me use your music. And he's like, no, because people might put 2 and 2 together. And I said, but how are you ever going to get discovered? And he's like, I want to do it authentically. If it's meant to happen, it will happen.
Wow.
So I've got respect for that.
He definitely don't take after his mum, because she name drops every chance she gets.
But no, he just wants to do it authentically. But he earns money from Spotify. He's got regular listeners, and he's just done drum and bass. Now he's done some trance, and now he's going on to some darker sort of grimy stuff. And he's very, very clever. I don't know, like I said, I don't know where he gets it from.
That's amazing.
So,
you might next new kit or something.
I know. He said to us one day, because like I say, he was homeschooled, and he spent a lot of time in his room, and we thought he was using the piano. And he called us up, and he'd produced an album, and he'd made his own clothing line that he was selling online, all from his bedroom at 15. I know. Straight over my head. Unbelievable. So yeah, amazing. Kids these days. I know. It's kids.
Not everything's like that though. Like not everything is like that. That's incredible.
He is. He's an only child, and I think he just got used to having his own. He likes his own space and his own company, and I think his passion, like I say, he taught himself the piano, and then he kind of decided that's not for me. I want to go into music production, and then he's gone from there. So he's a clever old stick.
You must be so proud.
Oh, unbelievably proud of him. He's the perfect child. Honestly, when I say this to you, Philip, and I'm not lying, we've never, ever had to tell him off. Ever. I don't know what. This is why we only had one, you see, because you just know that the next one would have been a decent. But no, he's such a lovely kid. I always say he's too lovely for this world because it's not a harmful hair on his head. You know, he's such a nice kid. And he's got this girlfriend that he's met online. She done all his graphic design for his album, and they've been talking for nearly 6 years, and now they're together, and she's lovely.
You can make a movie around that. Sounds crazy.
Oh no, he's so lovely. Especially if we incorporated mine and Jim's story, because we met at White Hart Lane, so it could just be just one big rom-com. Really good.
I was proper relieved because I just thought he was in his bedroom watching porn.
No, that was you. That was you doing that. But yeah, he's a really, really good kid. So
he smashed it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
6 years they've been doing together, and now finally something clicked.
I know.
That's that last thumbnail, and it's
exactly. And she came over from Romania, and you're thinking, oh well, it's a bit different when you meet each other. It's a bit different. Oh my God, it's like they've known each other for their whole lives. They were inseparable, and they're like two peas in a pod.
Wow.
So yeah,
soon
are
soon the grandkids.
Oh God, not just yet. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that just yet.
She speaks American.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah.
Watching
a lot of American films and that. Because they watch a lot of American films and that, isn't it? Like
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. So, but
they're
you
not
said
watching
you
Peaky Blinders and that.
Yeah, you said you weren't born in this country. Where was you born?
Me, I was born in Russia.
In Russia? Was you? Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing at your surprise.
Well, I was surprised. Of all the countries in all the world, I wasn't expecting you to say Russia.
Hey, mafia.
We've got a friend who's married to a girl that was born in Georgia. That's near Russia, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
wow.
They're our neighbors.
What age was you when you came over here?
I was 6.
Wow. So do you remember Russia?
Oh, very well, yeah.
Like it or not like it?
I love it.
Did you? My sister always said she wants to live in Russia.
Why?
Because she says you've got more freedom there than you have here. She says to me, because you're not governed by the European Union. You know what I mean?
You can't go to prison for memes and that.
Yeah, exactly. She always says she wants to live in Russia, but she'd never survive because it's too cold. Likes the hot weather too much.
You can adapt. You can change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But would you ever go back?
That's a great question. I probably would if I was to retire and stuff like that. But I see myself when I get older, like if I can, God willing, I can afford it. I just take me and my missus would just get like one of those like isolated. My missus wouldn't want this though. I don't want to just live like away from everybody else. I'll be a miserable old guy. I'll really be.
That's
miserable.
what Jim's like. He would live literally away from everybody. In a house in the middle of the woods.
Go on, Jim. Nudge.
We're looking at buying a property in Cyprus at the minute to have
exactly.
Yeah. Something nice.
I think Jim's thinking of something like an island away from somewhere.
Yeah,
it's in Cyprus, but it's not really. There's no one around.
Oh, do you know what? He would love that. And I said to him, how would we survive? We couldn't get Asda delivered there. If you're on an island, but yeah.
Do you know what? Have you guys been to Cyprus? I assume you have been to Cyprus, hence why you're buying a house there. I don't know.
I've never been there. Jim's been, but we've got a lot of friends and family there.
You wouldn't mind walking to the shops. Like, honestly, it's not like, because you might think it's like, it's cold, it's weathery. Like, no, it's like, it's lovely. It really is lovely. You wouldn't mind walking to the shops.
Yeah. Jim's been there many times because Jim used to be a bodyguard, so he's been all around the world a million times. Yeah, he used to work for the Saudi royal family, and he was did some bodyguarding for Michael Jackson.
He kept that quiet. Jim was just there with his vape and just like, oh yeah.
I keep it quiet. Don't talk to me.
Do you know what? Before I met him, bearing in mind he's 16 years older than me, he had lived a whole life.
Go on, Jim.
He'd lived a whole other life before me. He worked, like I say, with Michael Jackson, MC Hammer, TLC, traveled the world 3 times, went to the White House, and he's just lived the most incredible life. He could literally write a book. If you
I was
knew,
gonna say, Jim, are you gonna write a book? That's book worthy.
I'll leave that to Kate when I'm dead.
do you know what he said to me? He said, the thing is, the stories he's told me about, obviously the Saudi royal family, he said, if I wrote a book that, you know, putting our life in danger, I was like, oh, don't say anything then. Don't say nothing. But yeah, he's lived a hell of a life. He was really good friends with MC Hammer. That's mad.
Jim, I heard that MC Hammer's the real deal when it comes to all this. He's not just a rapper like with funny trousers. He's
When it comes to what? When it comes to what?
Like a lot of like other people were saying, like whenever they had a conflict or a beef with MC Hammer, like it became like, I think I heard an interview like with Redman talking about how he said like this one-off line about MC Hammer, and literally like MC Hammer, his brothers and all that came down for him. It was crazy. Like it was, he had to.
So he can look after himself.
Yeah, he can look after himself.
Do you know what? Right. He was just a really, really nice guy. Well, he's a really, really nice guy. I mean, Kate still talks to him. You talk to him on Twitter sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, but obviously.
I don't really message him. When it's his birthday now, I message him. But I don't really message him. But he's just a really down-to-earth guy. But, you know, I saw when I was with him, I saw he had too many shitheads around him. And I told him that some of the people around him, they were just there just to get out of him what they could. But he had hangers on that had hangers on.
Yeah.
But he was just a really nice guy. Couldn't play golf to save his life.
But he tried
with him a few times, but he was absolutely shit. But we always had a laugh. He's just a lovely fella, really nice fella. Do anything for anyone.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, so I messaged him, obviously, and said, do you remember Jim? And he was like, oh, yeah. And I was like, yes. He followed me on Twitter. I was like, yes, I'm friends with MC Hammer. I'm such a loser like that. Literally, I was so excited.
You were stoked. You were like, yes.
I was. So, but yeah, led a proper life.
Well, at least
I'm happier now than I've ever been. So, that's true. It's true. It's true.
Oh, I love that.
And while we're talking about mental health, I mean, Jimbo led this unbelievable life. He then sort of gave up that life because he was working ridiculous hours and away from family. Come home and realised that his ex-wife he didn't really get on with because he was away all the time. Became a cocaine addict and literally 3 years lost everything he'd worked 25 years for. Yeah. And literally we've come out the other side. So that's one of the reasons why the mental health charity and sort of we support Legend on the Bench so much, because mental health for us is such a massive thing. So he's lived a full life and a hard life where he's come out the other side.
Yeah.
Wow. So, wow.
But you know what, Philip? There's thousands and thousands and thousands of people have got their own problems in different ways, you know. So I say to Kate, because she says to me, she don't know how I got through some of the stuff. I said, yeah, but if you really knew what was behind some people's lives, you would think how they've got through it. Because there's not many people on this planet that haven't got problems in one way or another.
No, exactly.
You know?
Yeah. Big up, Ben. Ben, this is Philip.
Good to see you, Phil. Good to see you, everyone. Hopefully everyone's doing well.
Just telling Uncle Jim's life story.
I love hearing about Uncle Jim's life story. That time he rode the rocket ship to Mars with Michael Jackson. That time he starred in a Western with Michael Jordan. He's done it all.
He has done it all.
He's done everything.
Yeah, it just fascinates me. We've been together so long, and he tells me stories, and number one, half of them I still haven't seen, and number two, when I've heard them before, they still blow me away because he's lived a life people could never imagine. Literally, a whole different life where he's lived. You know, he had a place. What do you call it? A room in his palace. I mean, he lived in a palace with the prince. I mean, that's just ridiculous. How does that even happen?
You've got to write a TV show. You have to write TV show. Like I always say, and I think every family thinks they should write a TV show about their family, because you could write a TV show. I mean, some of the stuff that happens with the Kaufmans is bonkers. Like Jim could write a TV show and people would watch it. I think it'd be hilarious.
The Fresh Prince of Lincoln.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could. He's definitely lived a life. Just want to quickly say a massive big up to Drula as well, who's just donated. Put Kate and Jimbo, your dedication to legend on the bench. Someone's always listening. Inspires us all. Keep shining bright. Thank you, Drula. Very much appreciated. And yeah, look, anyone who's battled addiction, I take my hat off to them. I don't buy into this. Oh, well, they chose to try it and this, that, and the other. I just think it takes hold of you, and it's a disease like anything else. So literally, Jim is my hero for that reason. He's an unbelievable human.
The thing with addiction, right, is I was a very, very strong character, really strong. And when I got addicted to cocaine, everybody who knew me said that I would have been the last person they'd ever thought to get addicted to it. But someone talked me into having a line one day, and in that line went to 2 lines to 3 lines. Yeah. And I was doing nearly $6,000 a week on it.
Wow.
Yeah. But that wasn't just me. I had people
hangers on.
Yeah.
It's not just drugs that can get you. Everything is so addictive these days.
The thing is, Ben, if you get addicted to cocaine, right, it's very few people get addicted to cocaine and don't become alcoholics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to me. Is I never drank. I was a fit fanatic because of my job. You know, I didn't ever drink. I'd had 1 or 2 cigarettes, but I wasn't a big smoker. And then I got addicted to cocaine. That led to drink. And then it led to me being an idiot with other stuff. I smashed car up after car. Money, I can't even tell you how much money.
Everything's so addictive these days. Like I get chronic sinusitis, and sometimes the only thing you need is bloody Sudafed. And this
Jim does that.
It's so addictive. But it's so addictive because you can't breathe. You need to be able to breathe. So you start doing it, and then all of a sudden you need this to be able to sleep. It's that everything's so addictive. Coca-Cola. I love Coca-Cola. I've got it on my walls, for God's sake. Coffee is my drug of choice because I'm the one that's selling it. But caffeine. How many people wake up in the morning? God, I have to have some caffeine. I have to have caffeine, otherwise I can't physically function. My mum sometimes used to drink 15 cups of tea a day. She can't live without tea because when she was a kid, she couldn't afford like Ribena back in the day was ridiculously expensive, and drinks like that. She still tells me the story. The only time you got Lucozade was when you were dead ill, and you'd get Lucozade. That was what would cheer you up. So the only thing they could afford was tea. So they'd be drinking tea for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They'd be having a roast, and they'd be drinking cups of tea, and it's addictive. Everything is so addictive. Sugar from Destiny 5, sugar. Everything's addictive now, and we're in the age of companies need things to be addicted, because if you're not addicted to something, you're not buying it again.
Yeah,
it's enjoying yourself as a way of manufacturing money and to create more demand for something. Because if you're not addicted, you need to be selling it. It's one of the reasons why I only drink 2 cups of my coffee, because you don't get high on your own supply.
Yeah, don't get high on your own supply. That's true.
Don't.
But you're right. But I mean, Daniel said that he used to work for Betfred, so he's seen gambling addiction at its worst. And of course, we all know that these addictions, a lot of them lead to suicide because people don't see a way out. Yeah,
I was going to say that. You know, I was such a strong character, and nobody could believe what I got into. But then you start having these thoughts when you're not in your right mind, and you do things and say things that you would never do. And, you know, and as I said to you earlier, that you might be having these thoughts today, but next week you could be in a different frame of mind. But once you've committed suicide, it's too late.
Yeah, exactly.
Back is there.
No, exactly.
So,
look, Tone, Philip's learned everything about us. He's come on the channel for the first time to chat about football, and he's learned your whole life story, Jimbo.
I bet it wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't
No.
even the tip of the iceberg.
I see you've got to leave in a minute, but look, it was such a pleasure to have you on. And we'll get you on and we'll actually do a chat about perhaps next time Newcastle and Spurs are on, we'll do some sort of show on that or
I
something.
would love that.
It's been really good having you on. Yeah, big ups to the Geordie Army.
Yeah, everyone before, because it'd be depressing after for us.
But yeah, big up Ant and Deck. But no, I really appreciate.
You know what?
What?
You saved one of them from falling down the stairs.
I did. See, people say I push people down the stairs. We went to watch Saturday Night Away.
So and what you said before you pushed him down the stairs is you're not Ant and Deck. I'm pushing you down the stairs. I love them. Pushing them down.
What happened was Deck tripped and was just falling down the stairs, and I grabbed him and saved his life. Really, I mean, he owes me his life.
Saved his life, you saved him from falling down the stairs.
Well, he could have hurt himself anyway, but I did save his life.
It was quite funny. It was quite funny. She did actually save him from going down the stairs.
I did.
See, out of all the stories I heard about Jim, is Kate story trumps them all.
Thank you very much. Look, you've got everybody loves you, Philip. It's been really lovely to have you on the show, so and really enjoyed speaking to you. And yeah, I will get you on again soon.
Guys, it's been an absolute privilege, and thank you for inviting me on. You've got an incredible chat to see them as well. So look forward to it. See you again in the maybe on one of the shows as well, Kate and Jim. Really look forward to it. It's been a pleasure to meet you, sir, as well.
Yeah, Benny.
Enjoy the rest of the stream, guys. Take care now.
Thanks very much, Philip. Take care. Have a good day.
See you now. Bye-bye.
Bye. What a great guy. He's such a nice guy. Benji, what did you make of the football last night?
That was one of the best Tottenham performances I've seen in 4 years. That was, for once, you could say we were proud of the boys last night. They were absolutely sensational. We rode our luck at times. If their right back could shoot, it might have been a different story because he had about 4 chances he really should have hit the target. But at the end of the day, who cares? If you don't make the goalkeeper work, you're not going to score. And it was an absolutely unbelievable performance from Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. And you've got to be incredibly proud of every single player. And you've got to be proud of the manager as well, because he got it absolutely spot on. I'm, as everyone knows, I'm one of his biggest critics. I'm one of his harshest doubters. He got it spot on last night. Absolutely everything he could have got right, he got right. He got the substitutions and their timing right. He got the team selection right. And I didn't like the team selection. I wanted Jed Spence to play. But Porro and Udogie were fantastic last night, mostly because they didn't invert.
Yeah.
But it's an adaptation. He changed the way he set up a football team. And I think Frankfurt thought they were playing against inverted fullbacks, and they weren't playing against inverted fullbacks. And you know what? Was an absolute 10 out of 10 performance, and all you can say, absolutely proud of every single person to a man. The subs that were cheering on the boys, the fans in the stands who've especially the guys that go home and away, have really put in a ton of effort for a lot of nonsense this year. Every single person that was a part of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club really deserves everything last night. That was an incredible performance, and it's massive pride. So, but we got to go again. We're not. I thought we'd be playing Lazio last night, and I hate Lazio for obvious reasons. I don't like Lazio. I really didn't want to play Lazio. They're a very difficult side, but we're not playing Lazio. We're going all the way to Norway. We're going to Couvreville, as I like to call it.
Yeah,
the land of the Vikings. And Bodo Glint are not an easy team. So let's dust ourselves off, wrap ourselves up in cotton wool, and let's go again. Let's see if we can win this tournament. We got Norwich. Let's win this tournament now.
They've got a plastic pitch as well, I think, Bodo, haven't they? Yeah.
But one thing that's in our favour is they've got 4 suspensions in the first leg. They've got 4 key suspensions. And we're at home on my birthday. So Spurs, please don't ruin my birthday.
I know it's your birthday.
If Spurs ruin my birthday, I'm going to go absolutely mental. We should batter them in the first leg.
When's your birthday?
1st of May. 1st of May.
I got a reminder today on my phone from Moonpig saying it's Ben Kaufman's birthday on the 1st of May.
Big up Moonpig. Big up Moonpig.
Yeah, big up Moonpig. And mine's on the 13th, so just after the second leg. So don't ruin my birthday either.
Yes.
But yeah, look, it was a great team performance. And like you say, a great manager's performance as well.
Yeah.
Because,
Absolutely everything's spot on. If we played like that for another 12 months, a man's in.
Yeah, exactly.
I've said it to you guys the entire way through when we originally hang out at the Arsenal game when we first met each other in person. It's exactly what I said. Football is on a pendulum. There's no black and white. Big up my lovely Jessie. Big up my lovely Jessie. As always, football is on a pendulum.
Yeah.
If we keep on losing games of football, it's going towards that way. But if we played like that and we showed pride in the shirt, we showed aggression, we showed tactical nous, we showed everything that we showed last night, it swings back that way. And that's how football works. It's not black and white.
Yeah.
And I just want them to play like that. Defensively sound, good substitutions, people playing for the shirt, shots, Maddison putting his body on the line to get that penalty, which won us the game. Romero acting like a captain until the 94th minute when he did a bozo moment again. That's what we're going to see. We play like that for 12 months. I'm Anjin. And that's everything. Football's a pendulum.
Yeah, exactly that. Hello, Jess. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Right,
yeah, good. Good, thank you. Did you do a watch-along yesterday? And was it for both games?
We did a watch-along for all three, to be fair, yeah.
Bloody hell. There was a lot to catch up on. There was a lot happening in Man United.
Yeah.
We were a bit premature. We were celebrating, and then they just come back, didn't they?
To be fair, Steve D texted me and was like, get on the terrace, Kate, and go and rinse Terry. And within 5 minutes, it had all turned around. And he was like, that aged well. I think if they'd have gone out, I might have made an appearance on the terrace just to give him a bit of stick. But alas, it did all turn around the other way. But look, we'll see what happens. Anything could happen. We're in it, which means we can win it. But what about Leeds? What's the situation with Leeds being promoted? Are they still up there? I haven't looked, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, we're top, 7 points needed. If Sheffield United lose today, we could be promoted by Monday. Fingers crossed.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's good.
So where's Burnley United now? Burnley and
okay. Okay. Wow.
On bounce. Oxford did us a massive favour as well, beating Sheffield United.
Wow.
Big up Leeds in the Oxford.
Yeah. So Leeds could be up by Monday.
Aye, if things go our way, yeah.
Do they do open top bus parades for that?
Well, it was COVID season when we got promoted last time, so.
Yeah. Will you go if they do, Jess?
Yeah, definitely. We'll fly.
Wow. We could all have open top buses. Yay.
Yay.
Tottenham versus Arsenal Super Cup final.
That'd be mental.
That would be mental. But Arsenal have got a very big hill to climb. They've got PSG. Barcelona are still in there. I think they've got, Ben, do you reckon they've got any chance?
Of course they do. They're in the semi-finals.
Yeah.
They're in the semi-finals. They've got one chance in four, just as we've got one chance in four. If they come up against Inter Milan in the final or Barcelona, I think people are writing off Inter Milan. They're writing them off, and as another team, I really dislike Inter Milan because Forza Juventus until the end of the season because of the wheel of corruption. Big up the wheel of corruption. Inter Milan have world-class defenders and they've got a world-class manager. And people are writing off it. Don't write off Inter Milan. They don't write them off. When you've got players like Alessandro Bastoni at centre-back, you can win any game of football because he's just world-class.
Yeah.
I don't know. PSG showed you can get at them. And Aston Villa, for all the flowers they deserve this year, are not as good a team as Arsenal. Aston Villa are nowhere near as good as Arsenal in the Premier League, and the table shows that. Yeah. If Aston Villa can get at them, if Bukayo Saka has a performance like he did against Real Madrid in both games, there is no reason why Arsenal can't win that game of football in both legs. There's no reason.
Do you not think that I don't want to take anything away from Villa, but do you not think PSG weren't as good?
Villa played very well. They played very well in that second leg, and they absolutely deserved that victory on the night, but they didn't deserve the victory in the tie because they didn't have the experience that PSG have. PSG they've got some quality footballers in that team. They are absolutely sensational, and they've got an amazing manager. I mean, we all laughed when Luis Enrique was linked to Tottenham, and we were like, he's not coming to Tottenham. It's a shame he didn't come to Tottenham because I think him with a lot of these younger players we have can make us a bit of a tasty unit. Yeah, let's wait and see. Football is a funny game. If Declan Rice plays like he did in both those games, Arsenal have every chance of winning that game of football and winning that tie. So don't write anyone off. There are 4 very good teams in that semi-final, and this is why we love football. That Man United game last night was why we love football. It was absolutely mental, and there's no reason why that Arsenal versus PSG can't be that as well. Or Barcelona versus Inter Milan. Inter Milan and Barcelona is borderline a derby with some of the things that's happened in that game's history. Mourinho was really the cause of that. Like, remember when they won and Mourinho ran onto the pitch and he was celebrating? But like, it's a brilliant game of football, and whoever gets to that final deserves it.
Yeah, I mean, Angus, Partey was a bloody idiot. I mean, absolutely pathetic what he done, but there you go. I hope you lose, so it suits me. Danny Kiriaku's here as well.
How you doing, everyone?
Friend to the stars. Martin Young's best friend.
Oh, mate. It was a good night last night. It was really good. It was really good.
Where
fun.
was it? At a casino or something?
Yeah, it was in the Groves night in Luton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was a free night. You just had to get a free ticket. You had to apply for the ticket, and that was it. And then, yeah, it was really good. I mean, it helps that Spurs won, obviously, last night, but it was just all round good vibes, good laugh, some good chat with Martin Yole. Yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Did he tell you did he say anything not significant, but anything interesting particularly, or that you wanted to know?
Well, he definitely like obviously was talking about Levy and the fact that the wage structure is a problem at the club, and his kind of take on Ange and his take on some of the players and all this kind of stuff. So it was really interesting. Like he feels Basuma is one of our better players, but he's just being used wrong. He was saying some other stuff like he says we've got every chance to win the trophy, and man to man we've got probably the best team. But Bobby K, big up Bobby K. And he was saying it was Phil P is just so funny, man. He is just the funniest. I'm gonna paraphrase the question, but he was the first one to ask a question. He said something on the lines of when Arsene Wenger squared up to you in that game, did you tell him you were going to chin him and something like that? And then he goes, I went up to Arsene Wenger and told him I'm from the streets. Like,
oh my God,
with me, something like that.
He's brilliant.
And everyone was just like obviously applauding and cheering Martin Yole. And then when we won the game, everyone was like singing the famous Martin Yole song, the Martin Yole, he has no hair, but we don't care. Martin Yole. So it was really good. Of course, Phil P is the composer of all of this.
Of course.
But no, it was good fun. He's what else did he say that was interesting? Yeah, he obviously his take on the players and stuff like that. He basically was saying about how when Daniel Levy gets into negotiation, it never goes well. All this kind of stuff. Things that we kind of already know, but yeah, he definitely feels that I think the wage structure is a big problem, like in terms of getting quality players. He was telling us who his favorite players were, who he played, like who he coached. He said Bale and Berbatov were 2 of the best he ever coached, and I can't remember if he coached Modric. I don't remember if he coached Modric.
No, Modric.
I don't think he did.
Modric was Juan Ramos.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So out of the players that he coached, he told us a bit of the story about when he spoke to Bale's mum and the parents, and saying how Man United obviously wanted him at the same time, and that his mum obviously wanted the promise of first team football, but they couldn't, even Spurs couldn't promise it at the time. And then it was actually, I think, 1 or 2 times after we then got Bale, but we didn't get him initially, and neither did Man United because of where he was. But when we did go for him and get him, Martin Jol said he went against his principle or something like this, that said that I'm going to promise him that we're going to play him. And obviously this is what happened.
Did anyone ask him about getting sacked at half time?
Someone, they mentioned it, but he told us that he already knew in the summer that he was going to get sacked. So he he said to us that he knew in the summer because he got rid of the sporting director who was there at the time, right? And because the sporting director was his boss, right? He basically didn't want him. He fell out with him, and they then end up getting rid of him. He said
Damien Comoli was in charge at that point, wasn't it? Damien Comoli really liked Juan de Ramos.
Yeah, but basically the guy before, he said to us that it was his boss that he fell out with, and then basically if it was Comoli who was in charge, then he fell out with Comoli, and he basically said that he knew that it was probably not going to work out, so he kind of had that feeling that it was going to happen anyway, but. He also, I think he did say that he knew at the beginning of that match that he was going to go. So, and it kind of ties into what the reports were, which were, it was one of the news outlets that actually got wind of it, that knew that he was going to get sacked before the game. And then obviously when we were in the stadium, big up Irish Hotspur. Big up to you, man.
Yeah, Dave.
Dave. Hope you're well, Dave, as well. It's been a while. Yeah, and basically he said Dave. That he knew before that game that he was going to go, and obviously because of the murmurs that were going out in the ground on that day, I was there that day. Because of that, everyone in the stands were like, "What's going on?" And then obviously, it came out at halftime that he was going to go, but no one officially knew within the ground. But people did know that he was already going, and then obviously as soon as the game finished, that was it. It was gone. Because I remember. I was with my dad at that game, and we were sitting in the West Stand. And funny story that Clive Owen was sitting directly behind us, and because he's a big Spurs fan. And then we walked back into the lounge, and all you've got on the TVs on Sky Sports breaking news: Joel's been sacked. And it was like everyone was going obviously nuts because he was the one manager that no one wanted to get, no one wanted him gone, and he was saying, "Oh, I felt that maybe people wanted me gone," and everyone in that room was like, "No one wanted you gone, mate. Like no one, not one Spurs fan wanted you gone." But he was really appreciative of the support and stuff like that, and how much love that Spurs fans give to him. But he is truly a gentleman in person as well. He really is. He's a top man.
You could tell
he's funny as well.
He's
funny as well. And it's funny as well.
Was Brian Daigle a little bit starstruck because he loves him?
Well, I didn't see. I came about 5 minutes into it already started. So Brian and Ben were already sitting down, but then when they had to go and prepare for the stream, me and my dad took their seats, and I think, well, I asked Ben. I know I think they did get an interview with him before everyone got there, so that's probably going to be released at some point on the channel. But I think he was starstruck because I know obviously Martin Jol was his favorite manager. So
yeah,
I think he was. Yeah, I think he was.
Bit like I am when you're here, Danny.
It's a bit like me when I'm on the show with you guys. So
too kind. Funnily enough, you saying about favourite managers, I was listening to Harry Redknapp today. He was on TalkSport talking about Spurs. But he said that if he was Manchester United, he'd play Harry Maguire up front. And of course, they all burst out laughing. He went, "I'm not joking." He went, "Man United really lack a focal figure at the front." And he said Maguire gets on the end of so many balls. He said, "I would have him up front every match." And I thought, well, this is why we miss Harry, you see, because he comes out with little gems like that.
It's true. And look what happened yesterday. He's the one that got him the goal that win them the match, the tie.
Exactly. I was devastated.
So was I.
I know. I think everyone was absolutely devastated unless you were a Man United fan. It was just so gutting.
Definitely.
But, go on, Ben.
I'm almost so this is why football's beautiful. Man United fans were slaughtering Harry Maguire, and a lot of them do still, and a lot of football fans slaughter Harry Maguire. It's really funny because one of my mates that I speak to about Man United actually is from Leeds as well. So he's made a rod for it. He's from Leeds, but he supports Man United, so he didn't have a good childhood. Because he says Harry Maguire's a really good centre half, and he's always said that. He's always stuck by that Harry Maguire's a good centre back, and he was a good centre back at Leicester, and he's a good centre back for England when we play a back three. And they brought him in to play it when he's too slow. He turns like a battleship, for God's sake. He's playing in a back four. The moment a manager comes in and starts playing a back three, Harry Maguire's had a massive resurgence, and Man United is an absolute shit show. It's an absolute shit show at the moment, and it's been like that for years. It's not just under this ownership. It's been like that since the Glazers took over. They've been absolutely terrible. Not from a footballing sense, because they've won trophies, they've won titles, and they won. I wish we would win titles and trophies and be a shit show. We're a shit show without them. But it's football can always change, and that's the beauty of football. No matter how bad you are, you can still have a resurgence, and it's the resurgence of Harry Maguire, a team that plays a back three. He'd be very good for them, and he showed last night he's got an elite mentality. How many players would you see would have bottled that chance in the last minute of the game and put it over or fallen over? Calm as you like, back of the net, goal, Man United into the semi-finals. It's the beauty of football.
To be fair, that's the beauty of life. You can always turn it round, Ben.
Yeah.
But look, Matty K says he's with Donnelly and Keeley right now. Well, can you get them to donate, please? They've got plenty of money. Get their hands in their pockets. Get them to donate.
Who's Donnelly and Keeley?
They play for us.
They play for Leighton Orient, but they're Spurs boys.
Oh,
Donnelly?
right. Oh,
Jamie
Donnelly. Yeah.
Donnelly.
Bless him. He's getting old.
It's a duo act of some sort. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Ant and Dec. It's their other name.
Also, just want to say one thing. I just want to say big up to you as well, Jess, because I haven't been on a stream with you before, so it's nice to be on a stream with you as well.
Big up, Danny.
You would love chat, Danny. You would absolutely love her chat. If you ever want to laugh,
I've watched. I've seen.
If you've never watched a show and you just have a laugh, go to JSY Talks Football. I'm plugging it. I don't care. Go there. You have a laugh. You have a smile. It's like being with mates at a pub, and it's always a good time. Danny would love it.
I have watched. No, it's really good. I like it a lot. That's why it's nice to be on a stream with her for once.
Yeah. Jess is like a celeb now. She's trying to get him on the stream. Look her shaking her head. I know. But look, the football was good. The results were good. Man United not so good, but hey, I don't think they beat Bilbao. I don't see it. I could be wrong because, like I say, loads of people didn't think they'd get past Real Sociedad. Then everyone said they won't get past Leon. They've managed to do that, so maybe the stars are aligned for them. An all English Cup final. Oh my God, I can't cope with that. You just know we've beat them 3 times and we're going to lose to the most important one.
100%.
Dr. Tottenham.
I really on was it Stell's show yesterday? They were talking about.
Can't mention that name.
No, okay, but
there was thunder. I heard it.
They were talking about basically who they'd want in a final, and they're always saying Man United, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like Man United, and it's like their logic was because they want to get one over on Man United, but my logic is, why would I want to play United when I know that that's the game we're going to absolutely lose? Out of the one year we've beaten them every single time we played them, and the most important one of all of them we're going to go and lose, because that is Tottenham. There's no way. I don't want to play an English team in a final in that magnitude. Nowhere near. There has to be Bilbao for me. If we're gonna get to the final.
Nico Williams against our backline, though, Danny, does terrify me.
I think we've got a better chance against Bilbao than we do against United. Not in a final. You've got to remember, this is Man United. They might be not the greatest team at the moment.
Man United.
This is Man United.
If we win that final, we deserve it.
Bloody right. Whoever wins it deserves it. Same as Champions League. But big up Bobby K says, big up everyone. Much love to Kate and Jim for doing this. Great community we have. So many people to reach out. You're never alone if you're a football fan. That's so very true. Did any of you guys see the video I showed earlier of Michel Hazard?
No.
No, I didn't.
Would you like to see it?
Yeah, go for it.
It's just about her explaining about her son and the charity. It's a really good watch. I did play it, but I played it like at 10 o'clock, so I'll give it another whirl, just so you can see it. So hold on a sec.
Good morning, Kate. Good morning, Jim. Thank you so much for inviting me on the show today. It's an honour actually to be invited, considering how much you have raised for Legends of the Bench in the past and continue to do so. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I just wanted to come on today just to tell you a little bit about the charity, how it was formed and how we are and where we are basically. So in 2019, I lost my son to suicide, Jay. Jay was an amazing boy. He was my first love, my first child. He was loud, he was excitable. He was just everything you would want someone to be. He walked into a room and he just brought so much light into the room. And I didn't see it. I didn't see what happened. Sorry, it does get a little bit tough talking about it, but I know it has to be spoken about because we have to make people aware. It was tough. It's been a tough journey. But today, 6 years on, I smile, and I smile for real today. Before it was all an act. And no one should ever feel like they're that alone, that is the outcome that they feel is what needs to happen, because it's not. The devastation that suicide leaves behind is just horrendous, and you never recover. You just learn to live a different life. So I encourage anyone anywhere, wherever you're feeling, to reach out. And this was how the benches were formed. So just a little bit of background. I won't give you too much detail because I know I don't have too much time. But on the day Jay took his life, my house was horrendous. The police were there, the ambulance service were there, coroners were there, neighbours were there, friends were there, family were there. And I just couldn't breathe. I just could not breathe. I couldn't get my head around everything that was going on. So I decided to leave, and the only place I could think of to go was to the local park where I knew there was a bench. And I headed to that bench, and I knew exactly where to go because I've been to that bench many times with my children as they were young. And I sat there, probably 5 or 6 hours went by, and I sat there. But the only thing that evening I kept thinking in my head was, this bench should be there should be a light here so I could see, because I'm scared of the dark. I'm a wimp, and I couldn't see in the dark, and I couldn't see the bench in the dark. It was only from memory that I knew the bench was there. But then I went home and obviously started the grieving process, and then throughout the process I kept going back to that night where I left and went to the bench. So then I decided I want to have a bench for Jay, just as a memory for him. And I approached the councils, and it wasn't successful because they don't do memory benches. I didn't give up. I got help from the mayor of Sawbridgeworth, and she helped me. And then I sort of thought, well, to present this to them, let's present it as helping the community bench rather than a memory bench. And I set about looking for 24-hour support lines so we could put helpline numbers on there. And I set about arranging how we could achieve the lighting. We went to many different places to try and work out what lighting we could use. Finally, we found a company in Germany who have obviously got the lighting worked out now for the benches to light up. And we engrave on the benches, someone is always listening, because that is the most important piece of information anyone that is feeling low could ever have. Someone will always listen to you. Don't ever feel like there's not. From the numbers on the plaques, on the benches, from a family member, from a friend, but don't feel like you don't have anywhere to go. Life is too important, and I know that, and I know that if someone was listening to you, they help with that burden that you're carrying. So the benches are a way of making a phone call to reach out. They're also a way of just opening up to someone you already know. And I don't know whether the benches are going to save any lives. I don't. But I generally believe in my heart that if people make a phone call or they just have the nerve to open up to someone, then the burden that they're carrying won't be as heavy. And I promise you that the light does come back into your life. You might be in a dark place, but it does come back into your life. And you don't then put your family through what we go through on a daily basis. And I just hope that these benches will save lives, because that's what it's all about. And I just would like to add, we are a non-profit charity, so no one takes any money. So any donations that anyone makes goes purely for the benches and the benches only. And that's the way it continues to stay for us for every time, as much as I can place a bench in a park. We've laid 23 benches already, and by the end of June, we're hoping we've gone into the numbers of 60 and many more planned. We are just trying to get permission to go along with this, which is phenomenal in just over a year. So thank you, guys. Sorry, this is probably stuttery and blurry. I'm very sorry. This is not something I do. But I generally want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you have done so far. And yeah, Jay would thank you if he was here, and I'm sure Jay's looking down and thinking, wow, at least what's happened to me, hopefully we can save happening to another family. So thank you so much, guys, with all my heart. Bye.
Wow, it never gets any less powerful when I watch that. We've seen that 3 times, and it's absolutely. She's obviously, Mickey has a sister, but she's not someone who ever speaks in the public eye. She was going to come on the show, but she was a little bit nervous. So I said, well, would you be willing to do a video? And she went, of course. And I think she just put it so beautifully and eloquently, everything she said, because it's so important that people know that, you know, you're not on your own. There is always someone, whether it is a friend, whether it's family, or whether you haven't got someone like that to reach out to, that there are helplines out there, and that's what these benches do. And it is the most incredible cause, and this is why Jim and I support it, because it's an unbelievable cause. And if it saves one life, I can see it's made Jess and Danny emotional, and I didn't mean to do that to either of you.
No.
Jim and I were in bits when we watched it for the first time yesterday. It's just that realization of what it leaves behind. And, you know, Michelle regularly tortures herself for the fact that she never saw what was wrong with him. But I think, as I said to Jim earlier, people that are in that state of mind hide it very, very well. But look, I don't know if there's anything anyone wants to say before we go on. Go on, Jimbo.
No, I wasn't going to say anything, Kate. I said it earlier. It's just it's heartbreaking because, look, you know, he's a young guy. He's took his life. If he'd have spoke to someone maybe a week later, he would be in a completely different frame of mind and still be here with a family and kids. You know, so these benches are so important for people to go to, and they can, you know, there's contacts on there that they can talk to people, and it's just like Caroline Flack. Look, you look at her. You know, maybe if she'd had someone round that understood and talked to her, she'd still be here. It's the same. It's heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking, because once they've done it, there's no turning back, is there?
No. And it's also what
smoke. You can stop smoking. If you take cocaine, you can stop. But once you've committed suicide, that's the end.
Yeah. And I, as someone who's been there, Jim, I know you've been there as well. I've had suicidal thoughts myself, been in positions before where I've thought about doing it. But then you watch something like that and it brings it home how much it just shatters a whole family apart. Not just the mum, you know, the whole family. I mean, Mickey struggles to talk about it as well, plus the siblings. You know, it's horrendous. It's so sad. And that is why this charity is so important. As she said, no one can guarantee that it will save a life. But if there's a chance that it is, and people have already reached out and said that they've sat on those benches and made different decisions about their future. So they do work. And they are eventually going to be worldwide, because he's already had approaches from Australia, Sweden, Norway, America. So these benches are going to be all over the world. And I just think it's so important. It is. It's an amazing charity, Danny, right? And it's someone like Mickey who's in the public eye and he's prepared to put himself out there. I mean, when I say he works tirelessly, he does probably 14-hour days, 6 days a week because of this charity. They've only just started doing local champions to try and take a bit of the strain off of them both. It's such an important charity, Danny. You know what it's like, mental health. It's not nice.
I think just from my perspective, because I don't really speak about this, but people close to me know like what I went through, and in the last year anyway. And when you get to that point, it's so hard to come out of it, no matter what people say to you. But the one thing that I would say, not without giving too much away, is that you do have to speak to everyone who cares about you, and just speak to as many people who are willing to listen, even if you're telling them the same thing over and over again every single day. You just keep speaking to them, and not to lose that faith that things can change, because I think that's where people do decide to take their own life and to go over that line, is because they believe that, I'm talking from my perspective, right? They would believe that, for me, I believed that there was no way out. There was no way out at all. There was no light. And no matter what I did, there was no light. I was very negative towards myself. I was telling myself everything about myself, that I hated myself, all this kind of stuff. But for me, it was because of the constant talking and the therapy as well that helped. It was just one day for me, my personal journey, something just switched in my head, and it was like, I'm either going to end up doing it, or I'm going to change. I need to change myself and change my life. Because coming back to a quote that I like, it's kind of a bit like what Einstein said: the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I use that in my own life, because I had that switch where it was like, if I don't change anything, that's what I'm going to do, because I'd already decided what I wanted to do. But for me, it was the people that around me that cared about me, that kept talking to me about what was going on in my life, and how I can basically get out of it. And the more and more people tell it, even though you might not listen to it at first, it is in the back of your mind. It is there. And for me, it just switched, and that was it. And ever since that time, I've managed to see more than just the light. And I've seen my dreams, what I've always suppressed for a long time. There's so much going on now, but I'm in such a good place. And that's why, for me, it's a massive thing, mental health, because that is without your health being in a good place mentally, and everything else around you can collapse, and very easily and very quickly. And that's why it is so important to talk about your stuff and not to bottle shit up, basically. Because if you do that, all you're doing is destroying yourself, destroying the people around you. And look, I was in a place here where I didn't even care about what my family thought, what I did. I really didn't care what they thought about. I can tell you now, right? I was at the point where even my mum was like, "I've lost him. He's gone. Like, he's gone. Like, it was like, it's like she was waiting for me to not to do it, but she think there was no way back." And the people around me as well were really worried about what was going to happen. I was at the point where I genuinely did not care what anyone thought. I only cared about what I thought, in terms of not wanting to be here, basically. So for me, it was being able to open up to people. Therapy is a massive thing, and I think too many people shy away from therapy. And I think you really need to speak to a therapist. And one thing I'd also say about therapy is, don't give up if you don't feel things are not changing. Because one thing I've learned is that I went through multiple therapists before I found a therapist that was good, and I felt that it wasn't helping. But there is someone out there who is going to be good for you and who's going to help you, right? And I think you just have to don't let that put you down or make you think, oh no one's going to help me, no one can help me. Don't ever think that, because someone will help you. And the right therapist, when they connect with you, who actually they want to help you, you'll see the difference in how they can improve your life and put you back on the right track for like my therapist did for me and the people around me did for me. Because I'll be honest with me, I'm in a place mentally that I never ever thought I'd be in my whole life. So for me, I've gone from the depths of hell to where I am now, and I couldn't have done it without the people around me and opening up. And this is also, I'm never someone who used to be very open about speaking about these kind of things like this to family and friends, yes, but close friends. But I think for me, I think people need to be aware of it, because if I can help one person, for me, that's all I need, is to help one person, to inspire someone that life is not it can get to that place and you can change it. Because I'm going to be doing some voluntary work at the place where I've been getting help, and the amount of people that I see in there that have changed their lives is truly amazing. It is the best feeling when you can give someone one piece of advice that can help change their lives. So I think everyone needs to open up. Everyone needs someone to talk to, and even if you feel by yourself, because I can tell you one thing for me, I even though I had people around me, I still felt like the most loneliest person in the world. I felt like there was no one that could help me. I felt no one understands me, no matter how many people I had around me. And like, for example, you, Kate and Jim, you were there for me a lot, and the other people as well. And I can tell you, yeah, you even if you feel that you've got so many people around you, you think that you don't have anyone around you, and you think that no one can help you, and you just have to be open to that help, because it really can change your whole perspective on your life and about the world, and you start seeing things in a more positive way. And I'm always open for anyone who wants to talk to me. If anyone wants to reach out to me for advice or for tools that I was given to use to help my life, I'm always open to people to messaging me. So not
Danny,
a
I was going
problem
to say
at all.
the thing with you, me, and Kate, we had a lot of discussions from last summer up till now.
Yeah.
But the thing with you is you wanted to listen to advice. You took advice on board, and the difference between you last summer to today is, I mean, when we spoke the other day, I said to you, the difference in you is just massive.
Yeah.
And you took on board what people have said to you, mainly your therapist, because you've told me how good she
Well,
is.
it was everyone, Jim. It was everything that everyone told me. I wasn't listening to it, so it was in my mind, but I wasn't listening to it. And then when I started to realize that it's either going to be, I mean, I'll be honest, I knew what I wanted to do in terms of how I wanted to kill myself. Like, if I'm honest, I knew exactly what I wanted to do, but it was that point where you're at that line where it's like either you do it, or for me, it was like either you do it or you go. You have to do something differently to change your life, right? And then when that happened, everything that everyone had told me came to the forefront of my mind, and I was like, everything made sense. And then that's when I kind of started to implement the hard work to get to this place where I'm at. Because I'm not gonna sit here and say to you it's easy. It's a battle every single day, and it's a war every day, to be honest with you. And I'm nowhere near where I want to be, but I know that I'm on the right path. And
I know that, but you're on the right course.
I know.
On the right course. I mean, look, last summer when we was talking quite often, I couldn't get a laugh out of you for love nor money, but when we talk now, we have a good laugh, and you know, and that's the difference. Is you're a lot looser now. If you know,
well, do you know what?
It's like a cold spring.
Yeah, it's true. I'm like getting into a better version of myself now, even better than I was before. Because one thing I can say to you is that in life, a lot of things can happen to someone in a very short period of time. Like my therapist, she nearly committed suicide, right? 30 years ago, because within 6 months, her mum and dad both passed away, and that she had kids. It took such a toll on her that it nearly took her own life. But when she had the people around her and she started listening and she started doing the things that people were telling her to do to work on herself, she completely changed her life. And now she's the most unbelievable therapist. And what I love about her is, for example, is that she genuinely wants to help people. She doesn't do it for the money. She could really charge people ridiculous amounts of money. That's how good she is. But she does it to help people. And for me, it's like it's like, so like for me, there were so many things in my life in one moment that just came crashing down. Everything, like everything, my work, my relations, everything, my lifestyle, my habits, where I was going, my direction, my purpose, all of that kind of stuff. And for me, it was when that does happen, it can put you in that place, but it's about opening up and speaking to people who really care about you, and your family, and the right people who can really help change your perspective and change your outcome. And I'm going to say this, there are tools out there. Everyone who does suffer with any kind of form of mental health, there are so many tools out there that can really help you change your life completely. I'll tell you one thing, I meditate twice a day now. Like I've been meditating twice a day for the last month and a half now, pretty much, right? And it's one of the best things I've ever done. And I used to be one of these people who think, oh, that's a load of shit. Meditation, that's bollocks, doesn't work, right? But when you truly practice stuff like that, positivity, I practice gratitude every day. I practice affirmations every day. I live my life the right way. I eat the right foods. I exercise every day. I walk every day, and all of these things, walking is the best form of therapy, one of the best forms of therapy. I was saying that to Kate and Jim when I started improving. I said, go for walks more. Try do 10 to 15,000 steps a day. For anyone who wants any form of just even a 5% increase in their mental health, go for a walk for half an hour or an hour, and you see the difference it does to you. Every morning is the best time to do it, because when you wake up, it's the best time. You need sunlight. You need light in your life. You need fresh air. Go for a walk, and you see how much it changes your whole mental clarity. It really does.
I take my dog out early morning, and me and Kate go in the afternoon over the woods. And it's nice. So what I say to you about early morning walks, Kate, it's the best.
It is. Yeah, you do. Jess, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Bobby K says, Danny, you have inspired me to do better, and I am. Since speaking last week, I've changed a few things, and already I've seen a big difference now in how I feel and act. I just hope one day I'm back to me. Listen, I'm the same. Danny, just that little exercise you said, 1 foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. And then now we go on regular walks every single day. No matter how I feel with my fibro, we go for a walk. And what a difference it really does make. Getting the vitamin D, the fresh air, it does make a massive difference. So, look, you were there, we were there for you. You've been there for me. You know that I struggled recently as well. I think it's important that everybody, we're such a big community. I mean, Jess, you've been really open in the past about how you struggle. But I know you have trouble reaching out. But I mean, Danny's a brilliant person to talk to. He really is. I will say he's been brilliant for me.
I want to say,
to be quite honest, you know, I've been open and honest with mine. I'm still on the road to recovery now. I'm not ashamed to admit that, you know. I went through a tough time at Christmas, and if it wouldn't have been for COVID, I probably wouldn't be sat in this chair now. Lost to COVID. Everybody knows I struggle with confidence, with how I look, how I sound, how I am. I take a lot of shit on YouTube. It is what it is. Every day is a battle for me, especially I've come from working for 13 years, working nights, having an outlook, having my own home, to losing my job for a while, being diagnosed with epilepsy, to now basically not going out of the house. My house is my prison. Every day is hard to get up and focus. I won't lie, it's tough. It's tough being me. I lack self-confidence with myself. But one thing that I do take great solace in is my channel that offers so much for people that rely on this channel, and it keeps me going, because although I put a brave face on YouTube and we have a laugh and a joke, nobody actually sees me off stream. I'm so critical of myself. It's unreal. I've been through a lot in my life growing up as a kid. I've seen a lot, you know, and every day is a mental struggle for me, seriously. But one thing I do take solace in is the people that I've met on YouTube. Ben especially always sends lovely notes. Smithy, yourself, Kate, and Jim. And I'm more accepted by Spurs community than I ever will be in my own community in Leeds. So I take a great solace from that. But yeah, it's tough. Every day still I think to myself, do I want to be here? It's hard. You know, life's hard. my life's hard. I've lost everything in the space of 18 months, and now I'm more or less a prisoner in my own home because my epilepsy is that bad that I can't even go out anymore. But I do take great solace with YouTube and the people that I've met. But yeah, me, I struggle. I won't lie. Every day is a massive struggle. Just getting up, getting out of bed, and getting motivated is very tough. If I didn't have Mrs. Biddy and Harry, I'll be honest with you guys, I wouldn't be here now. I won't lie. I'll be honest enough and open enough to say it. And I do put a brave face on my channel because I always think if somebody's gone away happy and smiling from my channel, then I'm happy in that respect. That I'm all for helping everybody else, but helping myself, I never do that. I am a massive critique of myself. I hate how I look. I hate how I am. I hate how I sound. I'm very, very critical of myself. You guys know that I've been open and honest with you. I've tried to commit suicide in the past. I self-harmed when I was younger, and every day is a massive struggle. But like I said, I take great solace from my channel and helping other people. We have our own WhatsApp group, and we just try and keep motoring on. I try to support everybody in the community that we do, Ben and and yourself, Kate and Jim and Ozzy. But yeah, it's tough. I won't lie.
Jess, can I just say, do you know how strong you actually are to be able to talk like this on a stream with people watching? I don't think you realize how strong you actually are. And I want to say that to you. You should be really proud to be able to open up like that in front of people, even like myself, who you don't really know. To be able to do that is shows how much strength you actually do have. And like I definitely want to have a chat with you off stream as well, because I think I could give you some stuff that might help, that helped Kate, that helped some of my friends that I'm speaking to who are going through really, really shit times as well. And one thing I say is that, look, everyone in life is hard. You said it yourself, Jess. Life is hard. It's not easy, right? It is a battle. Every day we deal with different issues, different problems. It's never sane planning in life. That's what life is. Life is full of good moments and bad moments, right? It's ups and downs. It's emotional turmoil all the time. It's that's life, right? That is what we have to deal with as humans on this planet. But the one thing that I've learned is that there is always light at the end of each tunnel. Whether that's you go into a down spot or it gets really bad, you can get out that tunnel. Everyone can get out that tunnel, because there are people. And the one thing I always say as well is that there are people worse off than us and people better off than us. That is life, right? There is someone sitting there right now, not to say that what we're going through or what we've all been through is worse than other people, but I can guarantee you there's someone in the world that is going through a hell of a lot worse than what we've been through. And I can guarantee you there's a hell of a lot of people going through a lot better than what we're going through. But we can't use that as we can't use that as like the reference point to how it affects our own lives, right? Because we all have our own lives and we all deal with our own shit. But I do know that there is light at the end of each tunnel. And again, once you come out that light, there's not to say that there's going to be something in the future that's going to affect you again, because I know for damn well sure that there's going to be something in my life that's going to really affect me. But once you have the tools to know what the emotion is you're feeling, how it makes you feel, how to counteract that, you become in a better place. I'll tell you, I've been practicing every day for the last 3 to 4 months how to control emotions, because I used to get angry on a lot of shit really easily. How I overreacted with certain things. There's so much other things I could tell you as well, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. There really is. And
I said that to you, Danny, about your. I knew there was something wrong with you because your anger. You were so angry with everything.
Yeah.
And look at you now. I watch you now, and you're so calm.
Yeah.
That meditation. But I've been meditating since the day I met Kate. I needed it.
Yeah. Hey, what are you talking about, Matt? You still need it.
I've only known Jess for a short amount of time, and I've known Danny for many years now. Me and Danny are we've been intertwined since you've both done so fantastic. Whether you've known someone, you just got whenever I always send Jess a freebie when it comes to a coffee, because I'll continue to do it. I always send Jessie an Avi, like, just to tell her how well she's doing, because it's knowing me from being with my other half now. I didn't realize how lonely I was until I met Mickey. I've always been, even I've told Danny this, when I was at school, when I did my, when I was in sixth form, I was the only person in the class. So I've been accustomed from 2013 to always be on my own. I've been accustomed to it. I've always been on my own. When you finally find someone to be a partner with yourself, you find, shit, I was lonely, and that was not okay. And you find your ways to get over it. And I've seen Danny over the last 2 years, and I've seen Jesse over the last 7 months. I've known Jesse probably more to a year now. You've both done so fantastically well. I speak with Danny much more often than I've ever spoken with him. Me and Danny, we've sort of been. We seem to be people that say a lot, but me and Danny always like to go off into our own little spaces and say nothing. And that's sort of the danger, especially with men's men. Men are people that like to suffer in silence, but it's an epidemic. What men's mental health, it's bonkers. I know Danny because Danny's been having issues recently that I've had issues with my entire life since 2008, 2009. I've suffered from ulcerative colitis, which is I've had ulcerative colitis and Crohn's, 2 autoimmune diseases, my entire life, basically, since I was 11 years old. And when you think, oh, you can deal with that, you can medication. No, when you're 11 years old and you suddenly got 2 autoimmune diseases, you have to suddenly be an adult when you're 11. You can't be a child. You can't go out eating well, I still do, to be honest. You can't eat what you want, where you want. Like I was telling Danny the other day, and you think it's embarrassing. Whenever I go to an event that I've never been to before, the first thing you see me do is for the first 25 minutes, you see me looking where the nearest toilets are. Even now, my intestine and my stomach are all perfectly fine, and I'm in a really good spot, ulcerative colitis and Crohn's wise. You see me, it's hardwired into my body. I must see where every single toilet is. When I go to restaurants, I Google where the toilets are, and I still do it to this day. It's hardwired in from when you're 11 years old. Shit. If I need to go to the loo, and it's on the other side of the room, you've got to think fast, because you've only got 5 seconds, and that's to get over that. It's incredibly embarrassing. But every little battle, every little bit of war will make you a better person. And we've seen with Danny how much she's improved recently, and we've seen Jessie that we all try and help her out. And Smithy knows more than me, because Smithy's known Jessie more than I. We've all got to look after each other, and people shouldn't suffer in silence. And let's all look up. Let's all be better people towards each other. And that's the most important thing. Let's try and be the best versions of ourselves, because life can be very short. Let's live a better life. Than it's not that important compared to the grand scheme of things. I'm proud of Danny and Jessie for what they've done in their journey recently. It's incredibly. And Kate, I've known Kate for 2 years now. Kate's had some very bad moments. I've been through some of them. I've not been through some of them. But yeah, you've all done so very well. It's the personal improvement is so incredibly well, and that's what we've got to say. So everyone in the chat, everyone say how proud they are of everyone.
I think, do you know what, Ben? To add to that, right? I think everyone should be proud of themselves as well, and not talk negatively about yourselves, because it is so detrimental to your mental well-being and your mental state. Negative self-talk is the worst thing people can do, and I know everyone does it. I've done it myself a lot in the last, prior to the last 4 months. I was doing it every single day for a lot of times, and it did send me into a self-destructive path even before that anyway. But it is, there are ways that people can get away from talking self-destructive about themselves and talking negatively, because that people don't realize how strong they really are. Like really, that everyone has got so much inner strength within them, and they could really, really, really improve so many aspects of their lives. And I know it's not easy. Trust me, it really is not easy at all. It is a war every day in your mind, because that's where the real war is. But there are lots of things, and for me, I will do everything I can. What I want to do in the future, I'm not going to say right now, but is to do a form of helping people, because I really believe that if I can do one little thing to help someone, then for me, I feel much more better person, more fulfilled than anything else can give me from life. To be honest, I'll feel more joy from anything from doing that than anything else. And I think there's so much shit in the world, hate in the world, that there's no need to there's no need to try and have this negative energy around you, because you can change your perception of everything by the way you think about yourself. And everyone can think positively, no matter how bad their situation is. You can really change everything. And people who are going through stuff, and even if you don't feel like you're making any progress or nothing's changing, the little bits, by things like opening up to people, talking about things, that is strength. That takes a lot of strength to do that. And you have to keep doing that. Even if it's a 1% increase every single week, or every 2 weeks, you're doing a 1% better than where you were. That is where growth can happen. And that's how you can change everything. And everyone can do it. Everyone can.
Yeah, I completely agree. Big up to Lee, and also Soren, who has got the most beautiful dog I think I've ever seen in my whole life. Lee, how are you? What's been happening? What did you you've been seeing and hearing everything we've been saying, I'm sure?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I just thought I'd let everyone see my face. I've been around for quite some time.
Oh no, you've been hiding, jet setting, modelling all over the place.
Yeah. You know it is, only Kate. Money to be made, you know.
Money to be made, Smithy.
Huh?
Money to be made, Smithy. Money
Absolutely.
to be made.
So yeah, I thought I'd just jump on and see all your faces. I ain't got long, so I'm waiting for Leo, and then I'm going to watch Oxford smash the granny out of Leeds tonight. So yeah.
Oh,
you know that's not happening, Lee. You know that's not happening.
No, it's not. It's not happening. It's not happening.
Oh, hello.
Leeds.
That's why I came on in my Oxford top.
I know.
That looks like the old Tottenham bus seat top, that one.
Represent
you know the one that they said looked like a bus seat because it had all the different colours on.
I really like that kit.
This is spray paint to represent around.
You can send that to me when you're finished with it. I'll put it on my wall.
And there you go. Soren, how the devil are you? Not seen you. You look very tanned. Have you been on holiday?
Sunbed.
Yeah. I just wanted to come on and give you a slightly different perspective. And this is the first time I've kind of spoke about this, so I don't know how it's going to go, but when you're a certain generation, talking to people doesn't come into your head. You don't open up. You don't tell people how you feel because nobody believes you. Now, I've got scars on both wrists. I've been there. I've cut. I've done it. I've nearly wasn't here. And the only thing that actually keeps me going are them dogs. We've had 2 dogs. We lost one. The other one is 13. And I knew when she went, I was going. And if we didn't get some more pups, I wouldn't be here now. And you tell people, and sometimes the answer you get is, I don't believe you. And when you hear that, you don't tell anybody else.
Take your time, Soren.
Yeah, take your time. We're all there for you, Soren.
And it's one of those that you take every day as it comes. And some days are good. Some days you're happy to be here. And something just clicks. And you can be driving and you see a tree, and that tree just becomes the only thing you can concentrate on. Or you're walking down the street and you just think, there's a car coming, that'll be quick. And the only thing that keeps me coming home are them dogs. And sometimes you just look at them and you think, I can't not be here because I'm the only thing that they've got now. And you know, you come onto these streams and you tell everybody it's great and you're positive, and you know you're lying to yourself. And it's like I put up in the chat earlier, the biggest lie in life is, yeah, I'm okay, because most of the time we're not. And nobody ever knows who is the next person to go. Everybody on this stream knows somebody who is lying to them about being okay. And that's the problem, that taking that first step is the most important thing in life. But I don't think many people realize, other than those that are going through it, how hard that first step is. Because like I say, when you do tell somebody that you're struggling and they turn around and just say it's in your head, or you're not being serious or whatever, then it stops you taking that next step. And it really does impact the way you live. I mean, I've lived like this now for probably 35 years. The first time I tried, I was probably 18, and I'm 53 now, and I've done it more than once. And you always, people always say, if you tell somebody that you're going to do it, it means you're asking for help. It's those that don't tell anybody that they're going to do it, they're the ones that you need to find. They're the ones that are going to do it. And the first time I tried, I told people I was going on holiday, so I knew I had a week before anybody would even notice. And nobody really did, because I was in hospital for a week and came out and didn't tell anybody. And the last time I was working away, so I was on my own anyway, so people still didn't know. You tell them, bandages on your arms or whatever you've cut yourself at work, that there's always an excuse. There's always an excuse. And I don't know the answer, because I think Ben said it just before I spoke, that for men, you can't open up sometimes. It's the scariest thing in the world, that not every man has a good friend, or a friend that you feel that you can turn to, or somebody that will understand what you're trying to tell them. I mean, I've seen suicides from my friends and couldn't understand why I couldn't see it. It didn't compute that I couldn't see it when I know how low I can get. And it's, you go through, when you've got children, you think you can't do it because your children, you need to be there for your children. And then they grow up, you don't. And in your head, all you can think about is, they don't need me anymore. I can go now. And that's why, people say to me, why do you always have a dog? What's it with a dog? The dog is the only thing that keeps me alive. The only thing that keeps me alive. And we've got 4 now, and one will go soon. And I know in my head, I compute to myself that because I've got 3 that are a year old, I have to live for 10 more years. And that's the only thing that keeps me going, is knowing I have to be there for them for 10 years, because if I didn't have them, then I'm not here. And I don't know, you know, I don't know how to explain to people that you have to try and find something to cling on to. Because if you don't have that thing to cling on to, if you get low enough, you will go. There's nothing anybody can say. I mean, you know, listening to Danny earlier and listening to Jess. I mean, I don't know Jess. I've spoke to Danny a few times, but not on this matter. And when you say there's always somebody there that wants to listen or will listen, sometimes you don't believe that. You just don't believe it because you cannot find that person and you don't want to open up. I mean, I've sat here and spoke to my dogs as though they were therapists, and sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. And I look, you know, sometimes just a cuddle gets you out of it. But for those, you know, I mean, as hypocritical as it is coming from me, because I haven't reached out to anybody, or this is the first time I've ever really spoke about it. But if you do feel down, doesn't matter how many people tell you it's in your head, keep trying to find somebody, keep trying to find something that will stop you, because it's like, I'm not sure who said it, but once you're gone, you're gone. There's no coming back from it. And I've been to the point where literally was probably seconds away from not being here. And, you know, I mean, you look at it, people say, oh, you're such a positive person, and, you know, you're always positive about this, that, and the other. But that's because if you're not positive, you spiral so quickly. And when you spiral, doesn't matter what you say, what you feel, you know, whether you reach out to somebody or not, while you're spiraling, there is no bottom. You know, people say you hit rock bottom, and I know what they mean by that. But for me, there is no bottom, because when you think you've got as far down as you can get, and you've got a razor blade in your hand, or you like I say, you're driving and you're looking at a tree, there's nothing that really stops you until all of a sudden something does stop you, or it doesn't. It's that simple. And the amount of times I've sat with a razor blade, with knife, with whatever that is sharp enough to do anything, it's a split second. It really is. And it's the scariest thing on the, you know, people don't understand how scary it is when you actually click out of it and you sat there with a razor blade in your hand, or a piece of glass, or a knife, and that split second of clicking out of something like that it's eye-opening, because you sit there and you think, why am I doing this? Why am I at the point where I need to think like this? And there's no reason sometimes as to why you do it, why you spiral, why you drop so quickly. And everybody's different in the way they do it. For me, it's, I can be sat there, I could be on a YouTube channel talking to people about Tottenham. That's maybe why I'm so depressed. But you know, you can be sat there and you can be as bubbly as hell, and you can turn the screen up and bang it, you've gone. It's how quick it can happen. Some people, it takes days and days, and some people, you're in it for months and months and years. I guess I'm quite lucky in the sense of sometimes, you know, I do snap out of it. I can snap out of it. I can, people are saying the dogs and things like that. When you find whatever it is in life that keeps you going, hold on to it, because when that goes, you've gone. And whether I'm repeating myself, I don't know. But if you ask somebody if they're okay, if they come out with the words, yeah, I'm good, I'm okay, ask them again. And ask them again and ask them again until you get a different answer. Because the worst words in the world are, yeah, I'm okay. People that are good do not generally say, I'm okay.
I want to add to what you said, Soren, and I want to say to you that it's a lot of respect for you to say what you said, because you can tell it's very emotional for you, and it's something that affects all of us. And you should realize the strength it takes to even say that to people that maybe you'd say you're close friends or anything like that. So understand that it's a big thing you've just done, and you should be proud of yourself for doing that too. Right? You really should be proud of yourself, because it's the same for Jess, it's the same for Kate, same for all of us. I didn't think I was going to come on and start talking about my life and what's been going on with me lately, but I think people need to do this more to see that we are all humans and we all go through shit and we all go through it differently, and it all affects us in a different way, and we all have different stories and different ways that we felt emotions and how it makes us feel about ourselves and what point it takes us to, right? And that's the key. The key is to letting people know more about this so that we can all help each other to find ways to improve ourselves and to not feel like that anymore. Because the truth is, I think it's a systemic problem in the society today, right? That there is not enough education on mental health, and there's not enough education on the tools that are actually out there to help people deal with these things. Because I can tell you, sorry, if I didn't speak to some of the people that I've spoken to, friends, family, therapists, I've got something from each person, and that's allowed me to have the tools now that I use to allow me to live my life in the way that I want to live it. And also what you said as well about finding something that you can hold on to. For me, the way I look at it, it's not finding something you can hold on to, it's finding what you feel your purpose is or what makes you happy, right? Because for me, I'm not going to tell people, only a few people know this. I've now got a purpose that I've kind of suppressed since I was 10 years old, which I've always wanted to do with my life. And now I'm going to do it. And now, because of that, I've seen, and because of the things I do now, like meditating, going for the walks, all these kind of things, it's allowing me to have so much clarity in my mind for what I want for my life. And I notice now when I'm starting to feel negative shit about myself or feel bad or something affects me, the tools that I have, I'm learning now how to control those emotions so I don't get into that spiral. And like you said, this is a constant battle every single day in your mind. And for anyone who says they are okay, you're right. A lot of times they're not. And for anyone who says they are fine, I can guarantee you every single person on this planet has gone through a stage in their life where they've suffered a lot with their mental health, and they have got to these thoughts, or they've got to this place where, and some people unfortunately have taken their own life. But that's why it's people like us and other people who go through stuff who can see that there is light at the end of the tunnel, who can come out the other side. There are ways to do that. And I think it's just people need to be educated more on how to do that, because I don't think there's enough out there, that's visible for everyone to see clearly. I think it should be the biggest thing that any country should tackle is mental health, in my opinion, which is why I think this is such an amazing thing that Jim and Kate are doing, to raise awareness about this kind of stuff, because without that, we don't have anything without mental health. Mental health, without deterioration of mental health, destroys everyone from the soul outwards. It's just, it really does. So be proud of what you've just said today, because it's not easy to say that.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
No.
do you know what? Sitting here listening to Soren, well, me and Soren speak now and again, but we only ever have a laugh really when we talk, Soren. So to hear that from you, it's just mind-boggling for me. But look, you remind me a lot of the way Bobby Kay is, because Bobby Kay is very he's one of these guys that you see him, and everything seems all right with him, but he struggles a lot in the background. And me and Bobby are really close, so I know with Bobby I can kind of read him now. But you seem to be the same as him. Whenever I talk to you, you seem such upbeat and outgoing, and we have a laugh. And Bobby's the same with if people on stream, you see Bobby, you would never know that he struggles. But
that's the thing, though, Jim. That those that I'm not going to say suffer the most, because there are people far worse than me. You know, I'm probably the tip of the iceberg, but you make sure nobody else ever notices. You make sure if somebody else has got a problem, you're there for them. If somebody is having a bad day, you're there for them. And sometimes you just want to scream and shout, I don't want to be there. And when you get to an age like I've got, and you've kind of struggled up and down for so long, you know how to lie, you know how to tell people you're okay, you know how to make sure nobody else ever sees you. And sometimes, just, you know, like you just said, we have a laugh, and we'll pass the message on here and there, and that's that's sometimes when you're actually at your lowest. I mean, I actually, for the first time ever, put a post out on Instagram, and my daughter got in touch. She saw it, which scared the shit out of me, because obviously she never knew, and it scared her, and she came straight round. Now she's a police officer, so she deals with that sort of thing, and she said she couldn't see the signs. And for anybody out there, like, you know, the biggest stress that I wanted to say today was, like I've said, anybody that you talk to that is friends, family, whatever, don't just settle for, yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Please. That's the on, you know, if that's the only message that anybody listens to from me ever, please do not settle for I'm okay.
And also, Soren, to add to that, I want everyone as well to not have that. I know you come from a different era than me, for example, and my dad probably a different era from you, because he's nearly 70 now. And I know how my dad was brought up, and I can see the traits in him with he doesn't open up emotionally about things. But the thing is, there is always someone, and I want people to not have that notion that there is not. Sometimes you feel like you can't, because I felt like I couldn't, right? I'm a different era to you, but there is always someone. Never ever tell yourself that there is no one. You have to tell yourself that there is always someone who can listen, right? And will be there for you. Even if you think they're not, even if you think you can't open up to family or friends, there will be someone who will be willing to listen and to talk. And just to, even if you just want to talk, there's always going to be someone. And I think that's the thing that society needs to really move away from, is this kind of old mentality of men bottle things up, men don't talk. And you're right, because Soren, you're right. The people that have taken their lives are the ones who hide it the best and don't say anything, right?
Yeah.
But it's the people like yourself and the people who are starting to open up about things. They're the ones who can really show the true strength within themselves, because everyone has that strength. Everyone does. It's just people need to be shown the way how to use it. And the first step is talking. That is literally the first step. And it's all about baby steps, because we cannot change everything in a split second, in a week, in a month. It takes years of hard work, but it can be done. And the first baby step is to open up and talk. That is the best thing to do.
One quick one. Lynn in the chat has put people that she dealt with manipulative and convincing. That is one thing from my point of view that I have learned the art of. If anybody starts asking me how I am, how I'm doing, I always turn it round to ask them instead. and you do everything in your power not to talk about yourself.
Yeah.
And that's one sign that, you know, people can look for. You never want to talk about yourself. Now, I've gone from the point, I mean, when I was younger, I was, well, I think, don't know if it was you, Danny, very angry, very, very angry, always in trouble, always fighting. And then I went to the opposite end of the scale where now I'm quiet. I don't talk. I don't, you know, I'm in a shell. I'll come onto, you know, social media and people can't stop me. That's a release. And I'm not going to say it's a front. That's maybe who I am. I don't know, because you get to a point where you don't actually know who you are anymore. You don't know what the real you is. You don't know whether the person you are now is the person you've made yourself into, because you don't want to let anybody else in. You don't want to let anybody else see your frailties. Now, the worst and most powerful saying that's out there is "man up." There is no worse a saying than "man up," because as a man, that's what you do. You don't think you should be sat there showing frailties, showing weakness, and that's what it is, because people will see a weakness in especially men. I mean, I can't talk about women because obviously I'm not one, but if you show weakness as a man, people will pounce on that, and they'll affect you even worse. And it is so hard to firstly admit that you've got a problem, secondly try and talk to somebody, and thirdly admit to somebody else that you've got a problem. Because the moment you admit to somebody that you've got a problem, and luckily there's only 6 of us here, 7 of us here, nobody else is listening, so you've opened yourself up. It's
the vulnerability, Soren, is what it is. It's the vulnerability, right? And that is what too many, I think, like Destiny said, it takes a real man and, to be honest, a real woman to really speak about how they genuinely feel. And I think that's the culture that we need to change, because a real man, so to speak, when you hear this thing "man up," it's a real man who can really talk about their emotions and learn how to know what they're feeling, why they're feeling like that, and how to not feel like that, and how to progress themselves and help others, because that's what a true man is, I think, in my opinion. Because the like you said, Soren, it's as a man what you'd feel, and Jim could probably back me up on this as well. As a man, especially with what Jim did, it has happened to him in his past. You feel like you have to be this person that is always the rock between everything. You have to be this person that no matter what, the man can't be the one who's got all the problems, or they're not dealing with things the right way, or got mental health issues. Because if you've got, like, I don't know, the Old Testament way of living is, if you've got a family, you're the man of the house kind of thing. You have to be the person that everyone relies on. And if when you feel that pressure now, it can really deteriorate your mental health. And I think it's the people who can actually open up and speak about what they're feeling are the ones who can really truly have the strength to get better, so to speak, right? And to actually improve their mental health. And I think that's
emotional intelligence, isn't it, Danny? It's emotional intelligence.
It's everything, Ben. It's not just the it is part of it, of course, but for me, you should look at it, Soren, as it takes a true man to be able to be vulnerable, right? Because it's all about vulnerability. That's where men go wrong, so to speak, is that they feel that they can't open up, because if they are too vulnerable, then it shows that they are a weak person and people will take advantage of them, right? But you have to take a different spin on it. It's all about the mental perception of how you see it. If you look at it in the way of what's a true man is someone who can be vulnerable, who can open up about those things, and who can learn from that, right? That's a true man, in my opinion. And I think more people need to open up like the way you've opened up today, Soren, and myself.
Absolutely. Incredible.
I think the other thing as well, sorry, I forgot your name. The lady, is it Jen?
Jessie.
Yeah, Jess. I mean, she said something about not going out the house. Now, I don't know if it's the same thing for me as it is for you, but I find I'm the same. I don't want to go out the house other than go to work, other than take the dog. But my reason for not going out is because if I don't go out and don't see anybody, they can't ask me any questions.
Yeah.
They can't. You don't have to deal with other people, because when you have to deal with other people, you have to be happy and nice.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you don't want to be happy and nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's. I mean, again, I don't know if it's the same, but when you go on to, say, a social media channel and you're on stream, the amount of time it takes to build yourself up to do that, because you have to be in a good place on screen, in a sense that you have to be what people have got used to seeing, what people have got used to hearing, and you come off screen and you think, right, I don't ever want to do that again, because that's not me sometimes. And trying to be positive all the time is tiring. It really is tiring. You know, it's.
Do you know what the key is, in my opinion, Soren? It's not about being positive all the time. It's about feeling good within yourself, right? Because you don't need to be positive for people or for anyone else, right? You have to focus on you. Like you said, for you, one of your things that keeps you going is your dogs. And I think that's an amazing thing, because animals, especially dogs, I believe are man's best friends, right? They are amazing things. They're like de-stressors as well. They give you so much unconditional love. They're unbelievable creatures, dogs. It's why my family's always had dogs in our family for 15, 20 years. Yeah, I think it's there are a lot of things that people can do, which, again, I stress this, they're not aware of how they can get inner peace, inner happiness, because once you have that, everything else becomes more positive. It's a perception. It's a perception how you see yourself. Once you feel good within, everything else changes. Everything. I'm telling you, this is from my own experience, right? And from where I was, and from other people who I've been given advice to and helping them, and they're doing the same things that I'm practicing, and it's helping them a lot. And it's just, again, it goes back to education. It really does. People are not aware of what tools there are that people can use, and there are so many things that are out there that can really help. I just think people need to be made more aware of it, to be honest.
Indeed.
Because it's a chain reaction as well, Danny.
100%.
Because the more people that are helped, they can help more people, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
So it's a chain reaction.
Exactly.
We find strength in community, don't we? We find strength in community.
That's what humans are designed to have. Is connection.
It's very important. It's very important. But on that further ado, I was supposed to go half an hour ago, but it was great to listen to everyone. Incredibly proud of everyone for jumping on the stream, and incredibly proud of everyone in the chat for being so lovely. Everyone, just be good to yourselves. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you later. I'll try and stay in. I might jump back on later. Cheers, everyone.
Love, Ben.
Cheers, Ben. Thank you. Soren, you've blown me away with your honesty, and it's just horrendous.
It's nice. It's refreshing. It's
refreshing, but it's also hard to think that I've spoke to you a million times and never even crossed my mind that you were somebody who was struggling, and that's what I think is so hard. And that's why when I played that video earlier of Michelle, and she says I didn't see it, I think that's the thing that people. That's what they talk to themselves over, because people don't see it, because as humans we are good at putting on an act and putting on a smile and making out everything's okay when it's not. But go on, sorry.
That's it. That's kind of why I wanted to come on, because obviously listening to Danny and listening to that video, and then you know, being confined to your house, the message is somebody else is always struggling. Somebody is struggling that you don't see. And another thing that, you know, you hear a lot of people saying is, oh, I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow. My philosophy is, I hope I'm here tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's, you know, when you wake up in the morning, I mean, my life is routine. Everything is OCD almost. I have to get up at a certain time. I have to go to work. If I'm not at work today, I'm not at work, and it's a bad day because I haven't got that routine. I've got up at 4 o'clock this morning, taking my dogs for a walk, and then I've been doing a barbecue, smoking meat. But if I don't do that, it's when it hits. If I'm not busy, it hits. So, you know, my final words are, like I've said it a few times now, but please, anybody that says to somebody, how you doing? If they say I'm okay, ask them again. Please just ask them again. It doesn't take a second to ask them again and look at them. You know, don't just ask and accept their answer. Look at the way they say to you. If they don't look at you, because that's one thing that I've learned. If somebody asks me if I'm okay, I never look at them and say I'm okay. I just say, yeah, I'm okay. And the head turns. I know my traits. I've perfected the lies. I've perfected the persona. And this is why even I can't spot it in other people. And that is the scariest thing, because every single one of us has a different lie within them.
Yeah.
So, you know, please, anybody, like say, just ask people again. And
sorry, do you mind? Sorry, go on. Finish what you were saying.
I was just going to say, if you haven't spoken to somebody for a while, just pick up the phone or send them a message and say, how you doing? Because that text message, that phone call could be at a point where that person's at alone. You never know. You just never know. But go on.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, you know, obviously, I don't want to pry, and if you don't want to say it's fine, but was there something? So you say you've been battling this for 30 years. Was there something that triggered it? Do you know, or is it just? I mean, something that you just started struggling with your mental health?
Okay, as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I was younger, I was, like I said, I was always angry. I was always fighting. I was always in trouble. Not with, I mean, I've never been to prison or been arrested. Somewhat I have, but nothing that really bad. But I was always just a rebel, and something happened on one occasion that stopped all that. And then I don't know. I just know that some days I just sat there and, you know, contemplated what it would be like. I mean, I've always been kind of a loner person. I don't consider myself to have many friends. I don't consider myself to have time for many friends because I'm too busy trying to keep me going. And, you know, people say, or in my mind, that's a selfish reaction, because you think it's not always about you. Well, I'm sorry, but it is sometimes, because if it's not about me, I'm not here. And when I say I'm not here, I don't mean sat, you know, you'll understand. I don't mean sat here. I mean, I'm not here. And it's, you know, like I say, the scariest thing sometimes is snapping out of it with a razor blade in your hand, knowing that split second is the difference. That's, you know, and until you've been there, I don't think people comprehend the severity of that. It's, you know, I mean, I've got friends that have, or people that I know that have text somebody to say I'm about to take some pills. Well, they're texting you for a reason.
Yeah.
They're not. They don't want to die. They don't want to die. They want you to get there, or to talk to them, or to give them the support. It's those that don't text you. It's those that don't say anything. You know, I'm going to go for a walk with the dog. They don't come back. You know, there's a lot of things that people don't realize. The biggest liars in this, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, so please don't take it that way. But the biggest liars are those that don't want you to know something that they're about to do, because they will do everything to cover it up. And in that, I mean, you know, if you're about to take your own life, you don't tell people. You just go and do it.
Mhm.
You don't give people clues. You just go and do it. If you don't want to take your life, you give the clues because you want somebody to come and save you. And
Yeah, that's right.
that's, you know, as obvious as that is, it's so unobvious to most people.
Yeah.
I mean, even my wife and children don't even know that I've slashed my wrists. There's always an excuse for it. There's, you know, there's scars there, but you tell, like I say, you tell them you've done it at work. You've caught yourself at work, or if you're not at home for a period of time with work, it's easy to cover up.
Have you tried talking to your wife about it, Soren, or do you not feel comfortable doing it? Or
Some things have been said, but yeah, I mean, without going into things on social media, people, you know, this probably isn't the place to discuss that. But yeah, like I say, sometimes people say to you, they don't believe what you're telling them.
Yeah.
So
The thing is, Soren, with I mean, I would say to you, this is what I would say to you, is I would say talk to your wife, because me and Kate, I mean, our bond is so strong. And I'm quite a strong person, but there is times when I need Kate, and there's times when Kate needs me, and that's made us strong as a couple. You know, if you understand what I'm saying.
yeah, no, I mean, as daft as it sounds and as stupid as it sounds, that's probably the bond that I have with one of the dogs. That's how sad kind of it is, but
it's not sad. That's not sad at
no,
all.
but you know, to some people it will be, but to, you know, to those that understand, there is, I don't know if it's that dependency that you have from a dog that has you, that, you know, without you, I mean, they can live on their own, they can survive on their own, but you know, when you domesticate them, that everything is about you.
Yeah.
You know, and here's another
I
one
know
of them.
that.
Yeah, I've got 7, so I know. I've got 7 dogs myself, so I know.
oh look,
So this is the little chocolate one.
your red one that you had, or I think it was
I've
red
got
when
2
you
red
first.
ones, yeah.
Oh my god, it's one of the most beautiful dogs I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, Copper and Blaze. Copper is stunning. Blaze is,
It's a lab party.
yeah. Blaze is the one that's
Blue Cross.
Oh, he's the one that I kind of look and see myself, because he always looks sad and unhappy, but you know, he's always wagging his tail. But look, I'm gonna go because I do have to take my dogs for a walk now, because it's 4 o'clock nearly and it's routine, so I have to do it. But thank you for letting me come on, and to everybody out there, please help as much as you can. And by help, I mean, you know, if you can donate. If you can't, talk to somebody out there. Reach out to somebody that you maybe haven't spoken to for a while. Just say hello. Even walking down the street to a total stranger, just say hello, because that might be the difference for them that day. You know, this world is crapping up without treating each other crap, and that's the one strength that people have, that if you can walk down the street and say hello to somebody, that might snap them out of a mood that they're in.
Yeah.
So, thank
you know
you,
what,
and
Soren?
Big up, mate.
You'll
Talk
back
to you
me
all
up
again
on this.
soon.
If you want love, get a lab.
I've got 4, so what it's
Look,
like.
Thanks for sharing, Soren. I really
Oh,
appreciate you coming on, and
yeah.
just know that you can reach out to any of us always.
Yeah,
Always.
it's good to say goodbye.
Oh look! Oh my god, so gorgeous. See that? It's just unconditional love from dogs. I love them so much.
The love from a lab. The love from a lab is off the planet.
Blaze, come on. Here, I see the ones.
Oh look! So gorgeous.
Right,
Oh,
I'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, look after yourself, Soren.
Walk time.
Take care.
Bye. Bye.
Take care.
Mate.
Oh, that was hard to listen to, hard to hear. It always makes me feel, I don't know why, because people hide it well, but it always makes me feel guilty when someone opens up and you think, wow, I've never noticed that about you, but people do hide it well, but it still makes me feel like I should have spotted something. But yeah, very brave. Luton Dan's saying as well that he's feeling really down and said that he gave up drugs with no help and smoking, just vape now, but I sometimes think about smoking a joint again and just doing it all over, but I try to be a better person. Yeah, look, we all have to do what we have to do to get through the day, but
nothing wrong with a vape, let me tell you. I love my vape.
There's nothing wrong with a joint, but don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
If that's what you need
Kate
to get
turning
through.
into Budgie Banton.
Listen, let me tell you something. That's the only thing that stops my restless leg syndrome. That is the only thing on this planet I've found that stops my legs. Well, Jim would probably be kicked to smithereens without it. So, you know, but I think sometimes if you need something to get you through the day, you know, it's like some people hate taking antidepressants. Me, myself, I couldn't be without mine. I couldn't even leave the house without having panic attacks without mine. So everybody's different. And like I say, if that's what you need to get you through the day, then that's what you do. But yeah, so that was difficult. Was that Leah Smithy?
Yeah.
Oh my God, she looks so grown up.
I know, she's got big, isn't she? Oh my
God. I cannot believe that's the same little girl that we saw that waved and was all sheepish, and she looks like a young lady.
What, did you see her?
Yeah,
she come and give you a cuddle, didn't she?
Yeah, I thought she was hiding, but okay.
No, we saw her. She's so grown up.
Yeah, she's.
She must have a heart attack every time she goes out.
Yeah, I ain't keen on it. I asked her why her mum sent her in a red jumper to start with. But,
only a Spurs fan would say that.
She's cool, bless her. She's cool. She's hard work, but she's cool.
Yeah, she's a pretty young lady, that's for sure. Bless her heart.
Must take after me then, aren't you, Kate?
Yeah, must take after you, Lou. I always check out your modelling photos on TikTok. Don't worry about that, with all these lovely looking ladies.
TikTok's quite a new thing for me. I don't really know how to use it, but I try and put something on there now and again. But
well,
I know Jim said that I kept popping up on all his news feeds or something.
You did.
I knew nothing about it. Half these things I've never seen.
You're quite new to doing it, and you were putting stories up, and they kept popping up with you posing with this bird and this other geezer, and I was like, look at him jet setting all over the place.
I try not to model too many men, do you know what I mean? It's not really my thing. But especially when I've got to stand there topless with them, it's not really my thing. But
is there any campaigns coming out we should be looking out for?
Campaigns?
Yeah, like JD, you know, or something fancy.
No, next Thursday I'm shooting in Salvages. I think that's like Puma, but I'm meant to be on a catwalk today, but obviously I'm not going because Oxford are playing.
What, a catwalk where? In London?
Yeah, in London.
Get you. It's like being friends with Naomi Campbell or someone.
Well, I just need money, aren't you, Kate? Money.
I know. Don't we all, darling? Don't we all?
But believe me, Leah cost me a lot.
I can imagine. Jimbo cost me a fortune. It's all his Botox and stuff. He cost me an absolute fortune.
Big up Jimbo with the Botox.
It's all that porn from Jimbo.
Yeah, you know what? I'm talking about Botox. I'm seeing a girl on Sunday. She's going to do some Botox for me. So desperate.
I ain't got any. I'm doing all right.
No, I need loads.
Aren't you, Kate?
Oh, I do, Lee. Trust me. I lead about, I don't know how many injections, 50. But
have you had it before?
No, never. I've never had it, but I need it. So a friend of ours, his wife does it. We're going to a barbecue on Sunday. She's going to speak to me about it because I want to look younger. So I need loads of it to make everything go upwards because it's all going downwards.
So you could come out looking like the Kardashians' mum. But what her name
bloody
is.
well hope not. Kris Jenner.
She looks young.
She does, but she also looks like she's had a ton of work done. I don't want to look like that. Bloody hell. Can you imagine if I come on here and I started looking like Sharon Osbourne or something? I think everyone would have something to say.
Better than looking like Ozzy.
Yes, sir. I'll be sitting there going, of course I haven't had any work done. What are you talking about? As I can't move my lips. No, just a bit of Botox would be nice.
Hey, I'm just going
expensive, isn't it?
Take Bonnie out for half hour.
All right, darling.
All right.
Yeah, but I probably won't be here because obviously Leah's here now. So I'll see you soon, yeah? Or ring me.
Mate. All right,
we'll speak soon, Smithy.
Don't ring me tonight because if Oxford win, I'll be absolutely obliterated. Probably end up in Amsterdam again or something stupid.
I won't be gone long, Kate.
All right, darling.
Just stretch your legs. All right.
Okay, darling.
All right, I'll see you all in a minute.
In a bit.
In a bit, Jim.
Where's he going to go?
Yeah.
Or is he going to leave himself in limbo? Let's get rid of him. Taking the dog for a walk without me, how rude.
Yeah, so Annie Kate, what game are you at next then? Because obviously you're not going on Monday, which I'm not either.
I don't think we'll be back for another one this season.
I can go to Crystal Palace.
We're supposed to be going. When's that?
Next month. I can't remember which date, but I'm modelling
see,
in the
we're
morning, so I'll go in the afternoon.
We're going to New York next month.
Can I come with you? Screw Crystal Palace.
Yeah, you come with us. No, we're going to New York for 2 to 4 weeks. So.
Oh, I'm definitely coming.
Yeah, Jimbo's staying in a place in New York, and I'm staying in a place in Brooklyn. So not even staying together.
You're looking all ghetto. It's rough around there, isn't it?
Well, I know. I said I'm going to go in and say, "Where's my fucking coffee?" And someone said, "Don't say that, you might get shot." I was like, "Oh, okay." But yeah, no, we're going to New York between the 7th and the 15th.
Why are you in one place and Jim's in the other? What's that all about?
Because we're going to meet the guy that's putting the shares on the market, and Jim's going to a lot of business meetings with him. So they're staying in the centre of New York, and me and William are staying in Brooklyn.
I couldn't imagine Jim in business meetings of how slow he is, but I love it.
You know, he
has no idea what's going on, does he? Bless him.
No, he ain't got a clue. He don't even know what day it is half the time. Yeah, you, darling. But to be fair, Shell said he only really wants him there to sit in the corner and judge people and look mean. So, I mean, I don't think Jim can ever look mean anymore. He did used to be a bodyguard, but this was like 25 years ago.
Get him to wear his Spurs shirt and shorts, and that'd be perfect.
Just pull out the old pictures. Put the old
Come on, you fucking Spurs. Just
He says he's still got it if he needs it.
That right, Jim.
Yeah. So he's going on business things, and we're going to be in Brooklyn. I don't know what we're going to be doing. Shopping, I think.
How's the conversation gone to Katie Price?
Shut up! I'm going to get mugged. What was that, Lee? Sorry.
No, just everyone mentioning Katie Price. How did it go on to her?
Oh, because of my Botox. Look, I definitely need it. You can't really see it in this light, but
I think Katie Price had the reverse effect of what Botox is meant to do, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm all right for now.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but Jess, how old are you?
A couple of greys there, Sovereign.
34.
Why do you think we're older?
No, but I'm saying, no wonder you don't need it. I'm 47 next month.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm 67, so don't worry.
What did you say, 42?
You can easily go off people, Lord and Savior. Do you know what I mean? Don't even start you.
I'm only joking, Sovereign.
Yeah, now I'm realised I'm only 3 years away from being 50. The Botox is starting to come out. But no, so we won't, going back to Tottenham. Party. Yeah, we won't be going to a game because we're in New York until the beginning of July. So,
what was the last game I see you at? What game was that? Arsenal.
Ipswich.
Oh, fucking hell, when we lost, yeah.
Yeah, but we had a good day because we got taken up to the Players' Lounge, didn't we? So we had a nice time. But it was funny.
Name drop.
Well, yeah, to be fair, it was funny because Mickey did say to me, "Are you coming to Forest?" I said, "No." He said, "I was going to take you back up to the Players' Lounge." And I was like, we can't.
Didn't
I know. So I said, I wish we could, but we can't. So it's a shame because Leo's over, but it's too much. Life is just crazy right now. Literally crazy.
Well, it was meant to be tomorrow, wasn't it? But they changed it.
Yeah. Yes.
Because I texted you saying they changed it.
Yeah, you told me. I didn't have a clue. So we was lucky because if you hadn't texted me, we'd have paid for our tickets, but I hadn't paid at that point.
To be fair, we haven't missed anything because if you'd have watched the stream the other day, Danny Kiriaku's been going, but he's been leaving at half time. So we haven't missed anything.
I know. Are you going Monday, Danny?
I don't even know what time is kickoff on.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
What, in the evening?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure yet. I've got a family barbecue because we're doing the Greek Easter barbecue.
Fair weather fan.
That's what I've got. Danny,
So-
we're going to a massive Greek barbecue on Sunday. I've never been to one before.
Oh, the Greek Easter barbecues are the fucking bollocks. They're the
Yes.
best. And we were supposed to do it on Sunday, but then obviously, so it's my sister's husband's family that normally does it. Like they do the souvla, the big chunks of meat, slow on
that's
the
it.
for hours. And we're supposed to do it on Sunday. And then because my sister asked her husband to sort it out with his dad, and he never bothered doing it. And then Jenny, my sister Jennifer, she booked a hotel for them for 2 days. So then they have to removed it. So we have to move it to Monday. So it's annoying because I wanted to go to the game, but I think if I'm going to choose between a barbecue like that or the game, I think I'm going to go to the barbecue.
Fair weather fan. What support?
Yeah, exactly. You listen here, Hot for Hippie. Barbecue is better than Spurs right now.
Yeah.
You're at the Palace game in Kiriaku.
The Villa game.
Palace.
When is that?
I think it's Saturday.
There's a protest that game, isn't there?
I think you're right.
May the 10th.
May the 10th. That's
Yeah,
Saturday.
I think it's a 3 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah, I probably will be at that game. I probably will be. At that
birthday.
game. Are you going to be there, Smithy?
I'll be there, yeah, mate. I'll be there.
Oh, I'll probably see you then.
Yeah, I'll message you when I'm there.
All right, yeah, do it.
My
Well,
birthday.
I see you last time, Antwerp, wasn't it? Yeah.
I
I think it was.
I think it was. Yeah. Briefly, yeah, it was.
Damn it.
Well, because Kate, your birthday's on 13th. You said, right?
Yeah, yours the 19th.
Yeah, mine's the 19th.
Yeah.
All the best babies are born in May. All the
Correct.
best babies are born in May.
No, November.
November.
Absolutely.
Definitely May, definitely. But yeah, so like I say, unfortunately, we won't go to a game, but we will next season, I'm sure. But we're going over to Cyprus as well in October. There's me and Jimbo and Will's going, and a few of our Greek friends are going. I'm going to look for a property over there.
No, you lot are more international than I am.
Listen, Smithy, I haven't been abroad for 24 years.
I've been abroad for 24 hours.
What was that, Jess?
But I've never been out of country in 34 years.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
What I will tell you is it's bloody cold in the UK compared with Spain and other places.
Yeah. We're going over there in October when it's a little bit cooler.
Why it keeps cutting out like that?
It'll be like our belated honeymoon, because Jim and I never had a honeymoon, so we kind of, except there'd be a load of Greek people with us.
Well, still
But
till
it might
this
be a bit
day.
weird. Huh?
Still till this day.
Yeah, Jim and I have never been abroad together ever,
Oh no, I thought you meant you've never had a honeymoon.
or had a honeymoon.
What, still till this day?
No,
And how long you been married?
17 years this year.
That's kind of mad, but yeah.
Yeah, it's quite.
I thought
crazy.
people went on honeymoons like on the afternoon of the wedding.
Well, they're supposed to, but we had no money, and
okay.
we spent all the money on the wedding, and we also had our own business, so Jim couldn't take the time off.
there
So
we
we
go.
literally had one day off, and that was it.
Was that the
Back to
business
work.
that involved snooker tables?
No, this is the shop we had. The business with snooker tables was way before. We won't go there. I know.
No, not the right stream.
No.
I've just realised I'm the only one without a beanie on, but if I wear a beanie, I look like a young boy. So I shall be putting one on. Let me tell you, I do not suit hats. I think.
How
'cause
about if someone puts a £50 donation or £25 donation, Kate will put on a beanie.
Oh no, it's really honestly, I can't wear hats. I look like a boy because I've got short hair.
You got to do it for charity, Kate. You got to do it for charity.
Where's that
You gotta do
Richarlison
it for
t-shirt?
charity. There's no limits.
Do you know what, Lee? Those Richarlison t-shirts are actually still at my sister's because I don't.
And do you
wear
know what,
them.
Auntie Kate? He came on the other day, and within 2 minutes he scored.
I know, and do you know what? I never watched it.
Where's
Yeah.
Solanke's 20 goals this season? Then is what I want to know from you and Jim.
It was Jim, not me, that said it. It was Jimbo. He had a bet that it was going to happen.
Honestly, that player's so shit.
Yeah,
So
he's not
shit.
that great.
He's not.
He is crap,
brilliant.
Kate. He
did brilliant yesterday. He just didn't score goals.
Couldn't hit a barn door with a banjo.
Knit a barn door with a banjo. I like him. Oh, we are. Angus is chirping up. Marino's
He's not
better
wrong,
than-
though. At the moment, he's not wrong.
Oh, I like Solanke. I think he was class last night. He was one of my joint man of the matches.
Man of the match?
I don't know about man of the match. I definitely think he was good, but again, he still is not putting the ball in the back of the net. The penalty was great. That was a good penalty.
Yeah.
My man of the match was Ange for actually getting us to win something. Nice to just win a game.
Europa League last season on Kate's. I remember last year when I came on her channel, I said they'll win Europa League this season.
You did.
To come in.
I'm still not convinced we'll win the whole thing, though.
I am. I'm
Just
so
actually
positive.
win.
Come on, Spurs, let's go.
I wish I could have what Jess is having.
Yeah.
Liverpool win the league, Leeds win the league, and Tottenham win the Europa League.
You should have done a bet on that. It would have been
Yeah.
lovely.
You know what? That's actually a point. You should have done a bet on that.
I'm telling you.
But then again, Spurs might let her down because they let all of
Nah,
us down.
I'm all confident about Spurs. I'm telling you. I'll come back on when
He
you
was
do
good, actually.
Yeah, Jose said Bentancur was man of the match. I gave it to Udogie.
He was very good, Bentancur. He was very good last night.
I thought Udogie was excellent last night.
He was good as well, but I don't think he was. But I actually think Porro had a better defensive game than Doggy yesterday. I think Porro was
Ooh.
very good defensively.
Controversial.
See, I think he's crap at defensively, Porro, but
Yesterday had a good game though. Yesterday was very good. He was blocking a lot.
and to be
of stuff.
fair, Romero was all right yesterday as well. To be fair,
Yeah, he was.
To be fair.
And I think Tao's kind. I don't mind Tao. He's kind of doing.
I love
better.
Tao. I like him because he's an underdog and people don't like him, so I like him.
I had that debate with.
Without Son. Sorry, it might be a bit controversial, but I actually thought you played better without Son yesterday.
I do too. I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I do too. I'm so glad
See?
that Son didn't play yesterday.
See, he done his job yesterday. I agree with Kate. The amount of pressing this guy done and an away game in Frankfurt is key. I'm sorry, I disagree about Solanke. How do you get the best out of your number 9 if you're not playing to his strengths? He makes Richarlison look like a
Bollocks.
a mouse.
Richarlison's rubbish.
Richarlison's pathetic.
He's going to go in the summer. I never wanted us to sign him.
How do you win a game of football? You score goals. He comes on and scores goals.
He's pathetic. Little
Smithy.
Won't have it, mate.
I don't like him. All those t-shirts with Richie on the back,
Yeah.
I told Leo he could have them because I would
true.
never wear them.
Discrimination.
That's true what Ben said.
Discrimination.
Christensen there was a lot of chances for Christensen last night. And
Yeah, but he played for Leeds, so exactly why he missed him.
Yeah,
I'm not
true.
being coached.
Did anyone
true.
think it was funny when he said something about Cock and Johnson in the same sentence? It did really
Who
make
did?
me laugh. Or have I
I
just
didn't
got
see
a
that.
filthy mind? Oh.
Who did?
The commentator said something about Cock and Johnson together.
I didn't watch because apparently
I'd
Ange
love
was
to have heard
mocking the
that.
fans again after the game or something, so I didn't watch it.
Mocking the fans.
Apparently so. He was saying something about the
Probably a
fans
bit
after
longer.
the game.
When is he going to learn?
It just said, Dinner, you're going to have to put up with me for a bit longer.
Yeah, I heard him say that. Stupid ass.
Don't worry, I'm ready to pay his Qantas flight back to Australia. Don't worry.
Oh, you're not Anjin anymore, Smithy.
I was never Anjin or Anjao. I always said he was a madman.
Well, so's Jim, but you like him.
Well, actually, I lie. I actually nicknamed him the Hamstring Slayer, is what I nicknamed him.
The best one I saw was Bobby Kay sent me a thing and it said Aussie Idealist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah, but-
favourite nickname.
I want to be careful what I say about Ange Postecoglou, otherwise I'm going to start getting called out.
Oh, yeah, you got to be
And
careful.
I'm not a YouTuber, so I need to be careful.
Well, I am, and I got called out for it. And I'd taken a 2-week hiatus from YouTube and still got called out. And I hadn't done anything. I've been off for 2 weeks.
I see
Yeah, we
it.
backed you up on my stream because I called him out on my stream for calling you out. To be fair, Smithy will back me up. I called
Did
it
you
all out on
really?
my- Yeah, I
you
did.
did.
Yes,
You
Smithy.
did.
I did.
Bless ya.
She's not even on the stream. I did. And then when he went and drawn that penis on Rodders' face, I called that out.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm not into that.
I
Yeah,
called
no,
it
he's
out.
He's
How
a
did
very...
it go, Kate? Just a girl who loves Spurs until we lose, and then she
Yeah,
fucking
then
hates us.
that's it.
Yeah.
But I think, to be fair, I think that's what
he is a
football fans
crazy guy,
do.
man. He is a crazy guy.
Football fans love their team, and then we lose.
52.
I
I
know he's
know
only
older.
5 years older than me. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but let's be real. The issues have got to be deeper than just hating every Tottenham fan, surely.
Oh, yeah.
Words thrown out far too much, and I thought my language were quite bad on my channel. I take it all back.
I've never heard language like his. It's outrageous.
I think he's quite disgusting how he actually talks to people, to be fair. But
but the worst thing is that he actually was a mental health counsellor once upon a time.
Yeah, I see on that stream.
He actually was.
Port Vale are losing 3-0. Rinse. Port Vale are losing 3-0, Smithy.
Oh, poor Robbie Williams.
Big up, Nye.
She's going to be fuming.
Why don't you like Port Vale?
It's not Nye likes Port Vale, and she keeps giving it big licks, so they're losing 3-0 to Carlisle.
Come on, Carlisle.
No, Solanke's better than Richie. Please don't put them in the same sentence.
I don't see what he does any more than Richarlison, apart from scores less goals.
And plays the football game better.
Well, how come Richarlison's always in the right place and Solanke's not?
Yeah, he might always be in the right place, but then he can't hold the ball. He's a div.
Beg to differ, man.
Sorry, I don't mean to be wicked, but Danny,
between the two of them, I really don't see that much different, apart from Richie scores more goals.
You need to get glasses. Go to Specsavers.
But I'd happily not have both of them.
Are you loving us and leaving us, Danny?
I am, yes. And I would say thank you for having me on. It was really, really good to be on. And I will try and get back on later on. And I hope anyone who's going through stuff just know that you can. There's always someone to talk to, and don't bottle it up.
Exactly.
Look, we're all of us here, all welcome for people to message us if they need to, if they want to, if they just want to talk. Always here to help, no matter what. So you're not alone. You're not alone. And also 100%. Just one thing, Kate, I want people to keep donating as well, please, because it actually is for such an amazing cause, and you don't understand how much it actually helps. So please, if anyone, look, even if you can give it just even £1, anything can help. So please go onto that link and just try and help in any way you can. That's all I can say. So thanks for having me, Kate, and it's been a pleasure to speak to people and listen to people's stories, and hopefully people can take away stuff from what we've all talked about today.
And thanks for giving advice, Danny, and reaching out as well, because it does help. Because, like I say, you help me out, and it works both ways. So,
no, 100%. I think that's what life's about. It's all about learning from each other and helping each other. That's the beauty of life.
Exactly, I completely agree. But I'm sure we'll see you later anyway.
Yeah, I'll try and get on later on. I've got some things to do, and I'll try and get on before you end the show later. But anyway, love to all you. Pleasure to see you guys.
Good luck, Danny. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. Such a nice man. So much. Do you know what? I've got to be honest. When I first saw Danny, it was on. What have you done, Smithy? What's going on?
Don't know what's going on here.
He was a very angry person. He was calling everyone to see you next Tuesday, and Daddy was really shouting. And I thought, I'm not. When Jim went to me, I don't like this geezer. What?
How do I change that?
I don't know. But Jim said, I don't really like this geezer, but he's completely changed.
Put me in the back room a minute and let me try and fix this.
How can you bossing me around? Do you hear that, Jess? Put me in the back room. Put me in the back room. Who do you think he is? But yeah, he's definitely changed. Danny, with his anger issues and everything, he's a top guy. I've really got a lot of time for him. But yeah, no, I didn't know you called out that crazy person for saying that about me. Thanks, Jess. I didn't have a clue. I was off.
No, I called it out, and I called it out.
It just made me die. I could take 2 weeks off and still manage to get called out.
I don't know what happened there.
That video I did on mental health, that's the first thing I called out, calling people out on YouTube that are not even on YouTube, and then people thinking it's appropriate to draw penises on babies' faces. It's disgusting.
Correct.
It is disgusting.
Well, he's just lucky he doesn't live. He's lucky he doesn't live here. Let's just say that.
Yeah,
That's a very touchy subject around here.
Yeah, of course it is. It was just not something you do. I mean, it's not rocket science. You just people forgotten how to behave. I mean,
I watched that stream back, and do you know
just,
what he said? He said it was Rodders' fault for putting a profile picture of his baby on there.
I clipped it. In fact, Rodders clipped it, and I shared it on stream. I called him out 3 weeks ago before Saturday.
It's coming, Benji. It's coming.
Yeah, Ben. You'll go to Costa. It's what you'll get. Costa's better. But no, it's just this is what I mean about the whole mental health thing. I don't understand why people have to be so nasty to other people. If you don't like someone, don't watch them. If you don't agree with them, if you don't agree with them, all right.
Argument, not the person. That's my
exactly. And if
YouTube
you don't agree,
a crazy place.
It's like me and Sava, right? I love Sava and I get on brilliant until we stream together, and then we always end up having a really big row and we don't speak. So I said to him, I'm not streaming with you no more, because I'm never ever going to change his opinion and he's never going to change mine. And so we just agree to disagree and don't stream together. But as a person, I get on really well with him. So that's all you got to do. Just agree to disagree. It's not rocket science. There's no need to start calling people names. Just agree to disagree. But some people
do it for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, exactly that. I know, Angus. Do you know what? I think you can get away with doing just about anything on YouTube and you won't get in trouble for it. Literally, it baffles me, but I'm probably going to get called out.
The amount of times he said the C word, I was like, you're not going to flag up on YouTube. They're not going to see that. And then Jess said to me, I don't do nothing about it. There's just certain things you can't do. They don't really care.
They just don't monetize it. I think that's the only thing. But even then, a lot of the time, they just let the monetization go through.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
It's madness. But look, I'll probably get called out again now. But at least I've actually spoken about it.
About me as well. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's all.
It's just the angriest person who spreads peace and love that I've ever known. I mean, I thought peace and love was
he doesn't spread peace and love, does he?
I thought hippies were supposed to be chill and sit with a reefer and be proper chilled out. They must have
he's like, fuck you, you're over this, you're over that. Peace and love, people, peace and love. And it's like, really? But there you go. Each their own. Like I say, each their own. I've never claimed to be a hippie, but it sounds like quite an angry person.
Personally, I think it's just licking too many leads, if I'm honest, and obviously hallucinating or something. I don't know what
Oh, don't. Why am I barred? Where am I barred from? Where am I barred?
Coffee shop, because you said Costa's better.
Oh, well, yeah. To be fair, I don't really drink coffee, but he drew a cock on my profile pic as well. I called him out on it saying my 5-year-old's more mature than him. And this is all over because people, I know, you couldn't make it up. I hate your club with a passion, but I have so much respect for you lot. Well, yeah, I mean, I hate your club, but I'm going to say something here, and people will think I'm mental. But if Arsenal went on to win the league, as much as I'd hate it, I would be happy for the fans that I know like Vindaloo, because I think it's nice for them.
Even though Vindaloo gives it out as good as he gets.
Yeah, Dunny just.
I love Vinders.
Come at me with that Real Madrid shirt on the other day. I sat with a Real Madrid shirt on the other day. How shameless am I? All crappy about fucking Leeds and Liverpool. Did I? He went, you want to take that shirt off? I went, nope, staying.
I actually can't believe they beat Real Madrid. I just can't.
But I do love Angus and Vinders in the Tottenham chats. They're good crack.
Yeah, they are good crack. That's what I mean. So I would be happy for them. But I did say your coffee was the loveliest she's ever had. I did, Ben, because I didn't need sugar in it. So it's good stuff.
It is.
Maybe Hotspur Hippie needs a bit of that.
Yeah, maybe. Laced with something.
Whatever they put horses down with.
Yeah, Champions League this week. 2 weeks, is it now? I know that Tottenham's 2 weeks. I'm also hoping I don't cry when I come on and tell my stories. It's still so raw in my mind 35 years on from now. That's why I was sorry how long, if there was something that triggered it, because I know I've suffered with depression for 36 years, but it stemmed from my mum and dad getting divorced. Yeah, so I know why mine started. I just wondered if you knew. But Angus, stop lying. We know you have Spurs bed sheets and curtains. Yeah.
Damn right. So does Vinders.
Yeah, of course they do. Inside
my little shirt there, mid Spurs shirt.
That's it. Inside
that come from Dan, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, big up Dan.
Inside every Arsenal fan is a Tottenham fan trying to get out. That's a true story. That is. Yeah, you're probably right about the Kangaroos. Eventually, after a while, I started liking Angus, but he's all good.
Daniel.
No, I love them too. They're quality.
Yeah, I do. Got a lot of time for them.
Also, the guy on the football terrace, Kunle, I don't know if you've ever seen him. He's my favourite Arsenal pundit. Not like Egal at all. I just have the best laugh with him. And when he gets angry,
Egal's
he's obviously...
madman.
Yeah, well, Kunle's from Nigeria and he talks like us, but when he gets angry, he goes full Nigerian mode, and it's just the funniest thing. But he's brilliant. So, yeah, look, Jess strums for Spurs. She's elite status.
Just thank me now, because every time I strum that banjo, the win. Just remember. Come on, you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard
not in the way you think, Auntie Kay.
That's what I thought. I was like,
no, not that kind of strumming, and it's not this kind of channel. That's only on mine.
I mean, me and Vinders wishes it was, but
I was thinking Jess strums for Spurs. No wonder she's got 17,000 subs if she's strumming live on air.
I mean, she is, but not in the way you think.
No, I've seen the banjo play, and I've heard Vindaloo's song as well.
What a classic!
That is a classic.
I haven't heard it for a while, actually. He
Can't play it now because they didn't get stuck in Madrid, did they?
Oh, yeah.
You should have played it as a celebration for Tottenham getting through to the semi-finals last night. That'd have been quite shameless.
You'll have to
just sitting around Madrid shirt was shameless, to be fair.
You'll have to play it when they get knocked out by PSG.
I know, because everyone was congratulating them. I said bollocks to congratulating them. Come on, PSG, next round.
Yeah, you were fuming.
Oh dear, don't. Please God.
Not to you, Angus, not to you.
Not to you, Angus, no.
I'd love to see PSG beat them. Absolutely love it. And to be fair, they're quite shameless. We are shameless. Don't want you lot winning. You'd be unbearable. Oh my God, can you imagine how unbearable Goons would be? It'd be horrendous. But yeah, I hope PSG beat them, just so that I can say, see, I was calling and telling everyone how PSG were, how good they were. And
are they all now Arteta in, so they get knocked out of this Champions League? Then they're all like Arteta out again.
I don't know, actually.
Well, to be fair to him, he's always said to me, Arteta out, to be fair.
Angus said to me the other day when they drew, I said Arteta something about him going. He said he should have gone 3 years ago.
Yeah, he has always said Arteta out to me.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. It's like the same thing with the Ange out now that we're through to the semi-final. I think most people have changed their minds though.
Yes. I think even if he wins the Europa League, I think he's still got to go. We can't go for another season like that, surely.
That's what I mean. That's why we haven't arranged to go to a game.
But don't forget, though, if we do get to a final, there's nothing saying that he won't get sacked before he manages to play that game.
Yeah, the week before.
Literally.
They should do the ironic thing and sack him and bring Jose in, and say, now's your chance to win a final, mate.
He won't do it, will he? He calls it Levy Club.
Yeah.
Levy Club.
But I think Nick, he did. Nick has got his flight booked for Bilbao and his hotel.
Nick who?
Nick Emerson Royale Fan Club, Nick.
Wickham boy.
Wickham boy, that's it. He's had it booked since the start of the season. But I don't know how many. Huh?
I bet he has.
Yeah. I don't know how many he'll go over.
Well, it'd be him and Emerson, won't it, meeting up? That'd be it. Sava actually, watch his stream from earlier, right at the end, somebody's made a picture of Nick and Emerson in cartoons holding hands.
I saw that. That's brilliant. But yeah, I mean, it'd be great to go, wouldn't it, to see a final? I've never been to a final.
I always wind him up. I mean, I reckon Sergio Aurier was about right back and Emerson Royale, but yeah.
Oh, no wonder that winds him up.
I mean, they were both shit, but Sergio Aurier.
Don't underestimate Bodo. They're a very good team. Well, we shall see.
Right, Pete, I'm going to jump because I've got a watch along at 5:15 to do Sheffield United.
Well, good luck to Leeds. I hope that.
I need to jump as well, aren't you, Kate? Because I've got Leria and I
No
need to get
problem.
for the game.
No problem at all. Thank you both for coming on.
I love you as always, and let the best man win.
Well,
will be you. Which will be you. But yeah.
You never know. You never know, Smithy. Leeds don't travel away, so we'll see. We'll see.
Good luck to Leeds and good luck to Oxford.
It'll be Leeds this night, don't worry.
Thanks both of you for coming on. It's always good to chat.
Yeah, love Auntie Kate. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, talk to you on the phone soon, Lee.
Yeah, cool.
All right, big loves.
Take care, guys.
Later,
Take care.
Jess. Thanks for the super chats, Jess.
No worries. If you can, donate. However little or small, please donate because it's a good cause at the end of the day. Just remember, you're never alone. There's always somebody out there to talk to. My channel's always open to anybody if they're struggling. Peace and love. Come on, you Spurs. Take care, everybody, and I'll see you again soon, Kate. Much love.
Take care, Jess. Much love. Bye-bye. As one goes out, another comes in. It's Amelia. She's always, look at you with your dressing gown on. Are you cold or are you just
I was really cold earlier, but now all of a sudden I'm not warm, but my hands are cold.
Yeah, it's the weather's not great, to be fair. Jimbo's taking the dog out, but the weather's not that great.
I haven't even looked outside, I'm not gonna lie.
Did you just literally open your eyes, put your hair up, brush your teeth?
Mum and Dad are literally only just getting back. They've been at the flat.
Oh, what
Doing
for? Just to see the baby?
I don't know. Something about Thomas taking back bedside cabinets. I don't know.
Oh, well, we're halfway through. We're past the halfway mark.
It's
hard work. It is hard because my back's starting to stiffen up, but I've just ordered a burger. And you know what I've done? I ordered it, and then I forgot to do delivery. I've done collection. Can you believe it? What an absolute mushroom. So I've either got to go down and pick it up or ring them and see if they bring it.
Oh, my God.
What a dip.
Numpty.
Can't believe it. I know. Angus is in Spain. It's 26 degrees.
I'm really jealous of Bella because she's in like. Let me look at the weather in Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai must be boiling.
25.
25.
Okay. It's 25, but it's 29 today. But it's night time there right now.
Oh, okay. Was that your mum who coming?
Yeah, apparently Grayson's coming around in a bit.
Oh,
I haven't seen him in a while.
Bless his heart.
I haven't seen him.
Huh? I can always, when Dad comes back, I can always drop down in the car. Peter Latina. Oh, he's gone for a walk.
We got a special guest.
Hi, Simon. Hi, Jen. Hi. That's my sister and brother-in-law. So fun. You all right, Si?
Yeah.
Good. You seen the baby? Right, Jen?
Yeah, he's coming around in a minute. They're going out for dinner, so we're having it.
And we've got Ted.
Oh, Ted. Bloody hell. It's like the Waltons. Hi, Ted. It's like the Waltons.
You look really brown.
That's flushed. And the flat is like hotter than the surface of the sun.
Hey, Teddy.
Looks like a little lamb.
He does. He looks so tiny. It's amazing how much. Do you know what? I wish they.
Huh? Did you say flood?
No.
Flush.
Flat.
Oh, flat.
Right.
See you
later. See you later, Si. He does look like so tiny.
He does.
Ted looks so chubby, and then he gets shaved, and he's like a little baby.
Oh, yes, I looked at him, and he literally looks like about a foot smaller, even though he's not even like a foot tall anyway.
Oh my God, Bonnie's back.
Is that my favourite niece?
Yes, it is. Big up to you. Who's just donated? Well, it says anonymous, but I know it's you, Brian. Thank you very much indeed. for the donation and for all the super chats as well. They'll all be going to the charity. I will be sending out some pin badges as well, but I'll have to get everyone's addresses and stuff. Hi, it's Lady Amelia. Is it time to talk aliens?
That's
Amelia,
known for.
We are going to be bringing a show back like that onto the other channel though. I can't even remember what it's called. No Balls, Just Bollocks. Yeah, it's going to go on there. So people that come on don't expect us to be talking about football.
Yeah, we just need a name.
Yeah, we do need
done
a name.
theories and theories that we could still have, but
yeah, we'll have to think. It's been really difficult. We normally get a name reasonably quick, but we've struggled.
Yeah, we got it like the night we said we was going to do it with Clues and Theories.
I know. We could, you know what we could have done? We could have just sat here and put Love Island on and done a watch along of Love Island.
I'd be up for that,
Watch the drums. I need to bring back Brewing Bollocks. I love Brewing Bollocks. It's my favourite show. What are you doing?
I'm gonna have a quick shower.
I need to go and get the food.
Oh, what time?
Now.
Oh, when they deliver it?
I don't know. I haven't rung them.
Ring them.
Will you sit here for a minute then?
Yeah.
And I'll ring. You can talk to Amelia for a sec.
Obviously, it's like the best thing you want to do.
Oh, everyone else is gone.
Yep.
Oh,
It's just me.
my favourite niece. I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't see you. Where are you? What have you been talking about?
I've only just come on here. Yeah, you coming on?
Who's that?
We've got another little special guest.
Oh, look.
Hello, gorgeous.
You're right.
Hello.
Look at him. Oh,
Thank you,
gorgeous
David.
boy.
We bring him around so you can spend the time once we go out.
Yeah, they're doing it
What did Thomas say?
He brought him round so I can see him while I go out.
Oh, you're right, Thomas and Abby.
Yeah, you?
Yeah, good. And Jen, you're right.
Yeah, I'm all right, thanks.
Good. Oh, look at that gorgeous boy. So
Are you
handsome.
watching? Are you watching? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it. You can do whatever you like.
Uh-huh.
He's going to throw up on me, apparently.
Got to pay £2.
That's all right. I've got two.
Yeah.
I've got,
Is that Grace then?
yeah,
Oh my
I've got to
god.
shower.
I don't know.
Yeah, every time I touch it.
Hello, my darling. Hi, Abs. Hi. Hello, gorgeous. Oh my god, I miss him so much. Oh, hi, darling. Oh, look, he's making his first appearance on Auntie Kate's YouTube channel. Gorgeous boysies. Oh,
You do look gorgeous, Grayson.
he does look so handsome. It did make me laugh. Someone
He's
put,
so cute. Why is he wearing a wig?
bless him. Look at that
Lovely
lovely
babies with this much hair.
It's gorgeous. Look at him.
When you look in here, you wouldn't believe he's like only nearly 4 months old. You'd think he's like a lot older.
What are you doing?
Oh, lovely.
See all the lights?
What are you doing in there?
Grayson, hi, darling. Mwah.
He's looking at, bless him.
Oh, love
Oh, no,
him.
he's so gorgeous, isn't he?
He's the most gorgeous guest we've had on today, I'm just saying.
Whatever.
Yeah, ever.
Yeah, or ever, actually. That is true.
Did you say £2?
Yeah. Hey, gorgeous.
What
So
do you
have you
think
got-
about aliens?
I love him. What? Where were you going out for dinner, Abs?
I'm only going to Lua.
Oh, all right. Oh, we'll have a nice time.
Some bits and bobs.
Have a nice time anyway.
Oh, can you hear him talking?
I'm very jealous that I'm not there. Tell Auntie Kate.
What are you saying?
Bobby K's going to be so jealous he's missing this.
Someone said, I never had that much hair.
Yeah, that's Ian.
What are you saying? Are you going to tell them stuff?
I'm still surprised you haven't been sick.
No,
You tell us all about it.
Say hello. Hello, everyone.
Hey, gorgeous. Bless him.
He's like, what am I looking at? Someone said, hello, Grayson. Say hello.
Got your own little fan club, look. Hey,
Yeah.
fan. Grayson.
Williams have to stand up here.
Look at him. He's fascinated by your... Oh, he's going to bite your fingers.
It's all right.
Hey, darling. Oh. Oh. Did he? God.
Oh, there's so many different colours in this room.
Say, Auntie Kate. Say, Auntie Kate. Oh, my God. He's so yummy. Oh, isn't it a shame we can't just pass him through and I could just grab him? That would be so nice.
He's walking on my lap right now, though.
He's dribbling
I'm also
everywhere.
a dribble.
Oh, love him. What a gorgeous boy.
Are you talking?
You. I miss you so much.
Right? You've been on a marathon or something.
Grayson, I miss you. I miss you. I don't know what he's looking at. Probably the old dressing table and everything on it.
He's looking at everything. There's loads of different colours here.
Has he ever been in that room before?
I don't know. No.
Bless
I'm
him.
never just really sitting in here when he's here, though, to be fair.
No, that's true.
Yeah,
Grayson! I'm still laughing at the why is he wearing a wig? Gorgeous boy. Oh, is that food here?
Go on, say what you want to say.
Say, come on, you Spurs.
Say, no, we don't care about football.
All right, say, come on, you aliens. Bless him. Say, mum, 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 mum.
Auntie, 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 auntie.
Imagine if he said his first word. Imagine if he said his first word on screen.
He's not going to be able to say my name for a few years.
No. You'll be Mimi or something.
Yeah, I don't mind doing nicknaming, but other people. You want to be up and doing, didn't you?
What are you doing?
I got a dribble on his top.
Oh, love him. It looks like he's got little legs. Grayson! What's that noise? Sounds like he's having a good old strain.
No, he's just like one of them. Gramps
Oh.
Gramps
Have you had a punami?
Yes.
What happened? He looks like he's going to say something really important.
I'll bring him out if he's fussy.
Yeah.
You want to try?
Don't care.
What's that?
What do I want to eat?
We just ordered burgers.
See you later.
Bye, darling.
Obviously, we can't cook. There's a pizza place up the road. They do the best burgers. So I'm going to be. Oh, yeah, Bobby Carr said he'd be gutted if he missed it, and he's here. Grayson! There he is, Bobby, in the flesh. Look how beautiful he is. I do send Bobby some pictures. How gorgeous he is. Isn't he gorgeous? Oh, Grayson! Has Nanny just left you? Oh! Steady! Steady? Bless him. Oh, and Bobby said hi, Amelia.
Hey.
Bobby, this is Smithy. This is exactly why I didn't get Amelia on when you was on, because I know what you're like. Round a bird.
Auntie Kate gets girls on screen. Now Smithy's not.
Honestly, I know exactly what you're like, and you know, Uncle Jim will smash your face in, so we can't go there.
You can do that.
I have a 6-year-old nephew also called Grayson.
Mm.
And AJ's little boy is called Grayson. There's Graysons everywhere.
Well, you're 4 months in a few weeks.
Yeah.
You went
Jim. Jim.
Yeah.
Smithy's flirting with Amelia.
Who?
Smithy.
You know better.
You know better, he said. Yeah, all right, Smithy. I believe you. Thousands wouldn't. First thing I said when Amelia come on, Bobby, was, "Oh, Bobby K's going to be gutted. He's missing seeing Grayson." And then you popped up like you know. Look at all that hair. You got Boris Johnson's hair. TV. Grayson.
Right, Sha. Try this. What's this one?
Bless him. See, this is better than talking about football. We just all sit and watch Grayson.
You've been talking about football for 6 hours, and like this is what you get as a reward, I guess.
I know. I could just literally just sit here and watch him. He's just so adorable. He's so gorgeous. Did Tom come on as well, did he?
Yeah, he popped his head in.
Didn't see him. Didn't see him.
Grayson!
Why are you laughing?
Because I'm just watching him in the thing.
Oh. Grayson!
Do you want to show your little tootsies?
Oh, look. Don't. I can't cope. I can't cope with them feet. I was just looking at the tier lists.
Oh, yeah.
And there was one. Oh, hang on. There was one I really liked, but I've got to find it. I think it was the British food one.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a good one. Danny's coming back on later. Jess has got to watch it on. And Smithy, well, I had to get rid of him because I know Amelia was coming on. Can't have him doing pervy things. You know what he's like. Murder around a bird.
You're very content here, Grayson. You don't like sitting for very long normally. I don't know why I said that. I'm going to jinx it.
Just had my cousin and my 18-month-old nephew for lunch. Spent 90 minutes just following him around. Haven't felt this great in ages. Kids are awesome. Ah, Mama Kay said Grayson is gorgeous. He is gorgeous, Bobby. He's so gorgeous. It's just the most. He's just such a lovely boy as well. He's just, yeah, lovely boy. Smithy and behave have never appeared in the same sentence yet.
Who said that?
Betty. Yes, Smithy. I would not let you anywhere near Amelia.
No, Amelia.
No, you'd have Uncle Jim to contend with.
No one goes near Amelia.
I think he's in there downstairs.
Oh, Grayson. Oh, bloody
Grayson.
Up now.
Oh, Bobby Kay's coming on in a minute. Oh, my back is starting to
stay that still for that long though, so you might not be able to say hello. He's all right. Yeah, he can.
He's all right. I need another drinky, please. I need a new drink, and I need my cream, my hemp cream.
You what?
My hemp cream, which is on the chair.
Your hemorrhoids?
Yeah,
hemp cream.
Oh,
starting to seize up. Yeah, you behaved on screen, Smithy. There's no girl. Hi, Grayson. Love you. Hang on. Jim wants to see you quickly. Hi, darling.
I love him so much.
I know he's good.
Oh, so yummy.
Right, hang on, let's take these. Right, I'll bring him back in a bit.
Okay.
In a bit.
Bye.
I'll message you in a minute, Mum, to say.
Bless him. Thanks for showing him. That was a nice surprise. Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling.
I only found out like 2 minutes before he got here that he was coming, to be fair.
I know, but I didn't expect him to actually see him on screen, my little
I just brought him in.
He's yummy. Oh,
Take him and bring him back in 10.
Oh.
Bobby wants to see him. And he's on.
Yeah. Take him and bring him back 10 minutes. So Amelia's got this tier list, which I think is absolutely brilliant. I love this one. And you've got a tier English. Oh no, what have I done? English
So
food.
really, I can widen the screen mirror. Oh, I can, so I can see it. Oh, I'm looking at a full screen. I can't see the comments, so.
Yeah, you can look full screen. That's
I've got full screen.
I can't do it because I need to be able to see the comments, unfortunately.
Are you on your phone, Amelia?
Okay.
What?
Is Amelia on her phone?
Amelia, are you on your phone?
What?
Are you on your phone?
No, why?
Oh,
I was just wondering what you was on.
No, why?
I wonder what you was watching on.
No. What? When I was on? What? What? Before I was on here?
No, what you're on to do the screen? Are you on your iPad?
Oh no,
or
I've just
computer?
I've just done it so I can't see the comments. I can just see.
No, I know, but are you watching us on a computer?
Oh, I'm on a computer.
or
I'm on a computer. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You made that well confusing.
Right. The levels are a blessing to Britain, bloody lovely, pretty good, it's all right, not great, disgrace to Britain, never had it, mate, had it and don't remember the taste.
Okay.
And the first one is a chocolate aero.
So what are we doing this on? Are we saying like this is a British delicacy, or it's just not nice in general?
Yeah.
Like, are we saying, oh, it is anyone in Britain will like it, or is it just based on us?
Based on us.
Okay.
Sweet, constant state of confusion. Big up, Kate. Keep it up. Big up, potato stew. Lovely to see you. So yeah, the first food we've got is a normal milk chocolate aero. You can have a blessing to Britain, bloody lovely, pretty good, it's all right, or you can have negatives.
I'd put this in all right because I prefer the mint one.
Oh, controversial.
Or pretty good because I think the mint one's pretty bloody lovely. But
I think I'd go pretty good because the mint one's definitely better.
Yeah.
Well, what have I got to do?
Well,
so where do you think the aero goes on this scale?
We've put it a pretty good.
Chocolate aero.
Yeah.
It's the normal chocolate. It's not mint or anything.
Has he gone off again? Jim?
I don't know if it's frozen.
Have I frozen?
No.
Oh. Jim, where would you have put it? Pretty good?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Then we've got After Eights. Oh my god, I love After Eights.
I'd put it below. It's all right. I'd say it's all right. Personally.
Oh my god.
Like I'd eat it if it was the only thing here, but
Jim, do you put
Bloody
After
lovely.
Eights as it? Yeah, me too.
Bloody lovely.
So,
I'd eat it if it's the only thing there, but like, I wouldn't just if there was an aero or After Eights, I'd choose the aero.
Ben said not great.
Who said that?
Ben. And Bobby's put there.
Oh, I'm going to put them in pretty good because that's in the middle because you've said it's all right and we've said bloody lovely.
See,
yeah, we're compromising. I love After Eight, especially at Christmas.
At Christmas, I think Christmas is the only acceptable time, though, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, I never eat them at any other time of the year.
Yeah, Angus is the same as me.
Heinz baked beans.
I love a baked bean. They're good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart. The more you fart, the better you feel. So let's have beans for every meal.
Exactly. So do we put them as a blessing to Britain, bloody lovely, pretty good, all right?
I'd say a blessing to Britain, personally.
Jim?
I'd say pretty good.
Well, I'd say a blessing to Britain. So I'm going to go bloody lovely.
Yeah, I can't believe what beans on toast or on a jacket potato.
Yeah, look, everyone's saying they're blessed.
In a full English.
Yeah, on top of the list, Kate. You got to go with the crowd. Yeah, they got to go to the top because the crowd say so.
Okay.
The chat has to have a say, and they're saying a blessing to Britain.
They are a blessing to Britain. Baked beans are the nuts. And then we've got, going along with the baked bean theme, baked beans on toast with cheese.
I think that's a blessing as well, to be fair.
Yeah, I'll say a blessing there.
Without cheese, I'd say bloody lovely, but with cheese, a blessing to Britain.
Yeah, that can go on a blessing. This is fun, but it's making me really hungry. Oh, look, beans on toast with cheese. Everybody's loving it. They're elite.
I love
yes.
it. And once the cheese melts, oh my God, it's actually making me feel really hungry.
You know what you could have for dinner? Oh, then we've got black pudding.
I've never had it, and I don't want to ever have it. I'd never want
good
it.
job,
It's
Steve
pig's
D
blood
in
in
it
it.
because it's a blessing.
And
It is
pig's
blood, yeah.
No.
I think we should put a disgrace to Britain.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Jim?
I'd say, but I've never had it, so I wouldn't know. So I'd say a disgrace. But
Yeah, Angus likes it because he's Scottish.
Yeah, but he likes haggis, and that's manky.
Well, for me, it can go bottom of the list.
Yeah, I've put it as a disgrace to Britain. No one should be eating blood.
I've never had it.
Look, Corey Boy. Look at Corey Boy. Hang on, you've got to go with the crowd as well. Put black pudding elite. It's lovely. So you can't put it there. You've got to move it up the table.
Oh, no.
You have to. You have to go with it. There's no point having people in here giving their view if you take no notice of it.
I've put it in It's All Right because they've said
when are you
elite.
having black pudding apart from with a full English? When are you having it?
Never ever having it.
How often do you have a full English? I don't remember the last time.
Hang on. I've got to stop, Kate. Where have you put it?
I put it in Not Great.
No, you can't move it higher, Kate.
No, I haven't. I've put it in It's All Right. Sorry.
That's like in the middle because we're
It's not
bottom
going-
and other people are top. That's the middle.
It's not going any higher than It's All Right, Jimbo. I'm sorry, but it's
All
not.
right.
I'm putting my
All
foot
right.
down. Jimbo's a man of the people. Oh, it's done with oats. Either way, it's disgusting. Oh, then we've got the Bounty. The Bounty chocolate bar.
No, I hate coconut. I'd say a
Jim?
disgrace. I'd say an absolute disgrace.
Mine's top of the tree.
Well, I wouldn't put it as top. I'd have it as bloody lovely. What's everyone saying in the chat?
Well, I'd have it as a disgrace.
Bounty is a
I really
disgrace. That's
don't like
Ben.
it.
Corey Boy's saying elite.
Right.
Anyone else?
I'm disgrace through and through.
Pretty good.
Stuart saying it's all right.
I just don't like coconut, so I don't even know if I've eaten a Bounty, but I know I won't like it, so it's a disgrace for me.
I'm putting it as pretty good because Jim wanted top and I wanted the second top, and you wanted disgrace, and someone else said not great. So right in the middle is pretty good.
Steve D's just come in just in time to miss the black pudding.
And so's Bobby K, just in time to get the black pudding.
I like the brown pudding better.
Hello, Bobby. How are you?
Good afternoon. Fantastic, you lovely people. How are you today?
Good,
mate. Good. Thank you.
Good. Well, where's Grayson?
Steve.
I think he's getting an
He's gone. He heard you were coming and he begged it. We said Bobby K's coming and he went, wah, and went.
This is bullshit. This is absolutely nonsense. Came in here to see the baby and they take the baby away. I'm telling you, so if I was a white guy coming on the screen, they would have kept the baby on the screen. This is nonsense. If Mickey Hazard was coming, I bet you then they would have left him on here. Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Okay. Oh shoot, I didn't mute my mic.
Bloody Bobby K. What have we got next? We've done the brown pudding, black pudding. We've done the Bounty. We've got bourbon biscuits.
Oh, I love a bourbon.
Don't know what they are.
You can have them
You
on
don't
their
know what
own or dipped, dunked, whatever.
They're like two chocolate biscuits. They're
They're gross. The hell, do people even know about chocolate?
It's not.
They're nice.
Obviously, people, if you need to know about chocolate, you come to people that look like what you want to eat. It's just a saying.
Where do you put a bourbon, Jim?
In the bin.
What's the
I'd
list
put
again?
it the second from top, personally.
You can have a blessed to Britain, bloody lovely, pretty good, it's all right, not great, a disgrace
I'll
to
go with
Britain.
Amelia. I say the same to me. I like
Bloody
bourbon.
lovely.
And Bobby,
Not
what
great.
do you say?
Not great.
Not
I'm
great.
not a fan of them. I don't like them. No.
What
Hello,
is-
everybody in the chat. And speaking of which, is this not a charity? Are we not supposed to be donating? Let's get these numbers up, folks. What are we at?
We are. We're at hang on. 180 quid, not including the super chats.
All right. Well, then let's get them up there, folks. Throw in a couple of pounds, a couple of dollars if you got it. It's much appreciated. We all know it's for a good cause. We saw Michelle earlier speaking about Jay and how heartfelt that was. So, yeah. Now back to the fun. Bourbon sucks.
Exactly.
Mum, it's Grayson.
Bourbons.
It's Grayson.
Bourbons are too bitter.
Thanks, Amelia.
Oh, okay.
Put your own screen. I put the wrong size tent on. You're drowning.
There, he was screaming.
They nearly
I'm going to put
drowned
him
him.
at.
No, it's because he has size. I put a size 2 tape instead of size 1. So
Oh.
come out to it.
Do we?
Now I know. Now I
It's
know
all
why
right.
two of your sisters.
Bobby wants to see him.
Oh, hold on a second.
He's drinking some water, Grayson, so he'll be on in a
Oh, in
second.
that case, by all means, do whatever you want, Grayson. You rule the world, my man.
He'll come in a minute.
Yeah, just ring your bell
I
when
put
you're
them
ready.
as. I put them as they're all right because a lot of the chat really don't like bourbons. I'm just going to say they really don't like
I'm not a
bourbons.
fan of them. Yeah, as soon as you showed me the box, I was like, yeah, I know those things. They're gross.
They're a bit dry, I must admit. They're a little bit dry.
Just stop talking. Grayson's here.
Oh,
Hello, you. Oh, hello, handsome. Look at those cheeks.
He's looking at you as well.
He was shaking, man. That's
He's
right.
looking
Look at
directly
that.
at
My
you.
goodness. Mommy, that piece of chocolate's talking to me. Yeah. Auntie, Auntie, is that an arrow bar talking to me? In the right times, that could be an after 8. Hey, Grayson. Hey, you handsome little devil. Look at Grayson. Let me show you this. I gotta show you this, my man. Check this out. Look what it. So my cousin was over, who's a big Arsenal fan, and my nephew was here. So let's turn that off so it doesn't leave a ring. So we corrupted him.
Oh, look, bless him.
Yeah. He's so cute.
Bless his heart.
Oh, yeah, little darling.
Grayson.
He's
Oh,
a little
look.
darling. Oh, he's got the cheeks, and he's so friendly. So friendly. He just kept following Teddy around everywhere. Yeah,
Bless
kids are
him.
awesome. Just like you, Grayson. You're awesome. Look how much joy you bring everybody.
He
Look how
does.
happy. Look how happy Granty is over there.
He
Do that.
Bobby's
so you
got.
see-
Oh, look at his thighs. Oh my
Look at
god.
those chubby little legs. Oh, stop. Oh,
So
that's
yummy.
good. Don't show whatever you do. Don't show his feet because if Mama K is watching, she'll freak out because she has a thing with baby feet. Yeah,
Oh,
my wife's
baby
got
feet
issues.
are the best.
My wife's got issues.
Grayson.
What's up, homie?
He's a bit
How's
tired.
things, buddy? How's all the ladies doing? You keep it okay? Yeah. You doing good?
Oh,
How's that
love.
finger? That must be. Is that your favorite one? Is that a good one? Yeah. Normally the right. That's one of my favorites too.
Look at all his
Yeah.
hair. Bless him. Hey,
I can't
gorgeous
believe
boy.
that. That's crazy how much hair he was born with. Yeah, he wants to get out of the chat. I agree, 100% agree. It's a great charity. Grayson just told you, folks. Make sure you donate. Okay, great. Well said, Grayson.
Everyone, I'm tired.
Well said. Thank you for coming to say hello. Thank you.
Bless
Amelia
him.
completely airballed that kiss, but it's okay.
Yeah,
He's
so
got lip gloss
really
on.
meant-
I don't want to get lip gloss on his face.
very considerate. Very
I don't have any
considerate.
lip gloss.
of
I'm bringing here.
Amelia. He's too yummy.
Oh, he does look tasty.
Next up, we've got
I
dairy.
put him as a blessing to Britain.
Oh, don't. Because I will
Are we
have a
doing
row
Grayson
over
now?
it.
Blessing to Britain.
I would have a
No.
roll over this. Blessing.
Dairy milk buttons yogurt, is it?
Oh, yes.
Yogurt.
Oh, those are delicious.
Oh my god, it is actually the best thing
those are
since sliced
delicious.
bread, I'd say.
Those little round chocolate things
Yeah.
that come in a little purple bag, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
those
that's
things are
it.
wicked.
That's it.
Yeah. Those things are like crack in the bag.
And the flake
Right,
ones
well,
out. Oh.
they're going to the blessing to Britain
Yeah,
because
yes,
they're
I
chocolatey. Yeah.
This
so
is why Mia gets along with me so well. She loves chocolate so much.
that's right. And then what's this?
It's
Cheese
good,
and
yeah.
crackers.
That don't look like very nice
cheese-
cheese though.
Yeah, it's brie and crackers or cheese and crackers.
Brie.
I
love cheese.
Right.
I don't know about that.
Why is Ian Ferguson put you lost me at yogurt? Have we done a yogurt, have we?
It's not.
Well, it's the chocolate dessert.
Yeah. Oh, it's so right. It's what you. I gave you the other day, Auntie Kate.
Yeah, it's just like melted chocolate. It's lovely.
It is delicious.
So what are we going for? Cheese and crackers?
It's all right.
If it was like a cathedral city, then like that's top tier. But
Since you're saying cheese and crackers, not brie and crackers, I'll say all right. If you went specifically brie and crackers, then I'm going to say not only is it a disgrace to Britain, it's a disgrace to the entire world.
yeah, just cheese, I'd say I'd say bloody lovely if it was just cheese in
Yeah,
general.
blessing to Britain for me. Cheese and
Wow.
crackers. Ooh.
What did Bobby say? Cheese.
I
and
went with
crackers.
it's all right. It's a snack.
Yeah.
I just know as everything else. All right, I'll go with pretty good then.
Yeah, see that in the chat they're saying Stuart says bloody lovely. Ben says
It depends on the crackers and cheese you get, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though. That's what it comes
It's gotta
down
be
to, right?
Jacob's crackers.
Like, if I'll tell you right now, if you go to the deli around the corner from me, to the Italian bakery there, and you get the cheese and stuff that he has there, and you get those fancy crackers, then yeah, then it'd be a blessing to Britain kind of thing. Now, if you're talking about Ritz crackers with crappy, cheap brie cheese, no thanks.
It does look like brie to me.
I agree.
I love
But are you
brie. It's my
saying-
favorite cheese.
Hey, come on, decision time now. This is where you got to throw your gauntlet down, okay? As the boss, are you saying brie and crackers, or are you saying cheese and crackers?
Brie and crackers.
Time. Cheese and
Oh,
crackers.
Jim's saying any cheese. All right, any cheese.
If it was
Oh,
any cheese and any
that's bloody
crackers, I'd
lovely.
put it in a blessing. Personally.
So we got two blessings. I'll go bloody lovely. I've moved up from it's all right. Where are you, Kate?
I'm going bloody lovely.
Okay, so we got a split here, folks. We need a decision from the chat here. Okay, bloody lovely, or is it a blessing?
Yeah, bloody lovely or blessing to Britain. Cheese and
First
crackers.
person to answer. Actually, that's the answer we're going with. And oh wait, hold on a second. Join chat. Connect. Comment. Yes. Oh, the hell? This one. Yes.
Yeah,
Connect,
Stuart, speak
account,
you to
yeah.
it. Bloody lovely.
I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Bloody
email
lovely
most
it is.
access. Yes, that's fine. You can access my Google account. You already have my Google account. Please. Okay, here we go.
I don't even know what these are. Oh, yes, I do.
They're like, yeah, oh no.
Cheese footballs.
Cheese what?
I'd say not great.
Cheese footballs. They're like wafery with cheese inside. They're disgusting.
Yeah, no, I'd say not great.
Not a bit of me.
Can you make the picture bigger? They don't look familiar.
No.
Don't
It's
think
just
I've ever had them.
Like cheese crisps you get in the pot at Christmas.
Oh,
those like dried out kind of,
Yeah.
and it's not even
That's
a nice
it.
tasting cheese. It's like that old
That's
moldy
it.
kind of aftertaste.
Tell it's artificial. Oh,
Yeah, disgrace. Disgrace.
What are you saying, Jimbo?
Not great.
if they were
Oh,
like the
I'm-
little cheese Christmas tree crisps, I'd be like, all right, they're a bit better. But because they're them and I know what they are, I'd say disgrace.
Has anyone in the chat said it? Not great. Right, that was the decider. So we'll go not great on that one. Oh, they're vile. And then we've got, oh my God, what are these? Cheeselets. These are little mini cheese crackers.
Oh, I like them.
Pretty much the same thing we just talked about, isn't it?
No, they're different.
Oh my God.
They're
I
not
don't know
balls,
them.
they're
For me,
flat.
I've never had it.
Never had it.
No
Jimbo?
idea what it is.
Pretty good.
Amelia?
It's
Oh,
it's all right.
time?
Oh, he's awake again.
Look at
Yeah, my bones creaking.
Who's holding him? Who's that?
My mum.
That's right.
That's my
Hello.
sister.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thank
I
you.
just see a blue sweater and a baby, man. I think I'm looking at her chubby little
Oh,
legs
no,
and
but
those
not
cheeks.
ours.
Is he going to sleep? Oh, nearly.
He
Yeah,
was,
looks
but
like-
then He saw the bright lights.
Is it his bedtime now? What is it, about 4:30 there now, right?
Yeah,
5
no, she's
o'clock.
having a nap.
Did you go to bed that early? Or?
No, just a nap.
There's a little nap now. Okay. Yeah, that's why
A
my
little
nephew
nap
had
and
to
that.
leave. Unfortunately, it was his nap time. He was starting to get a little bit cranky, and he didn't want to go home. He wanted to stay with me.
Ah, bless
Gotta
you.
love
There's
when
no
a child.
accounting for taste.
Gotta love when a child starts crying when their mother
Where
tries
would
to
you
take them.
put Cheez-Its on this, Mum?
I can't see that. I haven't got my glasses. What am I looking? What do you mean Cheez-Its?
You know the Christmas.
Yeah.
You know the pots. Where would you put them on this?
Right at the bottom.
I like
That's a surprise.
Yeah.
No, they taste so
artificial,
and they're just not nice. Tom loves them.
Oh,
Like
I
the
put
cheese
them as equal right.
What's it?
No.
What's at the top?
No,
Beans.
this is the top. Yeah,
Beans.
beans on toast, and then that dairy milk stuff. Nice. Yeah, she
Nice.
agrees. Cheese and crackers.
No.
Arrow, After Eight Bounty.
Yes.
Bounty.
She loves Bounty.
Bounty made pretty good.
Yes, they're lovely.
I agree with you, Bobby. I think
What?
it is disgusting.
Vile. Oh my god.
It's disgusting. I agree.
Lovely.
Oh, Amelia, I'm so sorry.
Put that down there.
The chat. Bourbons are too low for my liking.
I love a bourbon, but I like the list. I'm not sure. Maybe the bourbons could go with beans and then have beans on toast.
What?
So you've got beans and beans on toast in one area.
Okay,
Why don't you take the beans out and move the bourbons?
You don't have to move anything to move something else.
Well, I don't know. You've just asked me where I'm putting stuff.
Why am I replacing? Why am I putting beans lower
Is she
for the
putting
bourbons
beans
when
on
there's already
bourbons?
beans?
What's under the bourbons?
I'm so confused. So
Cheese
she wants to eat
football.
beans on bourbons with cheese?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Cheese footballs, they're worse than the cheeses.
They should be right down the list.
They should be. They should be a disgrace, to be fair.
Yeah.
And what's next to the bourbons?
Cheese
lips.
They should be with the cheese balls. I mean, no one likes
Thing is,
cheesy
they're
balls
just.
in any
I
way.
love cheese, but they are just overly cheesy.
I got
ones.
to disagree. I had a. Oh, never mind. Amelia's on screen.
Definitely Kate's sister. This is
100%.
amazing. Shut up, Bobby.
All right.
Oh, Ted's here as well.
Beans in Bourbon. What is the world coming to? Yeah, Amelia's dog is called Teddy, like your cat, Bobby.
Hey, great name.
Teddy the
Great
dog.
name. Hey, Teddy.
Where's
Teddy.
Teddy?
Big up, Teddy.
Why did they put beans in bourbon?
Bedfordshire.
Mum, that's what you kind of made it sound like. You said, "Oh, replace the beans with the bourbons, then you have beans on toast."
Yeah, because why would you have if you don't like the way the bourbons are?
No, but you
move
made
them
it.
up.
You made it sound like replace the toast with a bourbon, have beans on bourbon.
No, I never.
Yes, you did.
How much have these people been drinking?
Oh my!
I'm sorry. I got to agree with Amelia here.
Thank
So your
you.
mom can't hear me, can she?
You better
I
open
mean,
it up.
hey, wait a minute.
I
You
think that was-
English.
yeah.
You're supposed to be two.
Yeah.
I
Bit of ketchup.
appreciate
I've
you
only got a
using the
hamburger.
Canadian version. Thank you. That's so sweet.
What have we got next?
I don't know. I think Jim's going to
think
eat his bloody bounty, though. Thank God. Thank you for
Oh
not
my
eating
God,
it
we
on
got
screen.
chili bakewells.
I'm not that fussed about these, and I love cherry.
Oh,
bakewell.
Mom,
Jim
they
says
love those.
top of the
These are
list.
those little tart things, right? With the fruit inside.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's got to go top of the list just for my
I'll
wife.
eat them, but like I wouldn't choose to.
Oh,
What about your mum? What about
she'd kill a
Jen?
man for these.
Oh, I don't know. She's gone off somewhere. She's eating beans and bourbons.
I'm going a blessing, and so's Uncle Jim. They are the nuts. You cannot
Oh, she's
beat.
back.
Yeah.
What do you say about a cherry bakewell?
Oh, right at the top.
Yes.
Right at the top.
They are. They're right at the top. They're elite.
Oh my God,
You
they're
cannot
amazing.
beat a chili
Ben's got a
Jam
big
and
thing for
pie.
these
They've
things
got
too, doesn't
jam,
he?
they've got icing, they've got a cherry, they've got pastry.
Oh, he's
they've
put
got
pretty good. Ben, I thought you loved these things. They're too sweet.
What about napkins at the top? That's just me.
They're a blessing to
Nice.
Britain.
Oh yeah, I do.
Chew it.
Just a little bit.
Oh, they go right.
Chew it.
I like Cheerios, but not that flavour.
What the hell's Chewits? Are those little like not Jolly Rancher, Starburst?
They're little square.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
Yeah, they're like that. Yeah.
They're like Starburst. Man, okay. It's all
They're
right.
harder than Starburst.
The
They're
Fruitella's are
harder
better.
than Starburst, so they're like in between a Jolly Rancher and a Starburst, then definitely an all right.
Yeah.
I don't know what a Jolly
I'm gonna
Rancher
take it.
is.
Oh, Jolly Ranchers are lovely.
They're hard fruit candy
Yeah.
that you suck on, so you'd love them, Kate.
What is Kate doing?
She's
Sorry,
basically getting her
Peter.
views up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the ketchup out.
Try turning the bottle upside down.
Thank you.
To the side.
So where are we going with Chewits? Because I don't like Chewits.
Right at the bottom.
I'm not that fast. I don't like that flavour. I like the light pink ones.
Should we put not great?
Yeah,
what's the
they're not
chat saying?
disgrace because I do actually eat them. But
I
they're
don't
like,
think they're as bad as those cheese things.
yeah, I put them with bourbons personally. I don't know how black pudding is where it is, but
No. That should be with cheesy balls.
but it should
That
be
was
in
the chat.
worse than that. It should just be in the bin.
I agree.
Ugh.
But the chat really like black pudding.
Ugh.
I know. Black pudding is so bad.
I've never had it. It's just the thought of it. What is that?
A chip butty.
Oh,
Oh,
lovely.
nice.
Yeah, top of the list. Yeah, blessing to Britain.
Nice.
It's one of the greatest foods you guys have ever invented.
And Dad would definitely say that as well. I know. For a
Oh, I
fact.
love my chip patties. Since my wife,
Well,
actually, it's not my wife. My dad used to make these when we were young too. But oh yeah, chip patties are awesome.
What about you?
And when you say
Amelia?
chips, you mean French fries, right?
I love them,
Correct.
and I know for a fact that
Yeah.
Dad and Mum love them. So
Yeah, I'm saying
chip butties.
cheese, ketchup, mayo, chili sauce.
Everyone's saying a blessing.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go make myself a chip patty. See you in a bit.
That's got to go at the top.
Yeah.
Then we've got oh my god, a Terry's chocolate orange.
Oh, sorry. I love it. I love it.
They're my favourite.
As being the only person that's clearly a chocolate expert on this panel, orange and chocolate do not mix.
I absolutely
Really?
despise oranges. You will not find someone that hates oranges more than me.
You need to come here and have some of the oranges that I get from my buddy, because then it'll change your world.
thanks.
Girl.
Oh, you couldn't.
No,
get
young lady, you'll
me
change your world.
with
You'll
an
be like,
orange.
oh, Uncle Bobby, this is the greatest orange I've ever had. I'm going to move to Canada now.
You couldn't get me near an orange.
You will. You will.
A chocolate orange, yeah, but he's talking about
You
an
will
actual
dance
orange.
and joy.
I love chocolate orange, but I hate.
Break out a Bollywood dance. You're going to have a costume change and everything. You're going to be in black sweater 1 minute, and then next minute, you're going to pop out wearing all orange. You watch.
So do you not like chocolate oranges, Bobby?
No. I've
Oh my
never
God, what's
liked
wrong
those
with
things.
you?
I have no idea why. I've never liked them.
Fish and chips.
Oh my god, I love
Hey,
them.
hey! What are you talking about? My chai? It's right here, Ian. What's
Jim?
talking my chai? Careful now.
You like chocolate oranges?
Chocolate orange.
Yeah.
Oh, I love them.
Yeah, we love them.
Where would you put chocolate orange top?
Oh, right.
Thank you, Ben.
Very
Thank you.
bagels.
I
We
can't
put them
believe
on
this.
Bloody Lovely because Bobby
Yeah,
hates them, and so
we'll be fair.
Bullshit.
We'll
This
be
is
fair.
unbelievable. This is so ridiculous. You bring an expert on the panel, and then they turn around and just go whatever their bullshit opinions are. Anyways,
No
what's the
one's
point?
an expert quite like us about sweet stuff.
Excuse me? Hello? You
Yeah.
are what you eat. You look like white chocolate to me, lady.
Oh, I love white chocolate.
Then
So
talk
she
about
likes
white
white
chocolate.
chocolate.
Let me stick to the milk chocolate. Absolute bullshit. Such disrespect. I've never had this kind. Thank God Jim's back. The level of disrespect thrown to me, Jim, while you were away was unbearable.
Right, there's going to be a row over this next one. It's a cream egg.
Oh, you mean over this later on? This is going to last the next 2 weeks. You watch the messages your aunt and uncle get.
Yeah, we got a
They
Cadbury's
send them
cream egg.
chocolate bars doing Bollywood dances
I'd,
and
say,
everything.
I'd say cream egg, the one below the top.
Yeah, with the chocolate orange.
Yeah.
Bloody.
I say disgusting. I say not great because Cadbury's cream eggs are disgusting.
Cadbury's cream eggs are disgusting.
Yeah, correct.
I don't agree.
I disagree.
I don't agree either.
I think they're absolutely delicious.
Then it's got to go bloody lovely or absolutely delicious or yummy or
A
elite.
blessing to Britain.
Yeah, I can't read what it says.
Why don't you go get your glasses?
Because I'm
First
trying
one's
to sort
blessing
out
to
food.
Britain, then bloody lovely, then pretty good. So it's definitely got to be up there.
It's one of the top two.
They
I'd
cha-
say bloody
especially now
lovely
that they
to be fair.
changed the recipe back to what it used to be, and they're not overly sweet. So yeah, they're definitely bloody
Put
lovely.
it in bloody lovely because like you don't like them, but
How
everyone
could
else.
I hate them? So it
Yeah,
shouldn't be
but
up
we're
there.
being fair. You're very outnumbered here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
not-
the
it's not
expert on the
Kate's
panel
game,
is
it's
saying bloody
everybody's
lovely.
game.
So technically,
Well,
it's
look,
lose-lose. Did
Stuart
you want to
says
call
they've only
Mickey and ask
tasted-
him what he thinks?
Yeah, I might actually.
Oh, here we go.
Who? William.
Mickey.
Oh.
No, not William. Mickey. All right, I'll put them at bloody lovely. I feel very under pressure to do that. I'm just putting.
I only say that because they ruined them a while ago. I don't know if they did that over there as well. They made them super sugary. They're way
Yes,
too
they're
sweet
disgusting.
inside. They got gross, and then
I
they
love
changed
sugar
it back
lime.
now because the ones I just got the kids and everything, I had to sample them obviously before I give them to them
I've
for
actually
Easter,
got a
and
cream
they were
egg
delicious.
Easter egg, so
Ugh.
Oh,
hello.
Door.
What about crumpets with butter?
I have mine with cheese personally.
All right, we'll just crumpets then.
I do
I'm
like
gonna-
a crumpet.
I'm gonna say never had one. Don't think I've ever had a crumpet.
They are yummy.
It looks like a cookie with dust on it.
No, it's like
Someone-
it's like you
Bread.
taste it. You can have it cold. But it's just the butter just soaks into it. It's like
Is it like a scone?
have a crumpet. Is it like doughy? It's not like doughy.
Yeah,
Is
it's like a bread, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's nicer than a bread.
it is nicer than.
Some people
Yes.
open the packet and eat them without cooking them.
I know. I don't agree with that. but-
That's savage.
No.
Can you
Savages.
pick the please?
Savages. They're uncivilized.
Kate is chocolate eggs
It's
with toys.
it's a sponge full of butter. Thanks. What a great description of something.
Yeah, look, that's true. It's kind of like an English muffin, similar.
I like it.
So where are we putting the crumpet?
I have never had
With
one,
the
so
bourbons.
I don't know.
With the bourbons. Yeah, I don't have them that often, but when I have them, I do enjoy them.
Jim,
So
what
they'd be
about
pretty
you?
good then.
What?
You already put sauce in order.
Right, no, this is yours.
Which one? Crumpet?
Mm.
Oh, bloody lovely.
We'll leave them on pretty good then.
What are you eating, Kate?
A burger.
From where? I heard you talking about the best burger in town is from this pizza place.
Yeah, yeah. Jam. It's nice.
We'd like a look, please. Let's see. Come on,
Why?
share with the chat here, man. Come on. I want to know. Inquiring minds need to know. That does look good. Healthy portion of meat, decent size, decent looking bun. Topping selections, please.
I've got salad and ketchup.
For normal people, that's just lettuce.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Ketchup,
there's
yeah.
onion as well.
A what?
An
Onion.
onion. An onion.
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 It's not. There's no G in it.
Onion.
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 Sounds
There's
like a
no
player on
G.
the book.
I don't know where you get the G from.
The French version.
I wish Jim could find the G.
Nice.
Sorry, Jimbo.
So many avenues to take with that, and so many roads are closed with Amelia here. I'm gonna stay
What about crunchy?
They're not
gross,
effective.
disgusting, absolutely worst invention to mankind. This chocolate bar should have been taken out of existence years before. This is the only chocolate bar on the market that makes a Big Turk look decent, or Turkish Delight, or whatever the hell that nasty thing is.
I'd put it in. It's alright or not great.
Mm. Jim?
Lower.
Jim?
He's saying higher.
Who said higher?
Blessing to Britain, crunchy.
No.
Oh no.
No.
Well, that's what I like.
I don't think we're going to
love
be
it.
friends at the end of this chat, folks.
Well, I just got a crunchy Easter egg off a Kate.
Well, I'm putting them as it's all right, but I think that's a bit high.
So do I. But you know
But then
what?
they're on the same level as black pudding, and I couldn't eat. I've got to put black pudding down one.
I've got to, yeah,
I
it's
can't
it,
But Benchy says crunchy is a disgrace.
What about a dairy milk?
I think it's the chocolate you
Just-
just can't go wrong with.
Is it the milk chocolate or the fruit and nut one?
Just plain.
Just plain, then yeah, then that goes to the top of the food chain. That's definitely
You can't go wrong with a dairy milk.
yeah, I'd say definitely bloody lovely.
Do you not like the fruit in that one, Bobby?
I don't know. No,
I
fruit in
hate
that
it.
one. Mama Kay loves it. I do not at all.
I do, no.
I have a new the English chocolate that I have a new fixation for is the Yorkie with the cookie in it. With the cookie base.
So nice.
Oh my god, because so when I didn't realize this, but my last little care package came from England. It had Yorkies in there, and but one package was the Yorkie with the cookies, and it was the last one I opened because I conserved them and eat them slowly. And I opened that, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is like the greatest! How could you make Yorkie better?" Whoever came up with that should honestly be given. They should be. That's somebody that deserves to be knighted.
Are we putting dairy milk as a blessing to Britain or bloody lovely?
I'm fine with either.
What she said.
So I think
No,
it's just
Steve
simple and
Steve D, black pudding is rank.
I agree.
I can't believe cream eggs are in bloody lovely. Ugh. They're so disgusting.
Oh,
So
delicious.
nice.
Absolutely delicious.
What about digestives?
Plain ones,
Plain.
chocolate ones, nice.
What she said again.
Plain ones are disgusting.
Amelia, I think you might be my spirit animal, homie.
They make your mouth feel like the Sahara Desert. No, thank you.
What is
Well, I
wrong
love
with the desert?
Dry.
Now you sound like your aunt.
They're just so dry. The
What is
chocolate.
wrong with the desert?
You dunk
Don't
them
like
in
a
your
camel?
tea and then they're not dry.
No, but well, if you dunk the chocolate ones in, then you got chocolatey flavoured tea.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, black pudding is revolting. I'm sorry, that it's the most disgusting thing ever.
I feel like it's not even something you can argue about, really. 'Cause it's just even the look of it looks revolting.
Yeah, it looks like slices of poo or something.
You're sweet corn.
Then we've got a doner kebab.
Oh, can't go wrong with the doner.
I like the taste of it, but I couldn't eat a whole one because it's lamb, and it makes me feel bad.
It's kind of the problem is here though. You gotta go to the right place to get it. You know, the difference with you guys, I found over there in England, you have a lot better selection for where to get a good doner. Here, it's really
the
hit
place
and
we
miss.
go does a nice one, but I don't eat it.
That's what I say. If you go to a place that does a nice one, a good doner is bloody lovely.
Yeah.
But
blessing to
hard
the
to go with
world.
dried
Jim.
out lamb and
Jim.
I'll stick with bloody lovely.
Is he muted?
Jim,
that's you.
Yeah.
Where are you putting a doner kebab?
He's just tuned out your aunt's voice.
Doner kebab. Blessing to Britain.
Oh no.
No, but every
that's
time
not
you go
like
to our
that.
kebab shop, you get chicken wings.
Yeah.
So like, if you're
Hey,
going to a
this
kebab
is the
shop,
same.
you're not getting a
Hey,
kebab.
these are the same people that went to a pizza joint for a burger.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let the man live, okay? Let the man live. This is the
Well,
way
then-
he is, man. Your uncle marches to the beat of his own drum. You should know that. That's
It's a
what we
kebab
love it,
shop.
man.
It's a kebab shop that do good burgers.
Yeah, they do good burgers, but like you can't put it in top tier. But then when you go to a kebab shop, you don't get a kebab. I feel like that's just like
That's true. I put it in bloody lovely. Is that all right?
yeah.
I mean, I don't like them, but then
I
we've
couldn't
got
eat
fish.
Oh, and why is
Oh,
it that you
we've
don't
got-
like them?
No, a disgrace.
Got Bobby's
Why is that?
favourite, fish and chips.
Picture in a pocket of chips. Picture in a pocket of chips. A blessing to pocket of Britain. You go anywhere in the pocket of the world, a pocket of shit. You go pocket of England, you eat a pocket of fish and chips. A pocket that's so delicious. You go there, and the pocket of cheap bastard don't even put it in a pocket of plate. They put it in the pocket of newspaper from 2 days ago. You fucking eat the pocket of fish and chips. You eat the extra ink for the flavor. You get your iron level up. Then you read the pocket of paper. It is a great pocket of day. Fish and chips, top.
Thing is, if it was just the fish and chips, I'd put them in top. But I don't like fish.
Are you really English?
But chip shop chips,
What the fuck are you
elite.
talking about?
But
Jim, where are you putting fish
You
and
English?
chips?
You are English, right?
Fish and chips at the top.
Yeah, I agree. fish and chips has got to go to the top.
Fish and a
Well,
pocket
I
of
don't
chips,
like it,
delicious.
so I put it one below. Because if you just took the fish out and just had the chips, and I put it in the blessing, but
Well,
I'll eat your
do that.
fish. You just eat the chips. Happy?
You can give me the fish.
I said it first, Jim.
split it in
Yeah,
half.
but I didn't like. I think that creamers are disgusting, but I was made to put it in the second one still.
You can put it in the top. I don't care.
Yeah, they are a blessing to Britain.
Because I love half of it.
Well, you got to look at it this way, though. What? When you think of fish and chips, what's the first country you associate fish and chips to?
England.
So they would be a blessing to Britain. Then they would be considered a British food, right? A British staple almost. So I personally like. We got a lot of good fish and chips places. Not a lot. There's 3 that are decent around us. But there's still like the one guy's come from England. He does it all English style, and it's just not the same. Like, bless him, it's fantastic. It is really good, but it's not English fishing. Paul's fish and chips in Leicester, delicious. I love you, Paul.
What about
are they
fish fingers?
No.
Yeah,
Fish fingers.
That's got to go to disgrace.
Yeah. I'll go with it's all right, because with fish fingers you have options. You can make some chips with it. You can make some beans with it. You can put them into a nice little sandwich
There's
for
no
yourself.
chips
Make a
on
fish
that
sandwich.
plate, so I'm putting my foot down. There's no way it's going higher. I can't.
Jim, fish fingers.
Jim.
Bleh. What's bleh?
Not above.
Jim's had lots of fish fingers over the years.
Oh, oh my God, that is so bad.
I'm just saying, he's probably ate too many of them. He's fed up with them. What are you guys? Oh my God, you nasty! Oh my goodness! Oh, oh,
Oh dear.
oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
What
my
about, let's go for this one, a Kinder Surprise.
Top. Top.
I put it top because Kinder Chocolate's my favourite.
Yeah, but
Kinder's my favourite.
the surprise is always shit.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
but
my
not for a
problem, Jim. That's
child.
exactly where I was
No, but
sitting
you're
here.
an
The surprises
adult. Why are
are
you buying
garbage now.
chocolate to get a toy? Do you know
Yeah,
what I
you
mean?
do. If you wanted to buy just a chocolate, you don't buy a Kinder, you buy a chocolate bar.
No, but I just love Kinder. So
Amelia, honestly, I have
I know.
nothing but
You know
love
what
for
is
you, but right
better?
now you're really putting yourself in a bad spot with all this
A
chocolate
Kinder
argument.
Joy is better though, in my opinion.
Of course, the candy's name's got joy in it.
Should we go bloody lovely?
Yeah. Even though I would have it top, but
Just for Amelia, I said we put it as blessing to Britain because I want to see Amelia happy. Big
I
up
am
the
happy
youngsters.
it's all right.
They are. Blessing to Britain. What about Jaffa cakes?
Disgusting, a disgrace.
Oh, Amelia. how
No,
can you
they
not
are
like
absolutely revolting. If I wanted to eat something like that, I'd eat a kitchen sponge.
Okay, now you're back in my good books again because I love you because that's exactly everything I was just thinking
I would
about it.
literally
A
rather
kitchen sponge with a little shitty chocolate on top, though.
Yeah, like
Yeah, okay,
a
good.
washing
Okay,
up
yeah.
sponge.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
I would put them as elite for
I'd
me.
put
They
them
are the
in,
best
they
of the
need
best.
to seriously get banned from the
Jaffa
universe.
cakes in this household are a fighting point because everybody else in this house absolutely loves them.
Are they a biscuit or a cake?
They're a cake because they're called Jaffa cakes.
Oh, that's the kind of question we need Kuva on here for.
But
They're
like, either
cake.
way, they're disgusting and need to be banned from the universe. So
Well, people have been saying bloody lovely, so I've put them as pretty good. But for me, they're elite.
For me, they need to go
I
in the
love
bin.
them. They're probably my favourite
Orange,
biscuit.
they're orange jelly.
Yum.
Disgusting.
Orange jelly.
Yeah.
What
What
about
are we looking at?
squashies?
Top. I ate a whole bag earlier while I was watching this.
I don't know what they are. I
Jim?
never had them. So
Oh, they're so
They're like
nice.
chewy strawberry and milk bottle
You've
things.
had a
They're
drumstick
so nice.
lolly,
oh,
though,
candy
surely.
basically. They're chew
Yeah.
candy. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
know it then.
Jim, squashies.
Depends. If they're the hard ones, top.
No, no, hey,
Oh,
settle
don't
down,
say
buddy. We're
it.
talking about the
You
candy.
can't
We're talking about the
control
candy.
it. You can't control it. Just squashies in general. It don't matter what texture they are.
Well, with the ones I've had lately, I'll go bloody lovely.
Oh, well, you're outnumbered. They're going at the top.
Yeah.
This is a democracy.
Clearly.
Let's go for Weetabix.
Oh, I love a Weetabix.
Top of the list. Best breakfast
More
cereal
milk
ever.
and
You can eat it
sugar.
warm. You can eat it cold. You can add stuff to it. You can add fruit to it. You can add so many different options with Weetabix.
I agree. I think a wheat.
Yeah, and at my age, I need it because gotta stay regular age and Jimbo.
I think
Well,
Weetabix
you ladies
are.
too. Hey, you all acting like you don't poop.
I don't poo.
I'm not saying I don't. I'm proud of my pooping.
You talked about earlier how you dropped a nice one and how happy you were and how relieving it was, and you felt 3 stone lighter and everything. You're right. Don't be ashamed, girl. Yeah,
They're going at the top.
That honestly made me proud.
You
Hey,
cannot
do you
beat a
want a cup of tea in a
Weetabix.
minute?
No, thank you. Then we've got someone said something about Jammy Dodgers. Are they here? No, wagon wheels. Oh yeah, Jammy Dodgers.
I can see hula hoops on there, right? But I will only put them in top if they're the big hoops, the hula hoops.
Jammy Dodgers.
I love a jammy dodger.
Yeah, I do as well. I'll be
I'd
back.
say bloody lovely because like I won't go out and buy them. But if
too.
they're in the house, I'll eat the whole pack.
I won't go out and buy them, but if they're in the house, I'll eat the whole pack. Oh my god, I think they're bloody lovely. I don't think the hula hoops are the giant hoops, are
No,
they?
but if they're the small ones, they're nowhere near as good as the big ones.
Don't know them.
You don't know hula hoops, Bobby?
It's just
Are
a
you
really
lying?
ring.
They're crisps that you can put on your
Isn't
fingers.
I know the one that's like a little yellow bag. Skippies or something they're called?
Skips.
Right?
Yeah, no, these are ring shaped.
But are they rings this big or are they this big? Or this big?
No, they're only little, but you can put them on your fingers and then
No,
eat
because
them. And
it's like high school, college, marriage. You know, things expand.
Yeah. What did you say for hula hoops, Amelia?
If they were the big hoops, they'd be in top tier because I also ate a whole bag of them earlier while I was watching. So, but like the little ones, I don't like the little ones.
How do you look like you weigh 2 stone?
I know, she eats like a horse.
It's always the people that when you come here, Kate, and you meet my best friends, the twins, you will see how much they eat and wonder how the hell these guys weigh 120 pounds. It's
I
ridiculous.
hate people like that. I'm just
Makes me
saying.
sick. Yeah, makes me sick. Really.
But yeah, look, we have got skips, Bobby. Those little
That's
skips.
the one I know. That's the one I know. I like those ones. Yeah.
Thing
Yeah, I
is,
like
after
these,
a while, they just taste
Bloody
like
lovely.
cardboard. They don't have any flavour anymore. The first few are like elite, but then as soon as you get like 4 in, they just taste like cardboard.
So where are we putting them?
I'd
I'm
put them
good.
in pretty good.
I go bloody lovely.
Ooh,
I'm happy
Jim,
with either, but
where are you putting skips?
Skips.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Well, it's first tier, second tier, third tier.
Third tier.
Yeah. Pretty good.
I was going to make the dog sad.
You, Jim. Wanker.
What else is down here? Turkish Delight.
disgusting, a disgrace. It's
Is
a
there
disgrace.
something lower than disgrace to Britain?
Yeah, there is. Oh no, never had it or had it but don't remember the taste.
Oh, it's like-
Disgrace is the lowest.
Yeah, it should be a disgrace to mankind.
Yeah.
Whoever thought they would make a Turkish Delight bar and then cover it in chocolate?
No, but I don't understand this because
Do you have
might
any
try
idea how many
the
people
same
actually like them?
texture.
though? A lot of people actually like them.
I hate them.
No,
Something wrong with all those people.
Jaffa cake.
Oh my god! Speaking of one of those people, it's my sister. I was supposed to call her back last night. Shit.
Jaffa cakes are squidgier than Turkish Delights.
Oh, no, but it's got the same like jelly texture. I mean, I hate them. I think they're disgusting.
Gross.
I
Move
don't
on.
like
Move
them.
on. Just thought of them is making me ugh.
Colin the caterpillar cake.
Nice. Love it.
Don't know it.
It's a chocolate cake with chocolate icing and a little white caterpillar face on the
Chocolate
front.
on top of chocolate on top of chocolate. It's got to be good.
It's
It is
very
good.
good.
I've actually got
What?
some mini ones in my room.
Yeah, we'll put that at the top level. Chocolate on chocolate.
Amelia's got to play half of one of my convenience corner shops in her. My cousin's corner shops in her room.
She actually has pot noodles.
Oh, this is it. Oh,
I haven't had them in ages though, so I'd put them in pretty good, but I do like them.
pot noodles in reality as a food are gross. They're just starch water. It's probably one of the most unhealthiest things you could eat, but they're frigging awesome, aren't they?
I only like the flavour that's on the screen as well. I only like the green one.
So do I.
I've got to go at least pretty good or bloody lovely for myself personally.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
Jay being a college student, my boy is living off these right now. So big up.
And
big
they're
up,
really good if you're pissed and you just want a quick snack. You just pour the boiling water. Oh, I do love a pot noodle, but only the green ones.
Yeah.
Jelly babies.
Oh no.
What do you mean? Oh no.
Don't know them.
It's the same texture. It's that jelly. It's disgusting.
They're jelly sweets. They're yummy.
Thing is, I'd put them over Jaffa cakes, but like I still don't like them.
Should I put it's all right?
Yeah. I can't believe Jaffa cakes are that hard, to be honest.
Oh, I love Jaffa cakes. They're just my favourites. Flakes.
I like a flake, but they're a bit messy.
They are messy.
Good things are worth making for bloody lovely.
In a 99, delicious.
So Mama
I
Kay
think
used to say
they're
about
bloody
me, she loves this chocolate, but it makes it messy.
I thought he was going to say in a 99, he's delicious.
Flakes go to the top.
Flakes go to the top. No, they're second from top. Because, you're not here. So, Marmite.
No, I've never had it, but it just looks disgusting. So no.
Isn't that
Bobby,
black tar that people put on toast?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mama Kay made me buy this for her because she went crazy when she saw it in this British shop, and then maybe ate it about 3 times before I ended up throwing out the jar.
People
because
put it on the crumpets.
I tasted like it looked black tar.
It's disgusting. It is utterly revolting. Jim likes it. That is vile. I don't mean to ignore the chat. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do this on another screen. What should be sprinkled over ice cream that's bloody lovely? Flake. Yes, flake.
Yeah.
Hot noodle rank. Colin the caterpillar cake is top, of course. I think Marmite's gross. But I don't know if anyone in the chat likes it. It's one of them, you either love it or hate it. Jim likes it, so I'm going to leave it at not great. And keep it at that.
Yeah.
Mushy peas.
Peas? No. I hate peas.
No, mushy peas. Mushy peas.
Yeah, but I hate peas. So mushy's even worse.
Bobby?
Disgusting. Disgrace.
Lower? What's he doing? Baby food,
disgrace.
yeah. Marmite
I am
top.
actually allergic to peas, and I was so freaking happy when I found out I was when I did my allergy test because I've always hated peas. Like a lot of Indian dishes have peas in them, and God bless my mom. A lot of times she'll leave them out for me when she makes my dishes, but I always hated them. And finding out I was allergic to them was honestly, I think I went streaking that day.
Oh my God!
And
Look.
not only do I not want to eat them now, I can't eat them. What a shame.
Darling. Oh, come here. Oh,
Buddy! Buddy!
Who's that? Oh,
buddy.
She's gone to look for you now. She's actually gone to try and find you. two people
Brown
have
guy in the
said.
house, Bonnie. Brown guy in the house. Oh, she'd probably run to the corner shop. The only place where she's seen another one of me.
Two people have said they love mushy peas, so I'm going to put them in not great, even though for me they're absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
I know some people love them if they get them. They get them from the fish and chip shop. My uncle always gets his mushy peas when he gets his fish and chips. He loves them, but
yeah, not for me.
There's party
Twister lollies.
Twister. It's a lovely lolly.
It's a lemon and lime ice cream, Bobby, with like a raspberry ice middle.
Lemon and lime.
never had it. Never had it.
What are you talking about, lemon and lime?
Ain't it lemon and lime?
No.
Well, I don't eat them, so
I don't actually know what it is, but it's not lemon and lime.
I think it is, you know.
Are you Googling?
Yeah. Twister
I don't think it's
lolly.
lemon and lime.
What flavour is a twister? Oh, right, it's pineapple and lime.
I didn't even think it was that, to be honest.
What about a twister, Jimbo?
I'm here now. Everything's done now. Twister. All right.
Yeah, I would say, Amelia, what would you say?
I'd put them near the top.
Would
Oh
you?
no, I'll say pretty good.
Yeah, I would say they're not great, so I'm going to go with it's all right.
Yeah, Stuart says pretty good.
Pineapple and
Yes.
lime. Get the fuck all
Yes,
out.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah, they're not great. They're much nicer lollies. Party rings. Oh,
I do like a party ring.
Party
Bobby,
ring
have
was
you ever-
something else when I was a kid.
These are shortcake biscuits with icing on.
Can't go wrong with shortbread, so they got to be all right. I've never had them. Never heard of them.
Bloody lovely.
I'd say bloody lovely, yeah.
I could eat a pack of them without even thinking about it, to be fair. It's all right. Are you mad? Are you mad? I think we're going to have to finish this tier in a minute because there's a million foods.
What other games you got?
There is other tier lists, but I don't know what I sent you, to be honest.
We need some queries and theories and stuff.
I got about a half hour before I got to chip for a little bit, and then I'm going to come back and wrap the show up with you guys.
What about scones with cream and jam?
I have never actually really had one, to be honest, but I know you love them, so.
Amelia, top of the list.
Oh, I can't comment because I've actually never had one.
Bobby?
I had a scone once because I had all these British people tell me how it's one of the greatest things of all time, and I thought it was just basically dry, hard flour.
Yeah, but didn't you have it with jam and cream?
I can't remember. I just remembered it was
Bellies and
disgusting.
cream, bellies and cream.
How good can a food be if you have to add other foods to make it taste better?
That's true. I'll put it at bloody lovely.
Yeah, you
How's
do that with toast.
Not a fan to me personally. But then again, maybe it was just the way it was made, and I never tried it again. So I know my first experience was my last. Like this girl I met when I was never mind.
Oh, Jim, you know what we've got to do? Chubby
What?
Bunny. We've got to do Chubby Bunny.
That's disgusting.
And we've got to do it right now because we just eat them.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
I
I
can
can't do it right now. Ugh.
Yeah, Amelia, you go over the shop and you get some as well.
No, thank you.
Get what?
Why are you scared that you'll get too many in?
No, it'll make me be sick.
What, stuffing marshmallows in your gob?
Yes. You know how weak my stomach is.
Isn't this the girl that was talking about how she ate a bag of this and a bag of that?
No, but it's, it's not even me doing it. It's watching other people do it, which is going to make me feel sick. Because like there's dribble everywhere and you can see it all in their mouth.
Nice.
I won't dribble.
I won't dribble either. Well, I might.
Well, you dribble at night.
They're going to do the Chubby Bunny challenge. I know, even Mum's heaving.
I don't know why you said they, because I don't even know what the hell the challenge is. So
You put marshmallows in your mouth. See how many you can get in your gob.
There's no way.
Oh, you used to be able to put a wagon wheel in your mouth. You
And she
freak.
put her fist in her mouth.
I know, but a wagon wheel, you freak.
I did get a wagon wheel. The thing is, I'm not convinced there's enough marshmallows in this bag to fill mine and Jim's mouth.
Amelia, the day she put that wagon wheel in her mouth was the day your uncle proposed.
I could get a wagon wheel in. It was, yeah, I remember doing it. I've got a big mouth. I can't help it. So, but we won't do the chubby bunny with you around, Amelia. I don't want you to be sick.
Can you still do that, Kate? Put your fist in your mouth.
I can, yeah.
Apparently, you could go down to your wrist.
She could go down to her elbow.
Hang on. I made his face.
That's a whole new throat, isn't it?
I don't know if I'm grossed out or really happy for Jim right now. Kind of got mixed emotions. With
How
this
do you
one.
even realise you can do that? Like,
I just thought I could do it, and I
you just
thought I'd
think
try.
one day I'm going to shove my whole fist in my mouth.
The Destiny 5, what have I just tuned into?
It's my party trick. Bobby.
Hello.
You know a straw, as in what you suck through.
Sure.
Or drink through, you could say. To
Oh yeah, or drink through. That would have made more sense. Do you think it's got one hole or two?
It's only got one hole.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not. It's got two.
It doesn't.
How
It
does it
has
have two
one
holes? Where's the
hole.
second hole?
At the
Where's
other
the second
end.
hole?
It has one big hole.
Okay, so the other end is the end of where the hole started. So it's
I
the
don't
same
agree.
hole.
I don't agree. I'm sorry. I think it's got two holes.
So you guys had this conversation earlier?
Yeah.
Shut up. You guys actually had a conversation about how many holes are in a straw.
We've had this conversation loads of times.
How have I missed this? Oh my god. Okay, so where do we all
Because
stand on it?
I
Oh
think,
no! Now this is some perked up interest
No,
shit
'cause
here,
I
man.
think
I've got
there's
to face
one
the camera
hole.
and everything now.
There's a straw. There's one
Yes.
hole.
Yes.
Oh look, there's another hole.
Oh look, there's the same hole on the other
It's the
side.
same.
Okay, so you're saying a black hole has two holes. Then why is it called a black hole, not black holes?
No, a black hole doesn't have two holes.
Sure, it does. It's got one entry and one exit, the same as a straw.
Yeah, but it's the same hole.
So's a
Thank
straw.
you.
What do you think? There's
It's
a hole
not.
in the middle.
Because
You
what's
silly
here?
goose.
It's the same hole, Kate.
It's the same hole. Oh, but what? So you're telling me you can't look through it right now? You're such a daft cat sometimes.
There's a hole here,
Yeah.
and there's a hole here.
Okay.
Exactly, the same hole.
Okay. And
How's
when
it
you
the
drink,
same?
and when you drink,
Okay,
does it
flip
come
it over.
through?
Can you look through the other way? And now flip
Yeah,
it
because
over.
there's
Can
a
you
hole
look?
either end.
Exactly, the same hole.
That
No,
doesn't
but
make
I don't
sense.
understand it if there was a wall in the middle, but there's not.
Okay,
When you
so
drink,
no.
it
So you're
comes
telling
through.
me at the straw factory, they thought, let's get this, let's drill halfway this way, stop, and then let's drill halfway this way.
No,
And then you
because
got
it
two
was
holes.
already, it was a tube and they cut it in two.
Oh, so they made one hole through the tube.
No, they've made two holes, one either
I
end.
don't understand how you think it could be two holes.
Because there's one both at either end. So how can there only be
Right,
one?
And,
But it's
and the
one still in
holes
there.
meet in the middle.
See, now I've got four holes.
Well, 6 actually, but well, 7 after that fist thing.
It's got one hole.
Well, I think it's two.
Stuart, look, funnily,
What
I
is
never
the-
thought of it before.
Okay, what is the bottom of a hole? What? I don't even understand what that means.
I don't get what that means.
What's the bottom of a hole?
Another hole.
A bottom.
Isn't it? Is that right or
Depends
not?
where the hole is. It's holes in the ground, and it's the ground.
Why are you laughing,
What
Bobby?
what a debate. This has to be the most in-depth conversation
Oh,
ever
I've
had
got a
on
whole
YouTube.
list. I've got a whole list.
This has to be like the greatest thing right now ever. Like this should be clipped and made viral.
I've got a whole list. Don't worry.
Look, I can see through my hole. You.
Hey.
So it's one hole.
It's two.
It's
If
one.
you can see through it, Kate, it's
One,
got to be one
two.
hole. If you
Why?
can see through it, oh
But
my
if you
God.
do this right, is that one hole or two?
Ian.
But it's the same thing.
But if I do that
Ian,
and that,
oh my God,
two.
this is fantastic. This is the comment of all ages. Ian Ferguson, you frigging legend. See, exactly. Oh,
Where's
definitely
Ian's
in the mud.
comment? Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
No, Ian. Right? You know what? I'm not going to read it because it was a private chat that you sent to me. But please write this comment in the chat and ask that question because this is genius. This is absolutely awesome.
A well has a bottom, a glass has a bottom, a tube is a continual hole. I disagree.
No, I think I know. I agree.
Yeah, you could read it out, he said.
You said I could read it? Okay, sorry.
One hole, but Bobby K is definitely wrong.
I just Googled it and it says one
Who
hole.
said that? Oh, that's got to be Ben.
That's Ben.
That's got to be Ben. Sim's a lot nicer to me. So Ian just messaged, and of course, as you know, Ian's in America, so he goes, "It's one hole. How the hell did the English ever subjugate our people?" And I love
It's
how he put
not,
ours
though.
because he means them and my people.
It's not though, it's two.
How did you guys take
I've
over
Googled it,
India?
right? I've Googled it.
What did Google say?
It has one hole that runs from one end to the other, although it has two openings, but it's one hole.
No, I'll tell you why Google's wrong.
Wrong.
Because an opening is
one
a hole.
hole.
Yeah,
One
but an opening is a
hole.
hole.
No, because it runs from one end to the other.
If you've got a bum hole, it's also an opening.
So are you saying if you went through a tunnel, is it one tunnel or two if you go the other way?
It's two holes.
But is it?
She's so confused.
Amelia, I live with her.
Well, I think I'm right. I don't care what Google says.
I don't.
What was the other thing you said, Amelia, that I went, oh my God?
What?
You said something else last night.
I say a lot of things.
Get from your list. I don't understand why people can't understand what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. but it's
Nobody
just
else can
not right.
understand what you're asking.
I get what you're saying, but it's just not right.
I think it is that. Thinking of
God.
you, Jumbo. Not Jimbo,
Hashtag
Jumbo.
save Jim.
Oh, look,
Maybe
now
he's
it's got
thinking of
no
the other Jimbo.
holes. 'Cause I unwrapped it, so now it's got no holes. It's just a piece of paper. But I think I'm right.
What was it I said before? Because I've got my list up, but I can't remember.
You said something. You read out some of your
God.
facts. I can't remember what they were.
Please
I
know
don't
more about
understand-
holes.
Oh, there was a fly or something.
Is water wet?
Whoa! Don't ask the tough questions now.
Water's
No,
not
water
wet.
isn't wet.
It's not wet.
No, it's not wet. Bobby, water isn't wet. Why is Bobby looking dazed?
It isn't wet. It just makes
next
things
thing,
wet.
the Earth is flat.
No, but
No, it's not wet. It makes things wet.
yeah.
What?
It's not wet. It makes things wet because it reacts to things to make them wet. You're
But
only
the
wet when you
water
get out
itself
of the
isn't wet.
water. When you're actually in the water, you're not wet. Only when you get out of the water. Is that
You
right?
are wet when
Amelia?
you're in the water.
Not until
That's
you get out of
ridiculous.
it. Like you.
And how can you drown in the water then if you're not wet? What drowns you?
You're not actually wet when you're drowning because you haven't come up.
Then what drowns you?
The water, but the water's not wet. It's not the water that. It's not the wetness that drowns you. It's the water.
Oh, it's just the density of the water around you.
It's just the water filling your lungs, but it doesn't mean the water's wet.
God, give me the strength to figure out what the hell the next generation is thinking.
It's
Someone
not
said a
wet.
fish dry.
Oh,
Fish are
and some
dry.
people of this generation, like this one above me.
I'd say fish are dry.
Oh my God! Now you're going to talk about fish and chips.
I'd say they're dry because they're in there. Like we could be, I don't know, like fish
Okay,
to us.
so if
might
I
say
come
we
and
wet.
dump a bucket of water on you, you're not going to be wet because
Oh,
water's
I
not
will
wet.
be wet, but the water's not the wet part.
Okay, so what makes you wet then? The bucket?
The water makes you wet, but
But
the
it's
water's
not wet itself.
Oh, okay. That makes absolutely no sense, but I agree.
It's a fact.
It is a fact. I asked AI.
Jim, I totally am starting to understand why you throw yourselves downstairs now sometimes.
And nothing is on fire. Fire is on
I was
something.
about to read that one out.
See? See?
Have you got my list?
No. But I remember that.
How do our brains
Water
remember
is not wet.
something, but we can't
No,
remember what
let's talk about before you move on to all the elements of the world, young lady. Let's squash this one off first because I've got
Do
to
you
go
want me to
shortly.
ask AI again? Because they gave a response.
You think I believe AI?
Listen to this,
When
Bobby.
your aunt is trying to convince me there's 2 holes in a straw.
Most scientists define wetness as a liquid's ability to maintain contact with a solid surface, meaning that water itself is not wet, but can make other sensations. But if you define wet as made of liquid or moisture, as some do, then it would be considered wet.
Okay, and who's the scientist that wrote that?
BBC Science Focus magazine.
Exactly, some Englishmen that don't know jack shit. Enough said.
Water is not solid.
We all know
and
the
so
greatest scientists are Asian.
Water is not solid, so
Right?
cannot
He's not
become
Chinese
wet.
or Indian. I don't believe him. Or actually, some of those Ukrainian guys have come up with some crazy shit.
It was Dr.
And there's
Patel that
Iranian.
wrote it. Water is not wet. It says it because it can't make other things wet. I mean, it can't stay wet because it's not a solid.
First off, I want to know what scientists
Thank you,
decided to
Jimbo.
devote their resources and time to even experimenting and trying to come up to this conclusion. How about not, figure out some way to make the world a better place?
Look, all I know is it's not wet.
What we're saying is, say if
You
I
also think there's 2 holes in a
if
straw?
I put my finger in this,
Yes.
if I had kept it in there, it wouldn't be wet. But as soon as I take it out, my finger would be wet.
Do it, Amelia. Do that. Let's do
I
that
don't
for the
think
next
I can
10 minutes.
reach
Yeah,
that.
just stick your finger in there for 5 minutes.
Right.
We'll start the timer.
But then now it's wet.
No,
now
no,
that
no.
I've taken it
No.
out.
Put your finger in.
No.
I'll start the timer for you. Okay. Ready and okay, go.
He's already got it out. Tim, you know water's not
Now
wet, right?
flick your finger around like this. Why did you wipe it dry? It's not wet.
All I know is if I jump in a swimming pool, I'm wet.
Yeah, because you only wet when you get out.
As soon as your head comes out of the water, your hair is wet.
Are we talking about Jim's hair? Really? Amelia?
No, not him, but like
Amelia, come on. Come on. Now you're just being mean.
Look, all I know is water makes things wet, but it's not wet itself. Now look,
this debate started last year. This debate with us.
you're wet, the water isn't. See, Sammy Shakiri knows. Big up Sammy Shakiri.
Oh, this is one of your hack accounts. I know you've got separate accounts. How are you typing away?
Amelia, we explained no, on that theory the sky isn't blue.
You're
Why
wet, Chib. The
sky's
water
not
ain't.
blue, actually.
I don't know how that would be the same theory because the sky doesn't make things blue, whereas water makes things wet. Water washes dirt off your hands while you wash, not after. Yeah, but your hands are only wet when you stop the water.
If your hands are full of dirt and you put them in a bucket of water and you move your hands around, it gets the dirt off. So that must mean your hands are wet.
Why must
No.
it?
You take them
Not
out,
according to
yeah.
them, Jim. Not according to them.
Once you take them out, yeah.
And once
Yeah, but
you
what about when
drown
your
because
hands are
there's
in
no
the water
oxygen
and you
underwater.
go like that in the water and it cleans all the mud off?
They're not wet until you take them out.
Yeah, but that don't make sense to me because if you say your hands,
Well,
are really
dinosaurs
mud-
don't make sense to me, but you believe in them.
Right, listen, right, if your hands are really muddy, right, and you put them in a bowl of water and you go like that while your hands are in the water, it takes all the mud off.
Yeah.
Right.
But so does hand sanitizer.
Hang on, let me finish, right? It takes all the mud off, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Then when you pull them out, your hands are clean. But if your hands are all muddy and you don't put them in water and you do that, it won't take all the mud off.
Your hands are wet, the water isn't.
Then what made your hands wet?
The water, because the water makes things wet, but it's not wet.
Okay, so fire can burn you, but it's not hot?
I don't know. I've never been near like that near fire.
Well, you know that's what took out the dinosaurs.
I don't believe in dinosaurs.
You're kidding.
They didn't
Nor do
exist.
I.
They didn't exist.
Oh my lord.
No
Okay,
such
I'm
thing.
going for my
The
lunch.
bones. Don't get me started on the bones.
No.
They're
Don't
paper
you
mache.
start with me, young lady.
They're paper
You gotta have
mache.
some respect for your elders, okay? I got white hairs older than you. So
They're paper mache.
now I'm going to lunch. Then I'm going to go up with the soccer grounds for the team, and I shall be back to end up the show. The last hour of this show will be the conversation about the dinosaurs. So I look forward to returning shortly and speaking about Jurassic Kate. Until then,
There's no such thing as dinosaurs.
There's no such thing. The bones are paper mache.
Bless you. That's what you get for telling lies.
Bless
3 in a
you.
row. Bless you.
Thank you.
That's what you get for telling lies. Yeah. So you can stop typing under your alias, Sammy Shakiri there, Kate, for now, and I shall return later. In the meantime, folks, please do get the numbers up here. Let's hit some. You got the Just Giving page. The link was just shared again. So if you can donate anything, even a couple of pounds helps. Definitely makes a big difference, and it's helped in a great cause. We saw how it affected Michelle earlier, and even through that, if it can make somebody feel not lonely in a time of darkness, then that's really what this is all about, right? So I know we're having a laugh out here, folks, but we do try to turn it back to what it's supposed to be. And you're supposed to be flipping your stream over now too, right?
7 o'clock.
Oh, is it 7? Oh, okay. I thought you said 6. Okay.
What's that?
I think
7?
so. I don't know. I'm going to check
In
now.
the chat, you put 6. That's why.
Did I?
Oh, Sammy. Oh, okay. What's up, buddy? I remember you. Yeah, okay. Hey.
Oh, no, it's 7.
I remember you. I'm just teasing Kate, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see you for a long time.
Oh, it's Sammy from We Are Tottenham TV.
Yeah,
Sammy.
yeah.
I like Sammy.
Yeah,
Sammy
good
knows
kid,
that we're telling the truth, so I especially like Sammy now.
No, Sammy was just saying hi to me. He didn't say anything to you specifically, just saying brown
Your
power.
lunch is ready, Bobby. I can hear Mama Kay.
I'm making lunch, so nice try. See you in a bit.
Oh. Bless Bobby. We do love him. Oh, stop it, Amelia. Did you hear me earlier?
What's
That
happened?
is so nasty. She's got
What?
wimpy.
Yummy, yummy sauce.
Mind you, I've got minstrels.
Yummy, yummy milkshake.
So not fair. Someone put these two must be on the wind up. Thank you, Drula, for the bless you. No, it's a fact that water isn't wet. But look, I completely forgot we are actually doing a charity stream. I've got to be honest. I've just been having a nice time, but I understand everybody's struggling. But if anyone can donate anything, then please do. Mickey is going to give me some stuff. I'll probably auction them off at a later date because he's been so busy. We haven't managed to get together. I was meant to ring him last night and I forgot. He rang me and I was busy. So there will be some stuff we're going to auction as well. Oh no, Sammy says a straw only has one hole though.
Good, Sammy.
So am I wrong there?
Wait, I'm seeing if I can do this.
Kate, I've told you 1,000 times about that you're wrong. But then I just give up with you because you say you're right, and I just think I'll just shut up and let you think you're right.
All right. Well, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm not wrong about water.
If you walk and fall down a hole and you hit the floor and at the bottom of the hole, that's one hole, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you walk in a hole and the hole never stops and just goes down, it's still one hole, right?
So, wait. If you know we've spoke about before, if someone dug a hole all the way through the earth and came out on the other side,
Yeah.
is that one hole?
2. But now you're saying it, and everyone's telling me I'm wrong, and it must be 1. But
Yeah,
water's where
Flip flopper.
Do you know what? Any excuse to play my little.
Did you see what potato stew said, Kate?
What?
Look at potato stew.
Hang on. Don't know about anyone else, but the link to donate won't work for me. Well, big up to Stuart727 who's just donated. Let me put it in the chat again just to make sure. Justgiving.com. Thank you, Stuart. It's very much appreciated, you ledge. I've got some pin badges to send out. I will have to get everyone's addresses if you want one, and I'll send them out. All the Tottenham legends have got them as well. Justgivingpage.com, Kate and Jimbo. You always see them at the matches. They've all got their badges. You get a nice little letter from Mickey Hazard with it as well. But these are the badges. So I shall be sending these out. People that donated. There you go. I put it in there. That is the page. Justgiving.com/page/Kate and Jimbo. We're almost at 200 quid, which is amazing. So thank you to everyone that's donated so far. But yeah, maybe I'll look.
There's some super chats as well, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got super chats to go on there. I might have to concede that I was wrong about the hole, because it looks like every other person except me thinks that there's only one hole.
Don't be sorry, potato stew.
No, don't be sorry at all. Don't be sorry, don't be silly. Bloody hell, they've spent £50 on Grayson so far, and they've only bought toys. Bless him.
What?
Tom and Abby.
Where'd you say
Oh, look at Sammy. Look at Sammy's put.
I know, I do feel a little bit gaslighted. I'm not going to lie. I feel a bit bullied.
You feel a bit bullied?
I do. I feel like I've been forced to change my opinion. Just saying. But, you know. But yeah, but...
It'd be a flip-flop.
I'm not changing my opinion that dinosaurs weren't real, regardless of what...
I agree.
People that water was wet, dinosaurs were real, aliens are out there. Kate is the biggest name dropper on YouTube, all to be discussed when I'm back later. He is funny, Bobby. Hazard is my granddad's favourite player. My granddad's just beaten prostate cancer, which is best news. Congratulations. This is why Sim was out and out. He let everyone get to him. Mickey Hazard, what a legend he is. One of the nicest people. I donated, Kate. It says it's processing.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed. It's not showing yet, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't worked. It sometimes just takes a minute or two to go through. But yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, poor Sim. He was Ange in, and then all of a sudden he flip-flopped. Peer pressure. That's what that is. Peer pressure, Jimbo.
No, look. If some people have changed their mind through the season, but that's because things change. So when things change, your mind changes with it. So it's not being a flip-flop. Sim's not a flip-flop.
What about me saying there's only one hole?
Yeah, you're a flip-flop.
Oh, that's nice. Talk about one rule for one.
No. If you see the light and then you realise, I was wrong, then you're not a flip-flop.
Yeah.
People are allowed to change their mind on things. It's not written in stone. Once you say something, that is it. You can't change your mind.
I wish I'd have known that your granddad always wanted to leave him. Always wanted to meet him. Sorry, could have sorted something. Yeah, I'm going to take us all out and play Michelle's video again because it gives me a chance to go to the loo because I need a wee. And then we'll come back on the other side. But it gives you an idea of what the charity is we're doing. And if anyone wants to support and donate, this is the reason why we're doing it. So I shall take us just out for a minute and come back in a sec.
Good morning, Kate. Good morning, Jim. Thank you so much for inviting me on the show today. It's an honour actually to be invited, considering how much you have raised for Legends of the Bench in the past and continue to do so. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I just wanted to come on today just to tell you a little bit about the charity, how it was formed and how we are and where we are basically. So in 2019, I lost my son to suicide, Jay. Jay was an amazing boy. He was my first love, my first child. He was loud, he was excitable. He was just everything you would want someone to be. He walked into a room and he just brought so much light into the room. And I didn't see it. I didn't see what happened. Sorry, it does get a little bit tough talking about it, but I know it has to be spoken about because we have to make people aware. It was tough. It's been a tough journey. But today, 6 years on, I smile, and I smile for real today. Before it was all an act. And no one should ever feel like they're that alone, that is the outcome that they feel is what needs to happen, because it's not. The devastation that suicide leaves behind is just horrendous, and you never recover. You just learn to live a different life. So I encourage anyone anywhere, wherever you're feeling, to reach out. And this was how the benches were formed. So just a little bit of background. I won't give you too much detail because I know I don't have too much time. But on the day Jay took his life, my house was horrendous. The police were there, the ambulance service were there, coroners were there, neighbours were there, friends were there, family were there. And I just couldn't breathe. I just could not breathe. I couldn't get my head around everything that was going on. So I decided to leave, and the only place I could think of to go was to the local park where I knew there was a bench. And I headed to that bench, and I knew exactly where to go because I'd been to that bench many times with my children as they were young. And I sat there, probably 5 or 6 hours went by, and I sat there. But the only thing that evening I kept thinking in my head was, this bench should be there should be a light here so I could see, because I'm scared of the dark. I'm a wimp, and I couldn't see in the dark, and I couldn't see the bench in the dark. It was only from memory that I knew the bench was there. But then I went home and obviously started the grieving process, and then throughout the process I kept going back to that night where I left and went to the bench. So then I decided I want to have a bench for Jay, just as a memory for him. And I approached the councils, and it wasn't successful because they don't do memory benches. I didn't give up. I got help from the mayor of Sawbridgeworth, and she helped me. And then I sort of thought, well, to present this to them, let's present it as helping the community bench rather than a memory bench. And I set about looking for 24-hour support lines so we could put helpline numbers on there. And I set about arranging how we could achieve the lighting. We went to many different places to try and work out what lighting we could use. Finally, we found a company in Germany who have obviously got the lighting worked out now for the benches to light up. And we engrave on the benches, someone is always listening, because that is the most important piece of information anyone that is feeling low could ever have. Someone will always listen to you. Don't ever feel like there's not, from the numbers on the plaques, on the benches, from a family member, from a friend, but don't feel like you don't have anywhere to go. Life is too important, and I know that, and I know that if someone was listening to you, they help with that burden that you're carrying. So the benches are a way of making a phone call to reach out. They're also a way of just opening up to someone you already know. And I don't know whether the benches are going to save any lives. I don't. But I generally believe in my heart that if people make a phone call, or they just have the nerve to open up to someone, then the burden that they're carrying won't be as is heavy. And I promise you that the light does come back into your life. You might be in a dark place, but it does come back into your life. And you don't then put your family through what we go through on a daily basis. And I just hope that these benches will save lives, because that's what it's all about. And I just would like to add, we are a non-profit charity, so no one takes any money. So any donations that anyone makes goes purely for the benches and the benches only. And that's the way it continues to stay for us, for every time, as much as I can place a bench in a park. We've laid 23 benches already, and by the end of June we're hoping we've gone into the numbers of 60 and many more planned. We are just trying to get permission to go along with this, which is phenomenal in just over a year. So thank you guys. Sorry, this is probably stuttery and blurry. I'm very sorry, this is not something I do, but I generally want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you have done so far. And yeah, Jay would thank you if he was here, and I'm sure Jay's looking down and thinking, wow, at least what's happened to me, hopefully we can save happening to another family. So thank you so much, guys, with all my heart. Bye.
That there is Potato Stew said, is that the story behind the charity? Yes, it is. That's Mickey Hazard's sister. So it was obviously his nephew who took his own life in 2019, only a young man. And that was obviously his mum speaking there, Michelle, who doesn't like to do public speaking. She leaves that to Mickey, bless him. That's why he's working tirelessly with this charity, and he works himself into the ground. I nag him like a wife. I tell him he's got to take care of himself and look after himself. But the dedication they've all shown to this charity is unbelievable. So that's why we like, yeah, it is. So that's why we like to do our bit and try. For every bench that they lay, it's £1,800 to produce the benches, which obviously isn't cheap. But that's so that they can have their own generator on the bench, so that no matter what time of the day or night, there's always a light there. And obviously they do the engraving. They engrave the Samaritans, Mind, all those different helplines onto the benches. And if it's a memory bench like the last one that we raised money for, they also put a QR code, and with that you get to see photos of the life of the person that took their own life, and also videos as well. So it's a very worthy cause. And yeah, one that we're so proud to support and be a part of, and also one that we are honoured to have we've been asked to be local champions as well. So we're really proud of everything that we do and everything they do, because they're incredible. And on that, what a link to say two incredible people have joined us, because we've got Jack and Dave from the Irish Hotspur who just joined us as well. Thank you very much for coming on. How are you both?
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, buzzing after last night, you know. Look, you've done channel predictions for us all season long. It's only fair that we come over and do a little stint with you.
Bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, we both predicted a win. It was hard because most people predicted a loss, I think, but both Jimbo and I predicted a win, and we was right last night.
Yeah, but you know what? Jack was so right. If I hadn't been there, you would have predicted a loss.
I would have 100%. I would have predicted a loss.
The yin and yang for you two. You bring out the best of each other.
Yeah. We love watching your videos together. I think it's genius that we got you to do them together. Actually, you know, it's brilliant.
Do you know what? When I watch them, they make me laugh, and I think to myself sometimes maybe we're missing a trick. Maybe we should actually do the show sitting next to each other, because we do make each other absolutely crease up most of the time, and that's probably why we've never done it, because we think we wouldn't get anything done. We'd just laugh.
We're like that most of the day.
Yeah. Be fair.
It's good to see. Good to see.
Yeah. But yeah, what did you think of the game, Dave? I'll come to you first.
Yeah, look, I'm quite happy with it in general. I think, you know, when you got to take into the context around the game, you know, the pressure on Ange Postecoglou, the pressure on these players to deliver, you know, the expectations of a whole fan base as well. You know, there was a lot of pressure heading into this game. Everyone had to deliver. And, you know, when you take into context our away form in Europe down the years, you know, since Pochettino, you take into context, you know, the pressure on Ange Postecoglou and the coaching staff and everything. Absolutely massive pressure on this football club last night. We could very easily be waking up this morning in a complete different mood, you know, with the club in absolute turmoil. This player has to go, that player has to go, the manager out, new manager coming in, etc., etc., etc. You know, and I'm glad we just avoided that. At the end of the day, it's Good Friday. I have to live like a vegan today. I can't eat meat. So stressful enough without having to deal with a manager turnover and stuff like that. And in general, look, once we went 1-0 up, we were never going to keep trying to play in the same way. It would have been absolutely madness. You know, there had to be an element where you got to protect, you know, your lead away from home, especially given our away record underneath Ange Postecoglou. And I think to a plumb, everyone was absolutely brilliant last night. I think what we've seen is a team performance. You know, what we've seen last night is the players still playing for this manager. You know, I think in a lot of these players have given interviews in previous build-up to this game and other games and stuff where they said, no, we still want to play for this manager. But I think that's been overlooked by the fan base because of our discontent with Ange Postecoglou. And I think last night showed that in there is a massive togetherness. So I'm absolutely brilliant last night. Look, it's a European semi-final. We haven't been here since 2019. You know, our season by this time is usually dead and dusted. The last few games are just absolutely nothing. The fact that we're going into a European semi-final, which, by the way, is what I dreamed of as a kid. I grew up where Tottenham weren't in Europe, by the way, nowhere near as regularly as we have been the last decade. It was a long way away, European football back then when I was growing up. And the fact that we're here on these nights, I'm fully enjoying it, fully embracing it. I love it.
Yeah. And Jack, what about yourself?
I'm just delighted to be in a semifinal. Really, I couldn't have cared how they done it. I'm one of those sort of people. It could have been the ugliest performance of all time, and as long as we win or as long as we get through, I'll be happy clapping for weeks. I'm going to be really, really enjoying this one. It's also just beautiful way to, I think, see Spurs be able to do both sides of it. I thought we were by far the better team in that first leg. We just didn't get what we deserved. And then in the second one, we grinded it out. So we got to see kind of two sides of ourselves. And I think that actually is a good thing, right? It's good to know that we can kind of do both. We can win ugly, but then we can also, you know, dominate a team. And I don't know about you guys. I think Frankfurt were probably the best of the teams. You know, Bodo Glimt do look good, but I think, you know, Frankfurt are probably the best side anyways. And we were able to get past them in a difficult atmosphere. So I'm just over the moon, Kate. I'm happy clapping for weeks. Honestly, for weeks.
And why not? Enjoy it. That's what I say. I mean, there's been a lot of talk from everyone. We've asked everyone that's come on who they put as their man of the match. And there's been quite a few different answers. Dave, who was your man of the match last night?
Difficult.
Do you know what? I'd actually give it to Romero last night, to be honest with you. I thought he was absolutely brilliant last night. You know, captain's armband, I thought he led the club well. You know, a lot when we were under pressure, he was there. He stood up to be counted, you know, getting his head on, clearing crosses and that. And not only that, it was him that played that beautiful ball over the top for James Maddison. So for me, without him, I don't think that result happened. So for me, I'm going to give it to Romero. He's my man of the match. I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, a few people have said him. Jack, do you agree or you go to someone different?
I've heard a lot of shouts for Destiny Udogie. I could agree with that. I thought he was really good at getting us up the pitch. Thought he did great defensively too. I'm struggling to think of one. I just thought everyone played well to an extent, you know, in their own way or in their own manner. I don't think anybody you could fault for a lack of effort, which I appreciate because sometimes I could say some of the guys do seem to mail it in a little bit, or maybe they're not trying as hard as other people might be, but I wouldn't say that in that game. So I'm not really offended by any choice that people go for. I like the Romero shout just because he did play part in the goal. Like he played that pass to Maddison. So maybe he does deserve that credit for seeing that pass and being able to play that pass. And had it not been for him, you know, to do that, you know, we wouldn't maybe have the goal that, you know, we'd be celebrating, you know, to hold on to. So I could give it to Romero or I'd give it to Destiny Udogie just because I thought he had a great performance.
Yeah, and Jimbo and I both shouted out Solanke as well. A guy that gets so much abuse for not scoring enough goals, but I thought he was excellent last night. I mean, I don't know what you think, Dave. I see you smiling.
No, look, don't get me wrong. You know, he ran himself into the ground. He worked hard out of possession. And look, at the end of the day, that second half, that was the name of the game, right? That's what you want him to do. And that penalty is, look, he deserves a lot of credit. You know, the boost from the Frankfurt fan, the hostile atmosphere, not scoring in 11 games in the run up to this. You know, knowing that if he misses, you know, it's probably going to end up in a different story for Tottenham Hotspur, a player out of confidence. It's not easy to take on that responsibility, you know, and he done that, and I think absolute credit. My big problem is, though, is that you can't play off Solanke, you can't play with Solanke, and anytime the ball goes near him, I find it bounces off him more often than sticks, and I think that's where my problem comes in with Solanke. I'd also argue, I think sometimes the runs he makes are a little bit late. I think he needs to be, you know, more on the front foot with that. You know, sometimes the runs you make can almost demand that pass, can almost demand that cross. And I think that's where he's lacking a little bit. Look, I still question if he's the right guy moving forward, if he's going to bag the goals we need, because, you know, my pre-match build-up the other day, I brought up a stat with Richarlison, despite him being out for nearly 2 years underneath Ange Postecoglou. In his 27 starts under Ange, he's got 21 goal involvements, which shows to me, you know, he is able to sniff out chances in this system, whereas I'm not sure Dominic Solanke is. But look, I'm not going to die on the hill of Dominic Solanke at the end of the day. I like the kid. You know, he works his cock off up front, and that's all you can ask for from some of these guys. So for me, look, I like the guy. I just want a bit more from him.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I hear it, Jim. We spoke about this earlier. The name of the game is scoring goals, and he don't score enough of them for a start. But, I mean, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that let's see next season. See if he kicks in with more goals. He still had, is it 11 goals? He's scored 13 now in all competitions, I think. 13.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many assists.
Long way off 30, though, Jim. That's the number he needs to get to. That's the guy he's replacing.
Yeah, but Dave, at the end of the day, no one can replace Kane. I'm sorry. You can stick 2 strikers up there, still can't replace Kane for me. So, look, he's still got 13 goals, and I don't know how many. He must have a few assists as well. So he's contributing. It's not like he's not contributing. You've got to remember, he was out for a few months as well. So, I mean, if he was in for them few months, he'd probably be up 15, 18, something like that, maybe. So it's like, I love him. I really like Solanke. I like what he does for the team. And let's see next season if he contributes more. I'm not going to slaughter him. I can't, because I just like him.
That's why I'm sort of holding off to a large degree to make my final decision on him, because I do think if we have better wingers that were supplying more chances or more chances supplied to him, I think that's where I can really judge him fairly. If he's getting these great chances and he's burning them, I can go, look, not good enough. But if we provide more chances, he starts taking them, well then, you know, he's proved me wrong. So, you know, that's why I'm sort of very hesitant, because I do take into account, you know, I look at some of the other strikers, some of the stuff they're getting in the league compared to Dom Solanke. It's night and day.
Yeah, it's true. Jack, I was going to say something to you, and I'm trying to think what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. Me and Jimbo and I we both said before the stream started, it's not the time to sort of talk about the manager. It's, you know, we've just got through to a semi-final. However, it's come up with everyone we've spoken to. A lot of people are kind of not changing their minds, but they're kind of softening to it a little bit.
We knew that would happen. We knew it would happen. We've seen it for weeks.
If we do win in the final, it'll be wrong to Postecoglou. I mean, Dave said that you two have said this would happen. Do you feel the same? If we to lift the trophy, we've got to give him some time.
If we win a European trophy, a Europa League, in fact, I couldn't really care what happens for the next season afterwards. I think I'll just constantly, you know, I could watch us lose 4-0 to a Chelsea, and I would still say European champions. You know, don't care. You know, I'd be in that sort of mood where I just wouldn't be nearly as stressed by every Spurs game. Of course, you know, Dave and I would still probably show the same passion and everything, but I just don't think I would be, in all honesty, really that affected by, you know, how the next season goes. This is maybe a loser-ish mentality, but I'd be happy with sort of just having the next season afterwards just be a bit of a doldrum or just be a bit boring, you know, and as long as Ange just doesn't get us relegated, you know, that would pretty much just be my bar. But I'll be one of those, Kate. I've said this to Dave, you know, behind the scenes. Maybe I've said it on stream. I'd be one of those. I'd just be delusional. I'd be over the top. I would probably have a flare up my ass, you know, type of sort of fan, really. I just don't care if we win a European trophy. And it's also, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's younger fans like myself, but for some reason, I think there is a bit more glitz and glamour to a Europa League than maybe like a League Cup, like the Carabao Cup or something. I don't know what about it. I think any trophy I'd probably be that way, but especially with Europa League, there's just something about it to me that, you know, it's just,
100%.
I think it spurs this competition really. And I think it is the competition that we should make our own. I think it's more achievable for us with the Champions League. You know, you do come up against the Real Madrids and the Bayerns and the Barcelonas of the world. It is a tall ask and a tall order, whereas Europa League just feels like our competition. I'd love to see us win it multiple times in my life, but even just to win it once, I'd be pretty relaxed for at least a season, you know, about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I
I
think
just
we'd all
couldn't
be
care,
buzzed.
you know, about Ange Postecoglou conversations. To answer your question, I wouldn't really care whether you're Ange in, Ange out. I'd be celebrating a trophy. I don't really care what agendas people would have or what sort of feelings it might have towards a manager. I'd just be that elated from just winning a trophy.
I think the thing is, Jack, it would be if we win the Europa League, it will be so harsh to sack him. The first trophy in 17 years. Even though I will look at it and I will say, is our season going to be any better than this season? I don't know, you know, because we've done so bad under him this season. But it would be so harsh to sack him.
We're sure he'd be the most successful manager in 30 years since '84. You know, that's the last time we won the UEFA Cup. So, I mean, he'd be the most successful manager in nearly 30 odd years at that point. So, I mean, I think you got to try and keep him. Look, I was on We Are Tottenham TV, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Ben asked me that question, you know, is there a way back for Ange? And I says, look, winning Europa League, I genuinely think Spurs fans will feel different. Look, at the end of the day, what I've learned is, you know, underneath Antonio Conte, Jose, Nuno, no one wanted defensive football. Once we done with Conte, I was hearing a lot of, we care about the style of play. We want to get back to the Tottenham way. We want to play this way. We want to play that way. Well, Postecoglou's tried to get us back there, maybe not to as the greatest effect that we've all wanted, but he's tried. The reality is people then are asking him to be more pragmatic, which they didn't want under Conte. They were asking these guys to be more attacking. Reality is we don't care about management. We don't care about tactics. All we care about at Tottenham Hotspur is winning. You win that Europa League, many fans will feel very, very different. And then all of a sudden, the conversations start to change because the media narrative starts to change. All of a sudden, the media will start printing, well, you've got to take into account the injuries and everything else. And all of a sudden, they become the talking points. And I do think once you're out the environment and you've got Europa League in your ass pocket, that's where balance will come in. That's where context will come in. That's where people say, you know what? Fairness, the amount of injuries we've had, maybe it does take its toll. And, you know, I was watching We Are Tottenham TV today, and even Ben, who maybe shut me down on We Are Tottenham TV, was like, no, there's no way back. He was saying on We Are Tottenham TV today, if we win it, he's more than okay to give him an opportunity heading into next season. And I'm seeing more and more people of that opinion. At the end of the day, we just want to win as Tottenham fans. That's all. We don't care how we do it, how we get there. We want to win. You get Europa League in your arse pocket, I'm telling you now, you will feel completely different to what you do now. Because at the end of the day, what do we all want when we hire these managers? What do we say at the start of every season? We want to win a trophy.
Yeah, I actually sat here at the start of the season when I don't care, I'll take 17th as long as we win a trophy. And then I'm sitting here going, Ange out, he's not good enough. So, yeah, look, it's all revisionism. At the end of the day, I also did say on the terrace, and I think on We Are Tottenham TV, that I would get an Ange Postecoglou tattoo if we win the trophy. Which I'm going to get a little bit nervous about. Yeah, I'm
what
not
would
sure
it be, Kate?
put it.
It's who we are, mate. What would be on it?
I don't know. I did say I'd get his face, but I'm not
What about
sure.
this?
Yeah, maybe the cupping of the year. Who knows? Jack, I meant to text you today, changing the subject completely. Jim and I were talking about where you live, and he said, we thought it was New York, and then Jim said someone told him it was Connecticut, and that we couldn't work.
Not Connecticut. I used to live in Brooklyn, New York, and now I live in Seattle, which is where I'm originally from. I'm originally from Seattle.
Because we're going to New York in June for 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm staying in Brooklyn. And I was like, I think Jack's there.
I wish I was there for that. And unfortunately, I won't be there in the summer. I would be happy to give you guys recommendations, though. I know, a friend of mine, Nick, Lazy 8, he lives there.
Oh, I love Nick.
I know,
yeah, he did tell us he'd meet us, didn't he? He did say.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's a very, very good guy, by the way. So I think you would have a great time with him. He's been very kind to me. It's almost like a unrelated godfather, to me in a way. So I think he would love to show you guys around. And of course, I can give you guys plenty of recommendations. I love Brooklyn. I did love my time in Brooklyn. Manhattan, I'm probably less of a fan of. To be honest, it's just too much of a rat race for me. But New York it's a special place. And to be fair, if you get the chance to live there, it does build a lot of character. That's for sure. If you get the chance.
I bet it does.
Yeah.
We're actually staying in different places.
Yeah, we are. Jim's staying in New York. I'm staying in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And everyone said to me, you'll end up getting mugged. Brooklyn's rough, but it's not, is it?
I think Brooklyn's a bit more hipster and a bit more like, how would you
That's
describe
me.
it? Maybe it's more like, I don't know, what's the, like Brixton or something like that, you know, in South London, you know, it's got
It's
maybe the
quite
artsy
trendy.
hipster vibe. And
Like
it's,
it.
here's the thing, it's massive too. Like Brooklyn is bigger than Manhattan in terms of population size. You know, it's actually more people live in Brooklyn than people live in Manhattan, but it's just a bit more spread out. I think there are so many different neighborhoods. It's hard. I think that's probably harsh to say that. And at the end of the
Yeah.
day, you know, New York is New York. It's a madhouse. So, you know, you gotta prepare yourself for anything. But in a
I've
way,
never
it's
been.
probably one of the safest places you could be in because there's so many people everywhere. Like it's kind of hard
Yeah.
to do anything, right? Because there's a million witnesses wherever you go.
I've never been to America, so it'll be a whole new experience for me.
It's definitely, there's a lot of places, but that's definitely a decent taste of it for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the shopping and the nice, fancy, swanky food places and drinking establishments.
Yeah, I could definitely help you out in that regard. The shopping less so. You know, I tend to probably save a bit of money on clothes and then spend more of my money on food. So I'd be happy to give you recommendations.
Yeah, I'm going to go full Sex in the City without the sex, though, Jimbo. Don't worry.
Do you know what neighborhood you are going to be in Brooklyn?
I don't.
Not yet, no.
Oh, good.
We're going with someone we're doing some business with. So, but I've got to go with him to business meetings. So, but I'll actually be staying with him, and then Kate, he's gonna rent an apartment for Kate and William. So, but obviously I'll see him while we're there. We'll all go out for dinner, and I've actually got to stay with him for a few days.
Brooklyn is kind of known more for those like brownstone, you know, type of houses, you know, the townhouses, that sort of thing. Whereas Manhattan is more, of course, you know, larger, taller buildings, skyscrapers, big apartments. So they're similar in that a ton of people live in both boroughs.
I've been there a few times, Jack. I know it a little bit there.
Yeah.
I said to Kate, she's got to have one of the hot dogs from the street. The hot dogs from the
I don't
street.
recommend those. I don't recommend those, but maybe you have to do
I
it.
love them.
They're not good, Jack.
They do have halal carts. Those are not bad. Some of those halal foods, you know, kind of carts like chicken over rice type of thing. Those can be quite good. The hot dogs, not my thing.
Why? Is it because they're
They kind of
frankfurters?
they kind of just sit in, you know, whatever boiling water all day. You know, it's that sort of thing. You know, it's not
Oh,
really
yeah,
not that
that's a good
appetizing.
Yeah, Jim, what are you
I've got
doing?
stomach of iron, Jack.
What you guys should try though, since you're going to be in the US, is that you should try, if you do see a taco truck, you should try some of those because that's maybe something you don't get to see in the UK. You know, there's a lot of street vendors that are like Mexican food kind of street vendors, which I know is not probably that popular in the UK. So you should definitely try those out.
Yeah,
And
I've
you
never
gotta
had
try pizza
tacos.
over there. You got to try
The
the pizza
pizza?
over there. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, best pizza around for sure.
Yeah, New York's supposed to be the best pizza. There's actually, I'll get you the name of one. I was watching one. Apparently, people queue for hours for this pizza place. I'll get the name of it and send it on to you over there.
Have you been there, Dave?
No, I've never been to America. Honestly, I love Home Alone. I love the one that, and it's got me fascinated with like sort of America, but I love New York, and I sort of would love. It would be a dream of mine to do New York around Christmas time. Whether I'd
Me
be able
too.
to afford it or ever get there for it, you know, that's another thing. But look, a man can have dreams, right?
That's my dream. Stay in the plaza and have Christmas in New York and go and see all the big Christmas trees. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is like my absolute dream. I love that film.
Ice skating as well. You know, there's big ice skating rink there set up. Is it in the park? What's the park, Jack?
Central Park, is it?
There's a few, Central Park. You can go near. Now I'm forgetting all my New York geography, but the one that has the very, very famous one near the Rockefeller Center. You know, that one's very famous. Central Park has it. There are plenty of different ice skating locations. Actually, you know, it's not all. Even Brooklyn has it. Actually,
Really?
and Prospect Park.
And you can go on a horse and carriage, can't you, through the park as well?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
See, look, I'm gonna be the ultimate tourist. I want to do all of these things.
Gotta be.
I can't wait.
You're over there once, you know, you got to do as much as you can. That's what you're there for, you know.
Hello, and then it'll have to be Ireland next, Dave, just so we can come see you. It's never been there either.
Honestly, I'm not even sure there's much of a difference between Ireland and England anymore, to be honest. Like where I live, you know, it's sort of built up on that to a certain degree. I think, you know, west of Ireland is more where I'd encourage people to go, where you still got like the old brick walls separating the farms and all that sort of stuff. You know, that's where, like, you watch, what's that film? Man Who Finished More or something like that, Jack? You were fascinated with it. You know, the west.
Yeah.
west of
Inisherin or
Ireland.
letters or
Yeah.
what is it?
Inisherin,
Inisherin.
that's the one.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
The west is more like that compared to the area that I live in. I'm about half an hour away from the capital city, so
Yeah, not somewhere I've ever been. I don't know if you have, Jim. Have you been to Ireland?
Yeah, I told you before I used to go fishing there, but I can't remember the place I went. This was years ago, Dave. I used to go fishing, some great fishing in Ireland.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
I used to go to the same place. I went there about 3 times. We used to stay on a farm, and with this woman. She was an oldish lady. She's had like bed and breakfast, and me and 2 of my mates used to go, and she used to look after us like it was like we were her sons.
Yeah.
Right. And then we used to
Love
fish all day.
hospitality.
And we used to go to the pub, and I told you this, Kate. We used to go to the pub at night, and do you know what, Dave? I can't ever remember buying a drink. The people there just bought us drinks all night. They were so nice. It was just a fantastic place, but it was very countrified. It was out in the country. Just lots of lakes.
That's what you want, that's where you get that sort of service and that hospitality and stuff like that. Look, there's great fishing in Ireland. So many lakes, rivers full of fish.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of fishing when I was younger. My dad got me into it, and then I used to get up at like 6 or 7 a.m. and go down with the boys, be down there with the rods trying to do a bit of early morning fishing because it's better time to catch fish and all that sort of stuff. I used to love it. But do you know what? Like, I've actually been fortunate enough. I've done a lot of Ireland. Like, my dad used to take me off camping, so we just go down to a campsite, pitch the tent up, go and explore and stuff like that. So yeah, But my favorite would be down the west of Ireland, sort of down there.
Isn't that where the cliffs are? The cliffs are in west of Ireland. The famous.
Yeah, Cliffs of Moher, down in County Clare. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Actually, down there, there's a lovely little town called Dingle, and then from there you can get the boat over to the Aran Islands, and that's mad. Even that was a bit of a culture shock for me because there's fuck all there. There's nothing there.
Bloody hell. We thought we was
used to have a lot around, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Going back to football, sorry, I had to change the subject there, Dave.
No, that was fun to
because
talk
we had to
about.
find out where you were. Because one of us was like, well, one of us is wrong. Which one is wrong? But it's 'cause
Yeah,
you
maybe
walked
both of you
out.
were. But yeah, no, I moved back from New York last summer, so in like August-ish.
Yeah.
So not
I
even
thought
been
you
a
was
year
in
yet.
New York because I remember watching you. I remember watching you on a stream, and you was talking something about the park. So I thought,
I lived very close to Prospect Park.
Yeah, I remember you
yeah.
saying, and I was thinking when he lives in New York,
Yeah.
and then someone the other day, I was talking. I can't remember who it was to, and they said no, he's not there. He doesn't live there now. And I thought, oh shit, maybe I got it wrong.
You know
So
what?
we
He
was
knew
right
that
and we was wrong.
he knew we'd be going over to New York, and he moved before, so that he wouldn't have to see us. That's what it was. He got
By the
wind.
way, we're actually heading over for the Palace game. Will you be down and around that day?
Is that? I'm not sure when is that. Someone else asked me that today. I think it was Smithy. What? Both of you are coming?
Yeah. We'll be there. The game got moved to Sunday
Nick's
though.
flying
Now
in,
that we're in a
Dermot's coming in.
semi-final. Yeah.
What date is the Palace game?
I think it'll be May 11th. Now
Yeah.
that it's been moved.
Be a Sunday.
May 11th.
2 days for my birthday, Jimbo.
And all I'm saying is the second leg of the Europa League is there. So if we're in the final, it's going to be an amazing atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we try our best.
Well, I'm
Everything's-
there from Friday to Monday. So, if you
Yeah.
do get down and around, just let me know. It'd be great to see you again.
Is the 11th the Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah, we'll see what we could do. We'll try. I mean, obviously, we were supposed to be meeting up with Leo this weekend, going to Nottingham Forest, but we can't make it.
Nice.
They moved it to 8 o'clock on Monday, and we can't get there.
Yeah.
So it was meant to be Saturday, then Sunday, and so
If it was a Saturday or Sunday, we would have been all right, but we can't do the Monday.
yeah. So, but we try. Seeing that everyone's coming over, we'll try and get down there if we can. But like I say, it's right near my birthday, so if we get knocked out, it's going to put a bit of a dampener on my birthday. I'm just saying, Tottenham. So don't do it to me. But how do you feel about who we've got next? Bodo Glimt. How do you feel these, Dave? Obviously, plastic pitch.
Yeah, look, I go back to the young boys out in Switzerland all them years ago. I remember coming home from football training, turned on the telly, 3-0 down at half time, plastic pitch out there on the Harry Redknapp. We ended up clawing it back 3-2, and I think we demolished them at home, if I remember correctly. And I think that's exactly the way we need to approach the Bodo Glimt one. I think we've got to do our job at home. The home leg is first, so we have to go there. We have to score a couple of goals, because going out there on that plastic pitch, there's better teams that have gone out there and it's caused them a lot of problems. So it's going to cause us a lot of problems. You go back to the Tamworth game earlier on in the season, we were absolutely dreadful that day on that pitch, despite having the likes of Madison, Johnson players out there. And the difference is, on a plastic pitch, the ball bounces higher, the ball skids off the surface, it moves quicker as well. It's a complete different game than it is playing on grass, also on a plastic pitch. You can slide tackle, but do that at your own peril because you're going to rip your leg apart. So, it's a complete different game altogether. And I do think it will cause us problems out there. So for me, it has to be done in the home leg. And I'm not taking them for granted. They pulled off some big scalps. The fact that they're in a semi-final, they've bloody earned it. But I would caveat that by saying I don't think Tottenham ever have a better chance at a European trophy in my lifetime than what they do now, and they better take it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you.
Do we not have a plastic pitch at the training ground?
To practice with? Yeah, that'd be funny if we did.
There would be a couple there, but you can maybe say they could try and train on it and that, but going up training on it and then playing a team that's used to playing on it, it's a complete different ball game altogether.
Yeah, I'm sure I read that we had one at the training.
No, there would be. Yeah, most clubs around England will have artificial pitches and that, but it is a big difference training on it amongst yourselves and actually playing a team that's used to playing on it week in, week out.
What about you, Jack? How do you feel about? I mean, it was a touch and go over who was going to be playing last night. It was going one way and the other.
It's hard to say because I feel like on paper, Bodo Glimt would technically have worse players, you would think. And I think they are playing out of their skin and punching above their weight because they have a very good manager, clearly. I think that guy will probably only be there for so much longer. So there is something to that he's someone that's getting the most out of probably a pretty limited group of players. What scares me a little bit, though, is that these players, I mean, there's no better opportunity for them and their careers, to also as well, kind of just, again, have another opportunity to make history, punch above their weight. It's kind of a bit of a free hit once again for them. So you would imagine they will be well up for these games. Whereas Lazio, a lot of these Italian teams, they tend to sort of play the shithousery type of style, make the game slow, boring, methodical. Perhaps that would be harder for us. I just don't know which, because on Lazio, they should have better players, but then they have the know-how, the Italian teams usually to get through in these competitions, but then Bodo Glimt are going to be probably more up for it than any other team, that's left in this tournament. They'll be running through walls and then running through an extra wall, for their fans and for their club and everything. And also, like I said, for their careers, like some of these teams that play in leagues like that in Norway, a lot of these guys sometimes might even have a separate job or a separate career or something like that. Or, there's only so long that they even get to play at a professional level like this. So that does worry me a little bit that, when you play against a team that, is just going to be so up for it. I still would maybe say that maybe I would prefer to play Bodo Glimt than Lazio, just because I think Lazio would have the know-how like a lot of Italian teams do. And Bodo Glimt, maybe the occasion gets to them, or even just, again, coming up against a team like ours where we have players like Romero, Van de Ven, Vicario, good players, maybe they would struggle against the actual quality that we should have in comparison to them. So I think Bodo Glimt I'd rather play, but I'm under no illusion that they will be a tough team. And in their game against Lazio, like the first leg, I mean, they could have won that like 3 or 4-0, which was scary to see, right? So when you play them at their place, it's not an easy place to go. I mean, they've taken a lot of scalps, over the last few seasons. So I think either would have been hard. When you're in a semifinal, I don't think any team is ideal, but maybe they are probably the best team to come up against Bodo Glimt.
What I'd add on to that as well, though, is sometimes, being a team, a well-drilled team, which they are, right? They're clearly well-drilled in their tactics. Everyone's willing to do their jobs and muck in for each other. sometimes that can equal having quality just by everyone being well drilled in a tactic, you know, and having that camaraderie. But I sort of look at it as Ajax back in 2019, you know, no one expected them to be in the semi-final, and ultimately their luck runs out. Hopefully it's the same story this time around with Bodo Glimt.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm laughing because I've just seen something on Twitter. Someone's put that last night's Manchester United comeback was the most exciting and brilliant comeback in European football history. And I'm looking at it thinking, really? What about the Ajax game?
Yeah.
And yeah, and I mean, as much as Man United did well, I think questions need to be asked about how they found themselves in that position in the first place after being 2-0 up, playing against 10 men. Seems that all the focus about Spurs, has gone on to Man United. They were talking about in them on TalkSport today. They were saying, they were excellent to get through, and that Tottenham just about scraped through. And when you think, hang on a minute, there's something not right here.
They hate us. Media hates us. Absolutely.
They do.
They hate us. We never get a fair rub in the media. Any chance people, pundits or the media get, they look to destabilise Tottenham. The reason why you're not seeing much about Tottenham today is because they hate praising us. They hate it. They absolutely hate us. The only time they focus on Tottenham is when we're not doing well. Like the build-up to that Frankfurt game was absolutely disgraceful from the media. If it was Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool, etc., none of them would have got the coverage that we got. Coming into that game, none of it was about tactics, how Tottenham can do it, team selection. It was all about Postecoglou gone Friday morning, who's taking over. The media coverage was absolutely disgraceful. And that's why you're not seeing them praise us today, because they don't want to praise us. They just want to shit on us. Look, one thing I love being about a Spurs fan is absolutely everybody hates us. They don't know why they hate us, but they all hate us. And I absolutely love it. It's like every game you go into, it's like a derby, because if they win, they're going to rub it in and they're going to absolutely enjoy it to the max. So it's like every game you play. And that's probably why we're all so angry, because we know this. Going into every game, we got to win, because every team is waiting to shit on us. Every fan is waiting to shit on us. So that's why, you're not seeing Tottenham being praised today, because they don't want to do it.
It's true. It's true. I mean, I said to Jim, I take my hat off. Man United did win, albeit last gasp and everything. But, they should never, ever be in that situation that they were in. And, yeah, it was a good comeback, but they were 2-0 up at one point. So basically they lost it and then just happened to come back. It's bonkers. I know people think we're paranoid, but it's so obvious that the media hates Tottenham. It drives me insane.
It was that penalty that got them back into it. They don't get that penalty. They don't go through. Simple as that.
I think the biggest sign of the media being against us, especially this season, was after Arsenal had beaten Real Madrid, and which has nothing to do with our game. And we hadn't even kicked a ball yet in the first leg. And the first question that was asked to Ange Postecoglou was, oh, well, Arsenal last night, fans were cheering, are you Tottenham in disguise to Real Madrid? Are you guys tired of being the whipping boys? It's like, first of all, what does that even have to do with this game against Frankfurt? Second of all, we haven't even played the game yet. So it's not like we've lost to Frankfurt or anything like that. It's not like we've lost the first leg. And just the fact that, again, it's just the first question that they asked, like, it's just insane to me. It's like, how disrespectful to Ange, to this club, everybody. And it's like the media, they're supposed to be journalists in a way. They are supposed to be unbiased. That came across as like the most Arsenal favorable question I've heard. Like, that guy either is a Chelsea fan, an Arsenal fan, or in some way definitely hates Tottenham Hotspur. Because I just don't know how you can be a professional journalist and ask that question to a football manager. Again, when it's just nothing to do with our game at all. Like, why would Ange care about that at all? Like, why does he even need to answer that in the first place? And Dave and I have said that maybe even I forget what are they called, Dave? The press officer. I think the press officer should step in there when questions like that are asked, because it's one of the most irrelevant questions I've ever seen.
Well, the thing is,
go on, Dave.
Sorry, I just want to add on to Jack's press officer point. This is where I think sort of we do it to ourselves a little bit, or we're too nice in that regard. We never want to stand up for ourselves. Under Sir Alex Ferguson, any press guy that came into there and tried to destabilize what was going on with questions, they got their pass revoked and weren't allowed back in. We just go, ask a stupid question, and you know what? Come back next week and ask another one. It's absolutely mind-boggling. The press officer, to a degree, should be out there protecting, the manager and that, instead of having him there answering every question. Sometimes they're putting questions to him that a director of football or an owner should be asking. And this is where your press officer comes in. That's what their job is at the end of the day. When we go into these press conferences, right, the journalist looking to get a headline, and anyone that comes in, player, manager, everybody else, they're looking to avoid it. It's just one big cat and mouse game. It's absolutely stupid. They know they ask questions, they're never, ever going to get proper answers. It's well known that with footballers, you hear it all the time on podcasts when they come out when they're finished. They're like, yeah, we're going to these. The whole idea is just to give them absolutely nothing. We don't even want to be there and stuff like that. So I just think the whole thing is just one big cat and mouse game that, it's just one big money generator. But I actually don't really think anyone actually gets much out of them altogether, to be honest with you.
Stuart's also right about that. Like Harry Kane was always, like kind of treated as like a guy that was a loser for sticking with Spurs and this sort of thing. Like, whereas any other player that had come through their club's academy, let's say a Declan Rice or a Steven Gerrard or, those sort of players, like they would never be, sort of put in that type of light, which is very apt from Stuart.
But the thing is, I find it weird with some of these pundits as well, though, Jack and Jim and Kate, because when you hear them on all these podcasts, they praise all these one club guys. You never see that in football anymore. Yeah, of course we don't, because you guys are the very guys willing to sit there and go, get him out of the football club and sell him on. He's a loser, he's this, that, and the other. Rather than actually going, do you know what? Look at the legacy that Kane's built at Tottenham Hotspur. You're going to build that everywhere. I would advise him to stay. You never, ever heard that. And the reason why, and this is why I got so angry around the Kane thing, is because everyone fell into the media's bullshit. Sell Kane. They wanted us to sell Kane because they knew this would happen. They knew where we are right now would happen by selling Harry Kane. And that's why every single one of them sat there and said, nah, you got to cash in. And Spurs fans fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And I felt like at times I was one of the only ones out there saying, stop falling for it, guys. You sell Harry Kane, it's going to cause all these massive problems. And that's why I got so angry around it, because we all moan about the media belittling Tottenham all the time, having a pop at Tottenham. And then when it comes to them selling one of our best players, all of a sudden, we hop on every word that they've said about it. I was so angry around the situation.
I remember, Dave, you being cross about everything that was being said. But what I was going to say is I'd have loved to have seen Ange answer that question with something along the lines of it's their biggest night at the Emirates and we're rent-free in their fans' heads. I mean, I just find it embarrassing that Arsenal are singing songs about Tottenham when it's their biggest night they've had at the Emirates. It's rather cringe. But yeah, I mean, Ange, look, he's done himself no favours with the media. But Jim, every time we watch a press conference, Jim goes, God, they ask him some stupid questions. Yeah. You say it every time, don't you, Jim?
It's some of the questions they ask. It's embarrassing, Kate. Absolutely embarrassing. You could put a 10-year-old in there to ask him questions, right? I've seen him sit down with kids and the kids ask better questions.
Yeah. That's so true, man.
No, they ask ridiculous things.
It is, Dave's right. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing.
Yeah. It is. That's why we've got gutter press in this country, because all they do is try and look to trip you up or say something that they can twist. Even just the fact that he said that time, yeah, it's true. I do always win in my second season. And it was like, he always says this, he said that. And, they take it out of context. It wasn't like that. He was just answering a question with a truthful answer.
He's
they're not looking for context. They're looking to see what they can print on the back of the Sun in the morning. You never see scintillating Spurs, but you'll always see Spurs.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
He's not once in a press conference has said, I always win in my second season. It was put to him, and he said that he has won in every second season of what club he's been at. He went, but if I don't do it this season here, and then I can't say it next season. That was his answer. And they just switch it all around. But
I do agree.
Sorry, Dave. I was watching Areola today being interviewed, and he didn't get one stupid question asked to him. Not one.
That's because the press officer probably has a handle on it as well, to a certain degree. And plus, they're punching well above their weight this season as well, to be fair.
I heard he was irritated by some of the rumors of him leaving Bournemouth, but I think he's always going to be asked that at the end of the day as a Bournemouth manager, probably. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I do agree with Destiny as well. There does have to be an element where Ange Postecoglou does have to rise above some of it, snapping at them. Because at the end of the day, look, it's no secret Ange Postecoglou hates the media. He hates the journalists, right? There's no secret about it. But then all of a sudden you are in a situation where they're going, well, you hate us, we're gonna get you. He never really gave himself a fair chance from the off. And I think when you look at like Jurgen Klopp, what he done at Liverpool, I remember him walking into a press conference after the game. It was on the documentary on Amazon. And, he was saying, look, he was asked about fans leaving early and stuff. And he said, look, it's the way he answered it. He says, look, I've never felt more alone in my life and all that. And, saying stuff like that and saying we all need to be in this together. It brought the fans on side, brought the media on side. Bottom time when because the first few years on the club weren't actually fantastic, but the way he used the media bought him a lot of time to get to the point where he did with Liverpool. And I think that's where Postecoglou has let himself down massively. I think he needs to realise at a massive club like Tottenham Hotspur, the media can help protect you. Like, for instance, when Eddie Howe had his injury crisis that season, no one went after him. The whole media painted out the injuries. What do you want the guy to do? When we have our injury crisis, he's got to do better. And that's because they're looking to get Ange Postecoglou because they know he hates them. If he needs to recognise that you can actually use the media to buy you support. And I think that's where he's let himself down.
Yeah, I agree. And I think as well, the media in this country is very different to anywhere he's faced before. Although saying that, there's that famous interview of him biting someone's head off when he was the Australian coach as well. That was one of the first encounters when I was trying to find out who this guy was, because I didn't know much about him. That's one of the first interviews I ever saw with him. And I thought, oh, he's a little bit feisty there. And he's proven that. But look, we shall have to wait and see what happens with Ange. I think there's a lot of people softening to him. At the minute, I haven't softened. But if we're lifting that trophy, he'll probably be my favourite person on the planet.
If we win it, you'll have no option. Jim will be on your case.
Yeah, I'll be like Ange for life. T-shirts printed, in Ange we trust, and all that.
But you need to hope he stays, because won't you be getting a tattoo if he wins it? So you don't want that to go to waste.
Don't. Do you know what I'm worried about? If I get a tattoo done of his face, it might end up looking like Lee Dorset Spur or something like that. You don't know. These tattooists, they don't.
His tattoos are quality.
Yeah,
Leo's got a lot of tattoos as well, doesn't he? Leo Kosey's got a lot of tattoos as well.
Yeah, Leo has. Yeah. Jimbo's got his Tottenham one on his hand.
Yeah, Jimbo has a few.
Yeah, so I might do. We'll see. I might get just a trophy rather than Ange.
I've told you 1,000 times. If you give your word on something, that means everything. You can't break it. Once you break your word, you're a different person.
I could just have the trophy done and have it. It's who we are, mate. Because everyone will know that.
I think you should do it too. We are, mate. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, I think that'd be quite good. I can't have his face on me. People think he's face,
but you got to have some sort of tattoo done to mark that Ange Postecoglou won us the European Cup. You cannot go back on that. I won't allow it.
Or maybe a kangaroo jumping out of the cup or something. But no, it's who we are, mate. I think that's what I'd have done. But let's hope I'm in a position where that needs to be done. I would love it to be able to get that.
Just quickly again on like kind of Ange's media sort of thing. I do remember like Nuno, when we first hired Nuno, I think we were told that he wasn't a big fan of the media. He doesn't really like a lot of the questions either. But he's kind of the opposite of Ange, where Nuno doesn't really seem to have much of a personality, really, to be honest. Like he kind of has this weird, quiet authority about him, but he's not that, doesn't express a whole lot. Whereas Ange is like a lot of personality, is a guy that really just sort of wears his heart on his sleeve, says it how it is, type of guy. And I can really respect that. I think Dave is that way. There are a lot of people that are wired that way. Sometimes it's just like you end up, like we've been saying, you open a can of worms on yourself, if you are like a manager and you sort of behave that way. But whereas maybe he could take a page out of like Nuno's book or other people that, sort of, might put themselves in trouble for saying too much in situations, where Ange just seems to answer every single question very honestly, the way he sort of would speak to a regular person. But he needs to realize you're not speaking to regular people. You're speaking to journalists that are looking to create sound bites, looking to create narratives, titles, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Not only that, though, Jack, you're speaking to the Spurs fans, and I think that's one thing where he hasn't took it in. Like, if they're asking him about sticking behind him and stuff like that, he's got to realize he ain't speaking to the journalists in front of him. That message is going out to all the Spurs fans, and that's one thing that they need to take account. When you are in there, you got to remember you got millions of people tuning in. They hang on your every word, so you got to take that into account when you're asking these questions.
He's not the first manager, though, right, that has hated the media, right, or like struggles with the media. Right. So he needs to like also take that into account. Like he could maybe look at how other managers seem to deal with it that also probably don't enjoy, talking to these journalists on a regular basis.
He avoided BBC for years, didn't he? He wouldn't do anything for Match of the Day and all because they tried to do a gotcha question on him before, and just do him. Okay, you're going to try and trip me up. Good luck. No
Yeah,
interactions. Because I can
exactly.
guarantee you what you'll see very quickly is anyone else that has them sort of ideas, they'll back up very quickly because they know they need to make money off Sir Alex Ferguson. That's their whole job. Going in there, getting the questions and getting the answers and stuff. So if all of a sudden you see other people book their ideas up.
It's just the classic, like, hold your tongue, kind of thing where it's like, there's situations when you just don't need to say it, don't need to do it, don't need to say it. You're only going to open, cans of worms on yourself. And he just seems to struggle with that. A lot of people do, let's be frank. Like, there's so many people you might know in life that will just, like, they're just itching to say, the thing that you're like, come on, just don't say it. Like, don't bring it up, but they do. And seems to be one of those. And I don't blame him because a lot of people are wired that way. It's just human nature, but maybe that's part of media training. It's just part of media training.
Here we are, mate.
That's who
Big
we are.
up to Stuart Conway, who's just donated to the page, saying amazing work, Kate and Jim. Your dedication to the legend on the bench is truly inspiring. Keep shining. Big up to Robbie as well. Lily White Lane says big up to you both, raising money for such an important cause. Much love. And to someone who's donated anonymously, because that's a word I don't find easy to say. And big up to Erwin, who says thank you for the stream. I lost my best friend Daniel, who I've known since I was 8, and he passed away 4 years ago. He was a legend. I've named my daughter Danny after him. Listen, to be honest, I can't believe we're at 7 o'clock already. It's really honestly flown by, and it's just anything we can do to just raise any amount of money. It's such an important cause, so close to mine and Jim's hearts. We're just grateful for everyone that's come on, given their time to come on, and also anyone in the chat. And it just means so much to the both of us. And as I said, we're lucky we've been asked to be local champions now, so we can get benches laid in Lincoln without having to bother Mickey or Michelle. We can just take it upon ourselves and get it sorted. So look, it's such a worthwhile charity. Anything to do with mental health, suicide prevention is always top of our list with charity work. So
no, it's an amazing cause. Look, I've got an older sister who, my whole lifetime, she's been in and out with mental health problems and all that sort of stuff. People don't understand the major toll it can take on that person, but also the people around them and stuff like that. Even me sometimes, I constantly, every day I wake up feeling like a failure and all this, you know what I mean? It's just sort of, you're always trained to sort of feel negative all the time. It's trying to flip that mindset. So, fair play to you guys. You're doing a great cause and keep it up.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's not a big deal what we're doing. We're just chatting crap for 12 hours, which we do at home anyway.
It's not easy to do, though.
No,
at the end of the day, it's, you're raising money for a great cause. It's something that it doesn't matter about gender or person or anything like that. It just, everyone gets it. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be at the top of the game or at the very bottom of the barrel. It doesn't matter. Everyone suffers from mental health.
Yeah, you can see that by footballers being affected. You've got Hollywood actors and anybody from, like you say, any walk of life can be affected. People that look the happiest, who have got bundles of money, who look like they've got the best life in the world, and then next thing you know, they've committed suicide, and everyone's scratching their heads as to why. So just raising awareness for that is what's important to us. But Erwin says, is Ange going to be here even if we win the Europa League? We're really bad in the league, but do we keep him? I think no decision on that needs to be thought about until we're out of the Europa League or we win it. I think up until that point, we need to try and put it out of our head and just get behind him and the team until then, because we don't want the media will try their best to disrupt Spurs. It. There's going to be stories coming out and all sorts, but God, Jim.
I think it's a bit disrespectful for me, it is anyway, to be talking about are we going to sack him or are we going to keep him when he's just got us to a semi-final of the European Cup. As Dave said earlier, I mean, I'm lucky I've seen it. I've seen us win it, but it's so big for this club because of all these years we've been in the doldrums with trophies, and I just think it's a bit disrespectful to talk about are we going to sack him.
I just think at a certain point, a European semi-final, you just got to put a cork in that talk until it's done. Get behind it and see where it can take us. And then once it's done, then we can sort of address it all. But I think a European semi-final is not nothing to be sniffed at, and it's not, you don't get there every day of the week. It doesn't come around all the time. So I just think You know, in terms of Tottenham Hotspur, we know everyone else is trying to destabilize us. Let's just put a cork in all that talk and let's deal with the semi-final and see where it goes. Or if we make the final, let's deal with it and see where it goes. You know, look, I can understand the argument with the league, but when you want to, you throw the cups in there, 2 semi-finals this season, you know, League Cup as well. Let's not forget that. I mean, you know, I don't think it's as black and white as you know, or as easy as it's painted out to be. That he's just got to go. You know, being a cup team and getting into semi-finals is nothing to be sniffed at.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to ask you both. I know it's not really anything that we concern ourselves with at the minute, but Jack, who do you think is winning the Champions League this year?
I really hope it's actually going to be PSG or probably Barcelona, because I think they stand the best chance in beating Arsenal. You know, as much as you know. Much as maybe we've been criticized as well for focusing too much on Arsenal, I do want to see somebody beat them. And I'd like to see PSG. The reason I would like to see them win it is because it would be hilarious to see them go through this Galactico stage of like buying the best players for a ton of money, a ton of wages, and then them actually win it when they've brought in talented young players that work hard for the team, are from the local area in a lot of cases as well. Like they've actually now dipped into their own Parisian talent and French talent. And the team, when you think about it, like a lot of the players there, apart from Marquinhos and maybe Donnarumma, that team, like most of them are like fresh, new, young talents like to the game. And like, it's really cool to see it. I've actually joked to Dave that PSG used to be like the most unlikable team. And now they've actually become very quickly, I think, one of the most likable teams in the way that they play, the players that they have. I think so many of them, I think are a joy to watch. Like I think Kavicha is probably my favorite player in football, to be honest. You know, I think the guy is just world class and has been for a long time. And then they have these 2 little midfielders who I've joked to Dave are like little, you know, Portuguese bulldogs in there, you know, Vitinha and João Neves, you know, even their left back, that guy Nuno Mendes is very good. Hakimi, you know, they just bomb up and down the flanks. Luis Enrique, Barcola as well. Desiree Doué is unbelievable to watch too. Like they're just a really fun, exciting team. There's a lot about them that kind of, especially I know Dave has had this conversation with me plenty of times. When you start to lose faith that maybe football is becoming a bit robotic, you know, the players don't have any personality. They don't try things. You know, they're not playing anything dangerous or, you know, playing that progressive, positive type of stuff. I think PSG are a bit of an antidote to it right now. Like they are playing some stuff that genuinely like, it feels like, you know, you should be paying money to watch that kind of football. Like it really is a pleasure to see what they do and how they play. It's clearly like, in my opinion, even their front three, like, you know, Luis Enrique, he created the Neymar, Messi, Suarez combination. That was like, I think probably the best front three I'd ever seen in my lifetime personally, like the way they were playing off of each other. I think this is something similar with Dembele, Kavicha, and Barcola or Desiree Doué. And then from their midfielders to other players, like it's a really just an enjoyable team to watch, like for the neutral. And I would say neutral when I watch them. Like it just brings a smile to my face to watch them play. And I know we complained about some of our wingers and stuff not taking on their fullback, whipping in crosses. Like these guys, like, you know, they're wingers and everything. They're just a joy to watch. And they kind of bring you back that belief that, you know, football can be played the way that we used to remember it, you know, maybe from a decade ago or a few decades ago. You know, they are playing some amazing stuff. And Luis Enrique, lastly, I like him because I think outside of football, he's supposed to be like one of those very hippie, like sort of, you know, people. I think he goes surfing all the time, you know, in like California and various other places. So I think he's an enjoyable person in general.
And didn't Enrique lose one of his children?
Yeah, I was going to allude to that, where he's a very deep thinker in that he looks at life and looks at the world, I think, in a very, you know, interesting way. Like he spoke about how his mother didn't have any pictures or something of his daughter because he lost his daughter at such a young age, and his mother didn't have any pictures of her. And he was kind of pointing out that, you know, he has all these videos, all these pictures inside his house of his daughter because he's saying, like, you know, the memory of her lives longer, you know, that sort of type of thing. I can't put it in the words that he did because he's such a well-spoken person, but he really looks at life, I think, in a very interesting way. He's a very, very deep thinker, and I appreciate that about them. And he's, of course, I think, a brilliant manager.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Dave? Are you with the PSG train?
Yeah, I'm on the PSG train. Look, one thing I like about PSG, and I think in modern day football, what you're seeing is your goalkeeper and your centre backs are taking more touches than anybody else on the football pitch, which I sort of find baffling. I know why they do it, because they're looking to control the game, get it up to halfway and stuff like that. But what I like about the PSG team is their midfield. They want to get the ball into the midfielders and the wingers as quick as they can. The players that do damage, they're not, the centre backs ain't dawdling on the ball. Goalkeeper ain't dawdling on the ball. Usually you'll see João Neves or Fatinia drop in, give me that ball. And what I like about them is they sort of remind me of Luka Modric to a certain degree.
Yeah,
pick up that ball, dropping in over the right hand side, dropping in over the left hand side, balls through the middle that no one else can see and stuff like that. That's what I really like about this PSG team. Look, to be honest, I ain't concerned about Arsenal whatsoever. You know, even when they were in contention for the Premier League a few years ago, I had loads of people, I'm worried about Arsenal every weekend. I'm worried about Arsenal. Don't worry. They'll bottle it themselves. They'll take care of themselves. That's what I said to them, and it happened. And it's going to be the same in this Champions League run. Do not worry about it. They will end up choking it themselves. They call us Spursy, but they forget the history that they also have of bottling things as well. So, you know, I'm not too concerned about it. They will take care of themselves. They'll explode at some point, and it'll hopefully be against PSG.
Also, just quickly, I know that in Barcelona's case, I know we lose our minds at, you know, the way Ange plays with the high line and, you know, the fullbacks tucking in and all that stuff. Like Hansi Flick is that on steroids. Like he plays some nuts football, like tactically, that I personally think plenty of times I'm like, I don't know how he gets away with this, but he does. And he is the mastermind behind the Brazil 7-1 with Germany. He was the guy who sort of drew up the tactics for that game and was sort of he's kind of like the guy that was secretly, you know, the one that was supporting Joachim Löw at the time, you know, the one that a lot of people believed was kind of the real manager behind that World Cup win. And then he also was the one that won the treble during that COVID period with Bayern Munich. So I think he plays, like I'm saying, I think for me, Dave knows this, I'm a defensive minded person, but he makes me like really, you know, he defies a lot of football logic. I think, you know, the Hansi Flick, the stuff he plays. If we complain about Ange's football, I'd say watch Hansi Flick, because it's nuts what the stuff that he tries to do. Like their high line is the highest high line I think you can even possibly do. There was a game he did against Bayern Munich earlier on in this Champions League season. And, you know, the way Vincent Kompany was playing against him, it's the same way they tried to play against Ange. It was all these balls over the top, big switches of play. The game was just ridiculous. There was like a million offsides, a million sort of offside traps and stuff. But they eventually went on to win the game, like I think it was like 4-1 or something like that, you know, against Bayern Munich. So I think PSG or Barcelona, I'd be happy to see win it, just because if you're a fan of attacking football, you have to love those two teams. You would do.
Yeah. Big up, Nita. Thank you very much for your generous donation. Really appreciate it. Jim, I know, do you know what? He texted me and he asked me who I want to win. And I know he's going to say, Jim, who do you want to win the Champions League?
Who do you think I'm going to say?
You're going to say Spurs.
How am I going to say Spurs are not bloody in it? I'm not that stupid.
Oh, all right. Well, I think you are that stupid, because that's what I thought you was going to say.
There's the four teams that are in it are Arsenal, Inter, Barca, and PSG, right?
Correct.
So I want either Inter, Barca, or PSG.
Well, I'm going for PSG. I want PSG to win because I predicted them to beat Liverpool 4-1 and got so much stick. People were coming in here saying every Liverpool channel's talking about you predicting Liverpool to lose 4-1. And I was like, why? Then it's outrageous. They ended up losing 4-1 on penalties. And I have been saying PSG are a different gravy this season. And I was told they don't beat people. They're a Farmers League. And they're showing people what they can do. So I'm praying PSG win it. I'd love to see them win it. But as long as it's not Arsenal, I don't give a monkeys, really. But it's purely for me to be able to go, I told you so, that I want them to win it.
Do you know what? I sit here talking football with Kate, right? And I have to admit, defeat. I think she knows more about football than me. She's very good with her football. When we talk and she tells me stuff, I'm thinking, she was telling me about PSG, and I was thinking, that's not the PSG I remember. And then I started watching them this season, and she was exactly right. But she knows her football, that girl. I'll give her that.
Well, Jim, I told you before, I might not always be right, but I'm never wrong. You know, and the sooner you realise that, my darling, the better we are. It's like when we do the predictions and Jim said, give me a kiss before he disagreed with me. And Dave, you said we're learning some life lessons from Jimbo right there.
Yeah.
Soften them up before you hit the blow, you know.
He's not daft. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, we'll see. At the end of the day, we will see what happens. But as long as it's not Arsenal. But as Dave says, they do tend to bottle it. So it's quite possible that might happen. But what's going on over at the Irish Hotspur? Anything exciting planned?
To be honest, we're just vibing out. Really, we're actually just enjoying the win. Like
Basking in the win.
Usually we're booked up today, getting everything ready and all. It's just we just took the approach. Just get into the Forest game and see what happens. You know, at the end of the day, we're just at the point where it's like, you know, there's been so much. Every bit of content you do is, when you're losing games, it's hard to be very positive and stuff like that, you know, and then, you know, you get reactions in the comments, you know, you guys should be positive and all. It's like, yeah, but we've lost 21 games. I mean, that's a bit hard and all that. But honestly, we've made no bones about it. All we want to do is just sit there, win games, and enjoy football. That's where we find we're at our best and our most happiest. So right now, there's actually nothing planned. We're just vibing around the place, having fun.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Sometimes that's the best way to be. We don't get to enjoy these moments that often. This is what we were saying yesterday.
Exactly.
We did just a really quick couple of minute match reaction. And I said, anyone that tries to turn this as a negative and tells you anything negative about that game, switch them off and don't listen and just enjoy the moment. Because it just don't, as Tottenham fans, especially this season, they just don't come around that often. And as Jimbo said, people like Johnny Hammer, who travel home and away, watching this dross this season, people like that really deserved that yesterday, because I saw him on his flight to Germany, and it costs a lot of money. It's draining. I mean, it's draining to watch it on the telly sometimes, let alone go and watch it in the stadium. So I really take my hat off to these people. But yeah, Potato Stew, you're right. Win, lose or draw, there's always a warm place with Kate and Jim. We do try and keep it upbeat. We really do.
The thing is, Kate, we support Spurs, right? We all love Spurs. I don't love Spurs any more than Dave or Jack or you. We all love Spurs to the core, right? But we love them and we support them for nights like last night. So all the rest of the season don't mean shit to me, right? Last night was the night that put me on my high, you know, and that's why we support them for nights like last night. If you can't get on a high, and I mean, I was buzzing last night, and I haven't buzzed all season. Well, I did actually when we beat City. I was buzzing, and I got the score right, and Aston Villa I got the score right. I was buzzing them and all, but that's what we support them for nights like last night. And if you can't sit back and not forget the rest of the season, enjoy the moment. You know, I had my top off, I was sweating, I had palpitations, and I haven't been like that all season, Kate, have I?
So that's what we've been trying to sort of convey ourselves, you know, last night after the game and today. It's like, look, we can sit here and moan about everything that's gone on this season. We've done that all the way up to this point. But the reality is we're in a European semi-final, which no one thought we would be in. They don't come around too often. I spent all my childhood dreaming of European nights, just even getting into a group stage, let alone getting out further than that and kicking on. You know, and I've had a couple of heartbreaks down the years. You know, I think one year we lost to Benfica, was that quarter semi-final UEFA Cup. That sort of broke my heart. You know, the final on the Pochettino and all. But the reality is, they don't come around that often. You know, just enjoy it for what it is today. Once this is done, we can go back to all the moaning and pulling out everything else. But right now, just enjoy the moment. Like, we've lost 21 games this season, which means there's 21 nights that I've been angry. And probably a lot more, but 21 from Tottenham, you know, that I've been angry. Wins have been very few and far in between. Just enjoy the moment. You know, so you're in a European semi-final. It could be another decade before you get back to that. You just don't know. That's the reality with being a Tottenham fan. You know, I think Jack pointed to this earlier. We're not Real Madrid. We're not in the trophy hunts every single season, you know, and stuff like that. Things like this only come around once in a while. So we should be sitting here enjoying it at the end of the day. Like, I woke up this morning. My bed sheet was touching the ceiling. I'm walking around singing Spurs chants all day. You know what I mean? What great feeling is there in that?
I won't ask why your bed sheet was touching the ceiling.
Lucky Mrs. Harris. Let's say that. Lucky Mrs. Harris.
She had the bed up. She cranked the bed up. No, I'm not that blessed.
Do you remember my first words to you when I woke up this morning?
Oh, you?
Yeah. Well, I said to you, we're in the semi-final. Did it really happen?
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
This morning when I woke up.
Yeah, I do remember that.
You've got to enjoy it. Of course you have.
Exactly. And there is so much negativity around this fan base. So when we've got a chance to just say, wow, we did it, I say just bloody well enjoy it for as long as you can. Because you never know when the next win's coming along as a Spurs fan. That's the other thing.
Monday.
Yeah, hopefully Monday.
It'd be great to put a cork in there, Nuno's Ascent. That'd be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
yeah, they're kind of choking right now at the moment. for us, from what I can tell.
They
Yeah,
are
they've
a
lost.
little bit. They
Yeah.
are a little bit.
I
But
think even just getting European football would be a huge triumph for them. But yeah, they definitely looked like the favorites to get Champions League at one point, and now it's definitely up for grabs.
Well, we're at home, right? We're at
yes,
home, aren't we? Yeah.
yeah, because we was meant to be there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But look, it is what it
Do you,
is.
do you live near Tottenham? Are you in around London, or are you outside of London and traveling?
No, we're in Lincolnshire.
4
Oh,
hours,
fucking
4 or 5 hours away.
Where's that?
Wow.
Whereabouts in England? Midlands or?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
not-
East Midlands. It's about an hour and a half from. Have you heard of Peterborough?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in about an hour and a half from there.
Okay.
So
I
we're.
don't know why I thought you were closer to London.
Well, my sister lives in Kent, so sometimes, like when we went to the North London derby, we stayed there and then went because she's only like less than an hour away from Spurs. But for us, it's a real trek because it's like a 4-hour drive, or you've got to get a number of trains. But this season, like I say, I take my hat off to anyone that's been doing it regularly, especially trekking, because it's not been the best watch. But yeah, and as Daniel says, the league is important, but I think everybody's eyes will be on the 1st of May, and hoping that we've got a full squad with no injuries, because that would be the worst thing.
100%. Look, I don't like, what's going on in the league this year, and it is important 100%. But, I think, coming into the season, most Spurs fans were just sick of finishing top 4 and that being our aim. At the end of the day, we haven't been near Premier League for quite some time. But our best opportunity of getting that trophy curse off our back is one of the competitions, one of the cup competitions. So, look, obviously I don't want this to happen next year in the league. I think maybe a part of me was coming into the season, I don't really care too much about the league. Finish 10th, go win a trophy, I'm happy with that. But, look how far we've fallen. I do think next season there will be a lot more focus. But I actually think maybe it's a blessing in disguise moving forward, because I do feel like at Tottenham, and especially down the years, it's like we always tend to pick one or the other, what we prefer. But realistic, if we want to be that big club, you should see every opportunity as a trophy. And maybe that can be the one good thing to come from it, that in the future, we know we need a squad to compete on all 4 fronts. We can't be picking and choosing where we want to achieve.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dave, 1,000,000%. No, we did well. I mean, the cups we could have done better. I think we've still got. I'm going to say we still got investment that needs to happen in the summer, but he's already kind of put the feelers out that we're not going to get the investment that we all want. But then that's nothing unusual. But look, we'll have to wait and see. I'm not thinking about too far in the future. I'm just living on the moment, because like Jim said, I woke up in the night, the dog needed to go out for a wee, and the first thing I thought was, oh my God, we're through to the semi-finals. This is amazing. And then I thought, bugger, Man United got through as well, because I was so happy when they looked like they was going out. I was a little bit gutted when they got back. But Kate, I thought of you, said I've got a semi this morning, hence why she didn't remember. She hears that every day. Big up to you, Davo. I've actually got to switch over to a new link now, because my show is expiring. Dave and Jack, can't thank you enough for coming on. It's a massive honor to have you on.
Thanks for doing this. Thanks for bringing light to issues, bigger than football at the end of the day, right? As much as we use football as that outlet, maybe to distract ourselves from the more important things. Thanks for putting this together, Kate and Jim. And we were just vibing out doing the Twitter reacts, but Dave and I made a plan to come on here. So thanks for having us late into the show.
You on. Fantastic.
Yeah, always love having you on.
And I also want to say a massive thank you for, doing the channel predictions, every game this season.
Yeah,
Look, that's not an easy thing to do, by the way. People think,
just
turn on the camera, do your minute or two recording, and away you go. But it's not that, it's putting your face out there when you're losing time and time and time again, Very easy to go, you know what, fuck that, I ain't doing this, I'm sick of it, So I want to say a massive thank you to you guys, even the fan cams after games and stuff like that. When I've asked, are you available to come in and do a debate show, whatever else, you've always been there. So I want to say a massive thank you to you guys, so thank you very much, and keep going with this good cause. It's absolutely brilliant awareness. Hopefully you can raise as much as you can for it. And like I said, mental health, it affects everybody. Take religion, race, gender out of it all. It affects every human being. So hopefully you can keep raising money for it. Keep doing a great job, guys.
Thank you. I would say it's two disclaimers. First of all, I was top of that leaderboard until Jim took over the predictions. That's the first disclaimer. I don't know if anyone noticed that correlation there.
Yeah, I knew about it because you told me about 20 times.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to ever forget. And the second thing is, Dave, the second thing, Dave, is listen, we will always be available to you because you and Jack both helped me at the beginning. You've always given me a platform, so I will always be forever grateful for that. So anytime you need us, we will always do what we can.
No, look, really appreciate it. Look, we're always here to help, you know. Look, the big thing with me is I'm useless at communicating. I'm useless with my phone. I hate technology. So, you know, that's why I'm not on it every day, texting around, how is everyone and stuff like that. I'm a bit useless like that, but I'm always here, you know, if people need me or you need help or whatever. Even if you want to do a show and you just want me to come on, you know, don't be afraid to ask. We'll always try and make it work, guys.
Yeah, we will. Hopefully next season it will be better, but we will be getting you on again because we love having you both on. It's always good to chat to you both. But if we can get to Crystal Palace as well, we will be there, rest assured.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
We'll try our best.
See you. Be good to see you.
All right, guys. Well, thanks very much.
No, thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm going off to have a nice dinner now,
Yeah,
guys.
enjoy the rest of your
enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully the rest of hopefully you reach your goal, and then also enjoy your weekends. You know,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
enjoy
great
your
right
Easter
now.
weekend, and we'll get our prediction over to you tomorrow.
Yeah,
for
whenever
Monday.
works for you guys. Whenever works.
Yeah.
No rush anymore. Like I said, Dave and I are just riding the
We're
vibes.
just vibing.
Yeah,
so
ride the vibes.
no pressure.
We'll just go without it. Yeah, we won't even bother doing one. You know, we're just vibing out right now. We're just enjoying it. So
I said to Kate after the game. Sorry, I said to Kate after the game last night, I was going to do a fan cam and send it to you for after the game, and I just was so on cloud nine, I forgot.
honestly, I wouldn't have put it up last night. I was that much on the cloud nine myself. I had the Indian takeaway ringing me, asking me to come down and get my order and everything else. I wouldn't have got it up last night, Jimbo. I probably wouldn't have even got it up today. I am on a different planet altogether today, man.
That's a good place to be. Why
It's a
not
great
enjoy
place
it
to
when
be.
you can? Exactly. Listen, Dave, Jack, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
for coming on, and really appreciate it. And we'll speak to you soon.
See you soon. Happy Easter. Come on, you
Come on, you
Spurs.
Spurs. Come on, you Spurs.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Big up Davo saying for all my faves right there. I'm going to move over to the second stream because this one's going to run out, but this will automatically redirect to that one. So don't panic.
What do we do?
We just open up the second stream, Jim, and go in that way.
Okay.
All right. So we shall see you all on the other side. Like I say, if you don't have the link, don't worry. You will be redirected there. And we'll see you in 5. Ready, Jim?
Would you just take me out?
Just leave, yeah, and go on to StreamYard and go to the second link.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Giving opinions with no regret, smashing the top bins, back of the onion net, talking the talk with Kate and Jim, and walking the walk, just listen in. The perfect match, Kate and Jim, getting at it. Kate and Jim are gonna smash it. Reviews, previews, opinions and laughter, mix and transfer news, it's what you're after. The perfect match, the perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. The perfect match, the perfect match. You just got to latch onto that perfect match. Jimbo always keeps a positive spin, while Kate's Mickey has a name dropping. Gets you out of the blue like Lenny stop robbing, or she's just flip-flopping. Hell, this place is popping. The perfect match, you just got to latch onto that perfect